Phil, we are here. This is episode 100. We've done the century of all this craziness. Dollhouse Phil. I mean, you can go ahead and introduce yourself. Everyone knows you, but
So you're here with the big ton, the big 100.
I know.
And there's just little old me just selling dolls just as I do.
Well,
What
it's crazy.
What more can I do?
One of the craziest things about hitting 100 episodes is that you don't plan on hitting 50. I was convinced I'd be canceled within like 30 episodes max.
So you honestly thought she was going to do that to you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't know if she got the dick pics or not. I mean, Phil, you know how this works. You send nudes, right? Susan says send nudes. I send nudes. And you do that, and you're thinking like, well, we'll see how long I last.
Well,
I mean,
well,
she
it
must
depends what she thought she was seeing, because, I mean, like, if that was just a penis, that's one thing. But then if she thought she was looking at the Eiffel Tower, that's a different thing.
Oh yeah, well, it's great. I was talking to the guys in the chat, and I said one of the craziest things is we have this moment. We were talking about this in the Discord, right? When guys used to have fun, and they would have kind of like these like bizarro what ifs. Do you remember those what ifs that guys used to have? Like, what if you had to pick like a dyke chick that you would smash? So I said Susie Orman when she was younger. The economist.
I'm guessing who is that?
Oh, you don't know who Susie Orman is?
Nope.
Oh shit, really? She's like she has like the Karen haircut before the Karen haircut was a thing. And she was just one of those chicks, right? And it was great because so there she is. She's there. And she had that look that she just needed the D, and I just thought, that's where we're going with that. But
now, by the look, I mean, like, kind of the short hair, the somewhat uptight expression, but not bad-tempered. Now, whereas when we see girls today, they have this pissed-off expression. And that's before anything happens. And this is why I kind of lament for younger men today. Like,
it
back
sucks for them.
in the days when we were kids, I mean, the worst kid in the class could eventually get himself like a girlfriend. Eventually. Whereas now,
True.
You have to be like Drex to actually get like a girlfriend.
I mean, that is true. But I will say this, though. A lot of guys have gotten some very weird behaviors. I've seen too many women's DMs. And I got to give a special shout out to Virgin Anna. She showed me, there's like Christian dating, right? These dudes are weirdos, man. Straight up weirdos. So I was like, I can't be mad at the girls. I'm like, look, here's the thing. They always they complain about guys, or I'm going to say the gals, going for the certain type of guy, right? But yet they don't really acknowledge their own behavior, right? I mean, these guys are, Phil, let me ask you something. If you were on a dating app, would you take your main picture? Would you take your main picture with your mom?
God, no. I wouldn't
no.
take my main picture with anyone else. This is what pisses me off with like a lot of these girls. They'll do it with their like BFF, and I'm like, that's fine, but I don't know who you are. Are you the one on the left or the one on the right? Because they don't tell you.
AKA the hot one or the not one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always that issue. I mean, but Phil, we've had a lot of things go on in the world since last time we chatted. So I started thinking about like things that happened in this past week, right? We got to start with the biggest story. Twitter's acquisition from our based elitist billionaire, one Elon Musk. What do you think about that?
So we have to just take a moment and just allow it to happen, right? Because we've all been told all of these things, all of this free reign, free talk, all the rest of it is going to happen. Let's wait and see if it does actually happen. Now, I understand Musk from his perspective that he wants to make some money out of it, and I understand where that's coming from. But that is not the same argument as saying I want everyone to have free reign and free speech. Mm-hmm. Now, if that doesn't happen, it's like, well, you promised the world and you delivered little, which has happened many, many times over the last couple of decades. Now, for Elon, everyone wants like quite a little bit more, but we'll see if it actually happens.
I'll tell you what's going in Elon's favor, though. So he said he was going to start, heads were going to roll as soon as he got there, right? And what happened when he got there?
Oh, yeah, CEO's out, and that that bitch in like trust and oh god, what else was
Inclusion, regulation, diversity.
all
gone.
of that. Basically, HR. She was
Yeah. HR. She's the Giga Karen, right? So she's like the final boss. I think it was like some Indian chick, the final boss of Karens, right?
Yeah,
And-
she sounded like vagina, but she had some similar sort of like name.
Oh yeah. You saw the face. Someone sent me a picture of this chick's face, right? And Elon is kind of like like disgusting.
Speaking of that, you look at the CEO, right, Agrawal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then look at this vagina girl, right? Look at them side by side. They could almost be related.
You might have a point. I know I saw something. Well, I mean, it's a wild time, man. Like what ends up happening though, you have these people who hop on, right? They hop on in these positions. They get paid crazy money, right? And normally we say that
it's
you
insane.
earn your money, right? Like we like to say that, right? You earned that money. There are certain people you look at, you're like, so what do you do?
How many of these videos have we seen where like this girl walks in, oh, I go in, I get a massage, and then I go in and like, I get like my shoulders treated, and then I get like my dry cleaning done, and I go, and then I have like some yoga, and it's like, when did you actually do some work? Hence, from what you were talking about.
Well, do you know what their work is? Their work is literally canceling people, right? Like I'm saying, they get off on it. Like I want you to imagine this, Phil. Imagine being a super Uber Karen, right? And you got to sit there and monitor people's like it would flag something, right? The algorithm flags it, and you just go like this.
But we know this, right? We know all of these girls will do this, or guys, right? What I want to know is, I want to try and understand from their perspective why they think that they are correct for doing this.
It's what the
Now,
narrative says.
if I can understand that, then I can kind of like re-engineer it and tell them, no, this is not how it works. Because they just look at me as evil for saying that what you are doing is wrong.
Well, the zeitgeist shifted years ago, right? And if you think about it like this, right? You and I grew up 10 years apart. The world was different. The zeitgeist was different. So I think, what am I? I'm at 3 days away. 3 days from now is going to be Halloween, right? I'm going to look out my window exactly 3 days from now, out that same window to my left, right? I'm going to look over there. You know what I'm going to see, Phil? Not a damn thing, right? Because where's all the kids who trick or treat? You see what I'm saying?
I was going to ask, because I mean, like, we get some trick-or-treaters. And the kids now won't go out without their parents, just in case they get, like, shit on from
Of course.
other adults. Now, in America, like, everyone, from what I'm led to believe, everyone does trick-or-treat.
No. That's back when we were kids. As kids, growing up in the 80s and 90s, every single, like I don't know if there's any, you were shamed into submission if you were the kid who like stayed home, or you claimed that you didn't, unless there was a religious reason, there was no reason why you weren't trick-or-treating. This is in Minnesota where it's cold as shit, right? Like, I mean, cold, right? It was, we had blizzard conditions one of those years where it was freezing. They were still out trick-or-treating.
Well, you guys are about as north as you can get, right?
Yeah, we're just south of Canada. Yeah, and I mean, nobody wants to be in Canada because, it's fucking Canada. So,
I mean, that's awful. I mean, but you could be in New England, which is even further north.
yeah, so where we're, so New England is actually south of us because, you're basically just going lateral.
But doesn't it go along enough?
It does start, it goes up higher. Like, so if you're up into
like Maine and stuff like that.
yeah, that shit. But they have better weather than we do.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
I
they
didn't know
get
that.
better weather. Yeah, Minnesota gets the shit weather. Maine, it gets cold.
Well, you know what that means? That means you're bad people, and God is
of course.
just shitting on you.
Oh, look, and I enjoy it. Well, here's the thing. I enjoy it for the same reason why Elon enjoys showing up at the sink, right? You have to start trolling.
Let that one sink in.
Let that one
was
sink
a great
in.
joke.
I love trolling. Like, well, here's the thing. What I miss, Phil, I miss fun. I miss having fun, right?
And this was every day when we were kids, wasn't it?
Every day was fun.
Everyone took the piss. Like, no one was, like, being serious when we were kids.
The other thing is, though, when we were coming up, there was no cancel culture, right? Because, okay, so there's a few reasons for that. The zeitgeist didn't allow for cancel culture because, like, how did you cancel somebody when there's no internet, right? What are you going to say?
Anyone
Cancel him? How? What do you? How does that work?
Anyone in North America who wants to know, like, if you want to know how far you could take the piss when we were kids, I want you to look at 1980s spitting image. Jesus Christ, we had caricatures of Margaret Thatcher licking the arsehole of Ronald Reagan.
Oh,
that's how bad it was.
Yeah,
and even political people were like, "Oh dear God, what did they do?" This
right?
Well, and it was that bad, but nobody said anything.
No one said, because here's the thing: we knew it was all just a joke, right? Like I've been in the Twitter space. Shout out to everybody who has the dreaded Face app. I've been put in some very peculiar positions. I just got sent one where Nick is behind me in Brokeback Mountain, and I am.
That one's gonna live forever on the internet. You know that, don't you?
So I am the Jake Gyllenhaal character, and then Nick must be the Heath Ledger character. You know, like, I wish I could quit you. And I'm just like, the damn Face app. Face app ruined the internet. It ruined my life. But like, that's the thing. Like, people used to just be able to sit back, have fun, make fun of a silly sweater vest that I got tricked into wearing in Alabama.
If somebody made fun of somebody, then it happened back. And that's all that happened. And no one lost friendship over it or anything like that. Whereas these days, it's almost like a capital offense these days.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that. So I started thinking about this, right? I don't think we're in a cancel culture. You know what I think it is? I think we're in a loser culture. You see what I'm saying?
If I was to say a head culture, would that mean the same thing that what you're talking about?
Okay, so watch this. Okay, a loser mindset, right? So people don't have a winner mindset, right? If you have a loser mindset, think about what kinds of things you do, right? Think about the things that a loser thinks about. Body positivity, because they're a loser. They don't want to improve, right? They're going to do the incel thing
like
to be
kind
mad.
of the shoulders are hunched over. I don't
Hunched
want to look
over.
or anything like that.
Nothing's my fault, right? Nothing on earth is my fault.
It's always something else.
Someone else somewhere did something. And, you start thinking about, right? You got these school shootings. We've got the censorship, right? Where does censorship come from? Having a loser mentality. Because think about it. Okay, watch this. A winner goes like this. Oh, that person said something about me? Oh, well. Either you debate it or you ignore it or whatever, right? You didn't say I'm gonna silence the person who's saying something I don't like.
Remember this. I mean, I'm not trying to bring up old pains or anything like that. Migtown 101 said some awful things about me. TFM said, "Oh shit, Migtown 101's thrown you under the bus, Phil," and I'm like, so some guy on the internet just said something bad about me. Who gives a fuck? And everyone else got all up their own arsehole about it and had to make it this massive issue. And I'm like, so he said something about me. Then what?
Yeah, well,
I don't care. Maybe it's because I'm Gen X. I don't know. But it was just a case of I'm looking at it and going, who cares?
You can't care. When I hear about these, the false flags, people striking, you've heard about these different channels that do this kind of behavior. I'm thinking, bro, I come from a world that doesn't even exist. You know what I'm saying? Like because you just don't care. Nick and I talked about this. He's like, no, really, I just don't care enough. Like, you get so busy living life and doing things that you actually want to do, that's the last thing you want to do is be sitting on the internet all day, going back. That's why I don't do debates. Remember earlier in this space,
it really
there's
isn't worth it because
no
there's only
benefit.
Everything that can go wrong with that. That's the whole problem. I mean, unless everyone is, I suppose, like us. And I can go like, oh, Drex, I fucking dislike what you said about this. And go, Phil, tell me what you disliked about what I said. Mm-hmm. And you and I would just fucking talk it out. And I'm really like, oh, okay, let's go for a beer or a bite to eat or something like that. Whereas everyone else seems to think, oh, no, I have to hate you for the rest of my life now.
Forever.
And that's how it goes.
I mean, you saw that Piers Morgan and Andrew Tate interview.
Oh,
which
that
went
was
left.
An absolute shit show.
It was a complete shit show, right? It went way left, and you're just kind of looking like, so this is where we're at now, right? This is what we're doing, and it didn't have to be like this. But at the end of the day, like I said, I think about losers in general, right? That we just had some mass shooter in St. Louis, right? Like 600 rounds of ammunition, but they're losers. He was lonely, Phil. You didn't hear about it because he's black. That's the only. If you're wondering, like, how come I haven't heard about this story?
But the
He's
one
black.
thing, it doesn't matter who it happens to be, alt-right. That's the first
Always all
thing
right.
that gets
Even when they're wearing a dress and prosthetic boobs, right?
Yeah, and they've got makeup on, all the rest of it.
Makeup
Aren't I lovely?
socialism is utopia, right? They're wearing a sticker. They're like far right, all right, and it's like, okay, sure. So narratives are starting to collapse. Into episode 100, it's like, we can't even discuss the world at large and where we're going without discussing the economy, right? The looming recession. What's your take on it, Phil? Where do you see things kind of going?
With the recession, I mean, like, I see a lot of it. I've watched this week, for example, everyone's talking about liquid natural gas and the price of. It dropped 60% this week, yet I haven't seen a price decrease. So everything that I'm seeing, it just seems like an argument and somebody's idea to, well, let's push inflation as hard as we possibly can. Because as always, like petrol, or like gasoline as you guys would call it, it rockets upwards, but it floats downwards like a feather in the air. That's always the case. Mm-hmm. So even though the prices have rocketed downwards 60%, I'm not seeing the price come down. So somebody has like an ulterior motive with all of this, I would say.
Well, you know what the ulterior motive is? The ulterior motive is to make sure that the people who are beneath the people that are the rulers, the people making the rules, they want you people to be literally broke. Like, when I say broke, I mean broke and broken, right? So they want you to be... You're basically going to be indentured servitude.
I moved out into the boonies, actually, in northeast England, and there are people who are literally, they don't know what they're doing. Like, because of the price of, like, gas has gone up, electricity has gone up, and they can barely actually make food payments now. It's that bad out here. And yet, like, no one seems to care. It's somebody else's problem.
So, do you think that people have this thing where they believe that everything will like take care of itself somehow? Like if I just sit here long enough, it'll just auto-correct. Do you think that's kind of the mentality people have?
I mean, I would like to think so. I've tried to say to a few people in the place where I am, we've got some old buildings which have been unoccupied for about like 20, 30 years. And I've suggested to like the people around me and say, should we actually occupy these buildings? Heat them so all of the old vulnerable people in the area can go to a warm room for 16 hours a day, then go home and go to sleep. And I was just told, no, we're not doing that. If only the government would just lower the cost of gas, everything would be fine. It's like, no, that's the wholesale cost of gas. This is not the government doing it, but you can't tell these people.
You can't tell me. A part of me wants to say I'm done dealing with it, right? Because they just won't get it, right?
Been there. You
just get to a point where you just kind of throw your hands up. You're like, okay, what do you want me to do, right? And well, actually, let me get a special shout out to Frederick Little.
We're probably going to do the same thing as like TFM and say, well, these people need to starve to death, and then once they're dead, we don't have that problem anymore.
You have to let them fall because. So I started thinking about this, Phil. If you were to go outside, right? You and I go outside. And we say, hey, man, this place is on fire. We got to get over there, right? The amount of energy it takes for us, all able-bodied, to trot over to the new place while this place behind us burns down, not that much energy, right? Just kind of leisurely get over there, right? But what if someone said, hey, Phil, now take this baggage with you? Okay, it makes it a little harder. But what if someone said, hey, Phil, I want you to take a body with you, right? Because these are the people that you're trying to save, right? Dead weight. Mm-hmm. So imagine trying to get to the house, but the fire, we got to get out of the burning house into that house, right? Across the street. But now someone says, hey, Phil, hold two people up on you, right? It's hard enough getting one person, right? They're just dead weight. They're just plopping there going, I'm never going to make it. And you're saying, no, come on.
I can see where you're going with the taxes on this one, but you can only put so much responsibility on the taxpayer. or whomever is the responsible person before
Absolutely.
they collapse under the weight. And that's the thing. And the socialists will never see this.
Never.
And this is what I was like trying to say, like with these people around me. Like the building is on fire. I can say like grab like maybe 3 children or an adult and take them with me. But what these people are saying is, if only the government would stop the building being on fire, and you look at them and go, that's really not the argument to be having at the
It's
minute.
not. It's not. You know, but you can't tell them nothing. I do say I got a $100 super chat from Frederick Little. He says, cheers to 100 episodes of the Migtown Podcast. Congratulations, guys. And I hope your channel continues to grow and you eventually reach 1 million subscribers. Thank you, Mr. Frederick Little. I got another super chat there.
$100.
We got 20. Let me see. SEK. I know that currency. What is it? SEK currency. That's shit. I know that currency. I can't remember. It says for 200. It says Dollhouse Phil has Bond villain potential. Congrats on 100. I'm not gonna lie. That turtleneck is.
I
Blow-
will
oh,
take
yes.
over the world.
Yeah, Phil. Let me ask you. When Halloween comes, do you ever just hop into costume? Maybe have one of the girls out, the dolls.
I haven't technically, but I have been tempted to actually, because I've got like a lot of 2-part cure part silicon. So I was thinking of actually just making like a disfigured face on me, just like spending like an afternoon doing it. So when the kids like knock on the door and I go, yeah, as I scream at them and they all shit
God.
themselves and they never come back.
Oh god, the look on kids' faces is it's priceless, right? Because like you ever notice any sudden movement terrifies them, right? You think about like which is kind of funny because their own body motions are very herky jerky. Yet when I think it's because it's an adult doing it. So imagine being a kid again, right? All of your interactions, adults actually have soft entrances, right? Your teacher's already
Usually,
there.
yes, because
your
it's-
parents come to get you. Like
It's
adults
considered
are
aggressive to be very quick.
yeah. Adults aren't doing aggressive movements toward kids. So when you ring a doorbell as a kid and you're like trick or treat, they're horrified. Whereas if you do it as an adult, they may go like, "Oh, ha, good costume."
I always liked the idea of actually having the false hand actually
Oh, yeah.
caressing the candy bag, and then my own hand actually going up to the candy bag so I could grab them as they tried to grab the candy, which I always thought was more fun.
Oh, I love it. Well, the beauty of this is my favorite time of year. Tomorrow's my birthday. Halloween was always my favorite holiday, right? Growing up.
So you're almost Hallows Eve man.
Yeah, I was that close. Had my mom had me 2 days later, I'd be born on Halloween. The beauty of Halloween, though, is that I'll tell you what Halloween represents that none of the other holidays have. It's the only time you remember as a child you were truly free, right? Christmas was with family. Thanksgiving was with family. 4th of July was with family. New Year's Eve, right? New Year's Day, where were you at? With family. You see what I'm saying? You were never really free. You see what I mean? With other kids is what I mean. It's the one time where you were with...
The only one I ever had, which I never spent with the family, and this might be because of the time that it is, because my birthday is at the 28th of December, so it's kind of in between Christmas and in between New Year. So everyone's all doing stuff. So I was always left to go and do my own thing.
Oh, nice.
So I was always with the guys.
Oh, yeah. You lucked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hit the sweet spot. Well, the best part about all of this, though, right, is as I look at all of this that's going on, between some of the things that have changed in our culture, I'll tell you something that actually bothers me. I was watching a video from Better Bachelor. Shout out to my man Joker. He talked about the whole meta thing, right? The metaverse that Mark Zuckerberg is trying to do. So Zuck the Cuck has this thing, and Phil, I want your take. You're a guy who used to be in IT. You talk about the dolls. What do you think about them basically saying we're gonna curve this to be more inclusive, or that guys can't be toxic? What do you think about that? That basically the things that you thought would be good, in this case VR, aren't good because they're curtailed not to be good.
Well, what he's trying to do is put a stamp of his area on the, dare I say, the virtual reality, right? Oh, this is the meta world, and this is where we go and you do things, and you can only do certain things in there. Now, I'm also creating my own stamp on Meta World, which has got nothing to do with Meta. It's just virtual reality. So I'm going to create like a showroom where you can come in, you can push the dolls around, you can actually decide, no, I don't want natural, I want dark tan, I want cocoa skin, I want blue eyes, green eyes, whatever. And then you can see what the doll looks like in front of you, and you can walk around it and do this sort of thing, right? And this has got nothing to do with Meta, right? Meta is trying to tell you that they own virtual reality, and they don't.
Mm-hmm.
So, like when I do this, I'm not staking any area on the virtual reality, also how would you say, the real estate of the virtual reality.
Mm-hmm.
But anyone can do it. There's, unlike real geography, there's infinite virtual reality. So to say like, I'm going to charge you for this area of virtual reality is just bollocks. It doesn't mean anything. Anyone trying to charge you for money in like the virtual world they just want money for nothing. So
well, but I mean, let's face it, they're doing that now, right? If you play video games now, you have to deal with that. You know what I mean? You know, with microtransactions, although that's voluntary, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, but that's within the game itself.
Yeah, that's within the game.
That's not. We're not talking the geography as such.
Mm-hmm. I hope you're right.
Now, I assume as a games player, as somebody who's old enough to remember, like when games, you could play a game and you could win, like get to the final boss, beat the final boss, win the game, and that was fine. But if you wanted to pay money and cheat as such, and you know, like leap 10 levels or something like that, everyone would get it. But we're now getting to games where you can't complete the game without actually paying money, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, here's my thing. I've always said that games should be a challenge, right? They should be challenged. You should have fun with them. Because, like, I mean, who wants to play a game that they're not enjoying?
If there's no fun, what is the point?
Well, you know, Neil Cuckman says that, right? Where he says, like, you know, we don't make games for people to have fun. It's like, yeah, but without having fun, you have no incentive. I was talking about this in the Discord, and I said, you know, we were talking about Resident Evil 3 Remake, right? And I remember playing that game. You ever had this scenario, Phil? You pick up the controller, you're playing the game, or it's just like when you watch a movie, right? But early on, you get this dread that hovers over you. You know what I'm talking about? And you're like, uh-oh, the fuck? Like, I have this bad feeling this is going to suck.
The dread that I would always have when that happened was, I've done this 100 times, and if it just means, and I'm going to try the new approach this time, and if it doesn't work, I don't think there's a way to actually beat this level, this boss, this whatever it happens to be. And then you what you have is a feeling of despair. Now, if you have a feeling of despair, there's no point in playing the game because, again, as you were saying, there's no fun.
Well, like the despair, I think, can be overcome, but what can't be overcome is when you wind up in a scenario where it's the feeling of dread that like the game itself won't be good, it won't be enjoyable, right? So like a boss battle or something like that, that's one thing. But like I'm talking about those games, just like with bad movies, right? Have you ever watched a bad movie where you went with your buddies, you paid your money, you sit down,
and
you're like 10 minutes in, you're like,
this is shit. But I mean, like with games, with that, I just depending on the console itself, take the cartridge out, or like just cancel the game, whatever it happens to be, and then do something else which is fun. This is I don't get the youngsters these days who will carry on with a bullshit game. That's what I don't get.
No. There's been lots of games that I quit, and back in the day that never happened. When I played a game, it was like to beat it. I mean, I was never a completionist. You know, I bumped into guys like that. They get on something and they want to complete it, right? Like I want to unlock every single thing. I'm like, nah, I'm not.
There was a guy who I like shared my apartment with. He was like a work colleague, and he said, "Oh, Phil, come on, play this game." And like I'd watch him playing it, and it's like it just looks bullshit, but not my cup of tea. And I watch him. Now, when people would watch me playing games, I would have this shit-eating grin on my face playing the game. Watching this guy, it was looking as though he was trying to like solve like some horrendous Chinese puzzle, and he looked really sort of like upset. I was like, really? Is this the fun that you're having? And like he was, no, it's really good. I was like, dude, you just look as though you just want to complete the game just for the sake of it. I'm not seeing fun on your face, actually, when you're playing that.
Drex, I got a guest for you. Welcome. Oh,
There
no
it is.
Ty Bronca is here.
Right.
Why is he low?
You caught me.
Oh, Bronca, I got something special for you, brother.
Uh-oh. I'm married, man.
This
Right, he's
Bronca,
straight.
I promise this is even better than marriage. Before we hopped on tonight, someone in the Discord posted this video, and I'm about to send it to Tim. And I need you here because only you can set us free with your self-defense skills. And we're gonna send this to Tim right now in Discord, and you're gonna walk us through. We got Phil here, we got Bronca here.
Hey, Phil, nice meeting you. First time.
Hey. Always good to meet somebody new.
Oh, don't decide that yet.
Yeah, give me time.
Oh,
It'll
Bronca.
take me a second to get this pulled up. I'm still booting stuff up.
no worries.
But
Well, so Bronca, I want to tell you something. Phil and I had this conversation like last year where we said, why the doll life is the best life for a lot of guys out there, especially moving forward with the 80-20.
So I don't know what that is. So what's
Oh
the
no! So
dollar?
so Dollhouse Phil is the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend that has
Okay.
the sex dolls, right? Companion dolls, right?
Oh,
And-
okay.
What ended up happening is he said, okay, imagine this. In an ideal world, guys had their dolls, right? Their companions, and they went ahead and smashed before they went out to the bars, the clubs, and all that, right?
Yeah, cleared
So
out
now-
that nut fog.
Yeah. Bronca, could you imagine how like you would have? Look, I hate to say this, brother, but you might not have any business because if every guy has a doll, they go out there like, whoo, oh man, oh let's go out to have some drinks. They're not gonna fight.
Yeah.
And Phil talks about this, but most of the time,
I
you see
believe
guys-
it. You want to know how much of a threat a good sex doll is? Just present one in front of a 40-year-old single woman and see how she reacts.
Do you want
That's
to see
an
what the latest
existential
one is,
threat
which
to her.
I've been talking about?
Oh god, it's
Should
beautiful.
I put this in the chat? Or do I have to DM somebody to show you what the latest, best looking doll looks
Oh
like?
shit, yeah. But I think you put it in the chat, and then Tim can just bring it up on the stream.
yeah, the private chat on StreamYard, I can. Is it safe for work?
Yes, there are no nipples. There are no bits and pieces that you shouldn't
Okay,
possibly
yeah.
see.
It should be fine. Here we go. You want me to?
Oh yeah. So
I'll pull-
Bronca, this is for you, brother. I need your expertise.
And we got a bunch of super chats too that I.
No. I read Frederick Little's and one of the other guys.
Okay. I mean, Frederick Little can be read twice. I think. I think he's okay with that. But yeah, I've got them all here and I can read through them. But let's watch this. You guys should hear audio and it won't echo, because I'm not a boomer like Nick.
I've seen this one.
Hurensohn bist du. Ein gottloser Hurensohn. Deine Mutter fickt dich, du Hurensohn.
Ich verstehe kein Deutsch.
Lach nur. Irgendwann fickt dich das Karma, du Hurensohn. Mein Gott, irgendwann fickt dich das Karma. Gottverdammter Hurensohn. Deine Mutter ist eine Hure.
Ich fick dich halt.
Ja, komm doch.
Alec.
Fick mich, komm.
Alec.
Did she swing at him first? I missed it.
Yeah, I can back it up. I can back it up.
I'm gonna get my hair straightened out first. Now that I've just been slapped.
The Germans.
Gottverdammter Hurensohn.
German versus
I was gonna
Russian.
say, is this Germany? Because
German versus Russian.
Ja, komm doch.
Guten Tag.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
look at that freeze.
good old day.
Bronca.
Disclaimer to
slap is
YouTube.
one thing, but when
It's
she's on the
for
floor-
educational
This
purposes.
is for educational purposes because we have a self-defense lawyer.
But when she's on the floor, but watch her sort her hair out and then try and make herself look decent.
Yeah, first she fixes her skirt, then her hair. Drex, is that the realization for the first time in her life she's had to deal with consequences?
Now you notice she's walked to the corner
that's it.
there. That is effectively going back to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Now, Bronca, there's a lot of things in here, right? Because this is the beauty of action. Action has no language barrier, right? That's why they call it body language. So she had a whole lot of oomph in her, right? She stepped to a man, right?
Yeah.
Bronca, in your
listen,
experience,
I do feel I should say as a disclaimer that it's really you shouldn't hit a lady. Of course, that presumes there's a lady present, which doesn't.
Yeah, that's not a lady.
Here.
That's a female or a female in this regard. Now, Bronca, let me ask you something. In your lifetime, we talked about this. It's usually women who are the ones instigating issues. And
yeah,
true
at least
or
in
false?
America, I'm not sure about Germany, but in America, if you just go strike a woman, you're going to jail.
No matter what,
Speak
even if
for
she hits you
Europe.
20 times.
100 times out of 100, it's always the woman who's getting up in your face. Every
Because there's no consequence for her.
Indeed, because there's no
Unless there is a consequence.
Unless there is, right? Now I got to ask you.
But even
Go ahead,
then, the guy is not accepting like responsibility or anything like that, and she's not accepting responsibility for that. She's just like going, "Oh shit, I didn't win. I'm going to go back to this corner, which is my little kitchen, and I'm not going to say anything." So she got like her face beat.
Yep.
But no one is like arguing, "Oh my god, that was the wrong thing to do."
Well, this is the thing, though. When I talked to Bronca and I said we got to make bullying great again, we got to make going at these bitches and splitting their fucking heads great again. Because in a bygone era, this is what happened.
And listen, let's be fair. I mean, any of us can be dicks from time to time. Sometimes sometimes you need a little slap in the face to kind of straighten out your poor thinking. Re-regulate the way you're approaching other people in the real world. I mean, hopefully by the time we're adults, we don't have that problem anymore. But certainly as a young male teenager, I got my share of punches in the face.
Of course.
I was a dick.
But it depends what you mean, though. I mean, like if I walk up to Mike Tyson and I start giving him shit, and he just gives me one like roundhouse, boom, and I'm out like for like 2 weeks. People will just say to me, "Well, what did you go up into Mike Tyson's face and give him shit for, right?" But with a woman, all of a sudden that's different. They are the same as us. Remember, there is no biological difference between a man and a woman if we
None.
listen to women, right? So we either do what they say or we actually defy everything that they say. We're going to have to pick a position.
Well, I like seeing people get hit in the fucking face, personally, male or female, because
I mean, that was. I mean, here we call those educational beatdowns in America.
Yeah.
Yep.
He didn't get on top of her and make it some kind of sustained beating that put her in the hospital. It's just an educational beatdown. One slap knocked her down. Hopefully, you learned your lesson.
As Sean Connery put it, sometimes women get out of hand and you just have to give them a slap.
Yeah, I mean, it could be anybody, but sure.
anybody, because here's the thing, no. Bronca, Mike Tyson made the comment about social media and these keyboard warriors, right? And he said, like, the reason why everybody out here is a keyboard warrior and they talk tough, he goes, because there's no threat of them getting punched in the fucking face.
Right.
Because if there were, like Tim said it best, that was the first time that woman ever experienced a consequence in her whole life.
Yes.
Well, you'd like
absolutely.
to think, though. I mean, you'd like to think she's not repeating the same mistake over and over and over again. But we know as men, when we're dealing with other men, there's always an implicit threat of violence. If you're enough of a dick, you're going to catch knuckles in the face.
It depends what you mean. I mean, like, I come from the northeast of England, right? And we are quick to get into fights, right? I come down to London like 25, maybe even 30 years ago, and I get all these guys who are right up in my face, and it's like, dude, do you actually want to slap? And they're like, what? And like, because they're so used to getting up in each other's faces and just talking shit, and nothing happens.
Sure, but that just means the threshold is different. That's all.
Yeah.
But that's what I
cultural
mean. But
difference.
like if that's the men of London, right? Which I would say there's more men in London than there is in the northeast of England. So English people think, oh well, you can just get up in somebody's face and give them all this shit, and nothing will happen. Now, when shit does go down in London, people get the absolute crap kicked out of them. That's the thing, because
Right,
they
'cause-
don't even see it coming.
Right. You've hit that threshold. Bad things are going to happen. It's I don't know. I mean, for me personally, it's difficult for me to imagine circumstances that would lead me to get into a fist fight with somebody. But I carry a gun, so I can't afford to get into casual fist fights.
I mean, Bronca, you become like the Danny Glover of fist fights, right? You're just too old for that shit now.
I mean, listen, I take BJJ. I've punched people. I've been punched. It's not something that bothers me. But every time you get into a fight, you don't know where it's going to end up. You're taking a greater than zero risk that you could die in that confrontation. Stupid arguments. Probably, in my experiences, I'm a lawyer here in America, Phil. By the way, criminal defense attorney. In my experience, most people who are killed over nothing. Nothing. I mean, it's not like in the TV shows and the movies where there's always a motive and there's a life insurance policy and there's you can say, yeah, okay, I could imagine killing someone over $1 million payoff. It's nothing, man. It's a bump in a convenience store. It's absolutely nothing that they kill each other over. So the moment you get in that confrontation, you're incurring two risks you were not incurring a moment before. One of them is death. I mean, that fight could end up in your death. I don't care how good you are at fighting. It might not be your day. Even Mike Tyson has been beat in fights. The second risk is you could end up going to jail for the rest of your life. And you might end up killing that guy if you're not the one who dies. And then what? Well, then you face I don't care how innocent you actually are, how lawful and self-defense it was. If I put you in front of a jury, there's a 10% chance you get convicted. That's just the noise in the system. You could be the most innocent client I've ever represented. So every time you're about to get into a fight, just think about it. Could end in death, could end in life in a cage with really unpleasant people who find you sexually attractive. What's worth that? Not a lot. There's some things that are worth those risks, but it's not a long list.
We have this in the UK. I mean, bearing in mind we don't have the deadly weapons as such legally as the Americans do. But there's still an equal amount of guys who will get into a deadly conflict and die over this. And it's always over stupid shit. There's usually a woman involved and stuff like that, and the woman
they're the worst.
Always goes away with the
worst reason to get into a fight. Worst reason. Don't ever get.
Speaking of women, I've got Phil's website up here. If you guys want to look.
Sure.
Boom. That's.
Oh, no kidding. Those are dolls, huh?
Yeah. This
Look
is
at
my
how
new
realistic
one.
that
These
is.
are Zelex
Where's
dolls,
Scoop at?
and what I'm trying to say is this. I mean, it's implanted hair in the head, so it looks very, very realistic. But if I just took a still of that doll and said, that's my girl, you'd go, yeah, she's nice. Yeah. You wouldn't say that's
I noticed you didn't make her 35 years old.
Oh, no.
Also,
Dude,
Phil, why does she have a blood type?
Wait, Phil, you ain't right. A blood type B?
That's not me. That's Zelex doing that.
Why?
That's great.
I like that they even give her a birthday.
Yes, 2.
A birthday, God.
Oh, and they gave her a sign.
She's a star, yeah. She got a sign.
If
I can guarantee. Hey, Drex, this is as truthful as every Tinder profile. I guarantee she doesn't do running or swimming, but neither does anyone else who says they do.
Pretty much.
Any doll vendor was going to give a doll a birthday, it would be the 14th of February. So we don't have to fucking do Valentine's Day and then her birthday.
Right. Smart play. Do you have a model like this that's maybe half the price, but there's a 50% chance it's going to divorce you and take half your shit?
No, we absolutely guarantee it will not take your shit. That's the beauty of it. Now, because I've been asked a number of times, because there's a big spread. You can go from $1,000 all the way through to $4,000 for a doll, and they go, Jesus, Phil, they're really expensive. And I always have to counter by saying, have you ever been divorced? That's expensive.
Andrew's been divorced.
It was expensive for me. It was 100% of my stuff. I was broke by the time that was done.
There we go. So
it was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth every penny.
Was it worth getting married?
The first time or the second
first time? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there you go. That's the cost benefit.
The only thing I kept was my kids, which was the most important thing. But all the money and property and stuff, that all went away.
Oh, come on. Troll with a purpose. How could you?
Oh, Twitcher and OnlyFans. Look, man, the foot pics.
I'll get her out of there. You guys are thirsty and it's unhealthy.
I mean, dude, you're obviously a nice guy who actually loves his kids, his ex-wife and stuff like that. If I was burned by an ex-wife like that, I swear to God, I would just pay a guy a couple of grand to just make sure she was never there anymore.
Well, yeah.
This is perhaps why I should never get married.
I think anyone's crazy to get married. And I've done it twice. But with my ex-wife, I gave her all the money. we didn't fight over it. We had 2 kids in America.
So
if you get divorced, you lose custody of the children. I mean, if you're the man, you lose custody of the children.
Was that amicable, or were you forced into that?
No. She had a variety of issues. One of them was she wasn't good with money, and she liked money. And I had money, so I said, "Listen, I'll give you basically everything, but I don't want to fight over custody of the kids." And she took that deal. Now, if I'd gone, the truth is, I mean, she didn't really think it through. If we just gone to court and fought over it, I would have ended up with no money anyway, and not the kids. So, for me, it was a no-brainer. The money was going away regardless. I may as well use it to, negotiate legal custody of my children, which is what I did.
And yet
I figured I could always make more money,
don't we?
Yeah.
No, we don't. We live in a matriarchy, brother.
Exactly. Right.
It's a woman's world out there.
And Andrew, have you heard of cases where the judge will just throw the agreement out and say, because she says, "Well, I signed it under duress. He was pressuring me with all that money."
Oh, it's worse than that. In the U.S., when a court awards a certain child support amount, for example, $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month, the federal government here actually gives the court matching funds for that dollar.
Right. It's matched dollar for dollar.
So it's in the interest of the court to award child support. If it's an amicable divorce and you say, "Hey, we each want to have the kids 2 weeks at a time, 50-50, we'll each naturally pay half the cost for the kids that way," you go to a judge and tell them that, the judge is likely to say, "No, I'm not doing that." Because then the court, there's no child support. The court doesn't get the matching funds. And courts in America run all kinds of programs, and many of them are good programs, battered women shelters, all kinds of stuff, drug addiction stuff. They're good things, but they don't get any money from the legislature for those. Yep. They pay for those programs out of their own funds. So the judges are thinking, well, listen, if I don't award child support here, we're not getting the matching funds from the feds. I won't have that money for those programs. So they think they're doing a good thing. Now, of course, it's all done on the back of the the male in the divorce proceedings who ends up paying all that.
Yeah, well, Hammerhand talks about that. Shout out to Hammerhand, by the way. But you'd be amazed how many people don't know about the dollar for dollar match.
It's terrible. The whole system is designed to destroy marriages, to pay women to walk out of marriages, to pay women to fight over custody. It's the whole system. I tell women, man, you're 40 and you haven't been able to find a husband. It's because the system is geared so negatively towards the men entering that deal. It's just a bad legal deal for men. I mean, no rational person would enter into that.
Now, Andrew, I got to ask you this, though. I do like that. Last year, the family courts at NYC were complaining about lack of business. Just like the sperm banks. You heard there's only... Yeah,
there's a lack of business because fewer people are getting married in the first place.
Yeah, they're like, I'm good.
Say this all the time. Divorces are down. Yeah, divorces are down because fewer people are getting married. And actually, divorce rates are down. But divorce rates are down in part because the people who are still getting married are more committed to the concept of marriage and less likely to get divorced. But the raw number of people getting married is just fucking collapsed. So, of course, there's fewer divorces.
Now, Andrew, I got to ask you, though. Down goes another one. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Brady, Gisele Bundchen.
Right.
Bronca, I want your take, and then Phil, I want your take. So, Bronca,
if even Tom Brady can't keep his woman, what chance do you have?
Yeah, I mean, well, let me ask you this, though. So,
she just can't be happy, right? She's got millions, billions, whatever of her own money. She's much richer than Tom. And she's married to a world-class quarterback in the NFL, world-class athlete, good-looking guy. Apparently, there's never been any abuse or anything like that.
Oh, just wait.
Yeah. And Bronca, no abuse claims yet. Yeah. Y'all know what happened with Brad and Angelina, right?
Well, I think they finalized it now, right? Didn't they finalize it today? Yeah, I think it's over, yeah.
Now, Phil, I want to ask you this, though. So, Phil, you hear about the Brady thing, right? And my question to you is this. When will guys learn, right? When do you think guys are going to finally just sit there and feel and go, okay, we got it?
Right, and what kind of doll do you make for a guy with, 7 Super Bowl rings? Yeah. There's got to be some, right? Is it
one with a sturdy hand?
Option,
dude,
right? It's like
if you've got the money, I can design any doll.
Phil can even put tits on the back.
Right. He'll probably say he wants one that looks just like Gisele, but it can't talk.
Yeah.
Now, it's funny that you should say this. There was a guy from the Czech Republic. He asked me, he said, I really like this doll that you've got. Can I order it with you? He said, yeah, that's fine. And we went through all of the usual options. He wanted skin color, hair, eye color, stuff like that. And he said, Phil, I really want you to just guarantee for me that when I order this doll, it will not talk. And that's because he had his asshole talked off him from his last girlfriend. So he just wanted absolute silence from his girl. Now, for anyone who's been married out there, you know what I'm talking about. Because there are some guys who can just kind of phase it out and just stop listening to the wife. But most guys just want that absolute silence, and then I just want to nut into you maybe in the morning, in the night, stuff like that, and then just get on with it. But all these women go, oh my God, that's
entirely consistent with evolutionary biology.
Yeah.
Indeed, isn't
Right.
it though?
That's our purpose on this earth, right?
Well, Bronco, here's what kills me. I was talking to Kat before the show, right? And we were talking about the Tom Brady Giselle thing. And I said, here's my biggest gripe. If Brady is sitting at home, what do women say, Bronco? You're at home a whole,
Yeah.
whether you got money. What do they
You're
always
not
say?
doing anything.
You're not doing nothing. Well, yeah, you're always at the house. And then Bronco, you know what the guy does? He goes like this. God damn, I'm just tired of her complaining about me always being nothing. I'm going to go find things to do. Now, Phil, the same guy who just was getting bitched to,
And so what should you actually do is you get that bitch and get her out of the house.
that's what he should do. But we're saying, what do most guys do? She's complaining that I don't have any job. So he goes and gets a job or whatever.
Oh my
hobby.
God, so what does my girl want me to do? And they'll just do whatever that girl wants him to do. Cucks himself out. And
Yep.
that's the problem.
But you can't listen to women.
Yeah.
You can't pay attention to
You
what they're
must never
saying.
listen to women. I mean,
Yeah,
shit,
you have to pay attention to what they're doing.
even before the whole Migtown thing. I had girls that I've lived with, and she're like, oh yeah, but I want this and I want this from you. And right, okay, right. Now I can get sex 2-3 times a week without a girlfriend, right? So I want from you the option twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening. If I don't take that option, that's a bonus for you. But I'm going to bone you one way or the other.
It doesn't just accumulate.
No.
Rage back.
I didn't let it roll over. But that kind of idea. And she was like, okay. And she was fine with that. So I could deal with a lot of her shit that would come on. And I would just be like, stop complaining. Just get the fucking food made. Because that was her job, right? Because I had my job, she had her job.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to work for a time.
When guys allow this thing to actually accumulate, that's the problem.
Well, my second marriage is extremely successful. I'm very much in love with my wife because we have those kind of delineations. I provide, I provision, I do nothing pretty much but work, which is fine. I love my work. She does everything else. She does all the house stuff. And by the way, she works for my firm as well, a few hours a week, adds tremendous value to what we do. But her primary responsibilities are the kids, the house, the meals, the decorating, the Christmas
you guys
stuff.
have your roles, right?
Right. And nothing interferes with my ability to make money for my family. That's it. That's, you want to piss me off. That's the only way to piss me off, is interfere with my ability to provide for my family. And she just does everything in her power to facilitate my ability to do that. And I love her dearly for that. And all I do, I mean, people would say, Andrew, you work 60, 70 hours a week. Isn't that a burden? I'm like, shit, no, this is what I love doing. This is amazing. What I would hate doing is having to do this and then go home and take a lot of shit about stuff I'm not doing, I don't know, trimming the hedges or something.
Yep.
I'll pay someone to trim the hedges.
Well, I had this with my girlfriends. Oh, no, right, you need to do 50% of the work in the house. Right, okay. Right, it's your turn to take the fucking bins out. Out you go.
Go do my job.
No, I don't do
Go do half my job.
Clean out the fucking gutters. Off you go. Oh, no, I don't like doing that. Oh, well, fuck right off, girl. So I smacked her on the arse, literally put her over my fucking knee, smacked her on the arse and said, you do that again and we're finished. So, okay.
Yep.
And that never happened again.
They just
By the
want
way,
daddy.
women will shit test you all the time.
All the time.
That's one of their most favorite things. They don't even know they're doing it consciously, but it's got to be wired into their subconscious. They'll just shit test you. They'll give you shit, see how much you take. And it's not until you push back that if you never push back, they not only don't respect you, they'll be banging the guy next door.
Always, every time. I mean, and this is the thing, Bronca. It's great to be that guy, because I think there's going to be some stories coming out. Angelina and Brad, what is your take on where that's going? She's out here. She has a.
Oh, I don't know.
Claims.
I don't follow that kind of stuff.
So this is another one of those cases where there were no claims of abuse, right? All of a sudden, the divorce comes. Suddenly, Brad is an abuser. So you've been around the court system. You know how this works. When these chicks come out saying he abused me and the kids, and someone goes, "When did this happen?" It was all 8 years ago, allegedly, right? What do you think about these kind of cases like that, where these claims happen when the paperwork is filed?
I just hope he's smart enough to want to fight this. That's the first thing. And the guy's got to want to fight. A lot of guys will just fold. But if he wants to fight it, hire good legal counsel. I mean, Johnny Depp fought it. And Johnny Depp, I don't think is nearly as capable, frankly. I like Johnny Depp just fine, but he's got a lot of his own issues. Hire good legal counsel and just don't get walked over. He's got the money for it. I mean, the people who get crushed are just the ordinary middle class dudes who can't hire good lawyers, and they just get creamed. The whole system is against their own lawyer is really against them. I mean, the lawyer is supposed to be representing you, but the lawyer, keep in mind, you're that lawyer's client only for a few months, right? The lawyer is living in that system for decades, their entire career.
This is why I would say, like, if you're one of those like middle class guys who's going to get like shat on, which is going to happen, I would simply have that girl shot.
Okay.
Now I know there's like a lot of
in Italy,
but that's my baby mama, and like I love my kids and all the rest of it. But like, if you hate as much as what she's doing to you, then do it to her. If you don't have the wherewithal to do that to her, then you're going to get walked over.
The trouble is, Phil, the first step of that plan is don't tell anybody.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah,
you just broke the first step.
Yeah, well, hold on, Bronca. Remember, Phil will be spared this as long as he's in our glorious state of Illinois come January 1st. Phil, you've got 2 months and 3 days.
All right.
The purge law is coming.
Oh my God,
Bronca,
it's going to be so interesting.
I've never been this excited. Shout out to my man, Jim Satala.
So, Drex, are you in Illinois? Is that where you are?
Hell to the no.
Oh, okay.
I don't want these crazy ass betas running around shooting my ass. Look.
Oh no, he's in worse.
Where are you, Drex?
I'm in Minnesota. I'm
Minnesota.
I'm 2 hours and change away from Nick's place.
Oh, Minnesota.
Nick, he lives out in the middle of nowhere.
Minnesota's really nice in the summer. Man, that's a tough winter. Jesus.
That's always a killer when you say in the summer.
In the summer.
We all know what that means.
Which is like 3 weeks.
Yeah,
Brock,
it's so horrible, man. Like this place, if you remove the winter, Minnesota's not bad because the spring, we don't really have much of a spring. But I mean, even if you kept it in 30s to 40s, not the end of the world.
If you remove the winter, the whole year would be 3 months long.
Yeah. It stretches. So right now we're pretty good, right? We're gonna have a 60-something degree Halloween, which is a fluke, right?
Oh, that's great.
We're gonna get cold here, right? Come November, it's gonna get cold in November, right? It will be cold until May.
Yeah, right. So I lived in New England. I lived in Boston for 25 years. I know what those winters are like. It gets cold in November, and the snow that falls in November, by the way, that fucking snow is still there in May.
It's just still there. Comes off the Atlantic is awful.
It's black by then.
Like, well, Bronco, you remember
20 feet high snow. It's crazy.
You've seen those snow drifts, like you get a place like Buffalo always gets hit the hardest. You ever notice that? Like,
they get that lake effect.
Yeah, they get hit, and you're like, wait, 4 feet? Oh. Dirty Dan's got protection. His only protection is a fucking ball cream. Dirty Dan ain't got nothing. Bronco,
Dirty Dan, by the way,
ball cream.
Dirty Dan, if you have protection, you might also want to get the law of self-defense principles. By the way, if you go to that link under my face, you see it there, lawofselfdefense.com, Drexel.
Oh.
This book is free. Free. Real book, not a PDF download, real physical book. In fact, it's bulletproof. I mean, you may need a lot of them, but if you have enough of them, it's bulletproof.
No, actually, there are stories of people who were shot and it hit a Bible in their pocket. They were shot in World War I or II, right? It hit a Bible in his pocket and it stopped the round. Like it came from a Browning.
Well, bullets do weird things.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
layers of paper. No, I wouldn't try for my life to it. God was watching that guy that day.
Yeah, my protection against incoming bullets is outgoing bullets.
I like that.
I want that on a T-shirt.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, here's the best part, though. So, Bronca, we look at. I was telling Phil, as the insurance. So we're talking about the state of things.
That's
right?
the only one I recommend, by the way. Self-defense insurance here in the U.S. Phil, we have this kind of self-defense insurance industry. CCW Safe is the only one I recommend. lawofselfdefense.com/CCW save.
Hooray.
CCW save. I just write that down.
Yeah, the other ones are no good. Don't even bother with them.
Oh boy.
What a crazy
Got,
world we live
we got so many super chats. You know what? I'll do maybe in 30 minutes. We'll take a break.
So, Phil, where are you?
The chats themselves are actually insane. I'm in northeast England. I was actually in London.
Yeah.
But like London is just getting so it's basically Chicago now. So I got out.
So is knife crime there as bad as I read about in the news?
The knife crime in London is the knife crime capital of the world. No.
Okay.
It's that bad.
Man, knives scare me worse than guns. I'd rather be shot with a pistol than cut up with a knife.
How many
If
times do
somebody
you deal with
points
that?
like a gun at you can kind of like try and get out the way, but like somebody like if they're stabbing at you with a knife, you've got like what 1/10 of a second to get out.
Yeah, and in the U.S., if you're shot with a pistol caliber round one time, if you're shot once, you got about an 80% chance of making it, statistically speaking. If you want to see what a knife actually does to a human being, just go buy a big roast and get a really sharp knife and just slice at it. It just opens it up.
Fucks everyone up. Yeah.
It's much more grievous injury than a single pistol.
I mean,
round.
like as a white guy, I could probably say, well, Phil, why did you move out? Because it's black on black crime, right? But like, it's just a matter of time before I get caught up in that. And I thought, fuck it, I don't need to be in London, right? I'm out. Bye-bye.
I think you've seen a lot of people in Chicago mirror that same attitude. If I don't have to be in Chicago when that purge law goes into effect, I'm out.
Man, it's gonna be
That's been American urban history since the 60s and 70s, right? White flight out of the cities and all that.
Yep.
Cooper's got a question for Bronco.
It's really a misnomer because any normal person who can move their family out of a crime-ridden area does it, and not just white people, black people, Asian people, Hispanic. Everyone. No one wants to raise their kids in the environment of violence. They all leave.
Mm-hmm. I mean, all you're gonna be left with is ratchet single moms twerking.
We're going to be left with what we have, right? Chicago, Baltimore.
Yep.
I mean, that's what you're left with. And then they wonder, there's no grocery stores.
Like, come on,
St. Louis. But I mean,
Memphis.
East St. Louis is rough. Memphis. Oh, Brock, when's the last time you've been to
I
Memphis?
think Memphis is worse than Chicago.
Memphis,
I got to be
Memphis
honest.
Yeah, I agree.
I would. You would
Philly.
not find me. First of all, I won't go to Memphis. But if I were there, you would not find me there without a gun for sure. Memphis is dangerous.
Philly's getting much
so
worse
bad.
now. Philly used to be an okay city, from
Where
what I've
would you
heard.
guys describe as a nice place in the United States?
Anywhere that's
Billings, Montana.
Boston's still pretty good.
Major
Boston.
cities.
Yeah,
Okay.
Boston's pretty good.
Oh, I want to ask you, Brock, what did you think about the movie The Town, which chronicles Boston and Charlestown?
Oh well,
all
I
that?
mean, this story is nonsense, of course,
Of
like
course.
most gangsters type
Yeah.
movies. I love these mafia movies. I'm a huge fan of the Godfather movie, for example, the whole series. The first three. But I worked with gangsters. I worked in the garbage industry in New York as a kid, as a diesel mechanic, fixing their garbage trucks. There's nothing fancy about mobsters. The actual mafia, they're a bunch of psychopaths. They just suck. You don't want to have anything to do with them. They're nothing like how they're portrayed in the movie. I did like The Town because it was set in Boston, and I lived in Boston for 25 years, so I have a lot of kind of emotional affection for the city. I mean, the politics are insane, the taxes are insane, but the geography, the buildings, there's not a part. It's not a big city. It's kind of like San Francisco. It's an easy walking city. Mm-hmm. So there's not a part. I don't think there's a street in the city I haven't walked in the 25 years I lived there. So I like Boston on kind of an emotional level. I'd never moved back just because of the politics and tax. So it's always fun for me when they have a movie that's set in Boston and I'm seeing all the old neighborhoods where I lived all those years. But in terms of, I don't know what, the plot or the writing.
Oh, no, just because like I said, when anytime you see a movie that portrays, like you said, a place that you grew up or you spent a lot of time with, it always kind of has that sentimental value, right? Like, you watch a movie, you're kind of like, oh, it's good to see. I mean, even The Dark Knight. If you're aware of Chicago and you watch The Dark Knight, you're like, oh, that's Superior Street. That's what you can point out the streets. So it's nice to see.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Like, hey, I got a blowjob in that alley one time.
Yeah, right.
Koopa's got a question for Bronca here before. If someone threatens or attempts to take my waifu, can I protect my waifu with my laifu and my raifu? Lol.
I don't know what a waifu is.
That would be a doll.
Oh,
So property.
no. Yeah, not. Well, maybe in Texas. Literally, I'm not making a joke. Texas is the one state in the U.S. that allows for the use of deadly force in defense of personal property. I don't recommend it, but they do allow for it, and it does sometimes actually work.
Why
And the
is
courts
it
are not
so-
going to attach, like even pets don't get the same, pets are property in the eyes of the law. Is that correct?
Right. So in 49 of the 50 states in the U.S., you can absolutely not use deadly force in defense of mere personal property, absent a threat to human life. Texas actually is the one state that has a provision that allows. I've seen cases where people just. Elderly couple walking down the sidewalk, had a nice dinner out. Guy runs up, grabs the wife's necklace, rips it off her neck, runs down the street, jogging away. Husband just pulls out his pistol, shoots him in the back as he's running away with the necklace. And the Texas authorities say, well, if that guy didn't want to be dead, he shouldn't have taken the necklace.
You can't outrun a 9mm.
That wouldn't work in any other state, but Texas has that legal
Can I ask
provision.
why this is not the case everywhere?
Yeah,
else
so
in-
I don't,
in America?
Personally don't have any moral objection. If every state wanted to adopt the Texas model, I would be fine with that. If you don't want to die, don't be stealing people's stuff. But I don't talk about the law like I'd like it to be. I
Yes,
only
you
can talk
just
about the
tell
law
it
as
like
it
it
is.
is.
Right.
I mean, but my point is, because, as a Brit, I hear of North America and specifically America as to be a land of the free, but land of the free also in these lives and times seems to be like, I can take your shit and run away with it, and unless you just get the precise amount of force, you can't actually object.
It depends. I mean, a big. So the bottom line is, you use force against another person, you're subject to a criminal charge, and it's not hard for the criminal charge to be really serious, where you're looking at 10 or 20 years in prison. And I don't care how innocent you actually are, how good your legal defense is. Even if you hire me, if we put you in front of a jury, there's a 10% chance you get convicted. That said, if you did it right, if you used force within the actual legal boundaries and you have competent legal counsel, you can get that risk of conviction pretty close to zero. It's never zero, but you can get it darn close. The trouble is, in America, most people don't know what the actual legal boundaries are. They just, if they just get lucky when it works out. They just happen to find. It's like playing it's like playing soccer, and the boundary lines are all invisible. And you just got lucky that you were inside the boundary
If I
line.
was to go another level on this one, okay, so somebody comes into my property and I kill them.
Your property, you mean like your home?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a different scenario, even in America. If someone actually unlawfully and forcibly enters your home, it's pretty hard to fuck that up. You can do pretty much anything you want to that person.
But I kill them,
Yeah.
and then I dispose of them.
Oh, don't do that.
Don't do that. Yeah, automatic. Like I think that's basically like the automatic conviction.
Yeah.
right,
So
Mark?
if you, well, I mean, the trouble is, again, I don't know anything about British law, so obviously I can only speak from American law. But under American law, if you start doing things like hiding the body or moving the body, in America we have a cliche: if you shoot someone outside your house, drag him inside the house before you call the police. If you do stuff like that, it's what we call consciousness of guilt evidence. You're tampering with the scene. You're tampering with evidence. And the jury in your trial will be instructed that the only rational reason for you to do that is because the actual evidence was unfavorable to you. That not only did the state believe you were guilty, but you believed you were guilty. That's why you're doing this stuff. That's not a good jury instruction.
But it just seems, though, that the law is geared towards the criminal as opposed to the person trying to protect themselves.
Well, in America, it's not that bad. Most of the time in America, if you do it reasonably right, you're probably okay. The difficulty is the moment you get in the fight, it's not up to you anymore.
Word probably, though.
Right? Yeah. No, there's a lot of risk there, and it's not up to you. That's the point. It's not up to you. You gave up control of your future the moment you use that force. Now it's other people making those decisions of whether you spend the rest of your life in a cage. It's the cops, it's the prosecutor, it's the judge, it's the jury. Most of the time, they come to reasonable decisions about you. Most of the time. But the point is, it's not up to you.
Yeah, no, but this depends in which state that this happens, right?
It does a lot. So in the U.S., the use of force law, self-defense law is pretty consistent across all 50 states. But we have to keep in mind that the criminal justice system is not like a magic box where you put facts and law in one end and you crank a handle and you get justice out the other end. Inside that box is a bunch of fucking people, and not all of them are very smart. And they have all the foibles of all other human beings. All these cops, prosecutors, judges, jurors, they're just human beings. And human beings, we've met stupid ones, right?
Well,
all of us.
I understand that human beings can make mistakes, but like Californians are retards. And they're just letting people off who've like almost like killed people and stuff like that.
Well, that's mostly the politically elected prosecutors who are doing that.
Well, indeed, but it amounts to the same thing, though, doesn't it? I mean, like if you're trying to protect yourself, and then what can you do in that state?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be there. That's why I don't live there. But if it's only an aberrant prosecutor, you have a hope that you can replace that one person and get a different system. If it's the entire society, well, then you're just fucked.
Well,
Hence why everyone's moving out to Texas.
Colorado. They're moving out to where I live. I see dozens of California license plates every day on the road.
Oh, I know it. Now, Bronco, how is that affecting the economy there, man? With Californians moving into Colorado.
They have a very traditional feudal economy in California. There is no middle class. Mm-hmm. There's the super rich IT people, and then they're like 10% of the state. And then there's the 90% of the state that serves those people. They do their laundry. They watch their kids in daycare. They're school teachers. They're cops. They're landscapers. That's 90%. And they're all desperately poor. And they all, it's weird. If you don't actually, people don't know what California is like. It's almost like we didn't know what the Soviet Union was like on the other side of the wall, right? Because we never went there. Mm-hmm. But in California, it's common for people we would normally think of as middle class to live communally in a home where they're basically renting one bedroom in like a 5-bedroom house. Yep. I mean, I live in a 5-bedroom house. So it's just my house. But in California, it's people who make the same, well, not the amount of money as me, but people who make a normal income.
Of the was it the Beach Boys?
It's not like that. No, that was a different California.
I know, but like this is what everybody remembers, though. That's what I mean. Like this beautiful time where everyone just kind of like rolled down to the coast and stuff like that, and everyone actually enjoyed everyone else's sort of like personability and stuff like that. Whereas now, you're terrified to actually say the wrong thing to the wrong person who's next to you.
You don't even need to say anything. I mean, this past spring, I was in LA. I have friends in LA. I was in Santa Monica, which is a beautiful part of California, right by LA. I was on the beach. I was staying in a 5-star hotel on the beach. The hotel was gorgeous. But the beach was like a scene from a zombie movie. I mean, there's just these staggering humans all over. There's camping tents all over. Yep. And I woke up in my hotel and I'm like, oh man, I'd like to get a cafe mocha. I wonder if there's a coffee place nearby. There's a coffee place 2 blocks away. And I'm like, oh, I'll go there. I'll get some coffee. I step out on my balcony. I look out on the street and it was like a goddamn zombie movie. And I'm like, I'm too scared to walk 2 blocks to the goddamn coffee shop because I might have to kill somebody along the way. And so I just, fortunately, smart hotel. They had an excellent restaurant. They had excellent coffee. So I didn't have to go anywhere. But I was in Santa Monica, one of the richest neighborhoods in California. I was scared to death to walk 2 blocks to a coffee place.
Well, Brock, I told you that happened to me in San Diego when I got into it with Miss San Diego over some fuck shit. That was 2 years ago, I think, 1 or 2 years ago. And I'm down there, and this is no lie. Bronca, she pulls up to her friend's hotel, right? Who was visiting from Texas. And so, and I literally was like, hey, nice to meet you, take it easy, right? She's like, she does like the little nudge, like, hey, walk her to the front door. Bronca, the front door was like 50 feet away. You know what I'm saying? No bullshit.
You know how fast this stuff happens? In 5 seconds, 3 dudes walk up to you and you're the victim of an armed robbery. That's how quick it is.
It's that, like, Phil, you have to go to. I actually took pictures of some of the tent cities in. If you go to like San Diego, the next town over is Oceanside, La Jolla, all that.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to these places, these used to be in Bronco. You remember this? It was like the creme de la creme of the country. Venice Beach used to be where you went to go play volleyball.
Oh, it's horrible. I went by there in the spring
Yeah,
too.
right.
It was
do you
bad.
remember when Venice Beach was the volleyball mecca of the
I
world?
walked down Venice Beach like 15 years ago, and it was just a lovely place.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
no,
gone.
it's pretty. It's
Gone.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, last
It's
time.
the
I
one
mean, I
that-
was there in April. It was bad. I don't know what it looks like today. I haven't been back since April.
I mean, there are places actually in England which have done this where they've gone from like a really nice place. Whereas, like, if you're, like, say, walking your niece, like, out, like, from your property door out to the end of your property sort of boundaries, there'd be, like, two men walk with her kind of thing. This sounds like the similar thing that you guys are having to deal with.
I think it's
my
worse
God.
in California. I mean, the friends I have in California I was visiting, they were like, listen, you got to stay 20 feet away from every homeless person because they'll just stab you. They'll stab you for no goddamn reason. They'll stab you because they're psychotic and they're imagining a world that doesn't exist. And you look like a lizard attacker to them, and they'll just stab you in the neck if you walk within arm's reach.
That happened to a cop in Canada this last week. His tent was on. Someone set his tent on fire, and so she responds and tries to clear. He's laying
fire.
like pretending to be asleep, right, and then just jumps out and gets her. Hey, Drex, did you see the accidentally shooting? Another female cop accidentally shot someone instead of tasering them.
Bronco, why do they allow women to be cops?
Was that a girl again?
Yep.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's ridiculous
It should be
they allow
illegal.
women to be cops. They shouldn't allow most men to be cops. Most
it's-
people should not be cops.
Agreed.
I
know,
work
but
with
it's-
police all the time, and I can tell you,
Take
20 years ago,
women's rights away. That's the way to do it.
yeah, we should circle back to that. I'm happy to talk about that too. I think this whole women's voting thing is ridiculous, but
Oh, wait till TFM shows up, Bronca. You'll love it.
I can tell you, 20 years ago, because I work with cops and law enforcement a lot. I teach at the FBI Academy here in the U.S. And 20 years ago, people who work at police academies would tell me that they have people who come into the academy to be police officers. They've never been punched in the face. They've never punched anybody in the face.
Not-
I'm like,
not
how
one
the
of
fuck
them,
are you
and
going to
they
do?
don't
There
get
are bad people out there. There are really
First
bad
time it
people out there.
happens, they shit themselves, don't they?
Right. And now today, a couple months ago, I was talking to a guy working in an academy. You know what he told me? He says now when they release students from the academy, they do an exit interview. Half of those students have never been yelled at. They've never
Oh,
been yelled
Jesus
at.
fucking
Well, holy
Christ.
crap. Listen, man.
we're doomed,
I'm a
Phil.
criminal defense attorney. I deal with criminals. There are bad MFers out there. If you can't handle being yelled at,
Yep.
you're gonna have their baby 9 months after you meet them. They're gonna just take you apart. And it's ridiculous when we put these women in these positions. They're
Well, again,
statistically
yeah, we just
smaller,
need to take
weaker,
them
and less
right
fighting
away and just
experience.
like girls. And I don't mean necessarily get back in the kitchen or anything like that. But girls are good at one thing, guys are good at another, right? This is why we put men actually in the army and the armed forces and shit like that. If you want to get up in somebody's face and beat the living piss out of them, you get a guy. You don't get a girl who's got like an English degree or something like that to do this, do you?
Right. So in America, what they've had to do now is because the police departments, the personnel have been so watered down, they've created all these special jobs for the cops who can't actually do cop work. You know, they shouldn't actually have a gun. They in America, all the cops have guns. I know it's different in the UK,
Yeah, of
but
course.
all the cops in America have guns, and probably 75% of them ought not have guns. If you're just going to write parking tickets, or you're just going to work in a school, or you're just going to be a public relations officer, you don't need a damn gun. Don't have a gun. And then you're fine in that job. We're not expecting you to fight anybody. But when we give you the gun, we're expecting you to be able to fight people. And you just can't do it. And you get killed, and you get other people killed.
Well, we had this with the Israeli Defense Force. Because what is it? They have like about 5% women. And there's a number of them who just
Very
shit
attractive women.
themselves and just went, oh no, I'm just going to like put my hands over my head and I don't actually want to do anything. Well, thank fuck we actually had you in the army. right? And
Yeah.
that's why we should just say, like, women are
Hey, man,
just
it's hard
not
to
good at-
fight.
Now, if there's a woman who can actually, like, outperform that, then fine. There's 4% of women who can actually do this, who can, like, keep up and, like, play with the boys, sort of
Right.
thing. Then let's not discriminate against them, because they
Listen, there
really
are plenty
feel-
of guys who can't fight. They're temperamentally unsuited to fighting, but they
Yeah.
learn that when they're teenagers and they just don't do it. Right? They get punched in the face and they give up, and that's who
and
they are.
squeal
Now,
like a
now they know
little
who they
girl,
are.
and then they
Right.
just sit down.
And
don't
that's
they?
fine. It doesn't make them bad people. It just makes them people who are not suitable to be in a fighting profession.
They're not like military. They're not police or anything like that.
Right. I'm sure they're great doctors or lawyers or
You know what they're
whatever.
going to be? They're going to be HR. That's what they're going to be.
Be what?
Human resources.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's the worst. That's quite the insult there, Phil.
I know, right?
Oh my god.
Actually, Tim, you can go ahead and go through the super chats. I know we had a bunch. I saw.
Yeah, I'm stacked up way behind on them. A few of them apply to Bronca too, so I want to get those before
What?
he leaves.
What?
They got you.
All right.
Tim. Before you go, Phil, can you tell me the rough area in the UK where you are? I'd like to look it up on a map just to see where it is.
It's called County Durham, and it's Stanley, the small town that I am there.
How do you spell it? County.
Durham.
Hey, cool. Thanks.
In British English, they never pronounce H's. Ever.
It's fine. I went to Harvard. They do the same thing there.
I went to Harvard.
No, I said Durham.
Let's see. Okay, the first one. Yeah, Castile says, "Take this money, homie." Thank you very much. Kat Endway says, "Does Drex and Phil have an opinion on Coraline movie and/or book?"
It's been a long
That
time.
was okay, actually. No. I mean, as far as female films go, it wasn't bad, actually. I mean, I wouldn't say I would, like, if I had children, like sons, you need to watch this movie. But it was okay. It's not like the woke shit that we've got now.
Joel Reese says, but he paid in euros, so I'm only going to read half of it. I'm kidding. Drex, love you, man, but you have a quest to go to Mount Doom and destroy that lame-ass Argyle. Awesome to see you guys reach 100 episodes. I don't know who he's
Yes,
referring to.
congratulations, Drex. 100.
I know.
Big
I told Phil 30 to 50 was what I thought would happen until the yeeting. But Susan got the dick pics.
Yeah, she really, she must have really loved them. We got this, okay, the Man's Reality Podcast says, "Hi, what's up? Long time no see. Keep the beta and the women in their place."
You have to.
Well, Drex, you know that after Twitter's just had their beatdown, you know YouTube might just be seeing the same sort of thing.
Elon's about to eat YouTube alive.
So, Bronco, what do you think he's going to do?
He's not going to leave that video potential just laying there. Like half the tweets on Twitter are redirecting people to YouTube. He's not going to let that happen.
He's going to, like, I would like to think that he's going to align himself with Rumble, because they're monetizing videos as well.
But I don't think
everybody
he needs to.
wants that.
I'm not sure that's a smart move. I like Rumble. I also stream on Rumble. Rumble's fine. I got nothing against Rumble, but they have like a $2 billion market cap right now, and Twitter had a Periscope. They've had a video functionality before. They let it go dormant, but I mean, Elon knows how to code. He's got people who know how to code. I'm not sure you need to spend $2 billion to buy Rumble. You could just listen. The truth is, what YouTube does is not that hard.
But, like, I mean, if he could make, say $100 billion by, like, monetizing,
he'll make
Twitter,
$1 trillion. He'll make $1 trillion.
Well, let's say it's $1 trillion, for example. But why make $1 trillion when you can make $2 trillion by, like, co-opting with somebody else?
Well,
that's my argument.
Listen, I'm not saying it's not the right play. Maybe it is. I'm skeptical because I know he could almost certainly replicate what Rumble does without having to buy Rumble. But regardless, I have to assume he's going to recreate the functionality of YouTube, the monetization of videos, all that jazz, because it's just not that hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what do you need YouTube for? I mean, cat videos?
Wouldn't that be
We're going to see YouTube collapse like we're seeing Meta collapse.
Oh, the meta. We got to talk about that, Drex.
yeah,
in a second.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just we'll shelf that for a second. I want to make sure we show this chat on screen.
$100.
Frederick Little, thank you so much. Cheers to 100 episodes of Migtown Podcast. Congratulations, guys. I hope your channel continues to grow and eventually you reach 1 million.
Yeah, nice.
Jonathan says, Dollhouse Phil has Bond villain potential. Congrats on 100.
Indeed, I do, little boy.
Oh, God. Capricious Tyrant says, congratulations on reaching level 100. Here's to 100 more. Also, Mr. Bronca is knocking, and as you see, we have indeed opened a door for him.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh,
Pleased.
Drex, I just saw someone hop in. You're going to love it. 1 second. I'll get him in once I'm done here. I see you there. Dr. Fox says, congrats on 100, man. If you're around St. Cloud, let's get a beer.
Nice. I mean, I don't drink, but I'll drink a water or the rare.
I do. If anybody wants to get me a beer.
Oh yeah. I just knew Phil was gonna lead in with that. I drink.
Fuck, Phil, we were so close. If it wasn't for your cucked UK government, we were so close. I would have landed at Bronca 2 days before I am scheduled to land at Heathrow. The UK government says,
this
hey,
is
we're
so
changing
bad.
the coronavirus protocols. You have to isolate for 5 days. 2 days before I was due to
We
fly
were
in.
literally 2 days before he was. Literally everything was bought, and he was going to arrive, and we were going to do like a whole session together in London. Everything was going to be cool, but no, Boris had to fuck it up.
Yeah. And now, how long did your female prime minister last? 2 months?
No, everyone, listen to me. This is the female prime minister who said, "Look, we don't have any white straight men in our cabinet," and then it went completely southwards.
Well done. I keep wanting to call her Liz Cheney. What's her actual name?
Liz Truss.
Liz Truss. I keep trying to call her Liz Cheney. Same energy, right?
Yeah, pretty
right,
much,
Phil.
yeah.
Same energy as Liz Cheney.
At least her name's not Vijay.
Oh, unfortunate.
We would remember her more if she had a vagina name.
By the way, County Durham looks like it must be lovely. Is it pretty there?
It's very nice. It's an old colliery place where there's nothing actually happening anymore. So if you actually want to see like nice parts of like countryside, it's great. But it's full of like dickhead people who've never actually been outside of County Durham. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah. We call that Alabama.
Yeah, it's
shout out
basically
to
English rednecks.
Alabama.
Cat Enway says, does Phil and Drex know who Nostalgia Critic is? And if so, do they have an opinion on him?
Nostalgia
Does that ring a
Critic.
bell?
I don't know who that is, but I'm willing to be told today.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out to see if they follow up on that one. I'm watching like 6 chats right now because we're also... So, Drex, this is the first time we're multicasting to Migtown.tv, Odysee, Rumble, and YouTube.
Oh wow.
So I'm watching 4 chats in addition to Discord.
Am I on Migtown TV?
Yes, you are.
I mean,
In fact, hey, Drex, this is probably a good segue to bring in our next guest.
shit.
Jonathan says Bronca has Taken 2 villain potential.
I don't
And
even
then
know
we'll
what
come back.
Taken Two, the movie.
Yeah,
the
the
movie.
movie. Yeah, our man Liam Neeson.
Amr.
What up?
It's been a long time.
Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
Oh wait, he might be.
He's like the
muted.
perfect girl.
Yeah, right.
Okay. I'll keep doing super chats until he says.
Fell into a coma.
No, he's probably just like, I don't think this might be the first time he's used StreamYard, so I don't know if he's got it all figured out. Because last time we talked to Amr, he came in by Skype, Drex. That's how long ago it was.
I get it. I'm a boomer. I fuck this shit up all
does
the
Skype
time.
still exist?
So yeah, Microsoft owns it,
Okay.
and then they made Teams to try and replace it,
Right.
but I think
Now
it's still
Skype is-
around.
Skype is part of the COVID vaccine now.
Oh, I heard something.
Yeah, man. How you all doing tonight?
Amber, what is
Amber.
up?
Nothing much. Good panel you guys have going on.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, very kind of you.
Amr, I got a question for you. I saw
sir.
that we have a gal who is from a part of the world that you are familiar with, Larsa Pippen, Scotty's now ex-wife.
Right.
Her dad thought patrolled her, and she had to take her ass off OnlyFans. What do you think about that?
That is very typical for Muslim families to do, because the old school Muslims, like my parents, I mean, they're in their 70s and 80s, they're still together. If you do that crap, even the Christian Arabs are that strict as well. You don't do that crap, man. So what happened with Pippin's ex-wife? Yeah, the family will disown you if you do that. Back in the Middle East, still, you just can't do stuff like that. The younger generation, like the Gen Z woman, it's pretty much whatever happens, happens. But for us out there over the age of, say, 35, 40, yeah, there are some red lines that you just do not cross. Otherwise, you're going to get disowned by the whole family and shunned by the society you're in. But for the younger ones, it's pretty much free for all. Do whatever you want.
So, Amr, nice to meet you. We've never met before. My name's Andrew. What's the red line? I stepped away for a moment. So what's the red line you're referring to?
The red line when it comes to the older Muslim generation would be for the woman going up on OnlyFans and just flat out filling their holes online.
Yeah, that's a red line for even old American dudes like me.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
But only you, because Amr, last time I had you on, we were talking about these goddamn hojabbies. Because now, Amr, I gotta address this. I want you to address it. There are guys out here, I'm sure you heard about passport bros, all that, and there's guys leaving the country. There's guys saying, oh no, the women are so much better here. What do these guys need to know when they start going out of the country to, Africa, Asia, all these places? What do they need to know about hojabbies? Chicks living double lives on social media. What do they need to know?
Oh, I'm actually part of a WhatsApp group for travel bros, and I've been talking with a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys, they're doing pay to play. That's what they're doing. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to women, because I was actually in Cancun last week. I was in Cancun for 24 hours, and heck, even I myself got into pay to play. And what got me into pay to play is these women out there are so toxic, so disgusting, just so freaking repulsive that it's actually better for you to pay a girl who's gonna show up, do her job, and then take her ass back home. I remember there was this one girl, she was a hottie. She was from Guadalajara. I paid her like 1,800 pesos, which is like $100 on the dot. Yeah, really. She was out in Cancun doing this for money on the side, and I asked her, well, you're from Guadalajara, like, what do you do in Guadalajara? She's like, oh, I'm a banker, I'm a financial analyst in Guadalajara, and obviously she comes out to Cancun every couple of weeks to make her real money, her FU money. So a lot of these girls out there, they're leading a double life. Anywhere you go in the world.
Yeah, well, Amr, the double life. Amr, I gotta ask you about this, man. You'll appreciate this. I did a Discord live chat on Tuesday. Do you know what happened to me on Monday, October 24th? I was minding my own business, and I get hit up. 2 different cheating Indian women hit me up asking. They said, "Hey, happy Diwali, Amr." I'm not Indian.
Wow.
I have no idea what the hell Diwali is, right? So I had to start asking. I had to Google it, right?
Those are dudes, by the way.
Oh no! These are chicks we know. Yeah, these are actual the chicks.
Verified.
Right? Yeah, these are the verified. Because
English guys, we actually know what Diwali is.
Yeah. You guys. Yeah. So what ended up happening is I was asking them, like what was going on, how was it going, right? They were just got back from prayer because this is lightness triumphing over dark, right?
Yeah.
They had gotten back from prayer and everything. Amr. So what about this BBC gangbang, fam? These chicks were saying they literally just prayed with the family.
Mm-hmm.
It was prayer with the family, do the festivities, and then so we got to set up this BBC gangbang.
You know what?
I just went.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was me, right? I was like this.
Yeah.
Look, that I did not know. Diwali, I guess, is like their biggest holiday. It's like the holiday, October 24th, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, okay, let's put this in perspective. In the Christian world, this would be the equivalent of December 25th, right? Christmas.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Oh yeah, just got back from with the family. We went to church,
Right.
everything. Yeah, so I need to get my back blown out. You'd be
In
like,
fairness, you have to understand that the Hindus will, like, the whole sexual thing is to be like celebrated.
yeah.
And
Well, I
they'll
mean,
have
look,
sex
I'm
with
all for
everyone
celebrating.
and everything. That's
Oh,
fine.
Drex, I got to tell you that the white Catholic girls.
Oh, yeah, you're great.
Same thing, man.
Oh no. Well,
I
Bronca,
was there. I saw it.
Bronca. Okay, no. We got to ask the panel this. What do you think is your favorite thought religion? Because if I were to go down the line, I'm gonna have to go with Catholic, because I think their whole the shame that comes with sexual expression, I think it's expressed better with Catholic girls. I've heard dudes say Mormon, but I think Catholic chicks get it in. Oh,
No, I would say Muslims are way better, and you're going to be seeing a wave of Muslim women coming into America now that Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries said a woman can travel on her own. She doesn't need a male guardian or male approval. You're going to see an explosion. I'm hearing from travel bros in Germany now, the Muslim women are actually buying condoms more than the men because they're going out there getting smashed and dashed.
she belongs to the streets.
Yeah.
This is like, look. I told guys that Phil, we talked about this. This is the best time in history to be a man.
I told you a long time ago that from the book of Genesis, right? And like we talked about the serpent. The serpent does not exist. Eve was the serpent.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, just stop listening to the woman. Just deal with the woman in exactly anywhere that you need to deal with her to get your sons or daughters or whatever, and then just throw her away. That's what you should be doing.
It's a woman's world if you subjugate yourself to women. If you marry a woman, if you work for women, if you work in an institution where you're going to be reporting to women, it's a woman's world. But if you don't do that, if you work for yourself, if you're not married, it's a man's world, man. The women are making themselves free. They are free. All you have to be is in the top 20% or 30% of men. And if you're not there, just do it. I mean, just make a living and go to the gym, do whatever you need to do. But if you're in the top 20 or 30%, the women are free. They're free. It's the most insane time in history.
Awful lot easier, right? Like, life has been an awful lot easier for me when I just said, like, women, yeah, no, I'm not dealing with that. Now, I can deal with women, say like there's some woman behind the counter on like a shop that I'm dealing with. That's fine. Like, I can deal with that. But sexually, I'm not dealing with any women. And life has been so much more serene.
Of course it is. They only bring drama. I mean, Amr knows that. When Amr, when we talked about this, and I told you, Amr, when I first saw I discovered your channel. One thing that I love, and I'm gonna have to address this later, is top red pill professions. Because when you talked about driving a cab in LA, I've always said cab drivers are one of the most red pill people in the world because they see the real world the same way a hotel clerk does, right? If you work at a hotel, guess what you end up seeing? You go like this. Oh, checking in. People are trying to pay you cash. They're using aliases. You see. Remember, you look up people's name, right? They give you the ID. So if you're a hotel clerk, you go like this. Just for shits and giggles, this woman looks married. Look it up. Guess what you see, guys? Oh, wow, look at that. She has a family, cheesing in pictures. Of course she is. Why? That's why she's at a hotel giving you cash money.
Guys, always have the woman reserve the room and check in. I mean, would you give her your real name? I mean, come on, use your heads.
Oh, like, this is why, as like, I would say, as a Migtown, I would say, like, I don't have anything to do with women. And people will say to me, "Oh, well, Phil, are you actually a Migtown?" I say, "Well, this is how you tell the difference between a Migtown and somebody who's masquerading as Migtown. All the people who are masquerading as Migtown, all they talk about is women, 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 women,
Yep.
women, 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 right? Whereas with me, I'm talking about like golf or shooting or like let's go and travel to this place, and that's the difference. Like, so for all of these guys who like think, oh yeah, I'm a proper MGTOW, it's like, fuck you are. Just tell me what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it always comes out in the wash.
Well, that's the reason why I think the grifters have infiltrated. Amr, you've seen the grifters come in full force, right?
Oh
Between
yeah,
the
let me tell you
chameleons.
something about the grifters. They're all talking about MGTOW points that have been established by Stardust, Sandman, and even going back to Barbarossa back in 2012, 2013. There is nothing anybody's saying, from AMS to Just Pearly Things to Fresh and Fit to even Andrew Tate, that's like, ooh, this is new to us. It's pretty much all MGTOW talk. I mean, I got into MGTOW back in 2017, and nothing being said in 2022, 5 years later, is mind-boggling or compared to what I learned back in 2017 from Sandman, TFM, Stardust. Personally, this is what I think is going on, because I'm a software programmer. I own Migtown TV, as you guys know. What I think is going on with YouTube is that they are pushing us MGTOW guys, the real MGTOW guys. They're pushing us out. They're censoring us, throttling our channels, and they're bringing in all these frauds to give guys the illusion that, hey, if you just simp hard enough, go to the gym long enough, make enough money that you're going to get a woman. It's like, no, man, you are better off doing your own thing. Look, I was in Cancun a week ago for 24 hours. I was face maxing over there. I got injected with collagen, with fillers, because at the end of the day, like you guys said, you have to be in the top 10%. Top 20% doesn't work anymore. I already, thank God, have the height at 6'3", just need to bring the face up with it. But when I was in Cancun for 24 hours, man, I did 3 girls, same day, all pay to play. They all cost me $100, maybe a tad less than $100. But the point here is I got my fun. Once they left my place, that's it. I can go back to doing whatever it is I want. So a lot of people, they say, oh, MGTOW, like AMS, he got his start by saying MGTOWs are losers. They're abandoning women. No, man, it's actually the other way around. Because once you understand women, you understand the debauchery, and you understand that women are the biggest obstacle to you actually self-actualizing. Yeah, once you go your own way and you start making your money, like, for example, when I do pay to play in Cancun, look, I can actually get, if I was to simp, if I was to go to the bar long enough, the nightclub, I don't drink alcohol because that's haram. I mean, I can get women if I simp long enough. But here's the deal. Why? I can pay for it. And the thing is, when I do pay for it, I see women no different than the Migtown TV server. For example, all the videos we have on Migtown TV, they're actually stored on a server. So when I look at a woman, I'm looking at her the same way I look at a server. I don't own the server. I simply rent a server. There's an old saying, if it fucks, floats, or flies, rent, do not own.
Who's the YouTuber? I think it's Replicant Fish. He likes to say, she's not yours. It's just your turn.
Yeah, I love Replicant Fish.
By the way, Andrew, if you do need to jump out, just let me know. I'll get you a chance to shill anything you want before on your way out.
I don't need to shill anything.
Okay. But don't feel like you have to stay here the whole time.
I had a great week. I had some stupid bitch lawyer pay for my BMW and my Rolex this week, so I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, wow. Damn. Well, that's why you're wearing that damn sweater right there with the grin.
It's a nice watch.
Yep. Hey, this is the Taken 2 villain. Fucking Bronca. It's a great time because here's the thing. I think this is right before Bronca hopped on. Phil and I were talking about how the economy is going to mean there's going to be a lot of new things coming forward, right? Bronca, you talk about living arrangements in California. I've seen it. I've seen 6-8 people in a place, like all of them renting, because the rent is literally like when it comes to like mortgages, rent, it could be $5,000 a month, and so yeah, you may have 4, 5, 6 people in a place, and you're like, damn man, like this is rough.
They're living like college kids.
Correct, but they're grown adults.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
the truth is, folks, it's always in a sense it's kind of always the same. So there's always the people who are living reasonable lives. It's just the percentage of the population that's doing that, right? In a traditional feudal society, which 5% of the population, 95% were living in mud huts, supporting those. In a well-functioning Western democracy, it ought to be almost the reverse ratio, where 95% of people, if they're working every day, they can have a reasonable place to live. But when you fuck it up, you get back to a feudal society, and that's what California is. And if you don't like living in a mud hut, and in California, there's a lot of equivalents, modern equivalents of mud hut living right now, you got to push yourself up that percentage scale. That's it. That's the only answer. Or move out of state where the threshold is different. But if you're a man, and you want to provide for yourself, maybe for a wife, maybe for a family, and not be living in effective poverty, you have to push yourself up as far up that scale as necessary to meet your fucking obligations. That's on you. Now, it could be tough. It could be easy. I think it's mostly a function of mindset, but that's what has to be done.
I agree with you 100% on that. In fact, the Egyptian pound was devalued just a couple of days ago. It lost over 15% of its value. It went from like $1 American to 20 Egyptian pounds, and now it's 23 Egyptian pounds to $1 American. Therefore, it's making things in Egypt for the Egyptian people far more expensive, and the Egyptian people eventually are going to be like slaves to people living in better countries. Coming home to America in today's world, if anybody here is watching this, you gotta be one of two things. Either you gotta be Andrew Tate, or you have to be able to live in a place where your meager American profits can actually go a long way. For example, trucking. You know, all the Indian people I know that I drove cab with back in LA, I knew about Diwali for like 13, 14 years because all my friends were Indian cab drivers. And what happened is that one of those guys, he became a truck. Actually, all of them became truck drivers. But this one truck driver, he's making $10,000 a month driving truck, you know, working, 60, 70 hours a week.
That's
And
nothing. That's nothing in California. 10,000 a month is nothing in California.
But here's the deal. He goes back to India and he lives there as a king for half a year.
Well, sure.
So this is what I want guys to know. Either you become like Andrew Tate and live in the first world, or you get a job like a truck driver, something meager, something that is low skill, but you go live overseas like a king for as long as you can. Those are the only two options you're going to have here in America very soon.
Well, Amr, that's what Passport Bros is basically represented, because so what ends up happening is, I was telling the guys I was in Colombia last year, right? And I actually was due to go to the DR. I was due to go to Las Terrenas the same day the C-19 shutdowns happened, which was like March 18th or 19th, 2020, right?
By the way, I don't believe for a second any of that works. All this passport bro stuff, I don't believe for a second any of that works.
By the way, Phil, the mic's picking up your chip crunching.
Sorry.
Well, no. So the thing about Passport Bros is this: sometimes it's not about like, oh, I'm gonna go head first, right? You think of it like this: travel to see where is going to be the softest and best landing spot. Because so, Brock, I'll give you an example. Go out right now to Dominican Republic.
But are you going to live there, or are you going to bring the woman home? Because if you bring her home, she's living in this environment.
I'm just saying living. I don't mean in terms of for the women. What I mean is, okay, so watch this. A guy lives in America. And he's thinking about retirement, right? Let's say he's in the services, right? A guy in the service. Remember, that money just comes to you. Right?
Yeah,
it's wired
it's
to you.
like magic.
It's magic. It's like this.
Right.
My brother retires from the Army this year, 21 years in, right?
Yeah.
And okay, if he goes and lives in Thailand, he goes and lives in Vietnam.
No, he's a king. He's a king.
He's a king. So
Yeah.
that's
Right.
what I think passport bros.
But
are
I think a
talking
lot
about.
of these passport bros are thinking, I'm going to get a passport. I'm going to go overseas. I'm going to find an attractive young woman who's willing to submit herself to me. I'm going to bring her back to America, and the
God, don't bring her
relationship
back.
will stay that way. When you bring them back to America, guess what, folks? They're watching Hot Wives of LA or whatever
Yep.
those goddamn TV shows are. And within a year, she's an American girl.
Yep. Now I will say this though, the fact if you are a passport bro, not for business, not for pleasure, if you're a passport bro for women, I just think that makes you a loser, to be honest, because that says a lot about you. Like Amr, think about it. You were in Cancun, even when it's for one day, you're there to do your own thing. The chicks are just a byproduct. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's what I don't understand.
If you're just dating, it's a completely different.
Yeah.
I mean, bang anyone you want. But honestly, you can do that in America. I mean,
absolutely.
the women are free here.
Yeah, but this is the thing though. I think one of the things is that I've noticed a lot of guys don't want to put in the work to improve themselves at all. Like,
Well, that's on them.
It is on them because they would
Too bad.
rather complain. Amr, you and I have talked
And they're
about this.
bitches.
Too many guys sit there complaining instead of doing something, right?
Mm-hmm.
It happens a lot. Like, I mean, look, I have girls who send me DMs when it comes to their text exchanges, right? They go, Drex, look at this shit. Amr, I know you know. The guys out there, especially, when you were in LA, right? These guys, these rich simps, they have no game. None. So the women go like this. They run circles around them, Bronca. They're doing figure eights, and they go like this. Oh, this is cool. You'll take care of my resources. Let me go over here, and this is no lie. A literal fucking bum will smash.
All right, but that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, right?
I'm sorry, but I have no sympathy for suckers who just let their money be taken from them. If a gal can take the money of a simp, well, she
should take it.
Who
She should
did
take
that?
it.
I mean, my God, it's like a bag of money sitting on the sidewalk. Of course she's going to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be that simp.
I just want guys to evolve far beyond that. Like, I want guys to start talking about gardening.
Fair enough. The trouble is the simp doesn't know he's being a simp, right? The simp
that's
thinks
true. He has no
he's
self-awareness.
feeling emotionally engaged with a real relationship. And I mean, he thinks this nonsense is real. So someone needs to educate him and just be aware that, again, she's not yours. It's just your turn. This broad you're meeting is 30 years old. She has been on the streets, smashed relentlessly by 100 guys. Would be modest. Mm-hmm. It's probably a couple hundred. And if you asked her on a lie detector, she might tell you 100, and it might be true on the machine, but she's not counting like the one night stands, the ones who are toxic. Oh, those don't really count, But every single one of those encounters is a traumatic event for her because it's a failed relationship. And for women, in evolutionary biology, a failed relationship is death for her and her children. It's inherently a traumatic event. The man leaves, the women and the children die. Mm-hmm. And that's how her brain is capturing that event. And she's been through that experience 100 times. And you want to pick up that sack of trauma and try to fix it because she presents well in her 30th year of life? I mean, I'm not telling you not to do it. I don't tell people what to do. I'm just saying, make an informed fucking decision because it doesn't look like a good pick to me.
Well, now, when it comes to informed decisions, we got to talk about what happened to Mr. Paul Pelosi. Did you guys hear about that?
Yep.
Listen, my biggest concern with the whole Pelosi thing, Paul Pelosi, is that Grindr is going to take a big hit on their stock price.
Oh, damn! With a hammer, though. Like, who the hell gets beaten with a hammer?
Grindr? They bring a mallet.
I mean, he was getting nailed in other ways, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's wild. I do want to ask you this, though, Bronca. What do you think is going to be, in terms of like midterm results in the future of politics here?
Oh, I don't know. I gave up on politics when they stole the election from Trump. I mean, like anybody believed Biden was elected.
That whole everything about that was a joke. The beauty of it, though, is that although it exposed certain things, I think it also kind of suppressed other things. It's like it allowed people to like live in a sense of denial longer, right?
Listen, we get the government we deserve. We get the government we deserve. I mean, it's unbelievable to me that it looks like a key step maybe in the preservation of something that looks like the America I grew up with is the result of a dude who grew up in South Africa. I mean, I'm so happy that Elon Musk bought Twitter because it's proven such a powerful force in our political commentary and discussion, our town square for discussion of political topics. And all of us who are not extreme leftists have all been brutally, viciously suppressed on that platform. So I'm very pleased that happened. But I got to say, folks, when your entire nation of almost 400 million people, their future, their political future is dependent upon an unelected South African born rich white guy who's kind of smart, that's a tenuous thread. Yeah. I mean, it ought not be that way. I'm really happy he did it. I hope he leverages the fuck out of it. I hope he adds in that video monetization capability, podcast capability. I mean, there's nothing that YouTube does that Elon can't do now that he has Twitter. So I hope he does all of that. But the truth is, we're trusting our posterity, ourselves, to Elon Musk. I like the guy. He's fine. But it's one fucking human being. I mean, listen, JFK didn't live forever. Martin Luther King didn't live forever. Sometimes people just don't live forever. And what happens if Elon were gone tomorrow? What happens with this whole Twitter thing?
Yeah.
And we think about the balance on the scale we're putting because Elon took over Twitter. It's a heavy load.
Well, Amr, what do you think about the fact that Elon is bringing in Tesla engineers and all that, and he wants to go ahead and chop these salaries, get rid of all the dead weight at Twitter, the woke? What do you think about all that from an infrastructure standpoint?
I think it's great.
By the way, we had another guest join us. I'll pull him in a second here.
It better not be Nick.
Oh, yeah, he got disconnected.
Oh, yeah,
all right, well, let's pull in Mr. Undead Chronic.
Did somebody say Paul Pelosi? It's hammer time. Da, 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 da.
Chronic, what is up? Now, Chronic, you know what? I meant to comment in your comment section. I saw some of your latest videos. You were reviewing, you went over a couple of stories that I thought were hilarious, right? Which is like, there were no more husbands for the trad women, right? Wah. And why are the men checking out? Wah, right? I talked to Phil earlier about the prospect of what the future holds based on the economy, because we're gonna all need different sets of skills, which is what Bronca and I talked about last time, right? Like, because Bronca, the thing, like the abilities and skills that someone has right now aren't going to really be as relevant in terms of, like, you know, building income, you know, just living, right?
The magic of humanity is how flexible we are. That's why we're the dominant predator on the whole planet. Despite the fact we have no fangs, we have no claws.
Yep.
We're just universally flexible.
And that's why girls who are gymnasts are the best. Continue.
Okay. The skills I had as a young man was working as a diesel mechanic, and I made good money working as a diesel mechanic for a young man, but nothing like the money I'm making now, which is a completely different profession, which is law. So I looked at the environment. I said, where is the place I can be most productive, meaning that's a polite way of saying make the most money. And I pick where I can be most productive. But that's what human beings are capable of. Where you see the loser people, the people who slot themselves in and never change. They never change. They're like a fucking tree stump. And the world changes around them. And then they're screaming about how the whole world's unfair because it's not the same as it was in 1880 when we made buggy wheels. Well, fuck no, the world's not the same. It's never the same. Less the same every year. I'm an idiot when it comes to things like YouTube, IT, social media. My God, Nick was right the other night. It is a goddamn money printing press. If you're not making money today, fuck you. Yeah. You're screwing it up.
Yeah, well, like Chronic, you know
it's my day off. What the hell, man?
Yeah, right? Now, Chronic, you know there's guys out there, right, who have their hand out or looking up with their hands raised up to the sky saying, you know, why me? You know, life sucks. You know, Chronic, you made lots of videos about this, right? And, you know, obviously, you know, we have the Tommy Alarms of the world. It's this victim mentality that I think has permeated basically everything, right? Too many people have this, like, woe is me. You know, I'm just going through so much, Chronic. You know, the world is unfair. And it's like, it really isn't, though.
Is that a generational thing? I have to ask because I think everyone here is younger than me. I've never felt that way in my life. I've never felt. I mean, I've had the shit beat out of me. I've been abused. All kinds of shit has happened to me, but I never felt like internally like I was somehow inferior because shit just happens in my mind.
Let's not pretend that you didn't grow up in a better economic system as an American man than an 18-year-old today, right? It's completely changed from the American perspective.
No, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's a response to adversity.
Yeah, just the mindset.
Yeah,
the mindset.
let's say it like this.
I mean, I agree, right? Now, of course, obviously, today's economy fucking sucks.
Yeah, well, it's like
I will say I've never made more money in my life than I've made in the last year.
Well, you're at the peak of
So
your
it doesn't
career,
suck
right?
for everybody.
I mean, you're at the peak of your career. It kind of makes sense.
No, that's not how it works. 5 years ago, I was
when you're not at the peak of your career, you don't make the most money.
No, the peak of your career is not a linear function of how long you're doing it. There's other factors at play.
Oh, I guess it
Are you imagining that it's just like an escalating scale? As long as you do the same thing, you just keep making more money? I've had 5 different careers in my lifetime, and all of them have collapsed. And this one will collapse too.
That speaks to your choice of career, man. I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm just saying, like, hopefully, as an elderly, more established man, you have the experience and tools to make more money.
Tell me what your position is, and we can argue it.
Oh,
what is the statement you're making?
It's easier for you when you were in your 20s to get a house, to get a loan, to succeed in America than a 20-year-old American today. Because over the course of your lifetime, they've been replacing American men. They've been adding more regulations. They've been making it more difficult for young men to succeed. There is a difference.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they should give up. I'm not saying it's like a woe is me mentality. But let's not pretend that it's just as easy. You'll pull yourself up by the bootstraps just as easy as like the 70s.
Is it harder to be successful now or in 1800 in America?
Well, it depends on what you define as successful.
No. It's a very simple definition.
What's the definition? Tell me.
Whatever the definition was in context, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I can't read minds. You got to.
No, you don't.
Are you talking about like economics?
Have shelter, food, have education, have resources. You can't imagine that. Who is this guy, Undead Chronic? I've never met him before.
Oh yeah,
it's the green skin.
Yeah, he's a content creator in the Manosphere space, along with the rest of us, who's been victimized by Susan, much like the rest of us.
All right, well, Undead Chronic, we've never met before. I don't mean to make it personal, but so far, I'm not impressed. So,
if you think success is access to food, I would just say, are all these obese people successful?
It's not just access to food, sir, but in 1800, it certainly was.
Okay. So it was 1800, you think people starve? What about the fat person that died?
People were starving all the time in 1800. They were starving everywhere, all over the globe.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Like 30% of people dying of starvation in the U.S.
People starved all the time in the 1800s. How old are you?
And now people are dying of heart attacks. So you're not really answering what success is, man.
All right, I'm just going to step in here for a quick second. Amr needs to get running. So, Drex, do we have any last questions for Amr?
I do have a last question for Amr. Amr, let me ask you this. What is the biggest, we're talking about, the mindset. What is the mindset difference that you've noticed in your travels from men, let's say, in the East versus the West?
Ooh, that's a very, very good question to end the day with when it comes for me, is that men outside of the West, they are not pussified like we are. They actually do expect women to have some sort of responsibility as a feminine woman. When I was doing the pay to play in Cancun, I was surprised. These girls come in, they do their job, they're fit, they're friendly, they're feminine, they're really trying to satisfy you. At first I was like, I was kind of like, an American wimp. I was like, do you want some music? You want me to get the Bluetooth going for you? Shit like that. But when it came to girl number 2, by the time I came to girl number 3, I was like, no, this is what I want. I'm paying for sex. This is what I'm getting. There's no need for me to be like, how's your day? Do you want me to put on your favorite YouTube music video or anything? So men outside of the West, they they are still manly. They're not bumbling idiots. They're not putting women on a pedestal. And to be fair to us Americans, we tend to put the woman on a pedestal because we know anytime she can say he touched me inappropriate, he touched me in a bad place, she can lie, she can get you fired, she can put
They
you
don't
in
say that
prison.
about high value men. Just don't put yourself in that position. I mean, that's I'm sorry, but partly is being the dude. Women will take an identical approach from two different men, approach, and treat it completely differently. One guy presents himself well, the other guy presents himself poorly. The guy who presents himself poorly, that's sexual harassment. The guy who presents himself well, he is in her vajayjay in an hour.
Yeah,
it's the same exact.
Well, did you ever see the video of Harvey Weinstein? He did like an interview with a girl. It wasn't an interview. It was like a meeting. You know what I'm talking about? And it was real creepy. He's like, can I touch can I rub your thigh?
Man.
You know what I'm talking about? Any of you guys see that video? It was real creepy. I was like, but that's the thing. Oh, the Grill Cast, what up?
Harvey Weinstein apparently did terrible things and apparently deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life, but he never went to Omaha and grabbed a girl and put her in the trunk of his car.
Never.
The women came to him.
That's
didn't
right.
they?
Yep. But Bronco, the thing is, it's the approach, and that's what I think Amar's talking about. It's like we're talking about. It's that approach, right? Like dudes are a certain way in different places. It's kind of like what Phil said. He goes down to London, and guys were yippity yapping, whereas in North England, dudes start fighting. You see what I'm saying? Like,
well, guys choose how they deal with women. All of us choose how we deal with women. We don't have to be simps. We can walk away anytime we want. We can determine, are you a reasonable female that I want to deal with or not? And if you're not, I walk away. The problem with simps is they catch emotions, and then they get emotionally engaged with these women who are no better than them. They're just other human beings or other Homo sapiens. They just happen to have a vagina. They're not superior in any way. And as men, when you have so much at stake, your resources, your time, your effort, a criminal record potentially. You have to be careful about the women you're dealing with, but hopefully you're smart enough to make that assessment. But don't put them on a goddamn pedestal. There's nothing special about women that's any more special than men.
Oh, it's stupid. Amr, is Me Too over there in the East? Have you been hearing anything about that?
No. Fortunately for me, Cancun is only an hour and a half or $170 away from Lauderdale. In fact, the drive from here down to Lauderdale is longer than the flight from Lauderdale to Cancun. So for me, Amr Mitwali, there is no reason for me to try to get with a woman here when I could be in Cancun in T-minus 2 hours from now. So here in America, I don't.
But that means you're disciplined. You're disciplined,
Yes,
right?
you gotta have
you're
discipline.
Discipline is a masculine trait.
All right, Amr, plug your stuff, man.
With me, I own Migtown TV. I also have GiveSendBro.com, which is like an alternative to Patreon. We only make 5% commission. I don't know how much Patreon takes now, but we're flat 5% commission. Migtown TV, we got live streaming with Migtown TV. We only take like 10% plus 30 cents for the credit card fee. And that's about it for me, guys. So thank you for having me on tonight.
Absolutely.
Hey, it's a pleasure.
See you, Amr. Thanks
Amr,
for joining us
have a
for
good
episode 100.
Yes, thank you for actually coming all the way to 100 episodes. I thought you guys would be taken down by Susan, but I guess
That's what I
Drexel did
said.
his magic.
Look, I said 30 to 50. I said 30 to 50. I'd be gone. Because let's face it. Nick got how many strikes? How fast? Right? Nick got 2 strikes within what? A month?
Well, of course, it was
listen.
orchestrated. But
Yeah, he got the wrong attention.
Yeah, it's
I
like-
do want to go back to what was said earlier, because I felt like we left that as kind of a hanging thread about defining success. Now, Drex and Phil is a little bit. You guys are a little bit older than me, and then right. So I'm closer to the age of Undead Chronic, and Andrew, especially for you, like
way
a lot of
older.
us, a lot of us young guys hate working for a government that just hates us.
why do you do that?
I
Why
don't
do you do
have.
that?
I really don't have a choice. I don't have the luxury of building the compound and living off grid.
If you don't pay
No.
taxes, the glowies will come get you. You
I don't
care.
have a compound. I pay my taxes. I'm
But
not
you work for the
subordinate to any
government.
government entity.
You have to because you pay taxes, man.
When was the last time the government told me to do something, motherfucker?
Every year when you pay taxes, motherfucker.
No, you don't pay
You don't-
taxes?
You don't pay. Yeah, I have to. I am forced to support a government.
Right. So we all do that, right?
Yeah.
We all do that.
Yep.
So we're no different in that respect, correct?
Yeah, we both are forced to support a government.
All right. So how are we different, motherfucker? Except that I make a shitload of money.
Well, you
and
had
live
it much
free.
easier as a young man.
I had it much easier as a young man. I worked in Harlem, New York, fixing fucking garbage trucks for the mafia. How did I have it easier? What did you do when you were 18 years old?
Hey, I had to deal with a whole lot more inflation than you, old man.
Oh, inflation. Inflation was 20% when I bought my first house.
All right. Hang on. This is getting too personal. This is getting way too personal. Drex.
I'm just spewing facts.
I mean, I like personal. Look, if people want to argue, listen, man, I don't care. You guys know I'm the king of zero fucks given. Because here's the thing, Phil knows me. Everybody knows me. Chronic knows me. Bronca knows me. You guys know I don't care. If somebody wants to hash it out, look, Bronca. You see what I'm saying? Like because I don't
feel like Undead Chronic has a lot of ideas in his head about how things were like when I was young, but he wasn't there, so he doesn't fucking know. So it's imaginary. I lived it.
It's a typical boomer. It was so hard.
No,
It
of
was
course,
just
of
as hard
course,
as it is
of
now,
course,
man.
of course, blah blah blah.
Man.
This is how women argue. The estrogen is just flowing off my
You're
monitor.
the one that's saying, motherfucker, talking about your garbage days, bro. I don't care. You were slinging
I know you don't
garbage
care.
around.
I know. This is how my
Well, you can
ex-wife
sling
used to
garbage.
argue. It's so familiar.
Well, he's a
You
diesel
got
mechanic.
married. Hey, you got married?
I love being married. It's awesome.
Oh, no surprise, I guess.
I'm no surprise you're not married.
Are you encouraging men to get married?
He does
Not you.
I mean,
No,
I
marriage
think
is a
definitely
fair
not
Are
get
you
married.
the one getting offended?
If you
by
got
social
married, you
argument?
would be crushed if you got married.
well,
Definitely, you should not do it.
You're talking about good arguments, and then you're just saying, "Not you, motherfucker." New
Yeah,
York,
you
bro.
shouldn't.
At
You
least-
definitely shouldn't. You have certain personality characteristics that are coming across the
I mean, I'm
screen.
not gonna marry to an old ass boomer chick, so sure, I wouldn't marry to the woman you talk to. I get it.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, how old's your wife, man?
Put your picture up on the screen, dude. Let's see you.
Ooh,
Who are you,
I'm getting
Mr. Anonymous? Everybody else on this panel is here, present. Who are you?
Someone who's not going to
Mr.
get
Tough Guy.
canceled because Boomer Balls is upset.
You're not here.
I'm not going to come up. I'm
Bill's
not going to get canceled because some boomer wants to get mogged on. Are you kidding me, bro?
I'm not being canceled. Nobody here is being canceled.
What do you said you're a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever had any like feminists or like leftists come after you?
Yeah.
So how do you deal
Guess
with
what?
it?
I'm still here.
No, but how do you deal with it?
Not by hiding like a coward.
I guess you work for your. Oh,
Not like hiding like a little
I'm
pussy.
trying to have a reasonable dialogue with you, and you're still pussy hurt, bro.
Not
Calm
trying
down.
to. You're just
It's
being
okay.
a woman.
It's okay. Just calm down. It's okay.
An adult male would present himself. He
So
wouldn't
I guess
hide behind a cartoon character.
Is TFM an adult male?
I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Everyone here is presenting
Man's
themselves.
not an
except for
adult
you.
male. So if
I don't
you're
know who
not,
you're
you're
talking
not
about.
an adult male.
You're hiding behind a cartoon.
Yeah, it's for my protection.
Okay. You're so valuable, you need protection. The rest of us don't need protection.
It's your choice. I don't care if you use.
And you're
protection.
making your choice, aren't you?
I'm making my choice to not make myself a target of the mob.
All right. Well, Drexel, I don't want to take over your show. I'm not sure what you want to do from here.
It's all good. No, but there's a million other things to talk about between, I mean, hey, let's face it. We you know, now you talked something about, fear. I think that's actually a great segue. Someone who is not afraid, as I've never been, is Kanye West, right? He is currently being attacked by all angles, right? Cancel this deal.
In
cancel
fairness,
that
he
deal.
can afford it.
He can afford it, right? Now, the reason why I bring up Kanye is because of this. Much like Nick, myself, other people out there, I always tell people, the whole nature of what is considered power, right? Power is only perception. It's not actually real. Because watch this. Bronca, if I feel like I believe that if I say something, I'll get canceled or something, right? That's not actually real. Because someone could say, well, Drex, they did this. Nick got yeeted off YouTube. You remember that same night he was on Rumble, right? The same night. Because
Well,
in the-
no, I mean, I guess I would disagree. I mean, power is real. Power can hurt you. I mean, people can be put in prison and concentration camps and canceled, and all kinds of bad shit can happen. The question is, how do you respond to that risk?
Well, absolutely.
You know,
because
do you accept that? I mean, certainly the civil rights activists of the 60s, they accepted the risk. They knew they could suffer terrible risk, but they thought it was worth it for the social causes they were pursuing. People in concentration camps, some of them felt like they never actually lost their freedom because their freedom was inside them.
Agreed.
Sure, you can put me in a cage, but that doesn't.
You can take someone's freedom, their physical freedom. You can take their life.
Or alternatively, you can change your state. You cannot be there. I mean, listen, I've worked corporate jobs. I've worked jobs for people who every week I didn't know if I was going to have a job the next fucking week. It was absolutely horrible. So I changed my state. I don't work for people like that anymore. I work for me. Well, technically, I guess I work for my wife and my children. They're not likely to fire me, but I don't have to worry about some dickhead taking my livelihood away anymore because I changed my position.
Well, in the Kanye thing, I think, Chronic, I think you actually had a video of a little snippet of Yeezy talking about basically, like, you know, we have plants out here, right?
Well, that free content, yeah. And I didn't
and
that shit.
yeah, right. Well, and the reason why I bring that up is because, Chronic, what do you think about this thing where you basically kind of have a world where you have some people who feel they're afraid of everything? That's why they basically like they it's almost like they self-censor, right? And then you have other guys. It's like this. It's like they just say, "Look, man, this is what it is."
Self-censor, like hiding behind a cartoon. That kind of self-censor.
Yeah, it's kind of protecting yourself. You see, if you're old and you have your established money and career, you don't need, who's going to fire you from your own firm?
Look at all these other people on this panel.
And what are they?
Who's hiding behind a cartoon?
Okay, but do you want to have a discussion about it, or are we going to keep on talking about the Ronald Reagan-sized dildo up your ass?
Okay,
I'm gonna have a discussion
point.
here.
Excellent
point.
point.
If you just want to keep on saying my anime cartoon.
No, listen, you could just say, Andrew, you won, but you already said it, so that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, you didn't, but Boomer McGee here can't accept an L.
Boomer McGee. Go ahead, dude. Sorry.
No, about self-censorship, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Chronic.
The left's talked about this. They outright give their strategy. They're saying the point is to censor the thoughts before they come out. To have such a toxic environment where the consequences of speaking your truth, if they can find you, if they can destroy you, either do job firings, canceling, whatever it be, or if you're in Portland, just go to your door. They don't want people resisting.
Well, I think the social credit system that the CCP has is going to be the next big wave. Because, Bronco, we talked about this very briefly. This idea that someone can go like this. Bronco, you said mean words on the internet. I'm going to cancel your ability to make money or buy groceries.
Yeah, right. It's a real risk.
Once they remove fiat currency, right? When everything goes to a credit-based system, right?
Well, it's all fiat, right? I mean...
Yeah.
It's all nonsense money now.
Yeah. But like we're saying in a pure credit system, which means like if I said, hey Bronco, I'll come to your place and change your brakes. Right now, a person can exchange the physical money, and then that person can do the labor, and they can walk to a bank and then put that money in. In a pure credit system, though, right? Unless you're just bartering, the person goes like this: Bronco, you said mean words on the internet. The government, like in the CCP, right? They just push a button. And you can't bank anymore, which is what they tried to do to Trump. Remember that?
And the truckers.
Sure. And the truckers. Look. They actually, in Chronic, I think you chronicled this also, right? When the truckers were out there, they said, no. The GoFundMe, we're going to just freeze it. It's like, wait, you can't do that. No.
And crypto.
Because I don't like your cause, right? And then when someone says, hey, we're also Chronic, when you want to go shopping for food, I'm going to take away your ability to buy food or buy clothes. It's like, that's
all that would be bad. We should not do that.
Yeah, no, but that's
that would be terrible.
But Bronca, that's what they're trying to push here, which is what they pushed in China. Like when someone asks you, how do you control, a billion?
We're in a war, folks. If anybody doesn't know that we're in a war, we're in a war for civilization and sovereignty. And so we're in a war. That's the way it is. We're fighting a war. We can pretend it's not. We can pretend we're just going to our jobs and stuff like that. But all these elections, all these stolen elections, all this bullshit, all this COVID, all of it is just part of the war. There is no COVID. I mean, of course, COVID was a virus, a respiratory virus. But I tracked the death rates the first couple of weeks before they changed the definition to die with COVID. It was 100th the death rate of seasonal influenza that we all deal with every year. All of it was a machination to take down the economy, to take down Trump in particular, and his enormously
Agreed.
successful economy. In the 6 months before Biden was elected president, I have the photo. I put it up on Twitter today. I paid $1.09 for a gallon of gasoline. $1.09. And they decided they wanted to take down Trump so hard they were willing to crush everything, including us, to do that. It's a war. Of course we're at war. Of course they want to be able to cut off our money by the press of a button. So don't let that. We're fighting. Vote.
Exactly.
Vote. Hold people accountable. Don't be fooled by this bullshit on Twitter, Facebook, whatever these social media platforms are. Think from first principles. Think for your fucking self. Do these politicians who've been in office for 60 fucking years have your best interests at heart? Really?
Now, it's funny you say that because, Chronic, you have been critical about a lot of these little snakes in high places, these career criminals. And when it comes to the economy, right? Chronic, I know that you've probably gotten DMs. You probably had guys in your Discord tell you about getting DMs from old flames who are broke as shit because they need a place to stay this winter, right? It's cuffing season.
I mean, I think a lot of my fans more skew younger, so they don't have most of their exes or girls they messed with are still in their 20s. But, come 30s or 40s, it's going to be, what's up, big head? What are you doing? I'm in town for a couple months. I'm in town for a year, what have you. But I can't speak. I haven't been getting hit up by chicks asking for money or time. That's not, they got new boys. Like, they're so young.
There's the OnlyFans now. Brock, I don't know if you know this. Australia had the biggest rise of OnlyFans content creators. Thoughts?
Listen, it may shock people, but I'm totally behind OnlyFans. I have no problem with OnlyFans. I mean, I would never marry
milk
someone.
sips. Here's the thing.
No, listen, I'd never marry a chick on OnlyFans.
Of
But
course
girls
not.
got to make a living. Guys got to make a living. Whatever. I mean, go make a living.
They make it in different ways. Like the Amaranth thing, right? We talked briefly on that. Chronic, I didn't get your take. What did you think about the whole Amaranth making these claims that there's abuse claims?
I'm being abused by my husband. He's pimping me out.
Who? I don't know.
Oh, you don't know about this?
No.
Okay, so some huge OnlyFans star. I think she's like top 1%. Easy.
No, it's all
She might
bullshit.
be-
All abuse claims should be assumed to be total bullshit, unless they look like Rihanna after Chris Brown was done with her. And even then, we should assume that maybe she just didn't know how to make a sandwich.
Yeah, so just a typical story, but with an OnlyFans content creator saying her husband's pimping her out, she's getting abused, and I'm like, I mean, my thing is like, you're making
Her husband is pimping her out. I'm sure he is, and she's doing it.
Like, you're making $100,000 a month, right?
All right, so
That's enough for a divorce lawyer.
Yeah, so we're on the same page here, Undead Chronic. All these women saying they're being abused, they're all doing it. Are we supposed to simultaneously believe that they're ultimately vulnerable to anything a man wants them to do, but they're also strong, independent women who don't need no man? I mean, where's the disconnect here? Are they capable of the franchise, of voting? We gave them the vote, right? The votes, their votes count as much as my vote.
Bad idea.
Yet the moment they run into a man, that man can pimp them out as a whore and OnlyFans, and they're helpless to prevent it. I mean, which of those is supposed to be the? I would suggest. I mean, I wouldn't suggest this, but some hypothetical person might suggest that a woman who is subject to being turned into a whore on OnlyFans on the whim of a dude she just met maybe shouldn't vote.
Mm-hmm. I got another guest add to the stream, Drex. Manic. Let's get Manic in here.
Manic, my man.
How's it going?
Manic, things are going good.
Yeah. So, and by the way, I'm 100% sure the Amaranth breakdown was all staged, because she made a video like 3 days later that's like, thanks everyone, I got my account back, or or whatever. It's like, if she was really traumatized, she would not be acting like that.
Just what a beating victim would do 3 days later. Right?
It's like, Rock, are you familiar with the Gian Gameshi case up here in Canada? Maybe you've heard of it. Anyways, she sent text to him. So she was into the choke and the slap, right? And she sends text back to him after and says, "I had a great time. When can we meet up again?" And it turns around and Me Too's him right out of he had a career in broadcast.
Yeah.
Never heard
All
about
too
that
common.
story. I'm sorry, man.
That's how we got our rape shield laws here in Canada, because now that you can't bring in those texts if they're irrelevant.
Well, they have that consent app. You guys know what I'm talking about, where it's like
I've heard
you
of
go
that.
get the app, you sign the consent, that whole thing.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It caused
you
such
kidding?
an outpour.
No, he's not joking.
No,
Brock,
it exists.
There's a
No,
consent
it's
app.
smart. It's a smart play. I'm all for it.
Except that a judge will throw it out.
I think they made it illegal. Like it was
Well,
such an
wait,
outpour.
what?
I would just say that just because you have an app, just because you take your phone and record the woman saying she's consenting, does not mean that will be admissible in court.
Nope.
So I mean, it's a good thing to do. Do it. I'm not telling you not to do it. Do it. I mean, maybe it'll be admissible. Who knows? And that would be very helpful. Whether or not something is admissible as evidence in court is not some magic formula like a mathematical equation where it's ultimately determined this is always admissible in court. The judge in that trial makes that call. That one human being who may be the most blue-haired feminist judge you've ever seen in your life, she's making the call on whether or not.
Bronco, hold on. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. It's likely not a she. It's probably a dude, right?
No, they tend to put the women in family court. It's a lot of women judges in family court.
No, but here's the thing: if you're getting hit on charges of doing things to women, usually you're gonna wind up not necessarily in the family court. Like, you could wind up in criminal court, but like,
Oh no. If it's you punch a woman, if it's a use of force thing, it's just a normal criminal charge. You could be up in front of anybody, a male or female, it doesn't matter. But every single one of them is going to put you in jail because the presumption is going to be that you're the bad actor because you're the male. I'm talking about family court where you're going through a divorce and someone's
in that regard.
Once you get to family court, it's not all women judges, but it's mostly women judges.
I would rather a woman judge in family because I ended up getting a dude, right? I had a woman at first, and they switched to a dude. This is no lie, man. If you ever walk in, God forbid you're black, you better pray. You better pray you get a fucking old, bitter Judge Judy looking white chick.
No
You
kidding.
do not want a white judge.
I want to hear this.
Oh no, Brock,
I would have said a male judge would be better, but I obviously don't have your perspective.
No.
I'm a less black person than you.
So this is what ends up happening. And Manic, we've talked about this. When you walk into certain situations, right? Sometimes you have this presumption that you're thinking like, okay, if I have a dude on there, he's going to be able to relate to me. No. These cucked judges, right? When you show up there, this is what's going to end up happening. They have a view of your job as the man is basically just do whatever the hell the woman does and wants you to do and blah blah, pay money. Whereas a female goes like this, Bronca. Oh, really, bitch? You're making these claims? Because the Amber Heard thing.
There's a lot of truth to that. So when I said in family court, there's mostly women judges.
Yep.
There are some men judges, and the men who are judges in family court tend to be super women.
Absolutely.
Extra hard.
Extra
hard
to be simps. Look, it's like, I'll give you an example, Bronca. If I get pulled over after this stream tonight, please let it be a white man. Do not let it be a woman. Definitely don't let it be a black dude. Because as a black dude, bro, you think
a black cop would be like, no excuse for this.
Hold on, Manic, did you ever see the movie Don't Be a Menace?
I have not.
There's a scene in there with Bernie Mac, and it's obviously a spoof of like hood movies, right? Bernie Mac's racist black cop who hates black people is so over the top when he's beating down the Wayans brothers. You're like, God damn. Like, so Bronca, he goes on a rant about how he hates everything in the world that's black, right? And he's a black dude himself. So, you know how Bernie Mac's voice is, right? He's like,
listen, I hate a lot of things about white people.
he goes ham. He's like, I hate black pepper. And he just starts going off on the dude. And you're like, and he kind of looks at him like, bro, really? He's like, the white cop treated him better than the black guy. Like, dude, you get pulled over as a black dude. Never let it be a black male. God forbid it's a black female. If you get a black female cop, you're
I've had a German Shepherd at the border crossing before, Drex.
You're done.
Listen, I go to Walmart from time to time. I see plenty of white people in Walmart. I don't know what the N word is for white people, but trash white people. There must be some equivalent.
Yeah, look, white people got some ratchet ass people too.
Trash white people at Walmart.
Trash. It's white trash. That's
white trash. All right.
Yeah, white trash. Yep.
There. I
I would say more white slurs, but I don't want to get the stream Susan.
Well, man,
there's trash everywhere, and there's quality everywhere. It's everyone's making their choices.
Well, now, Manic, you were talking earlier about the way narratives get changed. You're talking about Amaranth. I want to ask you about another person who flipped the script, the Bayonetta voice actress.
Yep.
Did you hear about this bullshit?
Yeah. Oh yes.
She pulled a Mia Khalifa.
Yeah, okay, I covered this on.
Go ahead.
Podcast. Yeah. So she put out 3 videos. Because she is no longer the voice actress for Bayonetta. She did it for Bayonetta 1 and 2 and Smash Bros. Mm-hmm. She's not returning for Bayonetta 3. Initially, we all thought because she got screwed over by Platinum because she said she was offered $4,000 for the whole game. But then, I think Jason Schreier leaked some documents, and it said that the initial offer was much more than that. It was like 17 times the union rate. Then she declined that, and then after a year, she was offered to do some a cameo role of some background character. I'm assuming that was 4K per session, and that's where the 4K number came from. But the per session would have been like 5 times. And
I see in the comments someone is saying Branka's confused as fuck about this video talk. It's true.
It's a game. Bayonetta's a video game.
Yeah. So
I'm not criticizing it. It's just not a world I'm in. It's,
Bronca,
you're doing what you're doing. I'm just saying when people say I'm confused, I just have no fucking clue. It may as well be German or something.
Oh no, Bronca. This case is actually similar to the Mia Khalifa situation, right? The
Lebanese I have no fucking idea what that is either.
You better stop. I see your browser history, Bronca. You know who Mia Khalifa is.
Who is that?
Let there be
a
some
porn star.
She's
She's a Lebanese porn star who claimed who made these claims about how she was exploited by the adult industry.
Oh,
blah
bullshit.
blah 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 blah. And she said, "Wait, what was the number? Was it Chronic? It was 13 grand, right?" She said she made 13,000, right?
Something.
It was something like minuscule, right? Bronca, Brazzers, and all the other people. I think it was the Bang Bros. Came up with receipts.
Is she a good porn star? I mean, is she the kind of porn star that?
No.
Okay. Well, what the fuck? I mean,
no. Here's the thing. She's Lebanese. Just being Lebanese with flotation tits.
When you say Lebanese, I was born in 1964. When you say the word Lebanese, I think hairy.
No, she's not that. Yeah, she's not that. She kind of. Chronic, who do you think Mia Khalifa looks like? I'm trying to think of it. It's hard to kind of describe her. She's very basic looking.
I don't know, like a generic.
She's a reasonably attractive looking woman.
She's hittable. She's hittable.
All right, fine.
Yeah, hittable brown skinned girl, right? So she gets up
what's
there.
Her issue?
Yeah, right. So she claims she was making
I'm guessing I'm not selling a lot of law self-defense books tonight, but whatever.
Well, she
I'm having fun.
She claimed that basically she got pimped by the industry. The industry just tossed her aside, and she was like she was number one.
She did. She's right. She got pimped.
She did get pimped,
and she was a whore. Whores get pimped. I mean, that's
right?
that's how that works. It's not rocket science. You go to be a whore, you get pimped,
right? So the problem is she lied about the numbers. So it comes out that she was like this. I was exploited by the industry, blah blah blah, and then they came up. Basically, the pimps come up with the receipts like. We pay, so they ended up. What was the number? Crying 200 and something thousand. What was it?
It was close to $300,000.
Yeah, it was a good deal of money.
Who held a gun to her head and said, "Make a video"? Nobody. So she, come on.
Oh no, but this is the point though. This goes to what Manic is saying about having this narrative of like men did bad things to me, and they make these claims, right? Whether it's abuse, money situation, and everyone's like this. That's how we got into the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing, right?
Man,
she makes claims.
I'm 57 years old. I worked like 30 years for other people, and they all did that to me. They all made unreasonable demands. They all made me show up to work at places I didn't want to go to. They all made me do things I didn't want to do so I could get a fucking paycheck. Was I also a pimped hoe? Yeah, I was. Guess what? I was. So I left that environment. She did all those things because she wanted to do them.
Yep.
Yeah,
she made the decision. No one held the gun to her head.
Yeah, do you know what's special about the Helena Taylor situation, Amber Heard? It blew up in their faces. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, it is not.
Well, that was that was like a supernova event because it was such a spectacular catastrophe.
She's broke now, right? Like Amber Heard is like broke. Because she owes.
It's. I wish Kevin Samuels was still with us because Amber Heard had unbelievable power until she hit the fucking wall, and she's hit the fucking wall, and now she's helpless. Before anybody would do anything for her, Elon Musk was banging her. Yeah. And now who wants her? Who wants her? She's pushing 40? Who wants her? Nobody. And man, listen, when the trial happened, I actually didn't know who Amber Heard was. I don't follow movies and stuff like that, but someone told me she was in the movie Zombieland, and I looked back at Zombieland, and when she was 20, holy fuck, she was smoking hot. She was unbelievably good looking. And I can understand how a woman who looked like that at 20 had power over men. She would have had power over me. Mm-hmm. But she's not 20 anymore. She's 40. She's all that power is gone. Is gone. And now that her obviously false claims of abuse by Johnny Depp have been utterly destroyed and eviscerated in court, she's got nothing. She's like, maybe some of you watch these TikToks of these women on video. They're 50. And they're like, oh, I can't believe the dating market is different than when I was 20. It's like, yeah, you're fucking invisible. That's what happened, man. You became invisible. Just like guys who are like us, who when we were 20 had no money, had nothing going on. We were fucking invisible to all the hot chicks. Well, turn around is fair play, motherfucker.
Yeah.
The wall's undefeated.
I think Amber she still has. There's still dudes that would date and marry her. It's just that she won't accept them.
That's the same for every woman. Yeah. That's the same for every woman. The problem is these women will only accept it. We all know it, right? Hypergamy. They only want men who are in the top 10%, 20% maybe. Mm-hmm. But if the guy's below their level, they simply will not accept them. They would rather, as the Godfather would say, they'll tell you if you ask them, they would rather die alone with a dog.
Yeah.
Or 20 cats.
And they will. That's
been proven.
Is what's going to happen.
It's like hypergamy for her because she spent her 20s getting chased by, it's not even top 10%. It's like top 0.1% movie stars, super rich people. So like, if she wanted, she could probably marry a decent engineer. She could probably marry like a guy that makes
any of these women could. Yep. Any of these women could. If they were willing to settle for a 70% guy, they'd have him like that. Because a lot of those guys, they didn't have a lot of success earlier in life with women. And they would love to have a woman who was loyal, provided them with peace, supported their family, their children, facilitated their ability to be successful in their profession. They would snap up that girl in a fucking instant, which is, by the way, what happened in all of human history until the sexual revolution and social media.
Yeah. So, dude, now, Manic, I want to ask you this though, because you're the youngest on the panel, man. And I was talking to my girl Jay Love's. Her son went to homecoming a few weeks ago, and the girls aren't getting dates. And Bronca's talking about
they're getting dates.
No, Bronca, no. The girls can get sex. They can get attention.
That's what I mean by dates. That's what a date is, right?
They can't get a man though. No. It's a commitment.
No,
they
can't.
Not getting.
They can't get married.
They can't. Yeah, they can't get it. He's 16, and he's looking around like, so you have a bunch of passed around chicks at already like. I think, Manic, you talked about this in your school. When you start when you get 18, 19, 20, you're kind of like looking like I just got out of high school, and you look back and you're thinking, bro, chicks, Brock, you were talking about body counts earlier. They already are in the triple digits.
Right. So in my older lifetime, just to describe for people, not that you should do it this way today, but just to give you an understanding of what it was like in the olden days, was when I was in high school. When I was 15, I was having sex with a cheerleader in high school, but we would be dating for 3 years, and then I'd go off to college. I'd meet a girl in college. We'd have sex for 3 years. It was a serial number of relationships, and you're kind of trying to figure out, will this be long-term? Will it not? And I probably went through 5 or 6 of those before I get married. What it was not was hundreds of bitches, and the bitches going through hundreds of men. It was nothing like that. My body count, and I'm old, is probably, I don't know, 10, 15, 20, something on that order. And I'm 57 years old. It's not 200. If you're a woman and you've 200 guys have run through you, just think to yourself, would the man you want you?
Nope. Well, I mean, Manic, you've talked about this, is that, we've kind of basically hyper accelerated due to social media because they're always comparing, right?
Yeah.
We gave women too many choices.
Too many choices. Yeah, they can't choose.
I mean, we pretend that women and men are the same things, but we gave women a lot of choices and they chose a lot of chads. Nobody no adult male who has a daughter would wish that on his daughter.
Nope.
Go out, choose a bunch of chads.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bad decision making, but they do it. And of course, they're adults and they're women and they're entitled to do whatever they fucking want. That's how it should be. But women, you're not impressing me.
Yeah, it's because
damn, what 300s? God, bruh. I got recruited by San Diego when I was playing ball way back when, and Bronca, this is no lie, man. When I went to San Diego,
no, I believe it. I believe it. I saw. I was never a jock, so I was never in that realm. But I saw the jocks, and they had. I mean, Jesus, can I even say it? I mean,
go ahead.
It was like an assembly line of vagina. It was. Yeah. It never stopped. And those guys were. Imagine being a young, athletic, really athletic, sufficient for college athletics, being 18, 19, 20 years old, and there's an endless assembly line of vagina. Guess what? A lot of that vagina is getting used.
Yeah. What were you gonna say now, Manic?
Oh yeah. So like in high school, it's kind of the last bastion of the less options, because unless you're a senior, you're not gonna try to go on Tinder unless you're really perverted trying to hook up with these 35-year-old dudes. So but then again, there is always that freshman senior dynamic.
So can I share a personal lesson with all the men out there? I had a very bad first marriage, very bad. I basically lost everything. When I was 40 years old, I was pretty much dead broke. And my second wife, I met when I was 40, right after the divorce. She was 25 years old. And we have the most unbelievably successful marriage you could possibly imagine for 16 years now. And it's possible. It's possible. But like everything in life, you need to come to it from a position of strength. Man, if you're looking at women, if you're 40 and you're looking at women who are 35, you're doing it fucking wrong. Because they have been so run through and so broken and so traumatized by all the Chads, Tyrones, Pookies who've used them before. There's no fixing them. If you want to fix them, go ahead. That's up to you. I don't tell people what to do.
You can't fix them.
No, it's impossible. If you're a man of, you've grown yourself, and I've been broke many times in my life, folks. If you're a guy who's managed to get yourself to a position where you have some money, you have some position, you have some respect, you are what Kevin Samuels would have called a high value man. If you're dating a woman over 25, you are out of your fucking mind. Just don't do it.
And Bronco, we look at Nick Rekieta's marriage too, and we say people like you and Rekieta, they won the lottery. Because don't settle for less. No. Don't settle for less. Do not compromise.
Right. Yes, you shouldn't. But the lottery suggests there's luck to the process. I didn't win by luck.
Yeah, no, totally understand that one. But what I'm trying to say is that do not compromise the values to pretend you're going to have the fantasy marriage like Nick Rekieta does.
Listen,
because it won't work.
No, don't pretend anything. Listen, what I'm saying, guys, is I'm very sensitive and aware of how badly the social construct is for men today. Single men looking for mates. I get it. 100%. I've been through it. I've been divorced. I get it. But this notion that the women are all evil and there's nothing you can do to win is a mental state of losers. Losers.
Oh no, I don't think anyone here thinks that.
Go out and fucking win. Go out and fucking win. Make yourself a man who's worthy of winning. And if you do that, you can Not all women are stupid whores. If you make yourself a man of value, you can, in fact, find a woman worthy of marriage, bearing your children, and spending the entirety of your life with. But the first step, before anything else, is make yourself worthy. If you're a sad sack, that's on fucking you. That's you. And if the whole world sucks as a result, it's on you. You made the world suck. Don't make the world suck. Be a winner. Make yourself a winner.
Well, do you know where you see the female version of that is whether it's the post-wall chick, it's the fat acceptance, right? Chronic, I know you always you and Ribby make sure to highlight some of these
zero
right?
acceptance for fat.
Yeah. But Chronic, what do you think about that?
Everyone's
Like
going to call me
acceptance?
a fat shamer. Fuck you. Zero acceptance.
No one here will call you that.
It means you're fucking lazy. There's
think anybody
1% of the population that has a fucking genetic fat problem. The rest of you are eating too much fucking food. Stop it.
That's what
Sorry.
makes sense.
No offense.
Go ahead, Chronic.
I was going to say, number one fatty patty story I've ever covered, which actually got me at 2 strikes
What?
because I uploaded a short of it. R.I.P. the Black Brute up in Minnesota, who whose 320-pound, 5'2" girlfriend sat on his face and murdered him.
Oh, I remember.
Oh wait,
that.
what?
Wait, have you not seen the video?
Wait,
That sounds like
wait a
King.
minute.
That sounds like King Manjeet vibes there.
Wait a minute. So she's 5'2", 300.
Something like that. It was like 5. There's like a BMI over 45. So yeah, like 5.
45. 45 is like the weight of a gun safe.
Yeah, no, it's like twice anybody's BMI here.
You have to check like the floorboards to make sure they can support the weight.
Drex, can you imagine being the pathologist or the coroner on that case? You're like, bring in the murder weapon. This chick drops her pants.
Can you imagine the waterbed? Imagine a waterbed. You put that bitch on the waterbed and everything goes.
It just goes. So wait, let me get this straight. So the simp is on the floor or the bed. He's lying down. She sits on his face. And
Oh
what?
no, it wasn't
Baron.
consensual. She like stabbed him in the arm first. She was trying to get him. She stabbed him.
Oh!
In the arm. Yep, stabbed him in the arm and then just jumped on his face.
And he died.
Well,
He's
if
dead.
you're gonna do it, that's the way to do it.
Oh shit.
What's the self-defense procedure
Bronca,
for
how
300
you gonna-
pounds?
How you gonna
Finish
defend
him.
her, Bronca? You're her defense attorney.
Oh,
What are you gonna do?
I can defend anybody. Trust me, you wouldn't believe the people I've defended. It's amazing. By the way, Undead Chronic. Sorry, we got off on the wrong foot. You
It's all right.
yeah.
It's nobody cares. Who cares?
Yeah, no, we don't have to get gay over it or anything. But I'm happy to.
Talk about fat chicks and me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on, roll them in flour.
Shit.
Hey Drex, do you know, they say you see like the light at the end of the tunnel, or like you see visages of your dead family members when you're
Yep.
about to die? You know what that Black Buddha was seeing? He saw Saint George Floyd come down from heaven, reach out his arm and say, "Brother, we can breathe up here."
Oh shit.
Oh no!
What makes it so crazy is that like when you hear these stories, you always ask how the guy got there though, right? Like because you say this was forceful. How was he there? Like she just wrangled him,
No,
grabbed him
they-
out
they-
of the street.
They were dating.
Hey, Drex, I see Fern. Fern, you know Fern?
Yeah,
Is in
fair
the
and
comment?
balance. She's in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you how to run your show, but I'd be happy to have her on board.
I don't have a line to her, Drex. If you're able to get a hold of her and you can send her the link, go for it.
I do. I have to talk to Theron.
But Chronic, man, thanks for coming in, joining us for episode 100. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, let me peace out so you guys can get more guests on here. How about that?
Hey,
Yeah,
Chronic,
absolutely.
Much appreciated, brother. And yeah, man.
Hey,
what do you have to say?
Chronic, if you email me at andrew@lawofselfdefense.com, I'll send you some stuff. You might
A
like.
free book? What book is it?
Yeah, no, it'll actually be free.
What's the name of the book?
Oh, what could it be? What could it be? What could the name of the book be? It's unbelievable. It's hard to know. But seriously, man, I know we got off on the wrong foot. I don't mean it to stay that way. I'd prefer it not to stay that way.
It's water under the bridge, or like a poor dude under.
Oh, we don't have to settle that tonight. We can cuddle later if you want.
Hey, guys.
But seriously, send me an email, Andrew@lawselfdefense.com. I'll be glad to send you some stuff.
Got it. Hey, peace.
All right.
Peace out. Oh yeah, I just sent Farron a thing. Give me 1 second. I'm about to go take a quick leak because I'm about to.
Oh
die.
yeah, take a break. I can hit some super chats. And yes, Bronca. So Undead Chronic and Manic kind of represent the younger portion of the red pill manosphere side of YouTube. There's yeah.
Get off my lawn.
Oh yeah, those. We joke that Manic's still 14 years old.
Or 9, or
9, or it gets lower every time we get drunker. But there is a kind of like the father of all of these guys, and that's Hammerhand, the Migtown monk. And I think he is probably an interesting person for you to talk to sometime. We'll try and arrange that in the future.
I mean, I have to confess, I'm just an old small town lawyer in Colorado. Yeah. So Manic, no offense, but I don't know you. I'm not normally in the space, so. I assume you do awesome work and et cetera, et cetera. I'm happy to get along with everybody, and awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yep. Matic does a lot of gaming content focused because, I mean, Andrew, it's very important that we create content.
So folks know my game when I was growing up was Pong.
Very good.
Literally, it was Pong. The fancy version was you had a little dial. You could make the little ball like swerve a little bit, like it had spin on it. So I have adult children who play the games that you guys play today, and they're unfucking believable. They're amazing, but I would be completely inept to play any of them.
But it goes. Sorry, Manic. I just want to finish my point, and I'll get it back to you. But it goes to the idea that those of us who are, they know how the real world works, should make content because Marvel hates you, right, Andrew? Yeah. Marvel hates you. EA Sports, fucking Activision, they all hate you as a gamer. Every comic book, every game company. So we should make our own stuff.
How the real world works. As far as I'm concerned, how the real world works is how I make money. How can I make money? That's how the real world works. That's the real world. That's my duty, is to make money for myself and my family. The rest of it is just fucking noise. So what do I have to do to make money for my family? If I lived in a post-apocalyptic society where I had to, I don't know, chase down and shoot cats, who deserve to die anyway, by the way, to make money, then that's what I would do.
Yeah. No, but what the point I'm trying to make is that so we've seen, especially people on the right side of the political spectrum, they're starting up these indie comics, indie games, right, to make entertainment that we can consume by a company that just doesn't actively hate you.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Manic is part of that, right? He makes gaming content. Because if you listen to a video game review, it's so misogynistic, Andrew. There's not enough representation, Andrew.
Don't forget cultural appropriation. They really like throwing that around.
So I want to read a game review that actually focuses on the game.
Real. Yes.
So that's kind of the work that Manic does. Manic, go for it, man.
Yeah,
say your piece.
Go straight for the shill, all right? So, yeah, I'm almost at 4K subscribers. My philosophy is, like, I kind of grew up on YouTube, for better or for worse. I saw these, like, one by one, all right? These, like, gameplay guys. They get married and they immediately just cuck out. All right, that's immediately what they do. So I hope you could subscribe to me. I am a little over 100 away from 4,000 subscribers. So I'd appreciate a lot if you were to check out my channel.
He really is a child, Andrew. I mean, hey, I remember when we were back at 4,000. We're now up to 14,500, and somehow not Susaned. But yeah, man. Manic the Manic Mechanic on YouTube. Where else can we find you on Alt Tech?
Okay, yeah. So Rumble, Odysee, Migtown TV, BitChute. I think that's it. Yeah. Awesome. Also, I'm on Twitter at ManicUCW. If you have a Twitter. It's going to get pretty fun now that Elon owns it.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. All right, I'm about to go to the gym. Peace out.
Yep.
Peace out.
Peace out,
Jim,
man.
good idea. Do that.
No, that is the right thing. Like that, and that's what. See you, Manic. Here, I'll put you out. But yeah, that is what a lot of people like Undead Chronic and Manic preach. And Sir Yeetus, we've seen him in a chat, but he hasn't jumped in yet. But that's what they preach to young men: is better yourself, make yourself better, go to the gym. Take care of the stuff. Take care of the business at home.
What's the downside of going to the gym? What's the downside?
Well, sometimes you got to put up with some.
No, you have to fucking show up. You just have to show up and do it. No, listen, there's no fucking downside. I've been in a shitload of gyms, all different places in the country, some violent places, some non-violent places. If you show up to work out, you got respect to people in the gym. It's not a fucking problem. Just show up and do the fucking job. If you show up to be some pompadour in the fucking gym, yeah, someone might give you a hard time. So don't be that douche. Show up, pick up heavy things, lift them, put them down, put the weights back on the racks, do what you're fucking supposed to do. You'll get in better shape. You'll look better to the opposite sex, and no one's going to fucking give you a hard time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Andrew, so a very good buddy of mine was in a low rut of his life out of college. He started going to the gym, and he added something like, 6 to 8 inches around his bicep.
Yeah.
And he says people started noticing him. People would, like, even a gas station attendant would be like, bro, you're fucking jacked. How do you do it?
By the way, that happens when you're in your 20s. I can assure you, when you're in your 40s, you lift the same weights, you don't get the same bicep.
Oh, no, yeah, you'll just tear your bicep.
If you want that kind of muscle growth, 20s is the time to do it. When I used to lift in my 20s, I'd lift weights, I'd curl weights for a week, and my biceps would explode.
Yep.
I could curl weights for the next 10 years of my life. They would never explode. Now, at 57. It's fine. I lift weights anyway. I don't mind doing it. It keeps me in shape. But if you want that explosive growth, listen, it's not that different in that sense than women. Women, their most power is between 20, 25, maybe 30. For men, if you want to lift weights and grow muscle, it's pretty much the same fucking window. Mm-hmm. So do it then. Don't. The thing that's ridiculous to me, and maybe it's just because I'm old, but old people always say that youth is wasted on the young. But you have this window of opportunity. For men, you can kind of make it back by just making more money when you're later in years. For women, it's gone. It's gone. You hit 30, it's fucking gone. I'm sorry, no offense, but what the greatest value you have to offer to man is gone at 30. 30 is the fucking wall. It's gone. If you want a man to provide and protect for better or for worse, for sickness or in health, you know what they call that man? They call that man a fucking husband. Get a fucking husband before you're 30. If you're 30 and you're looking for that dude, the dude you would accept did all the things you needed for you to accept him before you ever fucking showed up. Mm-hmm. Do it young.
All right, I got the next guest in here. Speaking of, we're getting some shroom sips in the chat. Drex, you know who's coming in next. It's Rishi.
Yo.
Drex, go get a job.
Have you got a job yet, Drex?
Yeah.
By the way, if we get to the point where I'm fucking up your show, just tell me to go home. It's fine.
Oh no.
Oh, by the way, Dick Masterson, he dropped in, but it was like really full, so I just told him come back and he has to do his own show.
Oh, okay.
So then he'll come back and join us, and then cool. Nick's out with the kids, so he said he'd come in later too. So I hope Andrew's still around to see Dick and Nick.
Well, I know it's the
and that's not a euphemism.
Oh god.
But okay, whatever.
No, this is the beauty of this is that one thing that a lot of people don't understand, Bronca, is that by having generational perspective, right? When you get a young dude is seeing things, you can kind of see steps, right? And then a guy can kind of adjust accordingly because
right, but that requires a nuclear family. I grew up with grandparents on both parents' sides, so I had maternal grandparents and paternal grandparents, and they taught me lessons about how to live life. Like you represent the family name. Like, don't embarrass us. Like, I mean, things like that are all, they're not laws. They're all kind of soft cultural things, but do they fucking influence you as a young person, and you begin to accommodate yourself to those expectations. I never fucking wanted to embarrass my family, but if you don't have any of that, there's no grandparents, there's no parents. I mean, holy shit, it's fucking chaos. And I see this chaos largely in America, in our black communities. I'm like, it's not these kids' fault. Nope. It's not their fucking fault. People did this to them. The people who put them. Listen, if I were raised in that environment, you know what I would fucking do? I'd join a fucking gang, and I'd be the best fucking gangbanger in that community, because that would be my path to success. So I completely get it. But the problem is the societal breakdown. That's not the best path to success for all of us. Morality, properly understood. People think of morality like, oh, it's like people's personal choices. That's not actually what being moral means. Being moral means acting in a way that's consistent with the advancement of your community, your tribe. You're doing the things that help advance the tribe. It's a very technical term, actually. So you're not having babies out of wedlock. You're not stealing shit from other people in your tribe. You're doing the things that help advance your tribe. And when people say you're engaging in immoral conduct, properly understood, what that means is you're engaging in conduct that's not helping your community. It's not helping your kids, their kids, moving forward. But of course, in today's American society, that's mostly what we have. If you don't look at very narrow communities, and I think there are certain narrow Jewish communities that do this, certain narrow Muslim communities that do this, that adhere to this fundamental concept of moral, advancing the prospects of your tribe, your family. Those people are acting morally. Most Americans, oh, feminism, yeah, let's bang everybody. That's counter-moralism. That's immoral conduct. And it's not immoral because I'm saying it, because I feel emotionally about it. It's immoral because it doesn't help improve the prospects for your offspring.
It reverberates. Now, Rishi, you've known this. Is like, what is it that you've seen that has gotten better or worse with this kind of like amoral, immoral path?
Yeah, I just think like since they hit the nuclear family, what Bronco was talking about, like people, like young people, I see like what the people I've talked to. Is just that they either don't have those like role models in their life, or they're just absent-minded. They're not taking an active role in raising them. And I think it's just sad, and it reflects in this society for sure. I mean, have you seen Drex? I'm assuming you've seen the guy Darnell Brooks. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Daryl
Brooks.
Did you see how that guy acted in the fucking courtroom when he represented himself?
So I talk from time to time about pit bulls, because there are pit bulls who people can buy pit bulls and keep them as perfectly friendly pets. They're perfectly fine. And then some people buy pit bulls and they're trained to be unbelievably horrific monsters that can kill and maim women and children. And it's not really the dog's fault. It's the owner's fault, right? It's how the dogs are prepared to deal with America, with the world, I should say. But that applies to humans too. It applies to humans too. I mean, to me, the greatest travesty we have in America today is that we take all these young black children and we put them into these public schools that don't give a fuck about them. They don't actually educate them. And they turn out, by the way, so I'm not a racist. I think black people are just as smart as white people. But if you put anybody into a school system where they don't actually fucking educate anybody, and then they just graduate them and they're functionally illiterate and innumerate, if you graduated me from that system, I would join a gang. That's what I would do. That would be my most obvious path to success. And who is doing that to these kids? It's not me. I'm not on their school board. Someone is fucking doing that to these kids. But as far as I'm concerned, it's like an educational genocide against young black people. And there's no fucking reason for it. I mean, one of the humans I most admire in life for most of my adult life is Clarence Thomas. A black man. He's fucking a genius. He's so far smarter than me. It's unfucking believable. And any of these black kids who are put into these schools could be the next Clarence Thomas, except that opportunity is stripped from them. Because they have
I think it's two things. It's like crabs in a bucket, and the people, the institutions, the people that are overseeing it just view them as like a checklist, something I gotta get checked off. They don't really care about
because they're serving their own interests.
Yeah, exactly.
How do I get to my pension? Not how do I educate the student?
How do I make a paycheck? You know, and it's sad because that's like the difference. You know, you look at the Native American community. That's the difference between ending up in the slums, drinking Listerine to get drunk, or like being like a cattle rancher or like a casino guy. Like
the American Indian community is complicated.
They got it worse than blacks. I've heard from do you know that when it comes like
they also make worse choices.
Yeah, dude,
so.
It's rough. But here's the thing though. Welfare dependency is what's going to create that. You see what I'm saying?
We did that.
Yeah. This is all socially engineered.
Listen, cultures of all races have lost wars through all of human history. The American Indians, Native Americans lost a war.
Mm-hmm.
It's not all people who lose wars who end up like they are on their reservations. I've been on the reservations. I see them. It's a fucking catastrophe.
Absolutely.
Well, every European nation you could possibly fucking imagine has lost a war. And
reservations.
They're not like that.
We're talking Indians now?
Yeah, that's where we gone, Tim.
Well, the number one thing is if you take away welfare dependency, the weak men die off. This is something that I always preach, Bronca.
If people are genetically engineered to work for a reward, because normal humans, think 100,000 years ago, whatever the equivalent of Homo sapiens was, if you just wanted to lay around and smoke weed, you fucking died. Yep. You died. Humans are genetically engineered to be happy when they're doing work. Do work. Be productive. Mm-hmm. But we now live in a society that's so not all of humans, Western society, that is so fucking wealthy we can afford to pay you to effectively kill yourself by not engaging in productive enterprise. I have to say, all the people in the comments, because I see the comments, they're all calling me boomer, boomer, boomer. That's fine. I don't take personal offense. It's fine. But I can tell you one fucking thing. When I was a boomer growing up, we didn't have this fucking problem. If I didn't work, I didn't eat.
That's definitely the fucking issue. It's like, it's almost like we're so like blessed to be in the West. We have the luxury of like swooping in and saving people that like just don't want to do anything. That want to like
we all know the cliche, right?
The system.
The cliche is good men make for good times, good times make for leisurely people make for weak men. Weak men lead to hard times. Hard times lead to men who want to fight for better times.
Yeah, good men come back. Like
the trouble is, we live in now, of course, in a world, an earth with 7 billion people, where if we have an actual bad time, folks, we got like 400 million people in America. If we have an actual bad time, we'll be lucky to have 100 million people when we're left.
Maybe
and I won't be among them. Most of us live in normal communities. You're done. There will be. You go to the supermarket, there will be no fucking food. You go to gas up your car, there will be no fucking gas. Unless you're living out in rural Alabama with a garden and pigs, you're gonna fucking die. Everyone will fucking die. And that's not news. That's Pol Pot. All those communists who did the same experiment had the same experience. Everyone will fucking die.
Yep.
It might be prudent to have a gun so you can maybe,
defend
food
yourself
from the people who don't have guns.
Right?
No, it's don't take it personally, Andrew. Most people call Nick a boomer too. It actually just like we'll call someone a boomer if they don't know much about video games. It's not an insult. It's sort of a term of endearment.
I don't mind it.
That's a lie.
It's fine. I don't take personal offense.
I mean, it depends in context, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's like any other insult or slur, right? You can call it to someone else in context. It's not an insult. Out of context, it is.
So part of being a boomer is you just don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Oh, yes. By the way, Bright Eyes, yes, Drex is on Locals. Migtown Podcast.locals.com. Shameless plug. But, oh, my God. I finally get a chance to breathe. Phil had to check out, unfortunately. I think his computer exploded.
Well, he's also 6 hours ahead. Like,
Yeah, it was getting to 2 a.m. his time.
well, the craziest thing is like, so Rishi, I was thinking about, like with the meta collapse, all this, and kind of like what Bronca's saying about, a lot of guys are just kind of like having that checked out thing. I think that one of the, Bronca, you're saying that, men, humans in general, but men need something to basically work for, right? Strive for.
And by the way, women need something to be stressed about.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But what I'm starting to see, I'm going to be honest with you, man, when it comes to all this, like VR and all this, that, and the other, what I think is starting to happen, people have gotten so comfortable. It's like that movie WALL-E, right? The animated movie WALL-E, where everyone's just sat in their little pod like this.
Right. Yes.
Brock, imagine you lived in that future, right? Earlier you said if you were born in a certain environment, you'd be a gangbanger. Well, if you were born into the WALL-E world, how would you not become this?
Listen, I'm very sympathetic to all the people in the chat and who are other guests in the show who are like, well, you're whatever, 20, 30 years older than us. You grew up in a different world. You have a different perspective. I get it. I totally get it. And the people who are 20, 30 years older than me, they had a different perspective too. I totally get it. But the question is, what is productive? What is going to actually provide and protect your family? I don't care, boomer. I mean, you can't insult me like that. I don't fucking give a fuck about any of that. What do you need to do? You have a wife, you have children. What do you need to do to provide and protect for them? Maybe it's something completely different that I'm doing. I don't care, but that's your duty. That's your obligation. That's what it means to be a man. So whatever it means in 2022, fucking do that. And if you're not doing that, don't fucking whine to me about it.
Well, I got to say this, though. I want Rishi's take. Earlier, when you and Chronic were having a little discussion about, success, something that I don't think gets talked about enough is happiness. Because a lot of rich people, and I'm talking rich people, they're fucking miserable. Bronca, you know this.
Oh, money doesn't make you happy, folks.
It does not.
I'm a guy who's been dead broke many times in my life, and there's been other times in my life where I had plenty of money. Right now I have plenty of money, and I'm really happy, but that's a coincidence. The money's not making me happy. You know what's making me happy? I have a loving wife. I have a career I love. I have children who are healthy and I adore. It's not the money. If you do it right, the money's just a way of keeping score. Mm-hmm. If you're actually desperately poor, like you don't know how you'll pay the rent or buy food. And I've been there, man. I've lived on 30 fucking cents a day. I've been there. If that's where you are, you need to fucking not be there anymore. I mean, that's on you. And in today's world, holy fuck, it's not that hard. Just fucking do it. I can't make that happen for you.
Mm-hmm. Risha, what do you think about that in terms of, guys like happiness being like the true denominator when it comes to success?
Happiness, I think I kind of agree with Bronca. Like, you need to get into a spot where you don't have to worry about like when's the next meal coming, or am I gonna have a roof over my head. I don't think you can really be happy when you're like homeless.
No, that's stressful.
Yeah, that's survival. Yeah, survival. Right. You're never happy when you're surviving.
But it's as far as like what you want to do in life, that's on you. You got to figure that out. Like, you can't like look to anyone to like tell you what you should do for your life or what's going to make you happy. You got to figure that out on your own.
I mean, you guys are all much younger than me, so maybe you can inform me. But a lot of times I feel like I see these people on social media. They're like, oh, I can't afford a Ferrari. And I'm like, well, you can't afford a fucking Camry. Yeah. I mean, you haven't done the fucking basic step.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's just like materialism. That's why Andrew Tate's so popular. I think most people like aspire to like own all these mansions, houses, stuff like that. and
All right,
they
so,
want to put forth the effort.
Right,
They
but
don't
they don't
want to
do the work.
For it.
So listen, I don't know Andrew Tate. I've seen his videos, of course, but he's not normal, right? He's like a top 1% dude.
He was a UFC fighter, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Right, whatever.
Yeah, he got punched in the fucking face for a living. Like,
Okay.
Bronco, we were talking about how much it hurts to get punched in the face.
No,
He
but-
willingly stepped into the ring to get punched in the face.
Right, I understand, but my point is, he's not representative of what most of us should expect to have to undergo.
Exactly.
Right, most of us can live a much more normal life. We don't have to be fucking UFC fighters. We don't have to be Andrew Tate. Not that I have anything against Andrew Tate, but I just think that if men just be men. Now, of course, this is the boomer in me, I guess, but men, just be men. Go out, fucking make a living. Don't subjugate yourself to fucking women. Don't take a job in a goddamn corporation where there's a female-led human resources officer over you all the fucking time. You're just a fucking slave if you do that. Don't do that. But today's internet economy, if you have any creativity at all, holy fuck. Listen, I'm a boomer. I'm old. I learned video games playing Pong, and I'm making more money in this internet community now than I could have imagined possible 20 years ago. If I can do it, surely those of you brought up, raised in this technology environment can fucking do it. If you don't want to be a loser, don't be a fucking loser. Make yourself a success. Just fucking do it.
Yeah, I think like there's avenues available for you, and you got to be realistic from where you are to where you want to be. Like, I think of Razor Fist when talking about things like this. It's like he, is convinced that Bronca, if you don't know him, he's like a comic book guy, kind of.
Yeah, I don't know him, but it's fine.
But he is like different. He's not a complainer. He's a builder. He has put out several books, in novels, comic books, whatever. And his philosophy is that we must build the culture rather than wanting it to change. His philosophy is action.
Action.
So I think
show
that's
up.
what we need to
Show
do.
the fuck up. Show the fuck up and do the work. Dudes, listen, I had a bad first marriage. When I was 40, I was dead fucking broke. 40 years old, I was dead fucking broke. Now, 57, drive a BMW, paid for in cash. Wear a Rolex, paid for in cash. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying, no matter what age you are right now, if you're under 40, you have an advantage over me, and I made it work. So fucking make it work. Do the work.
Yeah, I just got to make sure I don't get myself thrown out of law school for being on this stream. Because it's Canada, Andrew. They will. They would.
I wouldn't particularly recommend law school, but whatever.
What can I say?
Whatever skills you need to be successful as a lawyer would be the same skills you need to be successful at doing stocks or selling high-end cars or anything else. It doesn't. It just means you have personality, drive, and you fucking show up and get the job done. Being a lawyer doesn't magically print money. You would agree, right?
Oh God, yes. It definitely does not.
I think didn't Nick say that there's X amount of lawyers that come out of law school every year? Tons of lawyers, right?
Most of the lawyers I know are poor. I know
yeah, that's what
people.
Nick said.
People
Yeah.
can't believe that. Most of the lawyers I know are fucking poor. They're making almost poverty wages.
I didn't go into law school thinking that this, if I just finish law school, I'll automatically be rich. Because if you think that you're doing it, get out of law school because you're spending $16,000 a year for nothing. If you think that way, no, this is something I wanted to do. I made the decision when I was sitting beside Nick during the Rittenhouse trial.
Yeah,
I understand, and I tell people if the law is a calling, if you feel a calling towards it, it's like feeling a calling towards being a pastor or any other religious faith, an imam. You do it. It doesn't matter what the cost is. So if you have a calling to the law, absolutely go to law school. No question about it. But if you're a person who doesn't have a calling, but you just want to make money, I would not recommend law school as like some kind of guaranteed way to make money.
Oh, I just saw another guest jump in. Rishi, you had something that you wanted to say to...
Oh yeah, I was just going to ask Drex. Drex, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Nick like counter signal these big law schools in one stream? It was a while ago, but he went to like kind of this smaller school rather than like Harvard or something like that.
Well, and
people
it
look
matters.
down on him for that.
If you can get into one of the top 5 law schools, go no matter what it fucking costs. Go no matter what it fucking costs. It's like getting into the NFL. You are an NFL player for the rest of your fucking life.
Yep.
You will make money for the rest of your fucking life. But 99.9% of law school students don't get into those top 5 schools. So what I'm talking about is the norm, not the exceptional cases.
Yeah. I'm not going to dox myself for which school I go to, but I'm in the top 3 here in Canada, which is probably top 1,000 compared to the U.S., but whatever. It is what it is. Rishi, do you got anything to plug before I get our next guest in?
Nah. If you know who I am, you can find me. I'm a shit poster.
He pretends to be a mushroom. It's very annoying.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true.
All right. Thanks for calling in for episode 100.
All right. No problem.
Much thanks.
Very cool to see you guys doing episode 100. I remember the days when you were just getting started. It's crazy.
Potato Mike.
See you there.
Mike. I mean, Bronco knows how that works. You
I went through all the microphones, man. I went through fucking all.
And it just.
I had people like, what are the birds tweeting in the background? What the fuck is that all about? Yeah, I went through all the microphones.
Whoa.
All right. See you later, Rish.
All right. Peace out.
Peace out.
Which is how you end up with like a $700 microphone. I mean,
right? Yeah. It's trial and error. You just keep going up the ladder. You're like, I found some shit.
Yeah, we started on your phone, Drex. Your phone in your car was episode 1.
Yeah.
Then we got the tablet that never worked. Then we got the new computer that you have sitting beside you right now. And then Nick gave you an extra monitor. I mean, we've been working our way up.
It just happens that way. And you know what the funny thing is, Bronca, like you said, it works because you're working.
Hello, Farron.
Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing?
My girl, Farron.
Thank goodness I'm happily married. Farron, I think that's
shit. Uh-oh.
Oh, and the simp. That took 4 seconds to get the simping started.
I was going to say, congratulations on the 100 episode. Super proud of you, Drex.
I'm proud of myself.
I wish I was here. I wish I was here when Bronca said, once you're 30, you're done. Because, do you know how old I am, right?
No.
Well, you look 24.
No, I wish. Add about 8 years to that.
No, it's 24.
You can tell Bronca's married. Bronca just has that slick tongue. You can tell.
You don't look a day over 18.
Yeah, you don't look a day over 18. I'm proud.
I can tell you this. I met my wife when my current wife, my forever wife, when she was 26. That was 16 years ago. You know how old she is now in my eyes?
26.
Still 26.
26.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. No,
So
and there's been a couple of streams where I've listened to, I think it might have been 2 streams ago where you with Rackets and talking about your previous divorce.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, like and this was the one time when I was super chatting with you, Drex, about divorces because my dad had a horrible ex-wife, and had my mom not come in as the Italian woman that she is and been like, nope, not dealing with this anymore, she would have gotten all the money in the world from my dad.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, and that's what happens. And I truly, truly feel bad for men these days. I mean, being on the dating apps and stuff, you see like where men just aren't men anymore. Mm-hmm. And you're just like, how do I filter
I
through
have to be honest. I actually don't blame the women. I blame the men. And I blame the men. The men have to become more sophisticated. They have to understand the battle environment they're in and respond accordingly. And unfortunately, women have made it an environment in which, no offense, Farron, but the women are basically free. If you're a top 20% man, the women are free. You can have all the women you want all the time. I'm not saying the best quality woman. I'm just saying for what most men are looking for, those women are free. And that really dilutes when I, of course, I'm old, I'm a boomer, but in my age, it was like, well, you meet a woman, you're supposed to get married and have kids, and but I didn't have Tinder. I'm not claiming I'm superior. I'm just saying I didn't have this exposure to these other platforms. Yeah. Right. If I had been me in 1983 and Tinder were available and there were 1,000 hot chicks on a swipe willing to bang me, would I have done that instead of 4 or 5 serial 3-year girlfriend relationships, body count of 4? Oh my God. Listen, my first girlfriend was a cheerleader. I like girls. I would have taken all the girls that Tinder was willing to offer me.
Absolutely. Well, here's what's crazy though. So Bronca, you actually brought something up that I think is very important. Is that like?
And I want to put this on the record really quick first. I was raised by brothers, so what you gentlemen are telling me is nothing new.
Right, you know.
Do not hold back.
Right, no, but more importantly, you know I'm not lying, right?
You're not lying, no.
Right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, Farron, here's what I find hilarious, though, right, is girls will sit there, right? Like, I'll use Fresh and Fit as a great example. Okay. So on the Fresh and Fit podcast, they bring on all these girls, right? It's like it's the guys with, like, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 girls around like the little round table, right?
Yeah.
And they're a lot of them are just airhead, just club thoughts, right? But when you really listen to them, the club thought doesn't really sound that much different from the quote unquote good girl. And the reason why is because social media and dating apps made all women chase the same dude. And then these women are shocked that the guy doesn't commit. It's what Bronca just said. When people say, Drex, why don't you commit? Why don't you? I look at them like, you got to understand what reality I've lived in since I was, middle school? Mm-hmm. I said, I lived in a reality. Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Farron, can I ask you, are you married right now?
I am not married, never been married. I've been engaged when I was in my early 20s.
Okay, so I just want to know how to talk about this issue without being offensive. So
be fucking savage. Talk about don't be offensive.
Yeah, I can take it. No. Have you seen me with rackets? Like we go hard in the paint, buddy. We go way hard.
Oh yeah, by the way, we haven't properly introduced Farron. A lot of people in our chat won't know her, Drex.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Farron, go ahead and properly introduce yourself. Yeah, I'm the rude host.
I don't know. I guess I'm Farron. I have I guess you could say I came into the whole LawTube space as like a media person because I've been a news anchor for now probably 10 plus years, and I cover politics, and I'm actually moving back to DC next weekend. So I was there for 4 years covering everything on the Hill from BLM protests to January 6th, all that other stuff, and now I'm going back next weekend to start my new assignment of just sitting down with congressmen and senators and just interviewing them. That's it. It's like the dream job of a lifetime. So, but no, I want to say I'm 34. Or no, 34 or 35.
I did not ask that. I did not ask.
And here's the thing is, I don't care. Like, I'm one of those women where I went through a fat phase during COVID because I now have COVID for the
me too, sister. I did it too.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it, chat. How dare you? Are we? Come on, chat.
Just
all right, so
honey, in 5 minutes it'll be over. I promise.
Farron, can I ask you some just genuine questions? And if I come across as a dick, just tell Drex to cut me off. But I'm not trying to be a dick. But you're extraordinarily attractive. You're a very attractive woman. But you're not now, right? You're not in a.
I'm not now attractive.
No, you're not now in a married relationship. So
I am not. No.
How does a woman who's as pretty as you are, how'd that happen? Because I'm very happy.
I get this all the time.
No, I know you do. So I'm just wondering.
So in the television news industry, you have to move around a lot. And like I said, nothing is offensive because I do get asked this question all the time by men, like 35 and single, how? But yeah, so in TV, we have to move around a lot, and you can either do it one of two ways. Either you want to settle down in a South Bend, Indiana with somebody who's from there and live out your days, or you find somebody that's willing to move around with you.
Right.
I had my last serious relationship was about 5 years ago. We dated for about almost 4.5 years. He was in Chicago. I was in South Bend, and we were doing the back and forth thing. He was a resident. I was the main anchor for Fox in South Bend. And then just it was one of these things where he broke up with me. It was like 1 week he was like, let's go look at rings. And then 2 weeks later, he's like, I want to see other people, which usually means they already are. But it was the best thing because it catapulted me into my career.
Same with girls, by the way. When the ladies, right?
Yeah, it catapults you into your career. And that's one of the things where, and I know this sounds crazy, but like at that point I had heard a Lady Gaga quote where she said, you know, if it's a choice between a lover in your career, a career is never going to roll over one morning and tell you it doesn't love you anymore. So I was like, what?
Okay,
like,
but do they? Does it?
It depends upon some women. But for me, the way that my trajectory was going, it got me to DC. You know, I finally got everything that I wanted in my career, and I looked at it as, hey, I come from good genes. When I get there, I get there.
I'm not trying to tell you that you should have stayed with the guy. Only you know the guy, right? I don't know him, so maybe the right move was to leave him. I mean, that's
I love Amazing Wireless. Farron is huge. It's the camera. No, you assholes! I actually lost 60 pounds.
No, Farron looks great. You look a lot like my wife, by the way, and I love my wife a great deal. She's very attractive.
But also the DC dating scene.
But I don't want to put you in a defensive position. I'm not trying to do that. But if you had to do it over again, so you said you were 25 now. If you had to do it over again, no, 25 is what I heard.
Okay.
If you had to do it over again, would you do it differently? I mean, just because, of course, none of us can change where we are in life, right? But if you were speaking to the 20-year-old version of you, what would you say?
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't have
married
that guy that I was with. I wouldn't have married him. I realize now that we were very incompatible.
Right. And that's my story, too. I don't know if you know, but I was divorced.
Yeah. So I think we were very incompatible.
And then moving forward.
Well, DC is the worst dating market in the country.
Oh, guys. Yes. I'm so glad you said that because
it's awful.
It's full of what? It's full of super hot whores, right? Fair enough. No, I don't mean you. I don't mean you.
No.
And congressmen who think that they're the most important people on the planet.
You either have four categories. You have Department of Defense, you have lobbyists, you have people that work on the Hill, whether that be staffers or, congressmen or whatever. And then what was the last one? Or lawyers. That's it. Yeah. And usually 3 out of the 4 of those people love to argue. Three out of the 4 of those people are there usually for a brief period of time, and then it's like a stepping stone to get somewhere.
Yeah, right. Of course.
They're not there for a long time unless they want to be, general or something. And by the time you meet those guys, they're already married with kids. So it's definitely, even like on your first date, like the very first question that comes out of your mouth or that comes out of people's mouths is, well, what do you do? And they're not asking you, what do you do? Like, hey, like, what are your interests? What do you like to do? It's, who do you know, so I can figure out how I can get there.
Right.
It's very different.
It's a dog eat dog world out there.
Yeah.
And it's about usury. That's really what it boils down to, right? Like, how can I grift off you, Farron, to get closer to someone that I need something from, right?
So Farron, I've personally been married a long time and I'm old, so the rules were different then. But when you're dating a guy now, I mean, what's it like? Do you say I'm dating for purpose? I want to get married. And if it's too personal, just tell me to fuck off.
I'm just laughing because it's.
But I'm a father of 3 daughters, so I'm just wondering what this fucking dating. I got 3 daughters. Yeah,
it's no joke.
Oh God. How old are they?
Well, I've been through a number of wives. So one of the daughters is 23, and the others are much younger, 11 and 7.
Okay.
So I'm not, the 11 and 7 is obviously, I mean, unless they run into Joe Biden or something, they're fine. But
let's see. I mean, a lot of the dating apps, people will write what they're looking for, like long-term relationship.
All right, you said dating apps. You started with dating apps.
That's
when I look at those dating apps, I'm like, okay, well, you don't meet a wife on a dating app, do you?
Oh, everybody does now. Everybody does.
A wife or a date? Or a date?
Both, yeah. There's even people, Branca, who have met in Nick Rekieta's chat that are now married that have a Ricada baby, a Ricada.
Oh yeah,
baby.
yeah.
Yeah, like people
it's
meet
hilarious.
online all the time now.
But, okay, so for an old guy like me, if I met a gal on Tinder, let's say Tinder, is that one of the typical dating sites?
That's like the hookup site.
Yeah, no, you
Those are all
don't.
hookup sites.
You don't go to Tinder looking for a wife.
Christian Mingle is a hookup
Yeah.
site for you guys who don't know.
Christian
eHarmony is
Mingle,
also.
You'd have
They're
to
all
be
they're all hookup sites.
And farmers.com.
Farmers only, Hinge, Bumble.
Is there a Mormon only website?
What's
That would be
one
the biggest
Yeah,
thought.
Mormons only.
What's the other one too? Where it's the right, something.
Oh yeah,
right
Writer or something. There's some new like
for conservatives.
it's a honeypot. It's some honeypot Fed tracker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you hear
my
about this
God.
shit, Bronca?
No, I don't even mention it. What the fuck are you doing?
Dude, no,
Ashley
no lie.
Madison? Is that what you're thinking of?
No. Better Bachelor did a video on it. I'll have to look it up while you guys are chatting.
Anyway,
Shoot.
Go ahead.
Farron, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to personalize this. I myself have had a catastrophically failed first marriage, so I'm a failure at this. If anybody is, I'm just kind of wondering what it looks like to you 25-year-olds today.
It really does depend. It's like I'll tell you, for example, when I was in like.
So if you had a daughter who is 20, say, what would you tell her about these dating apps and all this Tinder and this Bumble and this? I don't know. Listen, I grew up as an adult before there was email. Email is new to me. But for someone who's grown up in this actual environment, if you had a 20-year-old daughter, what would you tell her? She's going out in the dating world. She has all these apps. They're on her fucking phone.
I mean, that's the thing that's weird is like it also depends on the area. Like, for example, I was in the suburbs of Detroit last week, like the Ann Arbor, Farmington Hills, like, this like southwest and west suburbs. So many guys for the picking. I mean, down to earth, nice Midwest guys, super cute, super fit, like looking for a family, looking for kids, single, 35, like lawyers, doctors, what have you.
You know what I hear when you say that? When you say that, what I hear as a man is pray.
No,
that's what I hear.
No, we have the.
No,
I don't mean any offense, and I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. But if I were a dude on a dating app and I wanted to just bang chicks nonstop, that's exactly the presentation I would give them.
But so you're telling me every guy in Michigan is like? And again, I'm
saying if you're on a dating app, I'm
used to DC where it's like, oh, DOD, like, employment, DOD.
I am telling you that every guy in Michigan wants to bang and run because that's what men want to do.
There's no incentive to get married. There's no incentive to have a family. You do so at great peril to yourself.
Every guy. Take it from me. Like, okay, so fair. I don't know if you ever caught this bit Andrew and I did.
No.
Legal Mindset.
Oh my God.
We talked about the moment where we changed as people, right? There's a defining moment. It's when you understand life as the side dude, right? It changes who you are fundamentally, right?
Can I preface that I'm extremely happily married? I love my wife. I'm very happy in a marriage with a woman. To me, it all works.
Can we get another girl in here for so we're even down here? Please?
By the way, yeah, Drex, I have a very special guest for you, our friend Anna.
There she is, the one, the only. Well, Anna, you know what? You are like the literal perfect person for this.
Oh my God!
Anna has done.
Gonna hate me.
She's done a service for humanity. Anna has told me how bad. This is for everybody out there. If you guys think it's bad, the Christian sites, all of these, it's gonna be Christians. Anna, what is your take on this? I warned you what to expect. What do you think?
He did. So I was sitting down, minding my own business, trying to think of content because that's apparently what content creators do. And I thought, what if I join an app, a dating app, or maybe one or two, and just review them on YouTube from the perspective of a very sheltered, conservative Christian gal. They're not Christian dating apps.
Oh hell
Let's
no!
just put it that way.
No. No.
A bunch of the guys on there, for some reason, I think one of the oddest things I saw on that website was when some guys had their profile pictures up, they were with their mom. Others were just shirtless, licking their lips, and had Proverbs 3:20.
I've seen these yet.
Anna. Now hold on, Anna. You know what though? This is serious. I meant to text you earlier today. I wanted you to do me a favor. You know what I wanted you to do?
Yeah, what's up?
Go on the same app, but pretend you're a man and go look at what the women are doing. You see what I'm saying? So search for women. So go on the app, search for the women's profiles to see. Okay, because remember, because Anna, you're
Wait,
coming
all I
into
have
this.
to do is just easily switch my gender. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Not
Because
anymore.
all of these things have a search, right? It'll say like, I am a, and then man, woman, searching for a. So just go like this. Just go on the search bar and go like this. I am a man seeking a woman, because the reason I say this is that you have to understand. Every single woman on an app, if you are a woman, is your competition. They're not your fucking friend, right? They're not there to help you get a man. They're there to take a man
women
from
dress slutty at night, not to get other guys. It's to compete against the other.
It's to
women.
compete against the other chicks,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So
What's
when
the
it's happening,
point?
oh, there's a point. It's a proxy battle. It's one big proxy war, and the reason why that's important is so Anna, when you saw the guys sitting out there with their shirts off, licking the nipple and shit, right? When you see something like that, here's the thing, that sounds bizarre. You're like, who are these people? Why are they acting weird on a Christian site? You're saying that because you're only seeing one side of the coin, right? So when you flip it, you go like this. Who are these guys trying to appeal to? And then, so if you go on there and you flip it, you'll realize, oh, this Christian site is full of a bunch of Tatianas. That's why the guys are going, So then it makes sense, right? And if you know that, then now you know how to move and how to sift through people. Bronca, they're fucked. These girls coming up, girls and boys coming up.
I just got back, so I'm not sure what you were talking about. I can say that
Christian dating site, Bronca.
In my older adult life, I can tell you that until, of course, I met my current wife, who is absolutely amazing. The best sex I ever had in my life was with a young Christian girl in a cheerleader outfit. So it was, she was amazing. She was
God bless these Christian girls.
Anna's too pure for this conversation, guys.
No, oddly enough, I was told that I've heard very few stories, but that there were guys who would when they married or dated Christian girls and they took their virginity, they would leave them because it was so bad.
Oh, no. The Christian girl took my virginity.
Oh,
she took my virginity. She raped me.
Damn.
I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just,
and then they lived
I'm just
happily
saying,
ever
that's how
after.
it was. No.
Yeah.
She was a dirty little whore, and she went on to whore with other people. It was fine.
And see,
surprise, shock.
I'm a Catholic girl, so body count very low, very low. And never done anal, never done any of that crazy shit, because I'm sorry. And again, I see Drex, I see you licking your chops. It's never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
I'm gonna say, look, no, Farron, this is not me licking my chops for you. This is me licking my chops to make the point that I know Catholics. Of all the religions, the girls.
Oh, I know. I've heard it.
The most absurd body counts who are the most degenerate cum sluts.
Oh yeah, trust me. I know.
So when you say I'm a Catholic, so my body count is low.
And let me tell you, you know who's scared? You know who scared me into all of it, like having a low body count and having not being a whore, was my older sister who got pregnant at 18.
Damn.
And then
that'll do it.
and then my two older brothers who said, "Do not talk to men; you will get chlamydia and die." Basically, they were. Like when I say horrible, I was so afraid to talk to boys in high school. And I know people are like, oh my God, there's no way, Farron.
So Farron, let me ask you, because
I was very different.
One of the questions that seems to come up all the time is that men can bang all the girls they want and it's of no consequence. Why shouldn't women be able to do the same thing? And in my experience, I'm not a woman, but in my experience, women tend to get more emotionally engaged in the act of coitus than men do. For men, it's like it's better than my hand. This is basically no emotional commitment at all. But for women,
why do you think there's sex dolls, ladies? Because they literally don't care what they're banging. They literally will bang a dead doll. Okay.
Oh, we gotta get Phil back in here.
Okay.
Andrew saw it.
Shout out to Phil's dollhouse.
Oh, I
But yeah,
missed Phil.
like,
Darn it.
like, give me a break, ladies. Like, if that doesn't say anything, could you see me jumping on top of a doll? I would be laughing the entire freaking time, being like,
So
"Is this really happening? It would never
for
happen.
both the
I have
ladies here,
dignity."
For both the ladies here, I'm not saying you made a mistake not doing this. I'm just posing a hypothetical. We all go through life, right? I mean, I went through a horrible first marriage. We all make mistakes. But in a hypothetical world, if you could have met a guy at 20 or when you were 20, 22, 25, and established a long-term, lifelong marriage, children, commitment, would that have been satisfactory to you?
No.
Oh yeah.
No. Farron says no. Wow. All right. I'm surprised. That's why I asked the question.
You know what? Well, I guess for me, it's different because my mother got married at 31, had me at 32. And she always had told us, both my sister and I, you know, you don't, when you have kids, life is going to stop a little bit. So get your career.
It's about the kids.
Yeah,
it's not about you anymore.
Yeah,
Wait, but
right?
he didn't specifically say have kids yet. He just said get married and live together.
No. Let's presume I say kids.
Yeah,
Oh.
To me, that's part of it.
If it was kids, yeah. And no, I'm not.
How
helping
long
folks.
are we waiting before we have kids? Like
Yeah,
right away?
zero, like 1 hour.
Oh.
Bam, you're in there.
Well,
You
yeah,
have
like
kids.
I mean, yeah. When I get married, I'll probably have kids probably a year from that. But again, like I always knew from a very young age, a lot of women look at their wedding as something that's going to be really big. I'm not even trying. This is not me coping. This is not me saying, oh yeah, I'm trying to make up for it. No, for real. I remember my cousins putting pillows on the back of their head and pretending to walk down the aisle, and here I was pretending to be on TV. You know, like it was just never.
But you're still thinking about a wedding.
Farron.
No, I'm saying my cousins were doing that.
But now you just said if I had a wedding, I would have kids sometime after the wedding.
Farron.
Well, yeah, that's what my mom.
Do you know how savage the dating market is?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There is none of that wedding shit going on anymore. That's done.
True. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is the reason why I think this is where Bronca and I are basically saying the same thing, because of course I talked to Anna about this when I first met Anna on Nick's show. You have to understand what women's actions, the women who came long before you, what their actions have done to the men, right? Mm-hmm. And it goes both ways, right? There were some bad actor men who were fucking up. Not a lot, but enough. Let's just say enough. We don't know the number. Enough bad men caused the system to swing 100% in women's favor, right? Mm-hmm. Women took that power and abused it, kicking men out of the home. The whole sexual liberation. The birth control pill was the worst thing ever in human history, because now birth control should have been given to men, not women. Because if men had birth control, this side of this would look, oh, I can go ahead and smash, but I'm choosing who I have kids with. That's better for society, because then the man's going to choose the woman he wants to be with, right? But if you give it to women, they're going to look at this. I want a baby by that guy right there. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be something much more manipulative and deceitful, right? The reason why that's important is this is how this works, though, fam. Andrew, as in not Bronca, but Legal Mindset, we talked about this. All the chicks, this is not engaging in hyperbole. Every career woman we have ever come across, they talk that shit, but at night when they're sitting there alone, they're fucking miserable. This whole I always imagine this.
Are.
And this is why we say this. Let's say there's a girl right now going.
Well, the problem is we can't help. We can't help
They won't listen.
The women we would most want to help.
Here's
we can't help.
Here's a question, and I pose this to you, gentlemen.
Because Farron, if I met you at 20, I would say, please don't fucking do this. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this fucking to yourself.
Farron, there's girls out here in their 40s.
I can't help you.
Time out.
Go ahead.
Let me ask a question. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're now at an age where men don't want to get married, where men just want to smash and leave, right? So
no, you made that happen.
Yeah, no, women
made that happen. Women made that
Women
happen.
control sex, right?
What I'm saying is,
men always want to get married and have kids because women talk them into doing that. If men are not doing that, it's not men. Men are always dogs. Just pretend men are dogs. We're fucking dogs.
Okay.
Women tame the men. women tame the men into what they want, and today's women have tamed the men into just being dogs.
That was tamed by women before me. So I'm walking into the ring now.
Right,
where men don't want to get married. So what am I supposed to do? Not focus on a career and say, well, gee, I hope some guy finds me.
I get it. I totally get it. I'm not trying to attack you personally. I totally get it. It's an unbelievably bad.
I saw this shit coming a mile
I know.
away.
I know. I get it. I totally get it.
It was either I have to go down south and be married by 23, barefoot and pregnant,
Yep.
or it was if I go up and I want to have a career for a little bit, I'm probably not going to get married till I'm 40.
And
that's not going to happen now.
And it's not your fault.
Happening.
It's not your fault. I don't blame you for any of this.
I'm not going to get married at all?
No.
Well,
really?
No, you're not.
What are you willing?
Be my fucking maid of honor, Drex. You're gonna be my fucking maid of honor.
No, and Farron, I want you to understand
this.
The
problem is you're too successful. You're too successful. Who are you willing to settle for? Are you willing to settle for a man who makes half your income?
Absolutely.
No, you're
Absolutely.
not. You're not. I'm sorry. You're fucking lying.
Oh, okay. If that's
that means that I can have my career and he can be at home watching the kids, hands freaking down.
You will never respect that man 1 second of your fucking life.
Absolutely not.
That's not a marriage.
If, for example,
no man you would want would be in that position. I would never be in that position.
What if there was a guy, for example, let's say like
you're talking about hiring like a gay guy to raise your kids. That's what you're actually talking about.
Okay, let's say there's a guy who's like a real estate agent or a real estate broker, and he doesn't have to be at home.
This is how women argue. You're talking about a man who doesn't exist. The man you would want. The man you would want.
Farron.
The man you would marry and respect. That is not that.
Let me tell you something. I've dated the surgeons. I've dated the
you didn't marry
lawyers.
No,
you know why? I chose not to because they were assholes.
See, now you're.
I'm sorry. There's no way I
You're getting defensive. You're getting defensive, and I don't want you to be defensive.
Go ahead, Anna.
Awesome. You are awesome. There's nothing wrong with you.
Anna, go ahead.
Nothing wrong with you.
Oh, actually, it's a question for Farron. You're not the first woman I've heard that says, "Oh, I've dated all these high-earning men."
Right, you can date all of them.
They broke up. I broke up with them because they were a-holes. What did they do specifically that was just really bad that made you break up with them?
Here was the biggest thing that I saw that's very, very important to me. Now, trust me, I come from a house where my father worked all the time, and my dad wasn't around that much, at least for me, as a kid. And I always understood it was him working. I personally would like the fact that I make a lot of money now. I would like it where if a guy was around equally as much as I am to help raise kids together.
Right. Can I tell you that to me, what you're saying is totally legitimate. There's nothing wrong with it, but it triggers every hypergamy flag that you could possibly imagine.
And it's not necessarily. I'm not going to say it's not his fault. He did get into the field, but that's his job. He's not going to be able to be there all the time.
And that's what I'm saying is I was raised in a family like that, and while I understand and I'm grateful because it gave me a lot of opportunities as a kid, I don't know if I would necessarily want that for my kids. I would want maybe a dad that's around a little bit more.
How many guys did you date that were like that?
Man, you want a subordinate man?
No, just because the guy's around more doesn't mean he's subordinate.
Yes, it does mean that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
My dad's retired now, and he's around all the time.
Because he worked all his fucking life. He earned the privilege of retirement.
Farron,
he didn't do that at 20, did he?
Farron,
when he was 20 years old, he didn't just lay around the house.
No,
Farron, when we say these things, here's what I want you to understand. We say these things, and Anna got to know me because I have a reputation for being a toxic, misogynist asshole who hates women, blah blah blah, right?
And trust me, I like men. I like alpha men. Trust me.
Don't forget the fact that you're black.
Oh yeah, and I'm black.
That somehow contributes to it.
That always contributes, which I love. And so, Farron, let me explain why that's so important.
First of all, Farron's got daddy issues. Big surprise there. No, I don't. I'm just saying as a kid, my dad was working all the time. I have nothing against my father. It is nothing to do with daddy issues. All I'm saying is that myself, I was like, oh man, it sucked not really having my dad there all the time. I don't hate him for it because like I said, what I was told by my amazing, intelligent mother was, hey, dad's not at your dance recital because dad's working to pay for your dance costume.
Which is what he should be doing.
And it was like, okay, that's fine.
Fair.
Like, there's no daddy issues
when
here,
your mom
assholes.
talked about you getting a career, your mom failed you. when women and I've talked to Anna about this. Anna, you can actually elaborate because I think because like when sometimes when men say it, women get defensive, but when women say it, Anna, do you remember you and I had this conversation where I started asking about the women in your life, right? And I said, like, what kind of advice do they give? What do they tell you? Did you notice whether it be girls at school, so that's your peers, whether it be aunties, everything? Do you notice that all of them were basically trying to lead you to ruin? Did you kind of notice that?
I mean, were they all single or were they all in happy long-term marriage?
They weren't happy. They were in no happy relationship.
I don't unfortunately have a big family, so the majority of women in my life who I knew that I spoke with regularly, they were married actually. One who passed away was my grandmother. My mother, my sister, question mark. My sister used to be, and that actually comes to play the question I brought up to you a few days ago, Drex. Do you remember when I said that I was afraid of giving it my all in a marriage and it still wouldn't work out and not be?
That's trauma.
That happened to my sister.
Trauma.
Yeah.
That is
it
trauma.
Happened to my sister. It happened to my mother. It happened to my grandmother.
Hey, Anna,
hang on, Andrew. Hang on.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm saying it. It's a I don't want to say it's a crippling fear, but it's a little nicking back in my mind. That just kinda...
It's trauma. It's I'm not trying to minimize it. It's a real thing. It's a fucking real thing. Trauma's fucking real.
No, hold on. Do you want to tell you what it minimizes?
Trauma.
Yeah, but now my sister's a single mom.
Of course she is.
How awesome is that?
It sucks. Hey, Anna, do you want me to tell you do you want me to tell you how you get around that? Because you asked me earlier, right? And I said, like, if you give a man everything he wants, his likelihood is very likely to not cheat, right? There's one key asterisk to put there. You know what it is? It never gets
a real
talked
man.
about. A real man who is now going to be the guy who is determining if the guy that you're talking to is worthy, right? So let me give you an example. Farron brings some guy home, and she thinks this guy is amazing. And then let's say Bronca and I are just sitting back chilling. We're at a barbecue, and we're at Farron's place. And
I like barbecue.
We all like barbecue, right? And we're sitting there chilling, and Farron's like, "Oh yeah, this is the guy I told you about. His name is whatever, right? His name is Jim."
Right.
And Jim shows up. Right. Now here's the thing, though.
No, do like Tony. Jim is
you know
brother.
you know who women should ask for advice about their boyfriends? It's not other women.
Yeah.
Don't ask other women about
don't
advice
ask women for any advice.
Yeah,
on
I always go
anything
to my brothers. I never
Yeah.
ask. Yeah.
Because but here's the problem though, Farron, and this is what I want to reiterate to Anna, is that when you have guys like Bronca and I, the way that we see whatever guy you bring, the questions that we'll ask, the way we ask it will be much different. You see what I'm saying? So like
I had this conversation. I got two sisters. I've had this conversation with my sister's boyfriend since I was 16 years old.
Yeah.
You put men to the fucking test.
You put them to the test.
Are you just looking for a fucking vagina? Just looking to bust a nut? Or if you are, you may see me next week.
Dang, you said that as a 16-year-old?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. But Anna, this is how you have to talk to people, because it's
hey, Anna, marry a boomer. We're all like this.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Well, but the thing is, here's the thing. I want what's best for people. That includes men and women and children.
Of course, yes.
But like, here's the thing, though. But when we sit down and we listen to women like Farron, right, the career path, we're not saying you're wrong for wanting a career.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing.
Tell that to your chat. Apparently, I've made the wrong choice.
No.
You did.
Farron.
You did if you wanted a family. Like, okay, watch this. You made the wrong choice, Farron, if your end goal was marriage and children in the current climate.
Look, it's a very unfair biological system. If you're a guy like me, I started a whole second family, new children, new wife, everything when I was 40 plus. Women don't have that option.
You don't get
it's
that.
Fucking totally unfair. But it's the reality. It's the biological reality.
And you know what?
So
what I would
women
tell
have
you
to make
guys?
different choices.
What I would tell you guys is most of my girlfriends in the industry have probably their first or second kid by the time they're 39, 40, 41.
No, it's
that
not true.
can also affect the
it's in
the
my
child
fucking
that they have
industry.
later in life.
That's
though.
not.
My
Here's the thing,
friend-
Farron. That's not going to be. Would you agree? That's not the best age to have kids, right?
No, it
can heavily affect the child.
Heavily.
How many of those kids have autism? How many of those kids have various
Down
other
syndrome?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be personally offensive. I hope you know this, but There's a difference between a woman having a child at 20 or 25 and 35 or 40. It's not the same.
Very different. Very different.
It's not the same for a child.
Women of the past understood their own biology, and they would.
No, I understand. And feminism has lied to women. It's not the women. Women haven't said, "Oh, I'm going to fuck up my kids." No woman does that. But feminism has lied to women and told them, "Hey, don't worry about it. When you're 80, you can have frozen eggs or whatever the fuck they're telling these days." But it's not true. I mean, if you look at all the fertility with women, they only do it after 18. So, and from 18 on, it's a declining slope.
Correct.
Every year. And the truth is, probably evolutionarily, most women are probably most primed to have babies when they're younger than 18, but we live in a modern society. They can't do those studies. But once 30 or 35 or 40, you can still have kids and it might work out, but the prospects are massively reduced. It's a much harder enterprise. And that's not fucking fair. It's not fair. It's not fair when guys are making sperm when they're 90 years old. It's not fucking fair. But it's reality.
But it's life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hold on. Now, Bronca, we talk about not fair. Let's look at the flip side, right? Let's take the coin and let's flip it, right? You know what's not fair?
Farron hates me so much right now. I can.
So do you know what? Do you know? What
I'm sorry, Farron. I'm a fan. I like you.
So this is the flip side of unfair, right? Somewhere out there's a guy who's 18, 19, right? Broke as shit. He can't get a girl, right? He's not.
And you know who picks him? You know who picks him? Who picks him? Mm-hmm. Who picks him to put a baby in her?
Yeah.
A woman. Yeah. Pick that guy to put a baby in her.
But here's the thing though, Bronca. The guy who's, the broke 18-year-old man, young man, who says, "Farron, this isn't fair. Girls get to go out. They get to go on trips. They get to have guys throw money at them.
Right.
This one guy, and so think about it. All it is a flip. Your market value. Anna, I've told Anna this. I said, Anna, you're in the driver's seat. You can make choices right now, and you can live a Lady Rackets lifestyle. Right?
I think Farron would agree. Farron, when you obviously you're not 25, but when you were 20, I see how you look right now. When you were 20. Did you have an infinite amount of male attention?
I still do.
Right, of course you do, because you're extremely attractive, right? And
I know that I have a little bit more blessings, but here's what a lot of things you guys don't know
more blessings
is that I saw that life of how girls were going after older men. I mean, I danced for the Chicago Bulls, and now granted that's not a celebrity thing. But like I saw where celebrities would come down and they would want to wine and dine us and they'd want to do this and they'd want to do that. And I saw where girls were falling all over that. And I saw that lifestyle and it just wasn't appealing to me.
Okay, but
I even said to myself, I was like, I don't want to have to rely on a guy to have to make my happiness.
Why wouldn't you?
Because
let me share my personal
my own happiness.
Okay, well then you're good. Then you're good to go. You don't need a man.
But here's the thing, though. No, I mean everybody would love a man, but here's the one thing that I'll push back on. So if my end goal was to have kids, but at the same time, like wanting to do a career, I mean, here's the difference just between me and some other girls in the industry, is that some of these girls have had kids and they're still news anchors, but it's also kind of halted them back a little bit.
That's worse.
But again, like I knew that I had certain talents and I was like, okay, I want to, explore this in a career mindset and I want to, get all this done. There will always be men. There will always be other women.
But there will.
Yeah,
and there's nothing.
There's
nothing. No,
when you're an attractive female, there's always men. I'm sorry.
No, there's not.
Barron. I really want to strangle you.
Sorry. Can I ask you one question? You are a beautiful woman. Right now, me looking at you, you're a beautiful woman. Do you want to compete against a 20-year-old version of you?
I see more young guys dating older women because they're sick and tired.
Because they're going for the money of the women.
No,
would you on pure looks? Are you better looking? You're beautiful right now. Mm-hmm. Are you more beautiful now than you were at 20?
I mean, I think I'm more.
No, stop.
No, come
no,
on. Stop,
no,
stop.
no, you weren't. No.
Okay. Define beautiful. Define beautiful.
No, we all know what it means.
You know it. You better stop.
No, actually, I think it's a lot different, and it actually should be
No,
defined
it's not.
by the
It's
person.
not.
Yes, it is.
Not from a guy's perspective.
Not
Beauty's-
from
okay, from a
the
guy's
man's perspective.
Then from a guy's perspective, yeah, my boobs are bigger. I have a rounder butt. When I was 20, I was a stick thin little naive girl. Now
right.
my hair is longer, my
You're right.
boobs are bigger.
All right.
Men
You're
love
right.
me way
You're
more
right.
than
You're
they
right.
did
You're
at
right.
20.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Hey, Anna.
I'm wrong.
Hey,
I'm
Anna.
wrong.
Hey, Anna.
Sorry.
How do you, Anna? So by this logic that you've now witnessed, Anna, you're in your early 20s. You barely even crossed the drinking age. Now that you've seen this, right? You've seen this. Hey, Anna, if we check back in 5 to 10 years, because she's only going to get hotter, right? Farron's going to have more guys 5 to 10 years from now, right?
I never said that.
But 10 years ago, when Bronca asked, the younger version of yourself, you said, you look better now. Farron, we do care. We want you to win. I know it doesn't seem like it, but here's the thing, though. Like Farron, I'm going to be honest with you. I want you to imagine a society, well, you can because you live in this society, where this is what they tell them. This is what they tell women. No, girl, you're better now than you've ever been. And Bronca, tell me I'm lying. There's chicks in their 40s they say this shit about, right?
I'm a huge fan of Farron. I hope she marries a billionaire. I hope she gets everything from life she possibly wants. But the way men look at the world,
like
the most beautiful woman at 40, we presume was more beautiful at 20.
She was more beautiful at 20.
And there's a new 20-year-old rolling off the assembly line every fucking
And the
day.
guy goes like this.
So
Yeah, same with
I married my wife. She was 25. In my eyes, she will always be fucking 25. She's now 42 or whatever. In my eyes, when I look at her, every morning we wake up, she's 25 fucking years old.
Yep.
For the rest of my life, I get to have sex with a 25-year-old. But if I had met her when she was her current age, 42, for all my life, she'd be a 42-year-old.
She'd be a 40. Yeah, she's
And it's not, for a guy, it's not the same.
It's not
I'm not saying you did anything wrong. You're wonderful. I love you. You do amazing work. I'm not trying to personalize this at all. I'm just trying to express how guys view this sexual dynamic.
So glad I came on.
Well, this is out. I see a sexual abuse charge coming in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
No,
Hey, Farron, you want to wish Drex happy 100? I mean,
Yeah, at this point, I mean, at least you're not 20, right? It's
well,
100.
no,
You're
but-
much more attractive on your 20th episode, by the way.
Me? I don't know about all
oh
that.
no, we were still on potato cams and mics back
I
then.
know.
All
No,
right.
but Farron, it's actually. Oh, go ahead, Anna.
I was gonna say I kind of want to come in and defend Farron a bit.
Okay. Go ahead.
I actually
I'm not attacking Farron.
I understand both perspectives. Farron, she grew in. It sounds like you grew up in a different environment than I did. My father wasn't away all the time. I had both parents in the household. It was fairly stable. We didn't make a lot of money, but we all had ourselves together,
Mhm.
So I guess seeing that, I strive for something similar. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because you probably saw or you've seen your mother struggle without your father in the household. Now you don't want to go through something maybe similar to what she went through. You want to do your own thing.
I wouldn't say that. I would say it's nice to have both of your parents around. Like what I saw, like for example, with my friends' dads who were like high profile lawyers, where it was like, okay, like, dad was around because he was working 9 to 5. Here's the other big thing that I think is the big difference. I grew up in the city of Chicago, where it was during that
that's
era.
tough.
It was during that era where more and more women were starting to have more and more careers of their own. And I've seen this because I grew up in a big city, but I've also
So how did that work out?
I
for
grew
the
up
kids?
for what do you mean?
How did that work out for the kids?
What do you mean? Like me? Like all of us kids?
No, not you personally, just generally.
I mean,
I guess I'm asking. So
Do you know anyone who's happy that
I
went down the
feel
path
like
they did?
women who are raising children, living in a home, being the leaders of the home, are doing a really fucking important job, a job that's much more important than working for some fucking corporate job.
But I think Farron's
that's
point
fine.
is
My mom's a single mom.
some women don't want to be stay-at-home moms.
Well, that's
And
fine. And if they don't want to, that's fine. That's totally fine. It's totally fine.
Also, too, like for example, there's also the idea of
but Farron was just talking about having children. So if you want to have children, I mean, you kind of have to pick, right? You can't work for two bosses.
Well, here's another point, though. Here's another point that you don't see in your line that I'm seeing now in my life.
Fair enough.
Is that nowadays, in order to buy a house, you have to have most days.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's a lie.
I didn't even finish.
Sorry, that's a lie. No, you don't need two incomes to buy a house. It all depends on where you want to live. No.
You need two incomes probably to buy a house. But it's showing in my generation.
You could move to Alabama,
I can't move
buy
out by
a house.
myself.
You could move to
I see
many.
what Bronca's saying, but
What's the average price of rent, Bronca? Across the
I
board,
can't even afford an apartment by myself.
Why are you having children if you can only rent? Why are you doing that?
No, what I'm asking is what is the average price of rent? Do you know
why are you having children if you
can't afford it? We can't afford it.
You can.
No, and not if you want to live in bumfuck Iowa.
Well, live in bumfuck Iowa and raise your goddamn children. That's the job of a mother. You don't get to live in fucking New York City, Manhattan.
So lucky I am not with you right now because I would beat your fucking little ass.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. You wouldn't.
I would beat your ass.
No,
I would
wouldn't.
put you up against the wall and say, you don't fucking know. Because let me tell you, millennials, here's another reason. Millennials aren't getting married. You know why? We can't afford it.
Yeah, because you choose to live in high-cost places to live.
No, do you know what the average price of rent is?
You dirty little girl.
Do you know what the average price of rent is across the board? We just hit $2,000.
Across the board? Across the board where? Where?
In the United States.
No, that's biased by
read a
Manhattan.
fucking newspaper.
That's biased by San Francisco.
We just hit the median price.
What's the average cost of a rent of a house in Alabama? It's $500 a month. No, it's not.
$2,000.
That's
the average
bullshit.
median price of rent. The average
In
median
Alabama?
price of rent. Do you know what
In
BlackRock
Alabama?
do you know what BlackRock is doing
In
right
Alabama. You're not answering my question. In Alabama, what's the average rental for a house? It's not $2,000. You're lying.
Is Sim looking it up? Is Sim looking it up?
No.
Oh. United States just hit the average median cost of rent.
Median for the whole country. New York,
Yes.
Manhattan,
Yes.
San Francisco. You don't have to live in those places.
Fair, you do know that like 30% of the United States lives like east of a line from I think Atlanta and then west of a line from the Sierra Mountains.
Do you
right?
guys know what BlackRock is doing right now? BlackRock is going across middle America.
If you're going to go conspiracy theory, we're no longer talking facts.
Oh, no. I know the BlackRock thing.
Yeah, this isn't conspiracy. I deal in reality. BlackRock is going across and bought a bunch of floor-closed COVID homes, and they are now making this
the rental price of a home in Alabama is not $2,000 a month. It's not.
I can't even get a word in. All right, so I'm old. I took the wrong path. Anything else? Are we good?
I'm sorry that you made those choices. It's not personal. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Man, right? I'm just fucking.
No, but now, Farron, I do want to ask you this though. What have you seen? Like, obviously you and Anna are here, right? What have you two seen? Just being able to talk for this brief time that like gives you hope or gives you despair for the future? Because I'm sure you guys are kind of seeing some of the same things, right? Like in terms of like just dating and relationships. Because Anna, you talked about this. Like, so Anna, I want you to explain to Farron what you're seeing now about rainbow agenda, weak wrist dudes, F-boys. Like what do you see right now when you're on college campus?
F-boys are the fault of women.
Yeah, and this is based off of pure observation. I just want to state that I don't know these individuals. I haven't really. A lot of people don't talk to each other on campus. We just kind of look at each other and walk away, which is very unfortunate.
Me too.
Oh, you're in school?
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, she's in college.
Yay!
Good for you.
Thank you. But where was I going with this? Oh yeah. There are like 3 different types of people there, more specifically men. There are either guys who are there just to have quote unquote fun. They're gay, or they're very introverted. If that
How
makes
horrible. Like Einstein, you mean?
So when I did a little. I remember hearing of
Women
Kevin
like
Samuel's
men
show.
who are exciting. They don't like boring men. They don't like
No,
no.
introverted. They like men who are exciting. I talk to a lot of women. I do family law too. I talk to a lot of women. They're actually they detest boring men. They'll marry
They're
them.
gonna cheat. Yeah. They'll marry him. They'll marry him and cheat.
But the moment they marry them, they're looking for men who give them. They should
What's
test
women
them.
define
They're
as
looking for people
boring?
exciting. Boring?
I mean,
Men who
I've
don't
heard that
push
word thrown
back.
around a few times.
Yeah. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So it's men who don't push back against the woman. The woman shit tests them, and the man just takes it. That's a boring man.
I want to ask Farron. Farron, in your lifetime, what have you thought about, like, you're well aware of like women shit testing men, right?
Mm-hmm.
What have been some like the responses that you've gotten throughout your life?
We agree that's true, right? We all
shit test?
agree. Anna, Farron, we all agree that women shit test men.
I think when you're younger, yeah, women do it when they're younger to kind of see how much they can get away with.
All right, when they have options.
I
and they're
haven't
trying to-
personally seen it, so I've heard of it a lot. I've heard about it a lot.
Anna's
though.
like the sweetest little.
How old? Anna, can I ask how old you are? Just nearest 5 years range.
I'm 23.
Okay, of course. So you don't have to shit test anybody because you're young.
No,
and hot.
she doesn't have to.
Yeah. God damn.
But Farron, what were some of like the reactions, right? Like you shit test a guy or something, right? Do I look good in this, babe, or do I look? You know what I'm saying? Does she look better than me in that? Just give us an idea of like what kind of like reactions guys gave you. Like if you wanted to go do something, but he didn't want to, or you. Well, Farron, you're fully aware of what happened to Tom Brady and Giselle, right?
Yeah,
Giselle gave him an
that,
ultimatum. She was like, she gave him
and
an
that
ultimatum.
I think is I thought it was ridiculous.
It's a horrible choice, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe Giselle's going to live to regret that shit test?
Absolutely.
Because she's okay. Now, Farron, can you agree that she's not going to get another Tom Brady to marry?
To marry, no. But I don't think she's probably going to get married, though.
Absolutely not.
Why would she? What incentive?
But if she were 20 and she needed to, would she?
But she's not 20.
Dumping Tom Brady.
She's not. Yeah,
no,
yeah,
of course
I know.
she's not. Of course she's not. But that's the point. Most of the women we're talking about are women who are complaining they can't find mates. They're looking for mates. Giselle is not. So of course she's off the table. But many of these women are saying, I can't find a man. Well, they can't find a man because they've excluded 99% of men off the consideration, and the men they're still looking at don't want them. Lying?
No,
I don't know, Bronco. You
mean-
know everything.
Okay, all right. That's how women argue.
No, I can't get a fucking word in. And you
Get a
agree with
word in.
everything.
I asked you a fucking question. Get a word in.
What was
Talk.
the question again? I'm sorry.
You can't even remember what the fucking question was. Make your point. Whatever point you want to make, Farron, make it. The floor is yours.
Beautiful.
I don't know what the question
This is beautiful. All
It
right, go
doesn't
ahead.
matter. Make whatever point you want. The floor is yours, Farron. Show us your intellectual prowess and prove me wrong. Whatever you want to say, open arena, floor is yours. Don't fucking tell me I'm not letting you talk.
Okay, mute yourself, Bronco. That way you can't come after her. So
No,
look, I'm gonna.
I don't
Yeah.
know what the question was. What was the question? If what?
Make your own point. You're a fucking adult human. Make your own point. You don't have to respond to me. Make your own point.
I wanted to answer your question.
Just like a woman.
Oh boy.
Did I just see something like spit out? Was that Bronco?
Yeah, that was.
What was that?
I was laughing.
Oh, I looked down.
These women are so self-empowering. They're so.
No, you know what? Anna is not that way.
They can't answer. They can't answer a fucking question unless a man prepares them for it. Aaron, you're a professional. You've been a professional for decades of your life. You can't present an argument right now unless I ask you a question. It made me laugh out loud. Yes, I laughed.
I was
It's
asking what the
pathetic.
question was, and you didn't. You couldn't.
I'm not
remember.
preparing you with a question. State your position. What is your position? You don't need a question from me.
Position on what?
Anything.
Oh my God.
Bronco, mute yourself, damn it.
Position on what? On Giselle and Tom Brady, I think it's a big mistake. I think if she could have just waited it out maybe a couple more years and done a little bit of a compromise. I understand that her thing is that, oh, Tom Brady can't let it go. I know that she wants to be closer to Miami, where she's kind of has her hub there. Personally, and my own idea, I mean, let's be honest, in a divorce, it's not always just like one thing that leads to a divorce. I think there was a number of different things that led to this, but if that was the only issue, I would have just waited it out a couple more years and then said, okay, when you're done, you're finally done. None of this back and forth shit again. Like when you're ready to retire, like that's it, we're done. Because he only has a couple more years in him as far as an athlete, kind of like she only has
also
maybe a
for
decade.
all right, as far as a model.
As a model, she's probably got maybe like a decade as far as runway. After she'll probably get, because they do, like, for example, like you had Helen Mirren that was doing like Dolce and Gabbana and stuff.
Yeah, that's the norm.
80s.
That's the norm, right?
No, but I mean,
the norm is models are 80 years old. That's the norm.
No, but I mean, they have it though. I mean, there's a market for it.
Sure, it happens. Like people
Do
who
they
have
sell?
one leg win. Of course.
No, they don't sell.
No,
Actually,
I'm talking like if she's like doing an ad for like Dolce and Gabbana.
Is Cosmo full of 80-year-old models selling
No.
stuff in Cosmo?
Not yet.
I think when you're talking model, I'm talking about like, like for example, like
I understand you don't want to talk about the thing that actually matters, but what actually matters is what makes money. And what the magazines actually do is not hire 80-year-olds to model their stuff. That's an affectation. That's not the norm. That's not what makes money. You know that, right? We all know that runway models are not 80 years old. Surely you're not contesting that.
I disagree with this. The market for Lizzo is huge.
well, actually, you know what, Farron? I actually want you to talk to Anna about something. Anna said earlier about her fear of, like basically being left behind, right? In terms of invest in a relationship and the guy leaves. So Farron, being that you've been, you were talking earlier about the dating market in DC, it's horrible. Can you explain to Anna why some of these high value men cheat or leave or do whatever? Can you kind of give her and everyone else like some insight into, because these guys talk to you, right? You're around them and they have reasons why they act a certain way, right?
Yeah, and their women don't respect them.
I think people cheat on both sides when there's something lacking. Obviously,
Yep.
They go to something else to get it. Whether it's, I think with women withholding sex is like probably the worst idea to get a guy to do something. And I've had friends do it, and I've watched their boyfriends cheat, and I'm like, I told you not to do that. I think a lot of it, though, to be completely honest, is we live in a society where there's less communication and there's always another option waiting in the wings. Mm-hmm. And I think that having that kind of mentality isn't good, and you have to find people that don't have that mentality. It's few and far between, but I think.
So how do you find them? I think that's a real question. I think the real problem in dating today is Tinder, the easy option. So how do you find people who? How do you date? Like I dated in 1980. How do you do that?
I don't think you can.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Well, that's a catastrophe, right?
Yeah,
We would
back
agree.
to my point back on campus. I tried doing what I think I learned from Kevin Samuels, maybe just kind of smiling at people to get things started. Just feel more friendly, be more friendly.
Well,
no
women
one smiles
can
back
get
at me.
dick in
No
the
man,
moment.
no woman, no one. And I think the only people that really acknowledged me smiling at them were two individuals who looked me up and down and smiled back, but not in the way I wanted
Anna,
to.
you and I talked about this. Can you give guys some
Well,
insight?
women choose this, right? Women define
Just
the sexual
smile?
marketplace. Women are deciding how many guys they bang.
No. So I want Anna to give some insight into the fact that, like, Anna, can you kind of give us an idea of college campus in terms of what has Title IX / Me Too done to interactions? Because, like, Bronca, this was not my experience in college. This was not, this was not yours. Fair, and I'm sure that wasn't yours, right? Where guys like didn't even talk. Like, I've heard this from multiple people, right? Like, Farron, even if you and I have a disagreement, that doesn't mean that we won't be cordial, friendly. Like I will see you, hug. Farron, how you doing? Anna, how you doing? Bronca, what's up, bro? Tim, what up? Fist bump. Like, even people that weren't like that cool with each other acknowledge each other.
Well, I'm not getting close to Farron if she has a knife within easy reach. No offense, Farron.
Self-defense, baby. I've read it.
No, I'm just being prudent.
Bronca came at me, and the knife just happened to go.
Oh, it just happened.
Isn't that funny? Guys, watch this. Watch this. This is how women react. I came at her. That's how she perceives our interaction, that I came at her.
No. I'm talking in a hypothetical when I go to give you a hug, and I'm going to say, yeah, he came at me. And
Hugs are violent. Hugs are violence.
Well, I say that because, like Farron, I want to give people kind of a picture. Is that what they got to understand? Is that like, okay, I turn 40 tomorrow, right? Nick and I were in school at the same time.
Happy birthday!
I know, right?
Speaking of which,
oh shit, look at that guy.
100 for 100. Congrats, brother. Keep rolling.
69 for 69. Well, this is the reason why that's important, though. Is that like,
Nick.
I know, right? God, I love Nick. And the reason why this is so important is this. Anna is suffering the consequences of the people that came before. You see what I'm saying? So am
I.
Here's the thing, though.
We all are.
Look, here's the thing. When Nick met Lady Rackets, he met her the year before I went to join him for my junior year in college, right?
Yeah. And it matters. Sure.
And Bronca, guess what didn't exist back when Nick met Lady Rackets?
No, when I was dating and meeting wives, there was no Tinder. There was none of this.
None
I get
of
it.
it existed.
I was living in a different world than you guys are dealing with now. I totally get it, and that's totally in your defense.
I agree. Bronca, social media ruined it.
Now, Anna, would you agree that social media coupled with dating apps has, along with the social zeitgeist, which is Me Too, and if you're on campus, Title IX, would you agree that that's the real reason why people aren't really interacting, men and women? Like they just aren't
absolutely.
All right, so listen, if Farron
it also doesn't help that black women have some sort of standard.
No. So Anna, the black women that came before you, long before you, they fucked it up bad. I don't think you know how bad it is. Like,
we're not proud of it.
I can go around to any ethnic group, right? And I can walk up to them and go like this: "Yo, man, what do you think about black chicks?" Just in a general, and watch. They're like, "Oh, they're mean, they're aggressive, they're like this is from anybody." Because here's the thing, Anna, you didn't do that, but guess what? Enough black chicks did. You see what I'm saying? Not all, enough did.
Well, I mean, look at Farron. Farron is beautiful. She's objectively 10 of 10. She's a beautiful woman. There's no question about it. At least to my eye.
She's got a nice background too. You can learn a thing or two.
No,
I know, right?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Shots fired. I knew it was coming.
Look, we're gonna pile on Drex.
Decorate that wall.
Drex. Hey, Drex, I'm gonna pile on you. I'm gonna pile on you a little bit here. Welcome to the stream.
You're gonna wake up one morning to just home decor hired people just being at your door, and I hired them for you.
Yeah, I'm in semi trouble. Kat, what do you think about all of this?
No, that's it. Sorry, I heard Tom Brady, sports, Title IX, and
oh my god, I can see it's going to be another fight right now.
Fired up.
Bronca, just shut your mouth, and if you think about saying it, just don't. Just
all right, girls, get him.
I love Bronca's face.
Let's go.
Wait, Bronca, did you notice that the guys are literally on top like this?
Time to shine.
Yeah. Hey Drex, look at this screen cap someone took of us.
Bronca,
we are having fun.
Bronca, you just gave the best facial expression I've ever seen in my whole life.
Hold on, Drex, can I just say?
I just want to say I want nothing but the best for all these women. All these women, I want nothing but the best. The most maximum happiness, the most enjoyment, everything they want in life, I want them to have.
Bronca,
hang on, Andrew.
It's really great. Just let me make it, and then also I have a different position than the other women. But no,
you want to be miserable?
I always love being under you.
What's that?
Misery loves company, I guess.
I always love being under you.
Ooh.
But then switch it. I'll be under Drex then. Switch the screen.
There's only one woman under me.
I like that I got paired up with Anna. Anna, let's head out into town together. We'll leave these guys stream.
Yeah. Drex is a very happily married man.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
So don't let anyone tell you any differently. He's married and very happily, I like to think.
Okay.
We're having fun, guys. We're having fun.
But my position is different though. That's why I was like, I worked in athletics for like over 10 years.
I know what that means. What does that mean? You tell me.
Well,
You got
it
run
means
through.
I was exposed to a lot of
Exposed to.
terrible behavior.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Hang on, Bronca. Can you let her get a fucking word in?
We all know what that means.
No,
She's
you don't know
involved
what
in
it means.
athletics for years.
Oh, so
Come
what?
on.
She got plowed through by the whole football team?
No,
Give me a
I
break.
didn't.
Come on.
But I witnessed the other girls.
Oh, the other
Like
girls.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
All right. No, I take your word for it.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I ask.
Hang
Yeah.
on, hang on. Time out a second. Oh yeah, I take your word for it as you roll your eyes. I mean, there are
Bronco,
some
why do
women
you
out
hate
there.
us?
There are some women out there that aren't total freaking slutbags.
Yeah, there are some.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Maybe you're talking to one of them, so at least
Maybe.
show a little bit of respect. She just came on.
Yeah.
Like
Respect is earned. It's not assumed.
We just got
Shut
here.
up and sit down.
I appreciate the support, but no, my like just the once again, I think I kind of maybe missed Anna's thing with Title IX when I was trying to get on.
Title IX, where we presume that women are more privileged than men. That Title IX?
Yes,
She
I
hates Title IX.
disagree with it, but I disagree with it for like a different reason because it also affects student athletes where they can have better dorms than other people because that's unfair to the other students. And
Right.
it's like, no,
Sure.
it's like that's ridiculous. Like Title IX should be gotten rid of. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. And at this point, there's really not any of that stuff going on. And you're
Okay.
you're
We're in agreement. I love you.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, it's like the reason like they wanted athletes originally in the same dorms and things like that. And yeah, they may have been nicer, but they are also the ones making the money for the universities. Of course, they're going to get the nicer stuff because at the time, obviously, they couldn't pay them legally.
Listen,
'cause
all
they're
these
ineligible.
collegiate exercises, all the actual athletes are getting raped by the universities.
Yeah, no.
All
and
the athletes are getting raped by the universities. It's wrong. It shouldn't happen. The athletes are making millions and millions of dollars for these universities, and
Exactly.
the athletes should be earning their share of that money.
And not only that, the thing is, the primary earner for most universities, it's not all, is football. There are some where it's basketball or maybe like something else, but primarily
It doesn't matter. Whoever's earning the money should get a share of that
but
money.
the thing is though, is like they want like the swimming team and the tennis team to make the same amount. Like if they were talking about before the NIL came around,
Right,
they were talking
which-
about fairness and all that.
Right,
It's like,
which is insane, of course.
you're like, it's like, well, you're not going to earn it because I'm sorry, like it's just women's tennis outside of maybe like an audio clip isn't going to
Right.
make them money. You know, like it's just, and so they focus on that, and also these are young boys. They have access to a lot of women, and they have curfews and things like that. They want to check on them. Now they
Right.
can have them
Are
on the
these
same
young men, these athletes, these young men, are they raping these women?
door.
No, of course not. All right.
No. Me and Drex have had this discussion numerous times about the Jameis Winston situation at Florida State, where it's the only time where it's a toss-up for our opinions, because it was she reported it, like the next day, but it's also like, but obviously she was pursuing him, and so like there's that thin line where it can really teeter one way or the
Right.
other.
We all
There may-
we all
and
know how that
honest-
works, right?
and they all may have both have been bad actors in that, to be
Right.
fair, but no one knows, and it doesn't really, at the end of the day, it's like, but for the most part, you're right. They're not out here raping. If anything, I worked in recruiting. I know.
Would you, if I were to say that there were lots of young women throwing their vaginas at these athletes, would you say I was correct about that?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Not only were they doing that willingly, they were also instructed.
Yes. No, I get it. I'm not saying the women are at fault. I'm not trying to assign any blame.
I think they are at fault because they did it, but they were also being instructed specifically, like go after this 18-year-old or 17-year-old.
Because it's easy, right? It's an easy machine. 18-year-old men, what do they want? they want.
Exactly. No, and
Right.
you're right. That's what I'm saying, and that's the thing. Like they were happily when they were instructed, it wasn't reluctance. It wasn't like, oh, I don't know about that.
Now imagine if you took those same young women, the women who the moment they were exposed to men, the men wanted them, and you told those women, just wait 20 years, 30 years, and expose yourself to men again and expect the same response. What would you say?
Oh, I mean, you're definitely not going to get the same response.
Well, of course, because those men are responding to other 20-year-olds, right? There's a new group of 20-year-olds that just rolled off the assembly line.
There's a reason when I was working in recruiting that we got a new batch every year.
Right. Okay, guys, am I making this shit up? I'm not saying this. Right? We have a woman saying this, and she's not saying anything crazy. She's saying what's obvious and normal. There's a new batch of 20-year-olds rolling off the assembly line every fucking year.
Isn't that what Matthew McConaughey said?
I'm sorry.
In Dazed and Confused?
It doesn't mean there's
You know what I like
anything
about high school
wrong.
girls? I get older, they all stay the same.
They all stay the same.
I saw it when I would leave the Bulls games, and I was our cars were next.
It's
to
not just high school
all
games.
of them.
It's not just high school girls.
No, this was for the NBA.
Right. It's not just high school.
And my cars were next to Derrick Rose and Luol Deng and all of them. And girls would have their panties underneath the little windshield wipers with their numbers written in them.
Right. That's right.
Like, it was shit that I saw.
And they're not just teenagers. These are grown-ass women, right? Grown-ass women.
I will say, while I do disagree with some of the points Farron was making earlier, I do believe her 100%. That she was like, I wasn't one of those girls, because you can kind of pick.
Oh, I believe that too. Yeah,
you can
of course.
pick those girls out so easily, and it's like ridiculous.
I'm not trying to assign personal shame to anybody.
I knew you weren't, but I'm just saying, like, I have like my disagreements with some of the stuff, just because it is more just my background.
And what were the disagreements? Because I feel like I couldn't even really get out a full thought.
Okay, so one of my points was that when young women are throwing themselves at men like this, like fucking meteors coming out of the fucking sky, if you're a high value man, you have all the pussy being thrown at you. You have to fucking dodge it to escape it. How is a normal fucking woman supposed to find a high value husband for the rest of her life?
Yeah.
Because these guys can fuck anybody and all the anybody's all their lives. And I'm sorry, I know this is gonna hurt, but if those same women who are like, how can I fit in, go on to find a corporate career, increase their earning potential, buy their own home, all that shit means nothing to men. Men do not give a fuck about any of that. We don't. I don't care how much money my wife makes, how much property she owns, because that's not mine. None of that is mine. I don't give a fuck.
Hold that thought. I got another panelist to add to this engaging discussion. Welcome to the stream, Mr. Nick Ricada.
Oh, thank you. Fucking Lord.
Hey,
Nick. Thank the fucking Lord. Where have you been?
Nick Ricada.
Where have you
fucking
been?
liar.
Nick.
Wait,
Your
Nick.
nipples hard?
I don't.
Always.
Well, I didn't tell you guys. I'm not okay. I'm not cool with Nick Ricada anymore. You
I'm
stole
the
my
top
Baldo.
Oh, I stole it, did I?
I'm also upset by this, by the way.
Look at this weak and flaccid thing. Look at it. Look at this thing. It's floppy and sad. You want to see? No. You want to see the? You want to see the truth?
The rings of power.
This is the truth.
Oh! Oh! You bastard!
That's right. That's right. 3, baby. Oh wait, no, I didn't. And Drex,
There's more.
And Drex, because you're a little inadequate, I have a 3rd ring.
Why did you get the 3rd ring? Wait, you mean you bought a wait, what? Whoa.
One ring to bind them all.
I just want to say that I'm just mad that Nick is now Baldo cucking me, because until Drex goes back and gets it, there's no review.
I just want to say that today is one of the saddest days of my life, because I know that Farron now hates me for the rest of her life.
I do not hate you.
And I've never had anything but incredible respect for Farron. I think she does great work. Everybody should follow her. I don't know what she does in terms of YouTube channels and stuff, but everyone should do all that shit. And I think she's awesome. And I'm so sorry, Farron, for being a dick. And
See, now that Nick showed up.
Yeah, that's the maximum Sims you get. From now on, it's
continues.
Is it just because Big Brother Nick is here?
Yeah.
Is that why? Is this why Big Brother Nick is here?
No, I've rubbed my dick on Nick's face before. It's fine.
By the way, look at the art. I don't know if anyone saw the art for this stream, but we got the Baldo on Nick's nose.
Yeah, Nick, do you notice they've got you the Baldo?
And the Pope hat.
If you notice, Kat, can you see where your foot is on me with the sweater vest?
No, I can't. It's really hard to see. Maybe you should zoom in.
Yeah, zoom in.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
where Kat's foot is. Come on.
Yeah.
This is wrong.
This
is.
The only
cold toes there, Kat.
Oh, what the fuck is going on in your pants there?
It's not both.
Jeez.
That's the only
I see a lot of racism here.
This is just dirty.
Oh, by the way, we got a shout out for Legal Mindset, and look at who's behind him.
No, I just noticed that.
That's Farron's former best friend, Snake Bites.
I don't even know her. I've never talked to her.
That's Snake Bites. Right on poor Legal Mindset's shoulder.
Wow,
yeah.
That situation.
But, hey, Drex,
Crazy.
I think we need to clarify for the stream though. Do you like my feet under your butt?
Look, they're not in the actual hole as I told Nick
Wait,
Recato.
hang on.
Again.
Is NCAA Cat? Those are the feet?
Yeah.
So nice to meet you. I haven't met you.
Wait, what's wrong with my mic?
Kat, it's an honor to meet you as well. I enjoy
What's wrong with
it.
your mic is that you talk into it from time to time.
Oh, shut up, Nick.
About all of you.
Just giving you shit.
Soder just said fix my mic. Is there something wrong with my? No,
Yeah,
okay, whatever.
You're way too hot. But by the way, folks, I have to sign off. I have
Bronco, have a good one.
I'll come back. My car is here. I have to go home.
Oh, okay.
But I'll see you guys maybe in 30 or 40 minutes. I'll come back. I'm so sorry. I think you're lovely, and I wish nothing but the very greatest joy in life for you and all that.
Bronco, you can't have the best in life until you get a
Just
Bronco.
say a prayer in the car that all my eggs don't die, okay?
Well, they're dead. So.
Damn.
This is a very productive stream.
This is Anna. I don't know how it happened.
I'm making fun of myself.
Tuxin.
All right.
I came on just to wish you guys a happy 100.
I know, Anna. You came in. You're so sweet. You know, Nick
And
comes
now
in
I
with a
get
damn
dildos
baldo.
in my face and.
No, it's not
That's
dildos. It's a baldo.
Yeah.
What's a baldo?
Oh.
Okay, here. So Peachy. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
This is a baldo. Okay, it's got these little windows in it, right? This is a window to the soul. You insert your balls in like this, and they fill out the sides here.
Wouldn't that hurt?
I don't know. No one's ever tried it.
No one's reviewed it yet.
Well, right now you're holding it hostage.
Hostage? He dropped the kids off at the pool and never picked them up. I've had to clothe and feed this thing for days.
And to be fair, we actually did review the reviews of the baldo, and they all happen to be coming out of England.
I know.
That's where the company's located.
Anna, run.
I'm not surprised.
So you now this is kind of sad and small. So you actually have these rings that you stack on.
Oh no!
Poor Farron.
To get to the size you need.
Oh, you
And
think
then-
this is bad?
Poor Farron.
Yeah, and then this becomes a phallic object useful for various activity. Like,
now,
I don't know,
here's the thing. when
breaking
we-
ice on the driveway or whatever you need.
This exists.
Breaking ice on the driveway.
Oh my god!
Keep it in your car. It'll help, warm up the the frost on
It's a good conversation starter.
No, but Drex, I learned about
Good
this
conversation
from Nick.
ender too.
Oh, did you?
It gives some excitement while you're de-icing the driveway if you put it in your butt.
Oh. Fair. I view you like in a whole different light now. I didn't know
Kinda
that you were like
physics.
that you were initiated into the Baldoism.
Yeah.
I don't know about
I
that,
reviewed
Kat.
it with Nick on stream along with Legal Vices, who I just sent an
Weirdly
invite
enough,
to.
I've
Hope
learned
you don't
more
mind.
about balls from Nick than Drex. Which is
Oh, we
very
definitely don't
odd.
mind.
See, look at that.
I had tweeted at Legal Vices try and get him in here. He
Look,
didn't.
can we finally establish that Nick
Anna, I'm
Mercado is
just
a worse
here.
degenerate than me?
I'm just here to spread the good word. That's it. I'm just here to drop knowledge and wisdom across the earth to sprinkle seeds of degeneracy where I go. That's all.
And I
I'm doing.
believe you. That's why you got kicked off of YouTube.
Now, could the
I got
Baldo
packed
also
on.
substitute as an egg holder?
No, I'm on, but people don't know who I am. They don't know.
Oh, I
who's
meant
married.
human eggs.
Oh,
Oh,
only if you don't clean it up.
Oh boy. No, but yeah, no, I learned about the Baldo via Nick,
damn!
and yeah, I was Vices and I
Somebody's
were
gonna pick
there.
up the
Aren't you like
slack for
blown
you.
away? Like weren't you just like in
So
awe?
here was the problem that we were having is I was saying, okay, how would one maneuver it if you're, like, would you have to be, is it easier to lay down missionary or the other way? Like, we had so many questions, and Nick said, we're just going to have to wait for the human review from Drex. And I was like, who's Drex? And then my world opened up. That's
Yeah,
what you said.
yeah.
Follow-up joke to that. I'm not going to say the joke. It's an implied joke. It's a joke in brackets.
Well, wait, Drex, where are you going to do
We're
it
on-
though?
Huh?
Where? I mean, are you going to travel
How you
somewhere?
gonna try this Baldo out, Drex?
Once you get it back in your possession, of course.
Oh, he's muted. That's weird. It's weird. I was muted like that.
So that's where I'm doing it.
Where are you gonna try it?
I just told you.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, did you say Nick's couch? What was that? What did you say?
Look. So I got to make a trip to Alabama.
What's in
And that
Alabama,
one-bedroom
Drex?
apartment. That one-bedroom apartment.
What's in Alabama?
Get that $500. Get that $500.
one-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, $500 one-bedroom apartment in Alabama, sponsored by Bronca.
Uh-huh.
He's not lying, though. A one-bedroom in Alabama is $500 average.
Depending on
But
where
of
you
course,
live.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, of
If you're
course.
gonna-
It depends where you live. Big city versus the countryside.
If you're gonna try this in Alabama, I think it's a prerequisite that you have to bring like a cousin with you or something, right? Isn't that how Alabama works?
Not exactly.
I mean, Drex does have a.
You can always
Wait, is there another option in Alabama than a cousin?
Yeah, it's a second cousin.
Oh,
Or a step sibling.
I thought
Wait,
that was
what?
just a threesome.
Why Alabama though? What's the significance of Alabama?
Drex,
Nothing-
what's in
nothing.
Alabama?
Yeah, I would love to know.
Alabama's a random state in the union.
It is kind of toe-shaped now that I think about it.
No,
Oh
but
my!
Oh,
This is
You might
Baron.
have to fight him for this, Cat.
Baron. Do you see how they do me? You see how Nick does me with all these innuendos and
I
puns?
don't know what's happening.
So Farron,
I've been
NCAA
on
Cat
different
is
hours
in
and stuff,
Alabama.
so-
So this is Nick
Oh, okay.
trolling me live on the air about my not frequent trips to Alabama.
okay.
And
Drex.
why, Drex?
I mean, yeah, sure, they're not frequent. That's your argument?
Drex, I think we need to bring some more drama into this stream. So without further ado, please welcome Legal Vices.
Oh shit, Jeff! Did you hear the news?
Oh yeah.
My other
Wait,
brother.
Which news? The news that I'm supposed to crash your stream because I didn't get an invite, you bitch?
I sent you a Twitter DM. No. I sent you a Twitter DM.
I didn't get it.
Vices.
Hey, I don't know
Nick
what
has
just
it.
we just got rid of one grumpy old man. We don't need another one here.
I'm sorry. That's my
Okay?
that's my default mode.
Restart.
What news?
Well, Nick has news for everybody. He has
News, what?
he's presented something that he's evolved as a content creator as of today.
Yep.
So Nick is going to start doing sex toy reviews.
I don't know about that.
Before you, which is
Gang,
really
gang.
good to say this.
What the business?
Look at that! Look at that, Jeff.
Did they run out
Pink
of
one.
Did they run out of gray?
No, the pink one's $10 cheaper.
Oh, the pink one's cheaper. Okay.
Notice how it looks bigger? That's because gray is slimming.
That's why Drex looks so thin.
look so fat with this purple background.
I definitely need to turn up the white balance on this. I'm looking a little.
Yeah. The white
Hey,
balance.
Drex, you know what Legal Vice has that you don't?
Oh, what's that?
Oh, I'd be like, I'm interested.
Background. He has a
my
background.
He has decorations.
Look at those You could learn a thing or two.
He's got the bottom of a picture frame,
Look.
Anna. What do you even want? It says Picasso.
No, Nick, it's not just any Picasso. It's look, this is what's overlaid on my Picasso.
It's a Hobby Lobby Picasso.
It's that photo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's nice.
All right.
Yeah, that's Ron Toya in the background with the snack tray.
I guess I should have. Hang on,
Should we
Drex.
still
Hang on.
talk
hang on.
about him? Honestly.
Hang on.
Everyone, you got it really
There you
wrong.
go.
The difference is
Oh,
that Drex is actually in Alabama and streaming from my apartment.
Sweet home.
Are we serious?
No.
I'm at home.
Damn.
Nick, you've been in my house like 9,000 times.
First of all, that picture wasn't there last time I was there.
Yeah, it
That
was just a white wall.
Your dad was just grilling chicken wings. That's all it was. I've never seen anything on your walls ever in my life. The only thing I've ever seen on your walls is like a hole or a stain where your brother broke something.
Oh boy.
No, Farron, this is no lie.
Oh, that's just sad.
I had the people come through because of my brother's bizarro parties and weird stuff that was happening with Nick, would you describe these people as unsavory characters?
Unsavory applies a taste.
Oh, no, Farron, you've never met people
Oh no,
like this.
Farron, they have a taste. It's just a taste for twos.
Farron, you've never seen people like this. Unsavory characters. Like you got to remember. So, Farron, have you ever walked into a situation where you don't say anything? You just do. You do the panoramic view, right? Because you don't believe what you're seeing. You do this
all the time. Where you feel like an out of body, like like did I take a drug kind of experience?
Well, because I mean, I can recall times where Nick and I were hanging out back in the day. And Jeff, I know you've been in these situations, right? Where you and your buddy just kind of sit there and look, and you just do this face. and Jeff, weird stuff is occurring, right? Weird interactions are happening. And I look over at Nick, I'm like, and Nick just kind of does this. Because this is no lie. Nick used to drive the Green Hornet. He would show up with the Mountain Dew can. And so, like, all of this weirdo stuff was happening, and, like, he's totally unaffected, just, like, and I think, like, every now and then Nick would be like, this guy looks shady. Like, where did your brother find this chick? I mean, look, Jeff.
When I picture this, I picture you as Samuel L. Jackson and Nick as John Travolta, and you guys walking in, like, Pulp Fiction together.
Yeah, and just on
in the movie. Like, I feel like that is your meme together. You know, where you guys just are standing there together.
Well, so much weird stuff was happening in like what
Drex
ends up
does like a good foot massage.
Hey, Farron, isn't it great that everyone's piling on Drex now?
Happy 100,
I love it.
buddy.
Like I said.
Oh, now she loves it.
Yeah.
It's great
Welcome
because I mean,
to my last hour and a half, bitch.
oh my
You're
God.
old.
Found the tweet.
You're old.
I
You made the
I
wrong
take back my
choice.
rant.
Eggs and then nobody likes you. All the 20-year-olds are gonna take everything from you. It was like, Jesus, why did I come here?
Perform an exorcism on your womb, that barren hellhole.
Get some
The
feet
power
under your
of
butt is
Christ
what you need to
compels
do.
you.
Yeah, no, Farron, you need feet on butt. I promise you, it works.
No,
good.
Drex, no, you want a new
That's
level
hard
of
pass.
degeneracy was created in my locals chat today.
Oh,
Yeah. They
Wow,
said,
is this where I just do the?
it was
Yeah.
one of your mods, by the way. One of your mods. She says, imagine Nick on top of Drex and the lead attorney. It's like one of those Suzy Q cupcakes.
Susie Q?
Oh,
poor Jeff.
are those the ones where they're brown with the little?
The little white swirl on the top.
Yeah,
There's way
And
too
a-
much innocence in here,
And a
Nick.
bunch of cream filling.
yeah.
JoJo character.
That was one of your mods. That was one of you. That was you.
Look, I didn't send them. I promise. I don't know where these people are getting these ideas. Well, Nick, did you hear about the? I sent your parents some of these horrendous face app things. Anna, face app needs to be banned from the internet because Nick was Heath Ledger and I was Jake Gyllenhaal in Brokeback Mountain.
those things, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Face app is a horrible thing for the internet.
Well, what's depressing is that they didn't do it with my feet.
They've edited your feet into other pics.
They should just
they put feet on everything.
But they should put your foot on Heath Ledger's face.
Exactly.
Drex's face on Jake Gyllenhaal.
Exactly. Just take it.
That video you sent me, you and
Wait, Anna, which one did you get? You got the crisscross one, right? I sent that to Nick's mom.
That's pretty good.
Or is it, I think it might have been your dad. It was one or the other.
But my favorite video you sent me thus far is probably the one where you and Nick were singing about being best friends. I'm Penny. I'm Sarah.
Oh my God! Yeah, that. Wow.
Has Nick seen that one? That one actually made me laugh, laugh out loud for a while.
Oh my God, Anna, do you have it to
show
send
him.
to Tim?
Oh,
Wait, hold on. Actually, no, hold on. I sent it to you. Let me see.
That was like the funniest thing. I was having a bad day that day too, so every now and then I just pop that video open again.
Oh my God, let me see.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Oh, by the way, best stream ever. A lot of people love it.
I think
Nick, we had
saddest...
full on no time. Sorry, Jeff, go.
I was going to say the saddest face app is the one they did with Ian Runkle as The Witcher. It was just like it's Ian cosplaying. It just looked like Ian cosplaying. It's like sad.
I just
by
heard
the
a
way,
buzz.
congrats on getting your channel. I know I'm really late, but congrats on getting your channel back, Nick.
Thank you. Really appreciate
Vices, someone says you accidentally linked your StreamYard in the stream chat. You should probably delete it. Uh-oh. Did someone do that? Or is anyways, I'll find it, but just also we had a comment asking about the context of the foot butt stuff.
Yeah.
Anyone care? Anyone care?
I can go ahead and tell the story. I'm an expert at it. I know this story hands
He's
down.
an expert.
So here's
Actually,
what happened.
you know the story feet down, actually.
Yeah.
But.
Feet up, technically.
Feet up, yeah.
Okay, so Drex is down in Alabama for reasons. And he's sitting there on the couch. And next to him is NCAA Cat. And she's like, hey, my feet are cold. And he's like, oh, girl, I know how to warm those feet up. Just, and he lifts up an ass cheek. Now he's black, so he's got to take one hand and he has to have extra help with it. And he lifts it up and she slides her feet in gingerly under the ass cheek, but then she, curls the ankle. So it's a nice upward angle. And then he sits down to warm her feet up in his prison wallet. That's what happened.
Anna,
100% true.
See the distance?
100% true.
And when he sat down, he said, like that.
That was the sound effect?
Yeah, it was slow at first, but once you relaxed, it went a little faster.
Oh my God. What is this? Drex, what have we become here?
And her feet were never cold again. Not once.
So
we're here because we love you guys.
Just for that heresy, I just found the video I sent to Anna directly to Tim. Nick might have to put this on the show anytime I'm over as the intro. Nick, you'll appreciate this video.
Please do.
Okay,
well, they made me and Nick the infamous Yellow Flash snippet. Jeff, you seen the I am not gay snippet?
Yeah.
They put me on the black dude and then put Nick as Ice-T.
Wait, is that the one we're watching?
Is this it?
I love this.
Oh, this is different.
Okay, I'll play it. I don't know what's gonna happen. The pixelation's I can't help that, but
we forgive you.
I'm Jenny, I'm Sarah, she's Jen. Been best friends forever, well since we were 10. Met at ballet class, and ever since then, we became inseparable. The damage was irreparable. Jen's like my sister, and Sarah's like mine. Friends till the end of the line. I'm Jenny, I'm Sarah, she's Jen. Been best friends
Stop this
forever,
madness.
well since we were 10. Met at
I'm gonna need a copy of that. Need a copy of that
because it
for
great
reasons.
voices.
What makes it even better is I think you sent me this the moment I got my exam grades back, and it wasn't great.
Oh no!
And this really happened. Yeah, I'm not very good at tests, unfortunately. But this made my day.
Why is your head
I'm just
down
gonna
in
pull that
shame,
off.
Drex? Why is your head down in shame?
No, that was me texting Nick the link
Oh,
on his
perfect.
Facebook.
I thought it was you looking
Fair.
down, wishing there were feet below you.
Oh no, he's got those too. Don't worry.
There. There's actually been a smear campaign against me. I've told Jeff about this. I was going to retain him.
Really? Do we need to start? Do we need to start a Twitter hashtag
No.
war?
There's been a smear campaign between Nick, his sycophants, and all these people putting in my face. My daughter saw a
Wait,
video of me
who's a
dressed in lingerie. And
Yes,
I was.
think you weren't supposed to share those pictures.
It was.
Not
Look.
dressed in lingerie though. I thought
Pat
you...
sent me those in private, Drex. I just sent them to you to let you know.
So I think Anna saw it because she was like, "Wait, what just happened? What did I just look at?" They put, I don't know what singer's body they put me on. I think it was like maybe Rihanna or something. So
There's been a
Jeff,
lot of them. And
Yeah.
I must say, you fill out a Lizzo body.
Oh no, I didn't see the Lizzo one.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
I don't have
I'm
enough
on a
screen
Lizzo
space
one?
for that.
Oh, they put me on a Lizzo one. I haven't seen
yeah.
that. Oh Jesus.
You've been on Lizzo,
No, I need to make more
Rihanna,
space on my monitor for that one.
Yeah.
you gotta increase your hard drive space.
8K. I need an 8K screen over here.
They have Nick as
give me Drex with Lizzo. You'll see a hard drive.
No, hold on. That's just for me.
Look, it all started when Kat deceived me, as I told you guys, when I was in Alabama. We were at a Italian restaurant having the best chicken parm I've ever had, and I got manipulated into taking the infamous soft eyes picture.
What is it with guys and chicken parm? Does every guy love chicken parm? Nick,
Every guy.
love chicken parm. You,
Every single guy on earth.
Tim,
Chicken parm.
my
Hold on,
brother,
hold on,
my
hold on.
brother. It's like
Don't
chicken
you do
parm
this
is
to
like.
me. God damn it, Farron. Don't you do this to me.
Dude,
Did you just say that I love
what did I
chicken
do,
parm?
Nick
Did you say I
Ricascio? What did I
love
do?
chicken
What did I
parm?
do? I said you love chicken parm.
Do I look like a black Italian? No, I don't
You
love
look like a
chicken
white
parm.
Italian, Nick Ricascio.
I will endure a chicken parm. It can be fine, but I don't love chicken parm. Don't put this on me.
Hunt,
Don't
Nick,
do this.
you haven't
You had
had
said one
this
night
chicken
on one of
parm.
your shows, you said chicken parm, and you said, "Oh, and it was the best chicken parm." You go, I love a chicken parm," and I was like, and the only reason I said it is I was like,
I was
you know
drinking.
why?
I was drinking.
My youngest brother, his favorite is chicken parm. My oldest brother, his favorite is chicken parm, and I'm like, every guy I know loves chicken parm.
Chicken parm.
Is
No,
it-
Farron.
Is there something in it with you guys?
There is. Farron,
There is.
at Gianmarco's,
estrogen.
There is.
Try the eggplant.
That's why I love it.
Parmesan.
That's why we love it. No,
maybe
so
that's why they don't serve that stuff on campus.
right? No, Anna. This is the best chicken parm at Gianmarco's, and that's how I got manipulated into that infamous picture. And then ever since then, there's been a smear campaign against me.
Hold on, Drex. Whose chicken parm was it though?
Well, yeah, it was your chicken
Yeah,
parm,
whose
but
chicken parm was it?
Yeah, what did you eat?
Hey, don't worry, Drex. I
I
got
got
you.
some other chicken item.
I got you, Drex.
Look, Nick, I was set up. Farron, this picture was doctored. Okay, that was a doctored picture.
What, you didn't have the handlebars, and now but then the picture
Hold
does.
on, no, to be fair, that was a very sweet and loving anniversary gift for me. Specifically.
Yeah. No,
The
Kat, no
handlebars.
one denies how sweet and squishy and soft that picture is.
And it's certainly a gift for all of us.
Nobody out there thinks that this was anything other than the most beautiful and kind gesture from a devoted
really
and
was,
caring
though.
man.
Hopelessly devoted.
When I picked him up from the airport, he had a mask on, so he could surprise me. It was beautiful.
You wore a mask?
No, it was to troll. It was to surprise her that I had.
It was to hide the surprise.
Yeah, because she gave me this look.
Hide the surprise.
Yeah, no, so she gave me this look because
100 deserts just opened across the internet.
she was wondering why I wasn't like communicative. I'm walking toward her, but I have the mask on. She kind of gave me this look like, what the hell? Because she talks about the Andy Reid mustache, right? The fucking long handlebar mustache. So that was where that's where the whole bit came from. And then we went out to the Italian restaurant where I was manipulated into the infamous picture, clearly manipulated.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of masks, you know there's a mask mandate still on my campus.
The fuck? Still?
Only at the guidance counselor's office.
Oh Jesus Christ!
That's weird.
Is it a woman?
I've only seen guys in there, so I don't know.
Hey, Tim, I got.
I just found it interesting. I stepped in there like,
picture
oh,
to share
can you
on Discord.
Okay, yeah, I got it. I'll pull it up in a second. Hey,
Did I
Drex,
hear cat?
you know I do you fair, right? I do you fair. Someone sent this to us, and I thought it was really cool.
Where am I at right now? That's
beautiful.
If Nick is the Pope, then you are the saint.
That's St. Patrick.
Saint of what?
Look at the snakes.
That's St. Patrick.
Leading the snakes off the cliff. Or
Leading
whatever.
the snakes.
Look at those snakes right there.
Chasing the snakes away.
There's
I think I can
there's a
zoom
lot
in.
of them, man. There's a lot lingering around these days.
I heard somebody came. I heard there was a conversation before a wedding too, that I just couldn't help but make like a Godfather reference to it earlier today on my locals.
Oof.
I don't know what you're talking about, Farron.
Nick has no clue.
No idea.
There was
What is
definitely
being said?
never a wedding in Alabama.
Oh no! I was talking about something else. Then never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Share my picture, Tim, please.
Yeah, I got it. I got
Please?
you. I
Please
got you.
Here we go.
Oh.
This is the stream that keeps on giving.
I'm never gonna not laugh at that picture.
Wow.
God.
Look, I love those eyes.
Wow.
Such a devoted and caring husband.
Farron, you can't make this up. I'm telling you, it's been a smear campaign. I've been in every single weirdo. Look,
Dude, don't even fucking talk to me about smear campaigns.
it's been one big smear
The
campaign.
last 4 weeks, okay. Don't even talk to me about smear campaigns.
I mean, Jeff knows. Like, well, actually, Jeff, this is we got Halloween coming up. I have to ask everybody on the panel their favorite horror movie, man. Jeff, what is yours?
Oh God, that's
when
such a
you
rough
grew up.
one.
Like, what was your thing? Like when you're coming up, horror was the shit back before woke.
Mine
The
is my
first
best
movie-
friend's wedding. Sorry.
Never mind. I can't follow that. I can't follow that one.
Now wait a second, Drex. When you actually did the wedding, did you use the rings from the Baldo
Oh.
Look,
on the altar?
Yes.
you remember when Nick asked me? He's like, "Well, hold on, Drex, bro, I'm about to put this on my nose. Did you use it, Nick? I did use the Baldo twice, and you put it on your nose.
You did not, and you know it, you coward. That thing's
Hey,
never
but
been
Jeff,
stretched around a fleshy pouch.
You know the best
never
part?
Once.
Nick was getting ready to put it on first before asking. He goes like this. Wait,
Yeah, I saw
did you
that.
use this yet? so he was inclined to just put the Baldo on his nose. He had to he got to like right here. He was like, wait.
Well, he had heard you use that ball cream Dirty Dan sent you. He wanted to get a
Dirty
whiff of it.
Dan. Fucking yeah. So Anna, I received ball cream from Dirty Dan, and I haven't been the same since. Fucking Dirty Dan.
Do you use it?
Yes.
It didn't work. So I used this ball cream. It was for white people pubes. So white guy pubes, I used the ball cream. The shit didn't work, and I was like, my fucking balls. So
Are you sure it wasn't Nair? Like,
no, it was so Farron. Okay,
Well, it doesn't
remember
work
in
for one of
40-year-old
two
virgin?
reasons. It just doesn't work because it's just not cut out for you, or chemical
Yeah.
burns.
So black people have different hair all over. So then like it was made for white people. So they need like a Soul Glow version of this shit. So I put it on,
Extra
and
strength.
it's like there's like a little like spatula, and you take the stuff and go like this and put it
Yeah.
on,
Like butter?
and it's yeah,
like wax, fan.
it's like
like butter?
and it's supposed to kind of just slide that off. It did the opposite of slide that off.
He was
Grew
trying
more
to do
hair.
something special for me. Don't judge him, guys.
It was some bullshit.
Did you de-hair
Drex,
your
I got a
feet,
present
Kat?
for you.
I've learned more about balls today than I had in my last 22 years of life.
Objection. Grounds.
Yeah, Nick, what did you think
Wait a
about
minute.
that?
What did Anna just say, though?
Oh, I just said I've learned about more balls today than I had in my last 22 years of life.
Oh my goodness.
That's it. Nope.
No.
This is the problem. Not enough ball education in the world.
There
Dan
needs
is
to be
good
more.
for this.
This is
You
the
taught
problem
me
with
better than
modern
health
women.
class.
I know.
Anyways,
It's not modern women's fault. It's not modern women's fault. It's everybody else's.
Did you tell that to Bronca?
Oh, don't worry, he'll be back, Farron. If you didn't get enough before, he'll be back.
He
Drex,
loves you. Farron.
You were asking about horror movies. I forget who.
Oh
we
yeah,
left
yeah,
off on.
Jeff. So hopped on horror movies, man. You're growing up, man. What was your shit?
Boy, I'd say the first movie that really scared the living hell out of me was probably Alien.
Good
and
movie.
And Hellraiser when it first came out, which is now it's a Halloween treat. That's how October 1st every year gets the Hellraiser treatment.
Yep.
It didn't age well at all with the
At all.
CGI,
You shut your
but
mouth.
it's still cool.
It's still great. Back when Hellraiser's a great movie because like the hot chick in Hellraiser's a 4.
Yeah.
You're like I guess she's the hot one.
Oh my!
She has skin at least. That's an improvement.
Yeah,
An improvement.
She's beating out that guy. But then she like she's like licking his weird
Yeah,
skinless body and stuff.
He gets human enough to get bitty with it.
It's like people who have hairless cats, and you're just like, it's kind of gross though.
Yeah.
It's like,
I had a friend that had a hairless Italian greyhound named it Rogaine.
okay. Drex, what are you doing?
Well,
Don't
no,
ask.
so when you see me on like that's
He's fitting the
because-
Baldo.
You're
No,
taking
so
pictures
I'm
of chemically burned testicles? Like,
He's
what's
looking at
happening over there?
pictures that I sent him. Don't worry about it, guys.
Well, whatever pictures there, I think we should look at them too.
Yeah.
All
I
crazy.
think it's
You
only
don't
fair.
want to. Vices, you don't want to do that.
No, Nick and Andrew
She's just
set
modeling
me.
diamond toe rings.
Look, they set me up with some. They had me in a very unsavory light. Nick had pictures where my head was visible with the rings in the frame, and I canceled him. I canceled Nick.
Yeah, he DM'd Susan, got Susan to throw Nick off.
Yeah, that ring was definitely not given to me by you, right? Definitely not.
No,
It's all set up.
Kat, you found it in the toilet, clearly.
Yeah, no, just it came out of his butt. That's how he proposed.
You shit diamonds?
Butt rings.
He
Look.
put it up, and then it attached to my toe when I was pulling out.
Oh,
X-Lax,
Clip
that'll help
that.
with shitting diamonds.
Clip that.
Thank you for that.
It was very beautiful. It was a great moment for us.
The visual, people. The visual. Anna, you're next. Horror
I'm
movies.
so glad I'm here.
This is a horror movie. This is now my favorite
This
horror
is a
movie.
Yeah,
Two
this
minutes.
stream has become a horror movie.
Characters like me are the first to die. So,
Oh boy.
my favorite horror movie. All right, I'm gonna pull the thing. I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies growing up, so
Okay.
I don't think Monster House counts. And even when I saw Monster House, I was pulled away because it was too scary. So,
Monster House?
but however, I took a
It's the
film
animated
class. I took a film class in college, community college. And that's when I started watching real movies, which blew my mind. I saw what's that one movie called? No Country for Old Men. Love that
one
movie.
ruled.
I
Yeah.
feel robbed. But my
He was
favorite,
so
horror
brutal.
movie- I know, and I loved it. American Psycho.
I saw that with Nick when Netflix was new.
Oh, but
At
I
his
liked how
parents' house.
the turn was, I guess, because it was an old movie and it had that older effect. It was nice. It was nice.
Oh God!
I like the twist. It started off with a woman robbing from, I guess, her just robbing people, and all of a sudden there's a murderer. It was great.
You
Came out of nowhere.
just called
And then a
American
crazy
Psycho
mom.
an old movie, and I immediately wanted to end my life.
Yeah, Nick had a bit of a heart attack there, of old age, of course.
It was in black and white.
What?
American Psycho. No, that's in color.
You're talking about
No?
Psycho.
Oh, Psycho.
Oh, Alfred Hitchcock. Hi, Psycho. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
That is an old movie.
Because you're like, I don't think any woman robbed anyone in that movie, but I mean, I guess it was
That was about a guy.
yeah.
Yeah, a guy who was like insane. He thought he was his mother. His mother's dying.
Patrick
that was
Bateman.
just Psycho. You should watch American Psycho.
Yeah.
Is it good?
American
Is it
Psycho
better?
you would like. Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know. I wouldn't say just different.
Anyone see the new Michael movie?
I heard
the Michael Myers movie?
I heard it sucked. I heard it was like
Really?
real bad. Yeah, from everybody.
I kind of wanted to see it. The trailer was good.
Wait, did you see Halloween Kills?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
That
you
was
got to
good.
see that one. I saw it with Nick.
I have to- it's
You saw it with
Hello.
Jeff?
Oh yeah.
Did you notice that he yeeted them savagely, right? Like it wasn't like just
sure.
normal. It was like damn.
The school bus was my favorite part of the whole movie.
It kills kids.
Drex, you're skipping the part where when was our second date?
Oh, test time.
Oh no, yeah.
Don't
We
get it wrong.
went to go see Halloween Kills at the theater. It was AMC.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got
Buy
your
that EMC stock.
Because it was like
Chipotle chicken
just
sandwich.
over a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah, Nick's not jealous or anything, Drex.
Clearly.
It's fine. He came and watched it with me the second time he saw it.
Look at the face.
Yeah.
Poor Nick.
Aww.
But you know what though? I did see Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the first time with Nick and Lady Rackets. Lady Rackets was not ready. I don't think any of us were ready for the savagery in that. It was fair. Have you seen that shit?
Oh yeah, I'm not one for horror movies, but yeah.
I was like, wow. I mean, he really deleted people. I was like, damn.
Oh yeah, you're
Like-
talking about getting canceled.
Yeah, I'm like, you're so canceled, bro. My daughter watched it.
Nice.
Oh.
Crazy enough, I think I told her about it because she's the kid who will be like, you know how kids have this like disengaged look. They're just kind of like this, like yeah, whatever. But then as soon as something like kind of is in their like just general range, they're kind of like, what's that? And then so she's kind of like looking. She's like, so she starts watching it, and she's like has that face of like like people are really getting yeeted. Now, Farron, what is your horror movie?
So I'm not really one for horror movies, but if I had to say it, I would say probably I'm old school, The Exorcist. That one was pretty scary to me as a kid. In high school, I remember when The Ring came out.
Yeah.
And The Ring, it wasn't so much scary in the sense of like watching it, but like I remember I could not look at a TV for like a full year, like just a plain TV, without thinking that little freaking chick was gonna start crawling her ass out.
Farron,
again.
we have a buddy that I don't think he did it ever again, right? Our buddy SG, right, Nick?
Yeah, he's not a huge fan of the horror movies.
Yeah, he literally like saw the movie and Nick was like, yeah, he like doesn't do, because that was back when we still had like like the CRV TVs, and Nick was like, yeah, SG just doesn't do static on the TV screen anymore.
Yeah,
because
it's
of that
creepy.
movie.
Even like the Blair Witch Project, I remember when that came out because that was kind of a first of its kind.
Yeah,
and,
I saw it with Nick, right?
Dude, what?
Yeah,
The
back when they were
original Blair
watching
Witch.
movies together.
The Riddler.
I saw it with you, right?
No,
At the theater?
I don't think so. I saw it at Lagoon with Sam. I don't know
Okay,
if you
so who the
remember
hell did
Sam.
I go with? It was like
Probably
me, my
Matt.
brother.
I saw it before it was released officially, when they were still pretending it was real.
Okay.
And I tell
Great
you what,
marketing, by the way.
when
Great marketing.
when that movie ended, everybody was shook. In the
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
things- I was shook.
Yeah, everybody just kind of was like,
Because you see him,
Yeah.
I can still see it in my head, and I've only watched it twice, and it's the
In
guy
that
just
corner.
standing in the corner.
Yeah,
You're
standing in
like,
the corner.
"Ah!" Like, oh
Yeah,
yeah, it's
so-
ugh.
to the chat, because I know we're all going to get made fun of for this, and that's fine. But listen, if you weren't around for the marketing of the Blair Witch Project, they created fake news reports. It made it look like it was this thing that happened somewhere, and they marketed it brilliantly. And they didn't tell a single fucking person about any of these people. And IMDb wasn't really a thing yet or anything. Like, so everybody thought that this movie was like this found footage genre that they created was something real. Like, it was scary. It was convincing enough that you go, oh, this is fucking weird. And so then when everybody's sitting there in the theater watching it, and you're like, okay, this is really fucking weird. And then it gets done, and you're like, well, oh, all right then. And they never showed the monster. They never did anything. There was no cheesiness to it. It was just straight delivery. And then, like a couple days after I saw it, the producer gets drunk, and right before release, he's like, yeah, it's all fake or whatever. We just had this marketing scheme and blah, 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 blah. And then everybody goes to see it knowing it's fake, and they're like, well, this isn't scary at all. And I'm like, well, it's a completely different experience watching it thinking that this happened versus watching this thinking that this is complete bullshit. And yeah, I tell you what, they should have, I don't know how, you couldn't do it ever again either. Like you could never make this. But if that movie would have came out like 1989 or something, when there was no way to find out that it was real, of course they wouldn't have had the same way to market it, because the fake newscasts and shit wouldn't have popped up all over the internet. And the website archiving all of the stuff, because all the shit that they did outside of the movie was done so well. And it looked like it's all this B-roll, and none of it made it into the movie. And if you missed it, you missed the whole movie. And it could never be done again. They tried it with the Poughkeepsie tapes, and the Poughkeepsie tapes is bullshit. That movie isn't scary.
Heard of it.
Don't watch it.
You're absolutely right, because it came out in '99, and I was in, I think, 7th grade, and my older brothers were like seniors in high school. And I remember, like, there was a letter that went home with the kids that was like, there's this movie coming out about these kids going out in the woods. Try to keep your kids from going out. And this was before, like, the producer came out, like you said. But there were, parents who got letters saying, don't let your kids go out wandering in the woods. They're going to try to do this thing. And it was scary. It was legit scary. And now everyone's like, oh, it's not even scary. Yeah, but again, like in '99, we all didn't have, like, we all probably had really shitty dial-up with like really crappy AOL instant messenger or whatever. Like, it wasn't the same as it was now. Yeah,
you've got
so different then. I miss those days.
No, I said that.
Well, the age of innocence.
Farron, I'll tell you what I miss the most, and I've talked to Kat about this. It's going to the movie rental store, right?
Or the CD store.
Yeah. If you went to a Sam Goody Record Town, all those kind of things. Kalia, I haven't seen Halloween Ends. I heard that's the one that I heard that sucks. Halloween Kills was good. Ends I've heard is bad. But like, do you know what that meant to just be like this? Hey, Farron, it's a Friday night, October 28th. Hey, you want to go to the store? Let's go down to Blockbuster, Video Update, Mr. Movies, Hollywood Video. That atmosphere, right? It can never be replicated, because here's the thing, Jeff, which one was more engaging to you? Having basically, let's just say for the sake of argument, basically every movie in the world that in existence on your couch, right? Just going like this? Or just physically getting up with your buddy or your girl and going to the rental store, going up and down.
You go to the rental store, and there's 18 people waiting for the 3 copies of whatever the brand new release is. You got to pick it up, you got to shake it and go, motherfucker got here first. Yeah, and then you got to you work your way down the list until you find the one that's in stock, and then you just go back and watch it. That was half the fun, reading the backstory. I haven't seen this. Does this sound interesting?
Yeah. Here's the thing, the artwork, right? Do you remember the artwork on movie boxes? Remember that? That was a thing. You went in there and you said, Nick, do you remember we'd be in the rental store, and the best
Nail Gun Massacre.
Nick and I
my favorite horror movie.
We watched Nail Gun Massacre, and this is how we decided on the movie. We're in the place, and we're going like this. You're up and down the aisles. We're trying to find something. So, Farron, I look over at Nick, and I'm like, because remember, this is you have to communicate all across aisles, right? You found anything? Nah, man, nothing. Nick goes, Drex. And I'm like, yeah. So I peek my head up, right? I'm like, yeah. He goes, I found it. And I'm like, so I'm like, kind of like looking like this, like, what the hell is that? He goes, the tagline, because it's cheaper than a chainsaw. And I look at Nick, we were like this.
Yep.
And we rented it. Nothing prepares you for this movie, because like the killer yeets so you have the grapist, right? Potentially criminal. You have the grapist at the beginning of the movie, right? And that's what the plot is, right? The revenge plot. The killer gives out one-liners in a voice. Nick, how would you describe that voice? Because it's not like Darth Vader.
It's this. It's hitchhikers always stuck on the road.
And it's just, it's so.
After he nails the hitchhiker.
He nails him to the road. It's the most bizarre. Like, look this movie up. Nail Gun Massacre.
Now I know it's going to be my new favorite horror movie.
Oh, Anna. Here's the thing. I've talked to Nick about this. One thing that I don't like about all this modern world where we have all this technology. I wish that we had the ability to just watch movies. Now, we can only watch movies on this app using these Amazon Primes. I just want to be able to say, Farron, let's just have movies on. Anna, let's watch this movie and have a community of people that are just having fun. No one wants to have fun anymore. Everyone wants to look for, is it woke enough? Am I going to be offended? Look,
Wait, have you watched Piranha Double D yet?
In this movie.
Do it.
I saw Piranha 3D.
I have
No.
3D, the one at the water park.
No, I saw the
You
Piranha
saw
3D.
You've got to watch 3 Double D because Drex, it's better.
What does
It's
the double D
perfect.
stand for?
What do you think?
Okay, so they're piranhas with tits.
No.
No. Just the
piranhas are
gratuitous
eating
nudity
people
in the
with
movie.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Absurd amount of nudity in this movie.
It was kind of like the last really
Here's a-
fun, campy teenage horror sex romp.
There's on the pool, the man installed a coochie cam on the ladder. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, how has this never come up? How has nobody ever? This is
They
brilliant.
probably did in Japan.
This movie was fantastic.
I feel like I missed a whole generation.
My older brothers used to tell me when they would take their dates out to the movie store, they would be able to tell like whether they'd be able to make out with the girl the whole time or like depending upon what movie she got, they would be able to see like, oh, she actually wanted to watch the movie or she like wanted to make out because my brothers loved movies. But then like my youngest brother, when you would see like when we were kids and we would go to the video store and you would look at just by the box alone, my brother, 5 years old, without fail, every single week at the video store would rent Naked Gun because he just loved the picture of it. And then we were like, Stash, this says naked. And he was like, okay. We never watched it with him, but he got the movie every single week. And my dad loved it because he loved Leslie Nielsen or whatever?
Yeah, Leslie Nielsen.
But
Rip.
yeah, like being a kid though at that, and then they all smelled the same. All the blockbusters had that distinct smell.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and then the people with their khakis and their little polos and.
Well, I'm going to go to the
I
last
will-
one. Bend, Oregon is the last one.
Yes.
I'm
They have a
going
great
to go there.
documentary on it.
One's still open?
Yeah, they have
Yeah,
a great
still open.
documentary on it. I'm
going to go there. Bend, Oregon.
Wait, so do you still have a membership there?
Me?
About that, no.
You
I
got
probably owe them money.
Yeah.
Oh,
$50 million.
Everybody
in late
owes
fees.
Blockbuster money. Everybody.
Yeah.
Nick, wait, you didn't say yours. What is your favorite horror movie?
I just said Nail Gun Massacre.
Okay. NCAA Cat.
It's
You're
quickly
next.
being taken over by Piranha Double D.
You know my favorite horror movie.
Do I?
Is it the
Think
one
about
that you
it real
forced her
hard.
hands down so she couldn't cover her eyes?
It's Lamageddon.
Oh, God.
What is it?
Oh,
Lamageddon.
God. Lamageddon.
What?
You know.
Farron, look it up.
Are you guys like in the massive like D-list section of the
Yeah,
video?
this is like the Z
Those
list
are the best.
movies.
Zombievers, that's a great film too.
Oh.
Zombievers is pretty good.
So
Don't you dare tell me
Zombievers is
anything
actually
different.
funny, yeah.
yeah, so I come down to Alabama and she tells me about this movie before I get there.
Why'd you go
I
down to
fly
Alabama?
Huh?
Why'd you go to
There
Alabama?
you go again. There you go again.
So I was
just
down
curious
there.
why you were down there.
Why
Was
did,
it business
why did you go down to
or
Alabama?
I was down there for Horror Week.
for what? Oh my
Horror
god.
Week. Yeah. So we had Horror Week in my second trip to Alabama. I flew down and we were going to blitz through all these horror movies. And she tells me about Lamageddon. And
Well, 'cause I get to pick some movies.
so she tells me about this movie, Booty Foot. The black dude in the movie, Jeff, you'll love this. He'll be like this, yo, what's up, bro? And then the camera will go over to Farron. And Farron and Anna are talking for like a minute. It'll go back to me, and I'm like, hey, man, you ready to go get a drink? But now I'm wearing a different shirt. Like, so the whole movie, it became a drinking game about like, can you spot? So Oh, Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving's my favorite.
No, you know what's wild is no one ever talks about the best horror movie that was never made. Nick, Thanksgiving.
I want it so bad.
I would have
so bad.
I would have. So Anna, have you ever? I'm sure you never watched Grindhouse, right? With Tarantino.
I have no
Rodriguez
idea
double
what that
feature?
is.
So Anna, it was an homage to the movies of yesteryear, right? The movies of lore, and in this movie, it's a double feature. They have fake trailers, right? These movies that don't exist, and so if you go online, you can actually find the fake trailers, right? Just type in like Grindhouse trailers, and it'll pop in fake trailers, and one of them was Thanksgiving. It is so. Wait, Farron, did you ever see this movie?
No.
Oh, Farron, you
I apparently
must
missed
see.
the aisle that you guys would walk
Can
down.
we see that? Is it okay if we stream that for? Is it like a minute long or something?
This is a Tarantino movie, and it's it was two movies. It was
No
Planet
wonder you
Terror.
like it, Drex. He
Planet
loves
Terror
it.
and Death Proof.
It was Planet Terror and Death Proof, but when they played them in the theaters, they played them like an old 70s double feature. And then between the two movies, they had all of these fake trailers. It was one of the most fun fucking cinematic experiences.
And people hated it.
Yeah, people hated it.
The public did not understand it at all. So this is what happened. Jeff, you remember that year, right? I think it was 2006 or 7. We come into the theater. I remember Nick and I went with our man M, his girl. We all went there. We were like pumped. We walked out and we just went like this.
That's why,
I'm
because
thoroughly
you guys
satisfied.
enjoy the experience,
The experience
of
of
cinema.
Grindhouse
You're not just
cinema.
there to watch whatever.
Yeah.
And
So-
that was so nostalgic. Going back
was
to
so
the big power voiceovers from the trailers.
Yeah,
the big,
oh my
and it was
God.
so awesome.
Werewolf women of the SS.
Yeah, werewolf women of the SS, Farron. Yeah, like I'm talking the most. So
Machete.
Farron,
Machete
was made
one
from
of
the
the
fake trailer.
Amber Heard was in that, by the way.
She was.
Might have forgot
She
about
was.
that.
Wait, Amber Heard was in Machete?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did she
Yeah.
get macheted?
I can't remember. I
Well,
don't
so
think
is Steven
But
Seagal,
She was in Machete.
Yeah, right? Yeah, Steven Seagal.
All I remember is Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah.
That's all
I want.
everyone remembers, Nick. Hey, Drex, I got my entry for the scariest movie. Have you ever heard of a movie called The Butts Have Toes?
Oh, look at the ring in there. Look at that. Look at that edit.
This is a nightmare.
That's sweetheart, baby, honey. That's not an edit.
Wait, what?
If you love it, should put a ring in it.
He did. It was
It's got your,
beautiful.
it's
It
got
was
your
a very-
narrow ass white man
it was a
hips
very
too.
loving proposal.
Oh my god.
No, my entry is The Hills Have Eyes. I was pretty young when that came out.
The original?
And
Oh, you
that
gotta
was
see the
pretty
original.
scary. The original, not the sequel.
Okay. Yeah.
No, but I was gonna say one of the ones that I will say I was actually terrified by, and it's actually the last time Drex came to visit me. We watched it because we weren't tired, and it was 3 a.m, so we just turned on this scary movie. And Drex, correct me, it was Malevolent.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about that.
Malignant.
Yeah.
It's
Malignant
no,
or
no,
Malevolent?
No. There's another one called Malevolent.
Yeah, and it's really good. It's more of a psychological kind of type thriller, but there is a horror aspect to it. And anyway, that one was really good, where I literally was yelling at him. I'm like, you need to finish up and get to bed because I don't feel safe.
Yeah, Nick, it's the Asian horror.
Oh,
And
that
it's-
one. Okay.
Oh, Yellow Flash.
The answer is yes, Yellow Flash. Hey, if you want in, Drex can send you the link.
Oh yeah. Wait,
If you want in, yeah,
Yellow
Flash.
thing.
Yeah, Flash, if you want in, don't worry. Drex will lift a cheek for you.
Well, no, hold on. No, he only lifts those cheeks for me.
Oh, Malevolent with the kids. Yeah, that was weird.
Oh, you saw one, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay, now
Yeah,
Jeff.
no, it's
would you tell-
really good.
Anna, make sure you watch that. Malevolent.
Is that the link right there?
Well, see, I like those movies like that, and
Malevolent,
the one with the blind guy that had the girl in the house.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. What is it called?
Don't
don't breathe.
Don't breathe.
Yeah, don't breathe. I like those where it's like someone comes to do something bad and then they get double batted upon. Those are the movies I like.
Vices, have you ever seen what was it called, Drex? Goodnight Mommy?
Yep. Well, we saw the American version with Naomi Watts.
Yeah, like, because that was another like psychological like weird thing.
I've never heard of it. Now it's on my list.
So,
well, it's really good in my opinion because you ask a lot of questions the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
all right, Nick. You two need to settle down. You two need to calm down.
That is terrible.
Flash.
Flash would say that.
Oh, by the way, someone did return to the chat or return to the stream. Hello, Andrew.
Hey,
Blackburn.
Oh, hey, Bronca. Guess what? Guess what you just walked back into?
Oh no.
Feet.
Favorite horror movies.
Horror movies.
Feet or favorite horror movie?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Andrew's favorite horror movie is New Jack City.
I love New Jack City. That is one of the best horror movies ever made. It's awesome.
Mick Jagger.
Crap.
Yeah, this is the he walked into.
Andrew, was that a new Beamer I saw?
It is.
It's worse that the shoes are on.
You wouldn't believe it.
Look, don't judge.
That stupid bitch, not lawyer chick, actually ended up paying for a brand new BMW X4 M40C, the M version, and my new Rolex watch in one weekend.
Dude, where the hell are you getting Rolexes?
Oh, it's so hard. I got lucky. I was in Vail, Colorado, and they had two, so I bought them both. But she bought one of them. Natalie, thank you. Thank you so much. I love you.
Sell me one. I'll buy one from you.
I'll
tell you what it is.
I'll tell you what. I got a 37 millimeter Yachtmaster, brand new. Bought it last week. It's available.
Devices, remember, Army guys. It fell off a truck.
Yeah.
No.
How did my brother get it? Fell off a truck.
It is 100% genuine. I have the box. I have the hat. The stupid hat you can't actually buy. The fucking ball cap they give you. Holy shit.
Wait, they actually give you a captain's hat if you buy a boat?
No, it's a ball cap, but it's like you can't buy
I'm not gonna lie. I thought you said ball
Yeah.
cap.
No, it's
I
like
meant,
here's your
for balls.
$13,000 watch, so we'll give you a ball cap.
That would have been amazing. If
I
they did
thought I
that.
lost that stupid
Here's a hat.
You cannot buy it. It's ridiculous. It's like, in fact, I bought two watches, two $10,000 plus watches. Like, you want a ball cap? I'm like, fuck, I bought two watches. Give me two. Like, all right.
Well,
You're
no,
like, sorry,
no,
one
you know where
per
you messed up?
customer. We got to keep costs down.
Oh my
You
god.
know where you messed up, Bronca? Though you should have asked for the ball cap as well. You got the bald cap, but you should have asked for the ball one.
Is that what you're trying to say? Bald?
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess
you
what?
need both.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
it
But
was-
my wife has a husband with multiple Rolex watches and a Fortnite diamond.
No, but if it's a freebie or an add-on, like you
fucking
could have
guy.
diversified. That's
Wait,
all.
Don't worry, Andrew.
Who's operating your camera? Who's adjusting your camera? Are you doing that with your hands or your feet or what? What's going?
It's probably my dong. I'll fix it.
Do you have it?
Wait, how is he moving that?
What are you?
Oh,
doing?
this is the I gotta pay my legal bill.
I
POV.
think this dude literally is he on a selfie stick?
You wanna,
Oh, look, paintings, Drex.
what is?
Oh
your,
my god!
What does your camera even do? I'm
Wow,
so
what a
confused.
nice background.
Anna, look, do you not see? Look, Anna, do you not see the greatness?
There you go, right
I'm
under Harry
sorry,
Potter.
did you hear me say painting? I said paintings.
Yes.
Look,
And I
look.
need you
Plural.
guys to not judge me for my background, okay?
Watch the next time I'm on. He's just gonna have two. They're the same thing on the back.
The Harry Potter poster is part of our theater room. Any of you
Harry
ladies wanna
Potter?
marry a man
How
with a
dare you.
Theater room. Too late.
I was gonna say that's what we have in our basement. That's all the different movie.
Where did you just
posters.
pull out a
Cool
sucker
idea.
from?
You don't want to know.
What?
You don't want to know,
I went
Drex.
down. I went like this, and like she just has like yeah,
She's doing the GTA. Drex, she's doing the GTA 5 poster.
yeah. What?
And ecstasy's finally kicking in.
Wow.
Frederick Little's got a question for the panel. What's the worst horror
Oh,
movie you've
shit.
ever seen?
No, but see, in a lot of cases, the worst is also the best.
The 2020 election.
Oh, I know
I
what.
was beside you, Nick, when that happened.
I
scary.
know the worst horror movie I ever saw. I was with Nick. Halloween Resurrection.
Don't you dare. How dare you? I'm so mad at you. That movie's great. Kevin dies first and deserved every second of it. And Busta Rhymes saves the day with a tornado kick. How can you possibly hate that movie?
Well, if Busta Rhymes saves the day,
Wow.
then shit.
It's way better than 13 Ghosts.
Hey, Nick, by the way, I heard your talk on YouTube about your how you got deleted by YouTube and came back, that hour-long video. Fuck, man, you are my personal hero. That was fucking awesome. That was world-class work, dude.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Better than this
that.
other bullshit that some of these women are talking about.
I do have a quick thing though. Nick, can you confirm for Bronca that Drex is married?
Yeah, of course Drex is married.
What's
I'll
wrong
do
with
that.
being married? I'm married. Being married is
Yeah.
the prize, the
Yeah.
ultimate prize.
Yeah.
It's too bad all these women aren't worthy of it.
Yes. No. Who is Drex
Being
married?
married
to?
was great.
Out of
Divorce was a
curiosity.
fucking ton a lot better than.
Yeah. Nick's on the witness stand. Can
Yeah.
you point to the wife of Drexel in the courtroom?
I wish I had another sister that Drexel married. Hey, Farron, Drex is I don't know if he does a polygamous thing, but maybe think about it.
First off, his
I'm
first
good,
wife
thanks.
would not agree to that.
Who wouldn't?
I'm all about having sisters, but not a sister wife. I'm good, thank you.
Why not?
I do like you.
I'm a
Farron.
monogamist. I'm a monogamist.
Yes, I do like you, Farron, but no, we're not. We're not.
Rocket just made me fall off the couch.
Brock just made her fall off the couch. Brock, you're causing people bodily harm right now.
The Mormon in the room will stay quiet during this discussion.
Jeff was not prepared for this. He was not.
Jeff doesn't even have a chair. He just sits on a row of wives.
I'm only saying, think it through. I think if you think it through, it makes sense.
I don't like to share my toys, but thank you.
Oh, you should, of course.
There's room in the
You
butt.
say you don't, but you are.
Oh.
There's always room in.
This is terrible.
Look, I don't
So
think
you
you
asked
guys
what the
judging
worst horror
Drex
movie I've ever
for
seen.
his
This is it.
capability for taking my feet. It's fine.
Anna,
it's his kink, and it's really rude to kink shame. You guys really, that's so rude.
Yeah, if Ken
You guys should
Jennings was
never
here.
do that.
Nobody should kink shame.
Yeah,
Just don't use
ridiculous.
peppermint
No.
foot lotion first.
Cold, but
Oh boy.
Wait until I tell
Look,
other
it's
women
not
that my
peppermint,
wife
we're
is
starting with
15 years
coconut.
younger than me. I get kink shamed pretty damn quick.
True. Jack's true, right?
Yeah, they never. So it's Slay Queen when it's the other way around, right? When like Demi Moore is with Ashton Kutcher, it's like, yeah, Slay Queen, and then they see Leo with some young chick, patriarchy.
No, well, the and I will say this: like, the problem that I think that when people go after Leo, it's because he drops them once they turn 27, right?
That's for him
As he
being
should.
a good
And
guy.
there's
That's
nothing
him being
wrong with
good
it.
to them.
And I'm not arguing like there's nothing wrong with that, but like that's a criticism that he
It's not a criticism. That's a quality. A dickhead would keep dating them with no intention.
well, then you should have
He's-
dropped your wife after a year.
Why?
You met her when
I
she was
hadn't-
26.
I had intention.
Well,
I
this is-
married
I'm
her.
talking-
I gave her two
So then you're not a good
We're
guy
still-
because you didn't drop her? You're saying that a guy that drops a woman at 27 is a good
No,
guy?
because Leo has no intention of marrying them.
Leo
Yeah,
has
that's,
no intention.
that's
Oh,
my
okay.
point. Like this is Leo specific.
I'm
It's
not sure if you don't understand what dating with intention means. I'm not sure.
No,
but
that's
I
you're sucking on
understand.
something there. I don't know if it's fentanyl or what, but dating with intention means dating with an intent to be married and have a long-term relationship.
Okay.
That's different than what Leonardo is doing. He's banging young women in their early 20s and releasing them before he uses up their greatest value.
It's like
I
a
think
catch
that's
and release
credit
program
to
from the
Leonardo.
DNR.
That's
When I
the
dated
other
my
good
wife,
ones on.
I dated her with intention to marry her, have children with her, and have a multi-decade life with her. I'm not sure if that's hard to understand, but that's how we did it.
Are the girls
No,
that are
I
dating
wasn't.
Leonardo?
I was merely asking a question of how is it different, and then
And I explained it.
Well,
Right.
I think
Did
that
I mansplain
Leonardo
it?
is probably explaining to them the difference. Like, I think first off, it's kind of a meme now, anyways. But even before that,
Do
I
you think
that
any
it
of
was
those
a clear
22-year-olds dating
explanation.
Leonardo think they're getting into a lifelong relationship? Is that what we imagine is happening?
They might delude
I think
themselves
they
into that,
knew
yeah.
before going in that it wasn't going to be that, and that's
Right.
why it wasn't a manipulation or anything like that. It's like, yeah, like I want to spend this time with you.
I'm on a super yacht. Listen, I would fuck Leonardo DiCaprio to be on that super yacht. All right.
Nick,
Don't tell me these.
you
women-
have a clip for this,
Rip
right?
it and ship it, ladies and gentlemen.
Ship it immediately.
Hey, Bronca, I got news for you. Means you're gay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what happened to the guy I was arguing with? I meant to give him a final, conciliatory statement before he left.
Oh, Undead?
I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Oh, yeah, Undead
Chronicles,
Chronicles.
huh?
No, he's gone, man.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Anna was going to answer the worst horror movie question.
Oh, yeah,
Anna,
go
what's your?
Oh, I don't even remember.
So Nick
I got so
showed me.
sidetracked.
Nick showed me the worst horror movie I've ever seen, and that was Hot Wax Zombies on Wheels 2.
No, it's just the first one. It was
You
pretty
should.
bad.
It was terrible, but in all the best ways. Drex, have you ever seen a movie so bad that it's good?
Well, yeah, there's lots of awesomely bad movies.
Well, see, that's where Zombie Strippers lost it. It was so bad that it was getting good, and then it just continued to suck. Zombie Strippers is bad, but the
way,
worst movie. Go ahead.
Oh, I remember my
Sorry,
answer
Levi,
now.
sorry.
The Last
The-
Jedi.
Oh, God, yeah. God, that movie's terrible.
That was it. And I remember leaving the theater, and I told my family, "Wow, that movie is pretty bad," and they all jumped on me, like, "No, that was good, and here's why." And a week later, they started changing their tune.
Oh,
So.
yeah, as they should have. Fuck them.
And I think it was hyped at first because it was new Star Wars movie and whatnot. But then I guess when it started to sink in, you're like, wow, it's kind of like Endgame, honestly. It was about all the rage, but now that it's kind of settled down, you really have time to marinate and think about it. It's like, it'd have been.
I still haven't
better.
seen it. Nick told me about it. To this day, I've never seen Endgame. I stopped at Infinity War, and I was just kind of like, there's just too many of these movies, and they're too samey, and I was just kind of like, yeah, I'm good.
You're not missing out.
God, my wife.
I'm excited for
made me
Wakanda
watch
Forever.
the whole
That trailer was
Stranger
great.
Things.
Oh, you know what? What did you think, Bronca? I actually enjoyed it. My daughter did a Stranger Things binge.
What did I think?
I love Stranger Things.
It was horrible.
I liked it too. It's
Oh,
great.
really?
The first season was very interesting, very engaging, very innovative. But by the time we got to, I don't know, the third or fourth season, it became very droll to me.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't
It's a
interesting
cash
anymore.
cow.
I know they tried making it exciting. The fact that they had the one guy, the sheriff, in a Russian prison, but it felt like a kind of Fonzie jump the shark kind of thing, But that part was fun. But I thought the first season was great. The second season was still pretty damn good. But after that, it felt to me like one of those TV shows where the people who wrote it, they were like, holy fuck, we never thought we'd get rid.
Yeah. Like almost like your arc was over, right? Like you had an arc, and then when it was over, and they're like, you're renewed for another season. Like, oh, we didn't really.
Which is how I feel all the time. I'm like, holy shit, I'm still married 12 years later. I can't believe it.
You're renewed.
Right? Who would do this?
Oh.
By the way, Farron, if I came across as offensive, I certainly don't mean it. I think you're a lovely woman. You're certainly beautiful. You're beautiful. If I wasn't already happily married, you're exactly my type. You're gorgeous.
No, I'm too old, Bronca.
Well, I didn't want to say it, but okay.
I'm just gonna. It's been great, guys. Have a fun night.
Speaking of which, I actually have to go say that because I got to do my own damn stream. I delayed an hour to be part of
we
this.
actually have to go. We have our stream.
Yeah.
We pushed it back an hour for you, Drex.
Damn.
All right,
Hey,
Farron,
we
Farron,
appreciate
both
it.
so much.
I'm a big fan. I'm sorry if I was offensive. I love your work.
You're fine.
I have
You've never
nothing
watched
negative
my
to
work,
say.
but I totally get it.
Farron, please plug your channel, plug your show. Where can people
Totally
find you?
get it. No, I would say if you head over to either Legal Vices or myself right now, we're getting ready to do our Unexplained stream, talking all
We
things.
are the Halloween edition. Hey, Farron, I have a twin brother. He also makes like 7 figures a year. So just saying.
Oh, you have a twin too? That's cool.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm too old.
Not for him.
What is he? Is he the anti-gun lawyer? Is that what he does?
Yeah, he does gun control.
His name, coincidentally enough, is Andrew
Barack
J.
Obama.
Branca.
Oh,
Like,
could be,
not his
I thought
real
you were going to
name.
say Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
I love you, Farron. I love you. I'm sorry.
I love you too.
Anyways,
I
yeah.
didn't mean to be
We can
offensive. I
tell.
love your work. I really do. You do
Check out
amazing
Farron. Check out Farron. Jeff, plug your channel and your show. How can people find you?
Legal Vices. That's me. We do kind of everything. Occasionally we do 10% legal stuff and about 90% vices. So that's kind of how that works out. We're going to go do our Halloween thing now. And if you're serious, we'll talk. Yeah, I love Legal Vices too. He does great work. Hey,
Yeah,
great seeing you, Jeff.
Wait, is
If
he
you're
too
serious
old
about
for
that
you?
watch, we'll talk.
No,
What was that?
Last time I saw him.
Wait, what? I missed this. What'd I do now?
I said I asked if you were too old for him too.
Well, you know, he's got the Rolexes. I just have the 2 doors and the Omegas.
Andrew's like, I'll do it for
What-
yacht.
what-
Jeff's
what-
like,
what
I'll
is it?
do
Is that
it
a
for
Datejust?
Rolex.
Day
Is that
Just,
it?
you know.
Oh, you bastard. How do you walk into a fucking store and get a Datejust?
It's crazy. I picked up 2 in Vail, Colorado. I just walked
If
in,
you're
man.
serious about that Yachtmaster, we'll talk.
Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, because
Okay.
it is a 37 millimeter.
Yeah, it's
I
a little
really
small,
want the
but-
40. So,
yeah.
so I want the 40. But I mean, I'll keep it. You don't lose money on a Rolex, but
No.
but
we'll
if
talk.
you're interested, yeah, sure.
Super. Drex, thanks for everything. And Tim, I did find the invite. It was buried in the Twitter things that came overnight.
wall.
I'm vindicated, but
Poor
no,
Drex,
I'm
look
glad
at
you
Drex.
made it.
Drex is like a poor young woman who went on a date and ended up like Rihanna.
Oh.
Drex,
that's
thanks for the
because
invite.
that was
Nick, Andrew, Kat, it was good to finally talk to the cat. Anna, Tim, everybody have a great time.
Yeah, you
We'll
too.
see you at some point in the future. Take care,
Bye.
guys.
Oh goodness.
All right.
There's so much love in the world.
I love everybody,
Yeah.
Yeah, and Drex really loves my feet.
especially now.
Oh, Cat. Why?
Oh,
By the
Bronco
way,
killed me.
chat's yelling at me to do super chats. Drex, we have 110 super chats.
All right,
Nick,
we're gonna do
Nick,
fucking
how
super
do you
chats
do
so I
it?
can get the hell out of here, so I can go eat. I'm gonna
Drex,
die of starvation.
How the hell do you do it?
What?
You should let people know when we're doing the next Nick, Andrew. What do we call it? No tie.
The No Tie Bronca stream is
November
the
16th.
November 16th. Drex, if you want in.
All right, hold on.
If
Let
you
me put
want
my
in.
phone.
He might be in Alabama.
I've actually
He honestly
reserved.
might be.
I've reserved a hotel suite just to be prepared to deal with this chaos.
My broke law
November
student bought a Citizen watch, Andrew. I don't know if you do watch reviews, but
What time do you guys want to do it on the 16th, Nick?
Whatever.
It's
whenever
11
Nick
p.m.
says.
Central, like
All right.
always.
Yeah.
No, anyway, Drex has promised me a November visit. So
No, I got to be honest. I'm not a watch guy. I actually don't care about watches. I actually bought the Rolexes just because they're expensive. I'm a dick.
well, we have a dealer here in Calgary that'll sell you a Cartier watch for some ridiculous amount of money that I'll never
No, I
make.
know. I had a family member sell me a Rolex Submariner for $75. I'm pretty sure it's fake.
Oh,
the
hey,
other
Nick.
ones are real.
Nick, are you going to be doing an election stream this year?
Probably have to, I guess.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like in on that, please. I don't know if I'm not driving down to Minnesota. It's just not going to work with the law school schedule, but
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't drive to Minnesota.
I
Sounds
don't-
terrible.
I like
Nick,
being in
I'm
Minnesota.
coming
I
out
like being
in the
in the
spring.
States.
Well, what was that, Andrew?
I'm going to bring the motorcycle out in the spring.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than to meet in real life, in meat life, the actual Nick fucking Rekieta, the man who killed YouTube. I want to meet that fucking warrior. I'm gonna ride out there. If I have to do it in goddamn underwear, I'll roll up on my $30,000 motorcycle.
That'll be even better.
yeah, hold on, Nick. Can I tell you a little bit of a secret?
Yeah, what's that?
So Drex has confirmed that there will be a dinner with me and him and you and Lady Rackets.
Oh,
exquisite.
At
Right.
some point.
I can't
at some point.
wait for this.
double
I
date.
can't wait for this.
I know you can.
I'm gonna bring the little pillow to hold the rings.
Anyway, so whether it's gonna happen or not, I guess is up in the air. But he has promised me that that's on the table, and it's it's like, oh yeah, no, I definitely I want you to meet him, and so
good.
I'm sorry. Who is Anna? Is Anna? I'm sorry, Anna. I just don't know you. I'm new here. So
Oh,
are,
no,
are
it's all
you,
good. I'm very small. I just started this stuff. I kind of met Drex and Nick via the Vic Mignogna case.
I don't care that you're small. That's fine. We all start small. But is there a person? Are you married to Drex? I mean, is there a personal relationship?
So that's NCAA Cat down here is married to Drex.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I'm wondering. Okay.
Oh,
I'm known for being the, I guess, unicorn.
Yeah.
in
Well, you're
the
very
eyes
cute.
of many.
Or at least your avatar is very cute.
No, that's her.
That's her.
Yeah. The pretty girl, our pretty little girl who didn't delve into the corrupted
avatar's cute, too.
silliness. That is what is that? Is that Henry Cavill?
It's Henry Cavill with those short ass arms.
Adorable.
So,
It's amazing the luxury you have to compliment cute girls when you're happily married.
Yeah.
without fear of harm.
there is another Anna connected to this like expanded universe. That Star Wars girl. So sometimes people get those two confused.
Yeah, we'll say Anna, and people are like, wait, which one? I'm like, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
I gotta...
well, but that's
Just
why
say
I
the
was
black
going to
one.
make it very clear as to who the wife is, because the
Yeah,
wife is me.
The wife is it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Even
So,
though she's got a faceless avatar.
I'm sorry,
Well-
Anna. Who are you the wife to? Who's
Drex.
your husband? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I actually didn't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No,
Did you
you're
not-
fine.
He's been trying to keep it under wraps, but Cat's
Yeah,
been out of the
the
bag. I
secret
spilled
got
the
out.
beans.
Drex.
Speaking of marriage, Drex,
Mm-hmm.
how
Uh,
dare you show me that gentleman on Instagram?
what about those fucking dishes?
Which
Drex?
one?
The one you said, oh, you interested in him? And I said, yeah, he's pretty cute. Yeah, he's a pilot too. I was like, oh, do you think you want to meet up with me? No.
Yeah, no. So okay, so Nick, this is crazy.
So Drex, is that your wife right there?
Who?
Anna?
No.
No, it's
No.
Cat.
No, it's Cat.
Oh my God, it's so fucking complicated. Jesus Christ, people.
Someone get Bronco a drink.
Yeah, someone get him a glass of water.
Someone get this guy. Someone get this man a drink.
Like a chest. Pretty soon, I'm going to think Nick's married to Drex, and that'll be awful.
Well, I mean,
Some fan fiction out there.
Back in the day.
Back when we got together, it wasn't really legal in our state, so we just kind of came used to our arrangement. It's fine.
So, Kat, you have a very attractive avatar. I love that perfect white circle. It's beautiful.
Yes, it is. Drex gets the exclusives.
So here's the thing. So Anna actually represented what I believe is the fundamental problem. It's what Bronca and I talked about earlier. So Bronca, one of my guys is a pilot now, right? So he's a guy. He's on his purpose. He's doing his thing, right? Here's the problem.
Okay.
A guy like him would be great for someone like Anna, right? The problem is, as you know, with the way this is what we talked about earlier, the way the sexual marketplace is.
But Anna
These
would
guys
not
just kinda
want
like-
me to ask the questions.
No. Anna can answer them because here's the thing: when you're a virgin in the modern,
Is Anna a virgin?
Yeah.
I am.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
am.
she's a unicorn.
All
Yeah,
right,
no.
well, that's a whole different ballgame. How old are you, Anna?
I'm 23.
No fucking shit. I'm getting divorced. No, honestly, Anna, you are the ultimate value to a high value man. Where are you spending your time? I mean, I'm committed. No offense, but I
none
love my
taken.
wife dearly, but you're taken.
Oh, I said no, none taken.
Oh yeah, okay. So where the fuck are you spending your time? Because you should be like the owner of a 747 jet to Dubai. I mean,
well, I'm at home.
I mean, can I believe you? Really?
I can't
23
prove
and a
it.
virgin?
No. Okay, I'm not asking you to. I'm just like asking you to say it twice.
I'm a virgin.
Fuck. Jesus Christ. All right, Nick, Drex, Drex. How often have you run into a 23-year-old virgin?
None. Never.
I typically don't ask.
Right. So okay.
I'm not. I'm
to
not
me,
really.
that's-
I'm not fishing here.
Right. No, that's really.
Oh, Drex.
I'm not in the
Cosmic
market,
good.
but Are you looking for a husband?
Yeah.
And where are you looking? I'm just wondering. I don't have good advice for you.
Not in a good spot.
But
I'm not in a very good state.
Like
I've shown Drex why too.
Yeah, Bronca. This is no lie, man. You got to
What
understand.
state are you in? Are you in the U.S.?
I am Massachusetts.
Boston or?
New Bedford.
No, get the fuck out of New Bedford. You
I
gotta
know,
go where the men are, man. You gotta go.
I want to go to Texas because I feel like that's where I'll find a lot of people there. A lot of good
What the
men.
fuck are you talking about? There's nobody in Texas.
Oh, never mind.
Listen, if you're a 23-year-old virgin, you need to go where the money men are. You know where they are? They're in Boston.
But
they're in San Francisco. They're in Texas, maybe Austin.
Yeah, I mean, but Bronca.
I would say
Yeah,
Tennessee.
like she's not gonna marry soy.
Yeah.
No.
No, it's
You
soy.
get around the,
The men are
Nashville
there.
area, I feel like you're gonna find people.
What?
If I go to what?
Nashville, Tennessee area, I feel like you would find people.
Oh, Nashville's not bad, but Nashville is going to be the 20% level. It's not going to be the 5% level.
What's wrong with 20?
No, nothing wrong with it. Go for it. It's beautiful.
I think
Well,
you'll be
and they
happier.
also have no income tax, so.
No, Nashville is lovely. I would encourage Nashville. There's nothing wrong with Nashville. I'm just saying,
Nimitz was offended.
Some women want, the Learjet and the Ferrari and all this. If that's what you want, then it's a very select client.
I'm not looking to. That's a lot of people tell me that. Oh, you can get anyone at this point, but I'm not. Of course, it's everyone wants to have a lot of money. That's I'm not going to deny that, but it's just not a priority, I guess.
Well,
like I want to marry someone who's stable,
right?
But
right,
I don't. It's not a requirement, if that makes sense.
Right. So Nashville would fit fine for that kind of requirement. That would be good. I know several millionaires in Nashville. If you'd like,
you want some referrals?
Well, if anyone's curious, you can follow me on Twitch. Plugging myself. Is that how it works?
Whoever you trust here,
so.
do you trust?
Please never say plugging myself again. Oh, you can follow me on Twitch plugging myself. Wow, 1 million subscribers. Okay.
Yeah,
someone did
Anna would be a millionaire.
Oh yeah,
I literally know a guy who's worth tens of millions of dollars who just recently got divorced and is looking for a wife. Now he's
Jeff
older than
Bezos?
you. He's no in Nashville. He's 10 or 15 years older than you, so maybe that's not of interest. But if that kind of thing might be of interest, if you trust Drex, send your email to him. I'm happy to send information to him, and he can be the intermediary.
Okay, I do trust Drex though. I'm still a little upset that he showed me this gentleman and was like, "Oh no, he's not ready."
Man. So here's the issue, Bronca, is that my pilot buddy, he went ahead and, because I asked him, right? I was like, because I was like, I want to hear he and Anna get set up, right? And he was like, Drex, honestly, I'm out here living my whole phase, bro. Of course he is, because Bronca, remember what we talked about, right? If these resources and dating apps and stuff were around,
It's the women, you women. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like what do you want him to do?
Sorry, the vagina is free.
It's free. Yeah. He was like, bro, I'm out here living my whole phase. He's like, I'm in it. I mean, he's just.
If you're
slammed.
a top 20% guy, meaning you're 6 foot tall, you got at least 6 inches down there. You're making 6 figures. The vagina is free. I mean, it's like, you have to fight to avoid it. I'm happily married. I'm not looking for women. And oh my God,
they're just there.
It's crazy. It's like I got a bat in each hand fighting the vagina.
Well, they're just there.
But it's only because the women are doing that. The men aren't doing that. The women are doing that. They're making themselves available.
Yeah, so they ruin the marketplace for the Annas.
If you're a good woman, you have to compete with all. Sorry,
the hoes.
I had to say it. The fucking hoes.
Yep.
And I don't know. I would imagine it makes it really difficult to differentiate yourself from those bitches.
Well,
I try. Well, I wouldn't call them that. I think a lot of the women are lost.
They're lost. They're misdirected.
They make decisions that they think are going to. They make a lot of poor decisions they think are going to benefit them in the long run, but it really
they are
doesn't.
not bad people. They are not bad people. I'm not trying to suggest that at all. But they're
have a
spreading
little
their
bit of a
legs for
take.
everybody. And why would a guy who can get spread legs work for a woman? Why?
I have a little bit of a different take on this. Because I worked in recruiting for a Power 5 college university.
Okay, that sounds like super studs to me.
The people that I know, like that was their goal. They were cleat chasers. That's what we called them.
Right. Men
because
call them
that was
jock
their
sniffers.
goal. It didn't really matter what sport you played, as long as you had a professional contract at the end of your time. That's what mattered to them.
You got your bag.
Yeah. And so you would see all these girls like, yeah, they can learn the stats. They can learn the recruiting Bible, all this stuff, and know what compliance is and all that. And it, back and forth. But they're acting, but they're not, they're going to go out of their way to attract those guys.
Right. So for you gals out there, I would suggest, just my perspective, and I'm old, but my wife is much younger than me. She's 15 years younger than me. But I have no doubt that if I were in an accident, lost both my legs at the hip, my wife would still be with me. I have no doubt about that. She's not leaving me over that. And it's because we've been together for 16 years. And she's gone through breast cancer, and I was there for her, and she'll be with me no matter what happened. But you build that when you get together young. You don't build that when you like. I saw a TikTok the other day. It was like a woman like, "Oh, I met a dude on Tinder yesterday, and the next day I got cancer, and he dumped me." Oh, fuck! Of course he dumped you. There's a phrase for the man who stays with you in sickness and health, for better or for worse, and it's not Tinder date; it's husband. And I'm afraid so many women have been misled into believing that you can pursue your career, which you can do. You can do if you want to do that. God bless you. Please.
I don't even know what I want to do.
But if you want to spend 10 or 15 years of your 20s, oh my God, your most vibrant period of your life, the period where you're most valuable to a man. If you want to spend that preparing yourself to serve some fucking corporate overlord, and then when that's over, you suddenly discover that the men who were interested in you when you were 22 are less interested when you're 32 because there's a whole shitload of other 22s available. Was that a good plan? I'm not sure that was a good plan. And I know guys are dicks, but mostly the guys who are dicks are the guys you're fucking choosing. You're choosing the guys who are dicks because they're hot, they got abs, they're tall, but you are choosing the guys who are treating you bad. How about just think to yourself, what kind of life do you want? I want a life where I'm a CEO executive. If that's what you want, fucking go do that. That's awesome. I will support you 100%. But if your vision is, I want a life where I have a husband who provides the material assets, I'm raising 2 or 3 beautiful children, I'm going to the school board meetings, I'm decorating the house, I'm not having to serve some fucking dickhead in human resources who's my fucking boss and makes me show up on Christmas Day to do the fucking buckets for the staff. You know what I'm talking about. We've all had those fucking jobs. If you want a job where your fucking job is to be the wife, you can do that. Your job could be to not have a fucking job. Holy shit. No man on earth can do that.
Once again, and you are absolutely correct. The problem is there are women nowadays that are not willing to give up certain things. And I'm not even talking about like ego or anything like that. They're not willing to give up. Like, I know a person that wants to be a mother, and I know that they're an addict. So I'm like, well, for 9 months, would you give that up? They're like, no. I'm like, well, then there you go.
I've been
that's
an addict.
The answer.
I've been an addict.
Be one.
You can't give it up.
I mean, and so it's not even like just some of the other stuff that you're talking about. It's like they're not even like they're so selfish that they're not even willing to give up.
Right. So who would want a woman who's
but she can't imagine why she can't husband up a man.
Why I don't care about her. I'm not talking to her. I'm
No, I
talking
know
about women who want to make. Listen, once you become a parent, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. Once you become a parent, a father or a mother, what you care about does not fucking matter. The only thing that fucking matters is what's in the best interest of those children. If that means your personal life suffers, fuck it. That's the deal that you made. Not doing drugs? Holy fucking crap. I've given up whole career paths because I had children, and I was happy to do it because I made that choice. I had children. I had to be there for my children. I was happy to do it, but make no mistake, when you have the children, you are making choices and making sacrifices. None of us, the women or the men, get to have it all. We're all making sacrifices. We're all giving up something for those children. And you know what? It's worth it.
Yeah, just as a brief example, and it's not a woe is me thing. It's just a simple thing. People ask me all the time, why don't you stream more trials? And why don't you stream during the day? Both of which are extremely lucrative for me. Streaming trials makes me a ton of money, gets me a ton of new subscribers and followers. It's only beneficial for my channel. But I've got kids that need to be driven places. I've got to, and we've hired someone to help out with that. And sometimes it's just still not enough. So you have this obligation, and that is your obligation. That has always got to be primary. And yeah, you give up some opportunities, but yeah, it's.
Oh, by the way, kudos to you and Lady Rackets for from what little details I've heard about raising your kids, because I always struggle with the idea of throwing my kids in public schools. But you teach yours from home, correct?
Yeah.
But you also send them outside for extracurricular activities and whatnot.
Yeah, and our calendar.
I thought that's a good idea. It helps balance it out.
Our calendar looks like a silhouette when Bronca's been drinking and firing. Bullet points all over the place that you have to go through. Jesus.
And we just hope that they're all more talented than Tim Tebow.
So, I mean, listen, I have an adult daughter, and I advise her like I would advise any young woman. If you can, marry a man who can enable you to raise your children yourself. I don't understand these women who, I want to have babies, and then I'm going to work for corporate Joe, who doesn't give a fuck about you. You're not a human being to him. You're just a cog in his machine, and he's going to pay you as little as he fucking possibly can, and you're going to get taxed the fuck out of that so someone else can raise your children.
Because we're strong and independent.
Because you're strong and fucking. I don't fucking get it. Don't do that. Now, I understand if you marry a man.
I have no desire to. I'm trying to get out of retail. I just found out that myself and my other coworkers are being paid less than other people. So
no shit. So why fucking do that? You know what?
I don't know.
On this stream could start a YouTube channel right fucking now. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. Any of you women on the stream could start a YouTube channel right now talking about how much it sucks to do retail, and you make $500,000 a year.
You can certainly do it.
Well, Anna just did start a YouTube channel.
It's not active. Not as much. It's. I want it to be, but I'm in school and I have 2 jobs and help.
Yeah. The transition isn't fun.
No,
but you got to put the work in to build your channel up.
And
that's why I find it easier to stream, because I don't have to edit or anything. I can just kind of sit down and talk.
No. Don't record fucking everything. I don't know I don't understand people who record shit. Just live stream everything. I don't edit anything. I would never.
Funny we mentioned that.
Yeah. Sorry, Tim. I don't get fired, but.
Yeah, but streaming's a lot. You're right. Streaming's a lot easier than just sitting down and recording.
If you just got on for an hour a day, just streaming your actual life, your experience, your struggles. If you weren't making $100,000 a year, you're fucking doing it wrong. It's easy.
Honestly, Bronca, I think you're 100% right. Because I know for a fact right now, if I created a YouTube channel and just talked about sports and referenced my background in sports, I could easily make all the money.
Well, I don't trust you because you don't have a cute avatar. So,
well, ask Drex for one, because you can ask Nick. He has the kissing photos.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of pictures of her and Drex kissing.
But you understand my point. You have to market yourself.
I know. No, it would be like if I did, but I could do that easily because I've even been approached by radio people asking me because I have opinions based on.
Don't work for them.
And I have
That's cool.
Oh no.
Behind my reasoning, like.
All right. So above you, I assume you're seeing the same screen I'm seeing. Right above you is Nick, right? And to the left of you, to the side of you is me, right?
Yeah.
We're not Brad Pitt, right?
Oh, speak for yourself.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of, here we go. Nick sent this to me.
Look, Drex is my Brad Pitt.
I understand.
Bronco, what are you doing? You're on Leo's yacht there?
Bronco.
Nobody was ever more gentle with me than Leo. My point is, neither Nick nor I are Brad Pitts. We're not superstars in any objective sense.
Oh yeah, no. All I need are two tits.
Why
that.
can't you do what we do? I mean,
well, I just haven't done it yet because there's also, to be fair, there are other legal restrictions of my time in previous employments that I can't discuss.
Okay. All right, so I can't tell you about that, right? Those
yeah. Once again, and I'm not trying.
I will just say that if
like
anyone ever told Nick or I that you can't do it because there's objections, you know what we would say?
What?
Fuck you.
That.
Yeah.
Once again, and that may be it. Especially like enough time has passed now where I probably could talk about it because none of it's based off my necessarily previous experience. It's my opinions are definitely based off my previous experience, but I don't reference any of those.
All right.
I'm just
you strike me as a woman who's extremely intelligent, creative, thought-provoking. You could have an awesome YouTube channel. Why the fuck aren't you just doing that? Why not just fucking do it?
Because she's too busy with her feet and Drexel's butt.
When
am I shoving my feet up today?
All right, feet are awesome. I'll confess.
No, but you're actually, and it's something that I've actually thought of recently because I'm like, once again, like the reason I even joined because I told Drex earlier, he called me before this stream even started, and I told him I'm not going to join until you invite me, like. You know, Tim had already sent me the link, all that. Like, I could have joined at any time.
Okay, so Kat,
waiting.
can I suggest something to you? I mean, I hope I'm being fair and honest. But if I were talking to a guy and the guy were saying, I don't know, I'm not comfortable about pursuing this opportunity, I'm not sure I'd be doing it, I would call him a big, giant fucking pussy.
Okay.
Just fucking do it. Just do it. You're capable of doing it.
You're right. No, but that was the thing. That's what I was kind of getting to, and I took the long way around, I guess, to get to there.
That's what a woman does. Don't do that.
I know. I'm so sorry.
I'm just sitting here trying to breathe as Andrew Bronca chauvins my neck into the dirt. Jesus.
No, there you go, Nick. There you go. I got you, Nick. By the way, you're doing a stream in half an hour, right? Do you need to jump off before?
Oh, it's about to jump off in here.
Oh shit! Well, yeah, we'll get to these super chats so I can go fucking.
Wait, hold on. I'm not there. Hold on.
She's not there yet. We gotta keep working. Story of every man's life. I'm not there yet.
I'm not there yet.
Hey, Kat, I hope I didn't offend you. I didn't mean.
No, absolutely, you did not at all. Once again,
I'd like to think I'm trying to motivate.
Yeah, no. Once again, like it's something I've been thinking about doing. My dad's a football coach and was also my golf coach, and I'm an athlete by nature. So criticism doesn't bother me. It does motivate me. And I want to be realistic about things, which is also why I think that Drex.
Don't be realistic. Fuck that. Don't be realistic.
By the way, Bronco, you ever notice
I'm realistic about, the external factor.
No, realism is bullshit. Come on, Nick. You tell her.
No,
realism is bullshit.
I was ranting about this the other day because I think it was on my stream with you. We were talking about this, and I said, you're out there, everybody's out there and they're taking a job. Even if you think you're getting good money at the job, you're getting the lowest bid they can get from you.
Right. Reach for the fucking stars. Overreach.
You're worth way more than whatever you're getting paid.
Yes.
Always.
Well, I know, but the problem is because I'm a female, people think that I don't know. Because whenever I was actually on Nick's stream,
what the fuck do you care
I
what
was
other people
told
think?
that
Jesus Christ,
people didn't believe me that I had experience in sports.
See, this is why women get paid less than men. I'm sorry.
But
because you're devaluing yourself. You're devaluing yourself. I'm not devaluing you. You're doing it.
With it, you are correct there, but like at the time, like I wasn't aware of it, and I'm finding out later on. I'm like, the fuck, like I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like, I spent over a decade in this industry, and not even just working. Hell, I grew up in it.
Right. You know what a guy would say? Fuck all of you. I know what I'm talking about.
Drex did.
Right.
Yeah, that's literally what I told her.
So do that. What's the worst that can happen? You're wrong? Holy shit.
No. The worst they can tell me is no.
I'm wrong 90%
right?
of the time.
This is the biggest life lessons I've ever taken away from someone. Is the worst they can ever tell you is no.
Right.
Like, okay.
I'm wrong most of the time. So I'm sure Nick too. I'm sure Drex too. But I personally run like a 7-digit business, and I'm wrong most of the time. I'm a professional failure. Every 8 out of 10 things I decided to do don't work.
I would put that on a shirt.
But the two
I'm a professional failure.
I guess I haven't failed.
Things that
ever.
work, guess what? They pay for the fucking rest. If you don't take the risk, if you don't pursue your passion, if you have the luxury to do it, obviously if you have starving children to feed, you don't have the luxury, but if you're in America, so you have the luxury to pursue it. If you have the luxury to pursue it, holy shit, the potential is unfucking limited. Nick did a video the other day. It's printing fucking money. In this internet era, if you're not printing money, you're just not, you're married to a guy who is, or you're not fucking trying.
Veronica, can you just DM me at some point? Like, I just need, you're just motivational. Like, you're like, I'm inspired.
Well, I will never DM you myself, but if you want to email my wife, Emily.
It's an inspiration. It really is. And it's something, once again, because my passion is sports, because that's what I grew up in.
No, I can tell just talking to you that you have what you need. You have the tools. You have the intellectual capacity to unbelievably succeed. If you're, honestly, I was going to say honey, but that would be offensive. Honestly, if you're not making a couple $100,000 a year off the internet with what you have at your disposal, you're just not doing it right. You need to be doing it better. Nick, am I wrong?
No.
So
there's my expert analysis. No.
Yeah. Monday Night Football. There's a woman commentator when they do the opening for Monday Night Football, and a lot of people are like, "Oh yeah, she don't belong there with all those men." Do you think she cares?
But
do you think she cares one bit?
Holly, I can't think of her last name, but Holly, whatever her name is the NCAA commentator for a lot of that. And everyone, even though she's overweight, she is short, she is fat as fuck and has had cancer and all this shit. But everyone respects her because she doesn't ask the dumb questions. She's not the pretty girl on the sideline. No. Is she ugly? Also no. But like she's just like she asks the intelligible questions that you would ask at halftime.
But you know what?
Out of halftime.
You can also do that if you're not fat, you don't have cancer.
Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, my knowledge and my take on things is very specific, and mainly because of my experience.
Can I suggest that your primary limiting factor is actually you? It's you.
I said that.
So don't fucking do that.
Oh no! Once again, Drex has told me to have a YouTube channel like a year ago.
No, but
if you're comfortable starting a YouTube channel, just
it hasn't fucking happened, right? You haven't done it.
I mean, because I don't know how to do all that.
Oh my god, women drive me fucking crazy.
I know,
Bronca, hang on. There is an equivalent here. Because Drex, how many people and how long did they tell you to start a YouTube channel? And what did it
people
finally
were like,
take?
Oh yeah, man. So like, I always knew I was going to, and then I did. It's like, yeah, let's just roll with it, right?
Yeah.
And you figure it out along the way, and that's kind of what Bronca's getting at. Even if you fail, right? Just doing
and
it.
I have no
you kinda
fear
get
of failure because
You do. You obviously do.
Don't. I don't want to be. I think the thing that I fear is really just more of people being creepy. If
Right,
anything.
that's the okay. All right. You think
Like-
that's a different thing, but it's not.
Well,
All
no,
right,
I'm
listen,
saying
I
because, like,
don't
they
want to
can-
make you feel
they
bad.
can
I'm sorry.
find, like where you're at, and I'm like, once again, like kind of good luck, but still, like it's a
So
possibility.
I can only tell you that a guy like me, Andrew Banka, a guy like me, if I saw that opportunity, I would grab it by the fucking throat. I would choke it to fucking death. I would gut it and eat it over an open fire.
Okay, I have
And what I'm
another
hearing from
question
you
for you.
is,
I have a follow-up
people are
question
like,
for you.
they don't feel comfortable with what I'm
No,
doing.
so I have a
wouldn't give a
follow-up
fuck
question
how
for
people
you
felt.
and the panel, and this may determine my decision. If I made a sports channel, let's say on YouTube, would you watch it?
No, I hate sports. But I love sports.
Not like. Do any of us look like we care about sports?
That's
Like,
But
Drex-
again, I
Drex
know I'm the outlier.
pretends
That's
to.
what I'm saying. Like,
But
I
there's a
don't know that you
million
would
people who
watch it.
do.
Oh
There's
my
a
God, you're
million
not
people who
marketing-
do though.
How many of the people in this panel right now are paying members of what I do? Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Nick. No, probably not Nick.
I think I
Nobody.
love.
But we're all
I keep
here.
meaning to sign up.
Well, whatever.
What was that, Anna? Anna?
Oh, I was just saying, I absolutely adore anime, but I promise you, a majority of the people on this panel will not watch the anime I watch.
Anna, you're
No,
like,
because you
But
watch
that
that
doesn't mean I
slice
won't be
of
able to
life
use that
garbage.
in- Huh?
You watch that slice of life garbage.
Listen.
Hey, Anna,
Anna, your mic is messed up. You sound like you're talking through a can or something.
Right.
Oh, hang on. I think I know the problem. Let me.
Are your mic? Is your mic attached to your toes and in Drex's butt?
Oh my
No, that's
god.
my toes.
All right, let me try this.
Oh,
There you go. You got it.
How's that?
But honestly, if I could recommend any model for how to succeed on social media commentary kind of nonsense, it would. Nick is holy shit. That guy is so fucking gifted and so good at what he does. It's unfucking
No,
believable.
here's the thing.
I thank God every day I wake up. I thank God that that's not my business model, because if it was, I'd have to compete against this motherfucker.
No, here's the
Holy
thing,
shit.
though, too. I gamble every weekend off of SEC football games.
All right, well, that's probably not a good decision, but
No, actually, it is because I win every.
All
Like,
right.
I only like I might
I've heard
lose
that
like
from every
one
gambler
or
I've
two
ever
games,
talked to in
but
my
that's
entire
about
life.
it.
Okay, all right, good. You're a winner.
Yeah, but at
so
the
what do
same
you need?
time, at the same time, Andrew, she's making informed decisions because she knows football. Wouldn't you want to hear that on a podcast? I know, as a football fan, I would want to hear why she thinks one team's going to win.
It doesn't
Well, because
matter
I
if it's
don't make
true.
it based off of like because I genuinely don't understand
Oh
the
my
spread.
God, I can't believe I have to explain this. It doesn't matter if your predictions are accurate. It doesn't
no, I
matter.
know
if it's
it doesn't
true.
matter,
It matters
but
if they're entertaining. Are they entertaining?
That's
if
it.
If your predictions are
Drex-
entertaining, you will make $1 million fucking dollars a year. $1 million a year. How
Let's
does
go
that
to
sound?
Drex on this because
Mhm.
he's heard my sports rants, especially when it
Actually,
comes to betting days.
I have one more.
'cause would I be
I
entertained?
don't understand all these women who are
Stop asking permission.
I just don't get it.
This is how they're
can't-
designed. I mean, I've told her.
It's so easy.
Cat, you don't need Drex's approval. Drex has shit taste in so many things. Just look at the movies he makes you watch.
No,
Oh,
hold on.
please.
Love and Leashes is beautiful.
Wait, did you and Lady Rackets watch that, Nick?
No, I
Brock,
haven't
have you
watched
heard
it.
about this movie?
Drex,
It might be the
I mean,
worst
Nick,
thing ever.
You need to watch Love and Leashes.
Brock, I'm not joking. It's the worst thing that's ever been made.
No,
Love
it's
and
the
Leashes?
beauty of our generation.
Okay, hey, Brock, you remember 50 Shades of Grey? Remember that movie?
No, I do that in my bedroom every night.
I know, but Brock, imagine 50 Shades of Grey reversed in Korean. So the guy is the sub.
No, that's not happening.
Brock, it's so bad. It is. A dude said he watched it. He felt
It's so beautiful.
he
It's
felt
so
his
great.
testosterone levels go down watching.
All right, so we have two women here, right? Which of these two women would respect a man who is the subordinate in 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, I mean, never. But
Of course.
the thing is, though, but
I know my place.
It's a different.
Yeah.
It's a different thing, and everyone should experience it at some point.
Oh yeah, you should experience it.
I have.
No, he means the movie. She means the movie.
Oh yeah, well whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, no, the movie is amazing. Like it's
By amazing, she means terrible.
No, it's fine.
It's great.
All right,
I like
Nick.
it.
Oh,
do,
yeah,
you want,
Nick.
do you want the final word before you head out?
Yeah, I always a pleasure. Drex, homie, 100 episodes, fantastic. I expect nothing but the world out of you, and you know I got your back.
Of course, of course.
So keep rolling. Thanks for having me on. I of course am going to be popping on my own show in 23 minutes, and I've got Lady Rackets on tonight. I've got Ty Beard on tonight.
Hey Nick, send me a guest link.
Absolutely.
I might be passed out by then, but we'll
That's
see.
gonna be cool. I can't wait. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow morning. I haven't been able to catch any. You guys stream late.
Remember what I
Man.
was saying earlier? I have 5 kids. I stream when they're asleep because that's when
They're
I have
not
to.
even asleep, Nick.
I know. Start putting Benadryl in their dinner.
These damn kids, man. It's
All right.
something else.
Hey
But
Nick,
Nick,
seriously, send me a link.
Yep, I'll send it to you right when I
go
get
ahead
off
and
here.
get going, Nick. We'll rifle through these damn super chats so I can eat. and
We're not going to
fucking-
make it, Drex. We have an hour worth of super chats to get through.
Is it that fucking bad? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're now up to
Teach them
120.
to read faster. All right,
Why don't you go get something to eat and I'll answer questions for you?
Peace.
Right.
All right.
All right, so who did I offend the most?
Yeah, we'll put it to
Farron
a
loves
put a
you.
poll in the chat there.
Give me one sec.
Who did you offend the most? Yeah, Drex is going to go take a break. I'll rifle through some super chats.
So, is Kat there? Kat?
Yes,
Are you
I'm
there?
here.
Kat, are you with Drex? Do I understand?
Not
that
with him
correctly?
physically at the moment.
No, but I mean your relationship wise.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Anna, you're
Just
No, I'm not seeing anyone. No,
okay. You're single.
I am.
Oh,
Have been for a while.
well, that would be super attractive. Except I'm happily married. But it's you sound really cute.
Oh, thank you.
I think
So what are you doing? What are you doing? What's your plan? Can I ask you? I mean, if I'm being a dick, just tell me to stop asking. But most people want kind of a long-term relationship. Are you too young for that? Are you still in your?
Oh no, I'm looking for a long-term relationship. It's just very hard. It's very difficult. I'm a Christian as well, so I'm trying to find someone with the same values. But everyone at church, at least the one I go to, is literally married. They're younger than me, and they're married. It doesn't make sense.
Can I ask
you
how
gotta get
old
out of
you are?
Gotta get out of that town.
Yeah, I know.
So, can I ask how old you are?
I'm 23.
Oh well, that's nothing. That's fucking young. What kind of town do you live in? If you don't want to tell me the town, it's fine. But just like a general kind of.
It's
General-
busy. It's let's just say it's a town where no one trusts anyone.
Andrew, we
Chicago?
had this. No, we had this conversation like an hour and a half ago.
But maybe I wasn't here, or maybe I was drunk. I
No,
don't remember. Sorry.
You literally asked her the same thing. You told her to go to
Oh.
Boston.
Well, okay. Go to Boston. That's always good advice.
Jeez. I'm gonna start rifling through super chats. If Andrew, if you want to bounce, you don't have to stay for the super
No,
chats. But
I guess it's fine. Okay.
Anna, if you want to bounce,
Nah.
all good.
I'll stick around a
Kat?
little longer. It's been a while since I've hung out with
I
you guys.
feel like,
I missed you
me
guys.
and Anna should go to a separate channel, but
Yeah, actually, for sure. Because I mean, Anna, there's a reason why the men that you meet now, you're like, that's not going to be the guy. That's not the guy I want. And there's a reason. Because and Drex has said this many times, Andrew, we're harder on guys who fuck up than women.
guys are. Oh, guys are way harder.
Yeah. No.
Well-
We're harder on guys who screw
No.
who are fucking
No.
around.
Women
Tim.
take deadbeats all the time.
Tim, like you remember like the stuff in the Discord when Drex mentioned my friend that was shamed for wearing lingerie, and the guy literally laughed at her. Like, that's why guys are harder than them, like, are harder on other men. It's because it's like you had an opportunity there and you left.
All right. Well, listen, I love all women. My own wife is not 20 anymore. She's in her 40s. I get it. But when guys are looking for a mate, there's a value in a woman who's in her 20s that's not and still there when a woman who's in her 40s to a guy. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, but would you ever laugh at her if she was wearing lingerie?
No, I would never be mean. But
That's what I'm saying.
of course, there's always dickheads on the internet. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I'm exposed to that all the time. I mean,
and we did an episode on this, Andrew. We totally did. Drex and I did an episode on this. When you have a woman that you love, and she puts effort into the relationship, like going out and buying sexy lingerie, you compliment her. Recognize the work that she's putting in.
right. So my wife, I met her when she was 26. I fell in love with her the moment I saw her. It was instant love. We built a long-term relationship out of it. When I saw her yesterday in romantic circumstances, and to my eye, I know she's 43, but to my eye, she's 26.
All right.
I'm having sex with a 26-year-old for the rest of my fucking life because that's the age she was when we made that commitment. And I think it's a shame when women don't do that. But when they expect, like, when I'm 43, I'm going to commit with a guy. And what's that guy going to see the rest of his life? He's going to see not a 26-year-old, but a 43-year-old. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't be different, but it is different. I mean, that's how guys are biologically engineered.
Yeah. All right. The chat's yelling at me to get to the super chats, but I have one more guest that I want, a late guest come in to introduce to the panel. Drex will be back in just a second, but hello, Mr. Dick Masterson.
What's up? Drexel's not here? Oh, shit. How you guys
He'll be
doing?
right back. He'll
Do the
be right
super
back.
chat.
He just had to get some food because we've been going for 6.5 hours, Dick.
What is he doing? Banging a whore or something? Like getting
Yeah, I had to
Chinese
quickly
food?
go get
No,
milk first.
he's warming my feet.
Oh, who's that? First of all, hot and gross. What was that all about?
There's a lot of foot butt stuff going on in this chat, in this stream today.
Unfortunately.
Dick.
No. Dial it back. Not butt. More butt stuff than foot stuff.
Look, no,
is
he
it-
likes my feet in his butt. I can't help it.
Well,
okay. By the way, to introduce Dick and Andrew to each other, so Dick, Andrew Bronca was the guy who made the nipple rubbing comment. Remember last time you had Nick on your show and you brought up nipple rubbing? Andrew Bronca is the one who made the comment in the middle of the trial stream.
Tell me more about that. I remember.
No,
nipple rubbing, but I remember
it's fine.
specific-
Nice to meet you. Whatever.
Hi.
It's cool. Yeah,
Bronca's
mutual
the-
respect, all that kind of stuff.
Bronca's the self-defense lawyer. Dick is the guy who got sued by a lunatic, and that's how Nick started his channel.
Okay.
There you go. That's the
yeah,
intro.
You shouldn't be sued by anybody. So sorry about that.
No, you should be sued by.
You got cut off.
You cut out, Dick.
Uh-oh.
Listen,
Oh,
if
he
you're gonna,
died.
If you're gonna
God damn
come
it,
back
Drex,
quick,
get back in here.
You shouldn't date.
Oh, so. Anyways, let me hit a couple super chats. Like I said, Drex just went to grab some food. He'll be right back. OHI74 says, "Why you leave the Baldo at Nick's though?" And happy birthday, Drex. We know why he left the Baldo at Nick's. Koopa says, "My man Phil and Bronca on a show. This is awesome." Yeah, I think you had fun with Phil. Unfortunately, Phil's in England time, so he had to peace out.
It's tomorrow in England. Shoot.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell with there's a time zone difference and a cultural difference, and I have to confess the dolls were kind of creepy. But
okay, Drex is back. Hey,
I get a lot of what do they call it? Hidden Valley.
I mean, just
Uncanny Valley.
Maybe I'm
The dolls,
sold,
but they're very pretty.
Okay, well, I've been. I mean,
Yeah,
when I was 15,
it's
I was
not for
dating
everyone.
cheerleaders, so they were actually
Anyways.
human beings.
Drex, Mr. Dick Masterson has joined us.
What's up, Drex? Happy
I
100.
thought I was hearing him
He's
chewing.
putting his
It was just.
headphone-
Dick, what is up, sir? What is up?
What's up, man? Have you been keeping these hoes in line for 2 years or what?
I was online.
Well, I mean, you can never keep them in line. You can just basically tell them this or that, right?
Yeah, it's a war of attrition. Right?
Wait, well, I had Amr here earlier. I told him about the Diwali hose. So I guess there's that going on.
Oh my god, it's so misogynistic.
Bronca, you ever get that feeling when you hear like your criticisms, all you can hear is like sploosh, because every chick that criticizes you talks about how Bronca ain't shit. I hate Dick Masterson. He's a misogynist. And then like later that night, Dick, it's the same old story, right?
Yeah, fuck me.
Yep.
Harder, daddy.
Sploosh is a pretty big tell, but
Well, then you want feet up your butt, but it's
shit.
You're a mess over there, Drex. Jeez.
I just don't understand why so many modern women are actually choosing a path that destroys their most probable path to happiness. I don't get it.
Because they've been fed a lie.
Yeah, a huge lie. They all want to be strong, independent women, don't need no man, but they're all working for a man. The man is just a corporation. They're all
They've
working for a
convinced
company
themselves that it's not the man; it's themselves that make the
Right.
decisions.
that doesn't give a fuck about them. I mean, a year ago, my wife, I've been married 10 years, my wife got breast cancer. You think I dumped her? You think I fired her because she had breast cancer? Of course not. I supported her 1,000% She's the mother of my children. You think some corporate job is going to do that for you? They're going to do the minimum they have to do for you. So all these strong, independent, don't need no man women. Well, guess what? My wife needed this man, and I was fucking there for her, and it worked out great. Much better than if her man were some fucking corporation.
Well, Bronca, Dick Masterson is in the one place where all eggs go to die, which is California. Dick, what does the scene look like out there, man?
It's dead, dude. It's still like devastated from COVID. Honestly,
Still?
like, yeah, like LA and San Francisco are gonna be like Tokyo and Okinawa, like after the atomic bomb. Like we're never gonna recover from this. We're never gonna recover.
I will give LA this. I've never seen an area more full of solid 9s and 10s than LA. LA, you go to pay a traffic ticket, the clerk taking your ticket is a fucking 9. It's ridiculous. It's
He's a
full of
hot
fucking
little
supermodels.
Mexican.
Yeah.
Oh
He's
my
like a
god.
hot little-
Isn't
oh my
it all
god.
fake though?
There's
Who
lots of
cares?
fakes.
Fake?
What a woman question.
Yeah, you're all
cares?
fake.
You're all fake.
You're all
You're all
full of
putting
shit.
makeup
What
on.
do you mean? Yeah.
Is it fake?
I mean, that's another thing I have, I guess. A lot of people advocate for women. Is it to not wear makeup or just wear not as much makeup?
No, wear it. We don't mind when you fake it, but don't pretend you're not faking it.
Well, don't get caught.
Yeah, but just wear a minimum.
Yeah, I don't wear a lot of makeup.
Accentuate features. Like that's something that a lot of women don't know.
No, we love it. We love it. Do the makeup. I'm not telling you not to do the makeup, but let's not pretend you're not doing the makeup. I mean,
Yeah.
you're doing the
You
makeup
just
for a
just
reason.
ease up on it. Like, cause Anna, you've seen the girls that have like the painted on faces, right?
Right. Listen, if a man showed up to your date, and he had fake money, like Monopoly money, you wouldn't say, "I'm going to ignore the fact he's trying to pay the check with Monopoly money," right? You'd be like,
Yeah.
well, that's bullshit. That's not going to be.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things. Like whenever Drex comes to visit me, it's he's seen me without makeup on. He's seen me with makeup on. The thing with makeup on is it's the improvement.
But how do you get past the makeup? You know how you get past that? The personal relationship, the establishment of trust, something that takes time and commitment, like a marriage. It takes time and commitment. If it's a superficial relationship, it's all about the makeup. It's all about the six-pack. It's all about the bullshit. The stuff that, frankly, let's all admit, doesn't matter 5 years later. The guy who has a six-pack today does not have a six-pack 5 years from now. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way.
The guy who has a six-pack today is gay. What do you?
Right.
Six-pack.
Right.
That's unbelievable. That's a lot of work.
This particular guy, me, never had a six-pack in my life, but I make a lot more than 6 figures in income. Something to think about. I focus my energies where it mattered.
Well, are you 6 feet?
I am.
Oh, so he's got 2 or 3.
Yeah, I feel like makeup is like a plus minus, like you're like a C plus or a
No, but
B
we all see
minus.
today these weird Tinder filters, right?
Yeah.
You see these filters where it's like you see the gal with the filter on and the filter off, and it's like one filter is like Giselle, and the other filter is like
Lizzo.
Right, exactly. It's like, all right, well, somebody's fucking lying to me now.
Yeah. You always know which way it's going, right?
Right.
Drex, what are you doing?
That wasn't Drex. I think that was Dick. Did he just fall down some stairs?
Yeah, I just fell down some stairs.
Oh, I thought you were doing something with your food. I was like, what in the world are you eating?
I'm eating a bunch of nuts and bolts and stuff. Sorry.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, Dick, thanks so much for joining us. I know we were late, but I definitely wanted to get you in here and wish Drex a happy 100.
Yeah.
Oh, Dick, it's my birthday tomorrow too, man. In 1 hour and 7 minutes.
Wait, really? Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
your
Dick,
birthday's October 29th?
Yeah, Figbat texted me. So me, you, and Figbat, all birthdays. And my old teammate. Shout out to HE the Third. It's his birthday also. So all on October 29th, man.
Like a Destiny.
Okay.
Happy
Destiny
birthday.
2? Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. What have you learned in 100 episodes, do you think?
You learn a lot. You want to tell you the thing that you learn?
Yeah.
There's lots more work to just putting out any video. Doesn't matter what you talk about. Like, hell, doing a gaming video. Hey, Bronca, you know this. Do you know what's crazy? Everyone only sees the end result, right? That's why when someone goes, "Oh, Tom Brady has an easy job," right? All he does is goes out there and throws them. It's like, no, man. Everything that you do out there takes work. You know what I'm saying?
No kidding.
Yeah.
When I drilled Giselle, it was a fucking effort.
Hey, no one does it like Bronca.
Does anybody
no time
say
Bronca's
what
best
Tom
Bronca.
Brady does is easy? Do people say that? Shit.
No, but he puts his
I don't even want to get up.
Yeah. It's. Oh,
but Dick, you know what's crazy?
We lost
That's
Bronca.
actually true. Do you remember back in the day, you would always hear people in college, like the academia people always thought athletes had it easy, right? Like, all they do is just play a game. No, they do a lot. I've talked to Kat about this numerous times. Like, it always pissed me off. I'm like, the only reason why any of you useless fucking people can go to college and have anything, any facility, anything, it's from athletics.
Yeah, it's because of sports.
It's because of sports. Like, so when people shit on athletes, I'm like, you know that new science building came from sports. I mean, Bronca, you know this because that's where all the money is. Like,
No.
go ahead, Crap.
Oh my
No,
God, a
that-
woman's going to yell at me.
That's literally what it is. It's like that's who's funding everything. Are these big sports like the the football,
100%.
the basketball,
Right.
Primarily basketball, but sometimes yes, like at Kentucky for sure. But like it's primarily football, but we want this even distribution. No, it's not going to happen because the other athletes just don't.
Where's the money? Where does the money come from? See,
Exactly.
it's funny to I mean, and I know this might sound derogatory to women. I don't mean it that way, but for a guy, it's totally normal to think, where's the money? How do I get the money? Where's the money coming from? What do I have to do to satisfy the money? And I often feel like women are like shocked that that's the algorithm. Like, holy shit, they only care about the money.
I will say
everyone only ever cares about the money. That's the only thing.
I will say this much. I know that my dad, he played college football at a prominent university. And not only was he just given envelopes, it was just a mail check, essentially.
Right.
But he was given
not just
envelopes
money.
full of money.
Right.
And not only that, at the time, which is not allowable now, he was able to sell his tickets.
Right.
And now, like, they don't allow that because, like, well, you're profiting. It's like, well, yeah, no shit. Like,
right. The crime was that your father was not paid
appropriately for the service he was providing. They were stealing from him.
Mm-hmm.
They were stealing from him. It's terrible. Yeah. Your father should have been making millions.
Bronco. They call it a. What do they call it? They always say, no, you get a free education as an athlete. It is
bullshit.
not.
The education is worthless. They were paying him in cheerleaders and stolen cash, and that's bullshit compared to the value he was delivering to the university.
Agreed.
It's a crime. He was subjugated.
Not only that, they can't have like special or nicer dorms because of it, because Title IX, and so they go down these crazy like mind paths where it's just impossible. It's like like this.
Your father was robbed. I'm sorry to hear that. All black athletes who go to these universities who are paid pennies on the dollar.
I'm white.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive.
It was a joke.
Drex,
it's very offensive that you call a black lady white.
Yeah.
I'm also black.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, though, I'm not even really that offended about it because, like, it's just the deal of the times. But the thing is, the NIL though is kind of a way to correct that, and I do think that is more fair because if you're creating content, it's kind of like, I guess, go back to YouTube. Like, if you're creating content and you're promoting stuff and people are wanting to watch you or follow you, then, like, yeah, absolutely. Make all of the money on the planet. And so but if my dad were playing during that time, like, well, he won 2 national championships back to back. Like, it's going to be a different story.
So I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. I'm hearing things differently maybe than what you're saying, but I can say from a guy's perspective, what I hear when I hear all this is just give me the opportunity to go out there, fight for all the fucking money I can get.
Oh yeah, well,
the reason I'm offended by what happened to your father or grandfather is that he was denied the opportunity to fight for what he deserved.
Well,
I would fight for what I want. And when it comes to social media, I feel like, listen, everyone should go to YouTube, Rumble, put your fucking intellect out there, put what you have to offer out there. And if you're not making $1 million a year doing that, well, okay, you need a different kind of fucking job. But for the person who has the personality and gumption and drive and conscientiousness to show up every fucking day and do that, Nick Ricada is absolutely right. It is a fucking printing machine for dollars.
But that's the thing, though, is like now they're finally given the opportunity, and there are athletes taking advantage of it. But like before, they weren't, because it's like, well, it's an eligibility thing. Like, we don't have any power, but he was never getting paid.
Right? You're not doing that. You're not in that business. You're not deciding who gets what.
Yeah.
Right? So you're in a different business. You're like an outside observer of that industry, right?
Yeah.
Do that. That would be super fucking interesting.
Oh,
I used to be in that fucking space. Let me show you.
What, college athletes? It used to be in that space?
My God, actually fucking works. This is how it works. It's not just about talent. It's about sponsors. It's about boosters. It's about legacy. It's about, I'm making all this up. I don't know anything about any of this, but I assume some of this rings a bell with you, right?
Yeah.
Anna? So do that fucking show.
Allie, but yes.
I'm sorry. I'm seeing a lot of stuff on here.
Yeah.
Allie, do that fucking show. Do that fucking show. Bring you. It doesn't matter if you're 1% of what you think you need to offer. You have a unique 1%. Bring it to the fucking table. Just bring it. What can you fucking lose? What can you fucking lose?
I definitely have nothing to lose. It's just...
No, but you're holding yourself back because you think you have something to lose.
No, it's not there's something to lose.
If I were in your position, I would have done this last year.
Yeah.
All right? So that's the difference between you and me. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. I'm just saying it's a different perspective, temperament to these kind of opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
what I see is you holding yourself kind of back.
Wait,
I
what
would've-
would you have done?
I
How is
would've
she holding
jumped in
herself
there
back?
with fucking fangs with blood on them.
How are you?
So-
How are you holding yourself back, Allie?
She's not
What's
doing
the
it.
name? You're not doing what?
So I have a lot of background in athletics and sports, and like a decade of a career in it, and also growing up with a athletic background.
Right. So she could have been doing this a year ago.
I feel confident commenting. So when I comment on stuff, it's usually very specific because I have the background and I know about it.
Right.
So,
But you don't have your own channel that you've been doing for a year.
no, I don't.
Why not? Why not? I don't see a good reason.
You want to be like a college sports commentator? Is that what you're saying?
it would be specifically
Oh my God.
college sports because the
my God, I want
NCAA
to fucking blow my brains out.
is it
Jesus.
the NCAA
Just
is
why?
where I have my main focus. The
You don't have to
NFL
be a college fucking sports commentator. Just be fucking you. Be you on your YouTube channel. You don't need what's college sports commentator. That suggests you need someone else's permission to have that fucking job. Create your own goddamn job. It's your fucking channel.
Nah, just get like a real job or like meet a guy. What do you mean college sports
I've already
commentator?
met a
What
guy,
are you fucking
and
talking about?
I've already met a guy. He's Drex and my feet are under his butt constantly.
Nah, don't do YouTube. Fuck YouTube. That's not. You can't make money. Only Nick
You'll get
Ricciuti can make
Susan
money
anyways.
on YouTube. Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah, no, but
Everybody
it's
can
really
try it.
just one of those things where I didn't, because I'm a female. I was on Ricada's show, and they thought that I was lying about everything in my knowledge and experience. And I mean, the only reason like I maybe have even any credibility is because Drex was like, no, like I've seen it, and also like she's not lying about like how all this stuff works. Like 'cause I just know the ins and outs of all of it because I've seen it and experienced it.
So do that. Just do that. That's your channel.
Be like,
there.
I would
could
listen
you
to a
like
channel where
Sports
Kat
Center?
just tells
Dun dun dun
stories.
dun.
Right.
Do that.
Oh my God, guys, we've been going 7 hours.
$1 a year.
Holy shit.
7 hours.
We're gonna finally get our super chats so we can get the hell out of here.
I
so
keep promising them, and then something keeps coming up. Andrew, if we react to a super chat, you have to do one sentence, okay? Please. I got 120 of these things to get through.
Make sure Andrew have Bronca take a drink for every super chat.
No.
There we go. Here's one for Bronca. Tomorrow I'm getting P365 X macro. Little nervous with first carry. What are your recommendations?
I don't know the X macro. The SIG P365 XL. It's a wonderful pistol. I've put thousands of rounds through it. The key is the holster. Get the right holster.
Cheers for no tie and self-defense. Thank you very much for that. Koopa says, congrats on 100 episodes. It was
Indeed.
thanks to this show, the first Nick, Drex, and Phil show, that I am true to my goblin-loving self. You guys rock.
Yeah. God,
Oh,
we love
Koopa.
Koopa.
Goddamn Koopa. Dick, this guy's got a goblin sex doll.
Oh, I know that guy. That's awesome.
Yeah. Koopa's legendary.
Yeah.
KP, he knocked her back to her factory reset.
Oh,
I think that was a reference to Farron.
Mm-hmm.
I felt so bad about Farron.
Oh, I already
She'll get over it.
Did that one. Jonathan says the third marriage is the charm.
No, it's not.
Confucius.
It's not.
Bronca, I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to say this, though, in all honesty. I'm happy that you made it work because you know the stats, right? Like, you know the stats, you know the culture. So it's like, you're, by definition, you are a statistical anomaly, Mr.
Yes,
Bronca. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
no,
Yep.
in all honesty, like, I actually mean that. Like,
No, for sure.
like, you are literally a statistical anomaly.
No, and I affirmatively made it work. I made very precise decisions.
Yep.
It wasn't just happenstance. Oh, the second marriage worked. It was like, I want this and this and this and this has to happen and this T has to be crossed and this I has to be dotted. And no, it was very deliberate, which I didn't do in my first marriage, which would have saved me a shitload of money.
Andrew
Guys,
Jackson says,
stop getting married. Don't do it. Just say no.
Mm.
It's
Oh,
worse
yeah.
than
I don't
drugs.
say that.
Just say no. I know the woman will say not to do that, but just say no. You don't have to do it. You can just do whatever the fuck you want. It's great.
Unfortunately, obviously it's better for women if we get married, but unfortunately for the men, there's little upside to getting married.
There's no
actually
upside.
negative-
Drex, there's no upside.
Stuff. So I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
No,
Bronco.
I can buy the butt stuff for $80. So,
Butt
Bronco-
stuff? No, doing it up the ass is more work for you. You got to pound it in. It's not like, designed for easy access.
No,
That's what
you're
they
not-
just trick. They trick you
that's
into wanting
what
that.
what you think.
right, you're not paying enough. That's your
What do you?
problem.
What do you mean? That's what I think. I'm an old man. I've already been. Up and
I don't
down
know, Dick.
the
Have you
whole
ever been fucked in the
fucking
ass
body.
before?
No.
Oh, God, you guys.
I hate to say it, but that's a dude you're with.
Wait.
Andrew Jackson says, "Thank you, Dr. Phil, for your assistance."
That's
with
Dollhouse
the doll
Phil.
I found on eBay. It was sold by Lefanu on eBay. I can't find her anywhere else. I want to buy her. Shout out to Dollhouse Phil.
Nice.
Dave Bowser says, "Always been my mantra. Talk whatever BS you want about me. I don't care. But F with my money, and we have a problem."
Yes, I think it's responding to me. I said the only thing I care about if you interfere with my ability to support my family.
Agreed.
That's when we have a fight. The rest of it I don't care about.
You say that until you have that chicken parm from Gianmarco.
Yes, the chicken parm. You're
Life
making me
changing.
hungry, Cat. You really are. I unlike Drex, I don't get to check out in the middle of the stream and go get food. Dirty Dan says, "I'm in Illinois. Okay, it's okay. I got protection."
Yeah, he's gonna need it for the purge.
Bronco, you're gonna get a lot of work out of Illinois when that law comes into effect. Dick, have you
Don't
heard
know.
about the purge law?
No. What is it?
So
No
Illinois is gonna
crimes.
start releasing.
Yeah, just do whatever
All
you
people.
want, Dick. Illinois, anything less than first degree murder, you don't have to pay bail. So you can yeet somebody and be like, well, I guess I'm back on the street.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, in LA, we've been doing that for quite some time.
Hey, how's that working out for you?
Well, I live on a mountain, so it's great
Yeah.
for me.
And the crime is slowly creeping
A
away up
mountain.
to you.
A mountain.
Do you
There's no
have,
mountains
like,
in fucking LA.
Yeah, they're
Mountains.
stacking bodies. They'll get up to me eventually. but
Mountains
not
in LA.
today.
I live in fucking Colorado, motherfucker. There's no mountains in LA.
More of a compound, but anyways.
Those little rolling hills.
Yeah, the hills. I mean, they put a house on top of them. You can't really put a house on top of the mountains out in Aspen.
I mean, you can, but it's a big fucking climb.
Yeah.
Is Dirty Dan an anime fan?
Yes.
Probably.
I recognize his avatar.
Oh, I
just
see.
seems like he would.
You can't hide
Caboose
from
says-
me.
Oh, there we go. Caboose says, "I'm in Illinois and I went platinum with Andrew before the purge starts. Thank God for the Nick promo."
Well, it's very smart. Smart. That guy paid for my car.
Jack Green says, "Yo, Tim, Phil, and that word, Drex. Congrats on 100 episodes."
Indeed, Drex.
Much thanks.
Congratulations.
Indeed.
Amazing Wireless 2 says, "Congrats on having more YouTube live viewers than LB and Nick combined."
Who's LB?
Legal
Snake
Bites.
Bites. Harvey Dent.
Who?
Yeah, who exactly?
Yeah, the Karen.
Oh, her.
Even
Sorry.
drunk Bronco knows.
Karen Bites.
Karen Bites.
Ian Max says, "Phil, never realized you were from another County Durham man." Oh, you were another County Durham man. Effin' Belter. Cat Endway says, "Opinions on Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut."
This is the real version, the version we got with the Illuminati. The end.
What kind of real man would share his wife under any circumstances?
Yeah. Well, in that manner too, it was like so Bronco. I actually had this conversation with Kat last night. There's levels to everything, right? Good and bad. So it's like, I'll give you an example. If someone says the person cheated, you go, okay, that's bad. The person cheated and did this. As you work your way up the ladder, someone goes,
No.
you cheated on the person in your own in the marital bed. It's like,
Okay.
bruh.
fair enough. But if you're a woman and your man says, "I am sharing you," that's not your man. You don't have a man.
Mm-hmm.
No man. Men are territorial. No man is sharing his woman.
I don't even like sharing my friends.
In fairness, the situation we were talking about where basically both parties were cheating on each other.
No, I don't care.
No, I'm
It's
not
different.
saying that. Like,
No,
it was
no.
just more of like for like context, I guess.
Yeah.
Nope. Does not work. I don't care. Because sex for women and sex for men is different.
I don't disagree with you.
Men can cheat, and they may as well have just masturbated. They don't care. That broad, they just cheat. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying to.
I don't know about that.
I would never ever cheat on my wife. But for men,
Well,
to
why?
cheat
If it's just
mentally,
masturbating,
it's just masturbating. But for
Well,
women,
why wouldn't you cheat on your wife,
generally
then?
want, because I hold myself to a higher standard. That's why.
But if it's just masturbating, then why wouldn't you cheat on
Because
your wife?
I
It's no
hold
big deal.
myself to a higher standard. I mean,
Why?
why?
Yeah.
Why do I hold myself to a higher standard?
Yeah.
Who are you?
What do you mean? Who am I? I'm asking
Who are
why
you?
do you hold yourself to a higher
Yeah, no,
standard?
I'm asking who are you? Who are you? You're asking me these questions. Who are you? Where's your face? Who are you? My
I
face
don't
is
know.
right here.
I'm fucking God. What do you? What kind of answer?
Who are
What
you?
do you want me
No,
to
you're-
add to that?
as far as
I'm
I can
asking
tell,
you
you're-
why. Why should someone hold themselves to a higher
I'm asking
standard?
why I should answer questions from a fucking pussy who won't even show his face to me. Who are you?
Okay.
Show me your fucking face.
Yeah, I mean, good argument.
Yeah. Run away, you little.
What do you
fucking
mean run
Mexican
away?
pussy.
Everyone knows what I look like.
I don't know what you.
Everyone.
Look like. Show me.
Well,
Show
I mean,
me.
It seems like you're very
Show me.
defensive. It seems like you're very defensive about why you wouldn't cheat on your wife.
I'm offensive. I'm being offensive. I'm being offensive to you. Show me your fucking face before I answer
Bro,
you
it sounds
like a man.
it sounds like you're triggered about me saying if cheating on your wife's masturbation. And I said, why you wouldn't
Is that what it
cheat on
sounds
her?
like? That sounds like a coward
Yeah.
answer to me. Show me your face.
You're the one saying that cheating on your wife's masturbation,
me
but you won't
your
do it,
face.
and then you spurg out.
You're such a tough guy. You can't show me your face. Show me
I'm
your
not
face.
a tough guy. I'm asking why, buddy. I don't want to fight
All right,
you.
Drex. I don't mean to take over your show. You can do whatever you want now.
You're not taking over the show. You're just embarrassing yourself. Who is?
If you
who
say
are you?
so.
Who are you? What are you? Who are you?
I'm
Who
right
are
here.
you? You're
I'm
like
right
a fucking
here.
mafia
Here's my
guy.
face.
What are you? The consigliere for
I'm
fucking
right
Robert
here.
De Niro?
Everybody can see me. I'm right here. You pussy.
I mean, I don't
I'm
know.
right here.
I don't know if everyone wants to see you, but what?
No,
why would
right.
you? I'm asking you for some kind of explanation of why you would not cheat on your wife.
I'm telling
it's
you,
no big deal.
You're a fucking pussy coward who won't show his face. That's the explanation. Show your face.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Of course.
I've been showing my face for longer than you've known how to use the internet, you boomer fuck. What do you think
All
about
right.
that?
Where's your face then?
All over the internet, bro.
Okay.
Just
I don't see it.
search for rich ass podcaster, and my face
No,
will come up.
I'm not going to put effort into disproving you being a pussy. You're right here, right now. Show your face.
It sounds like you're angry that you're not cheating on your wife.
I'm not angry. I just think you're a pathetic pussy loser. Show your face.
Can
It's
I
still-
interrupt for a hot second?
Sure.
Sure, go nuts.
I'm pretty sure if I had to guess,
That was your
Hello?
interruption?
Yeah, I don't know. I did
Like-
something. Okay.
like I have a
she cut
feeling
out?
that like it would be just motion sickness, territory if he did show his face. So I'm making an
Okay.
assumption. I know that. I'm just
Me?
trying to interrupt.
I mean, I don't want to turn my camera because I'm outside smoking a cigar, but everyone
Well,
knows what I look like. I
that's
don't
fine,
see what the...
Either way,
I was asking legitimately, like, what is your like reason if it's masturbation? What is your like reason internally why you don't cheat on your wife? That's all I'm asking. You said it.
Dude, forget it. I'm on other business. I'm all done with you. You do whatever you want. Proceed.
I'm asking you a simple question.
I'm
and you're,
done
like,
with you.
Fumbling.
I'm done with you. I'm not hearing
just-
you.
you just
I'm done
sound
with
like-
you. Listen, you sound like a woman. I am done with you. I'm not answering your questions. Proceed with whatever else other business you have. I'm
You
done
just
with
sound like
Just go home.
frantic.
See, you can't like
Also,
a woman. You can't.
I
let
don't
it
think
go.
you should cheat on your wife either. I'm just asking why you
also,
don't.
all I'm gonna say is
Go
shots
away. I'm done with you.
All
I'm
gonna
done.
say is shots fired. Andrew said that Dick sounds like a woman, and I'm a woman here. I'm like, what the fuck do I sound like then? Good grief.
Uh-oh.
God.
We're not going to have the tranny talk.
Yeah. Masculine presenting transgender lesbian over here. All right, Cat, wait.
I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could cheat on her anytime. I'm sorry to imply that you couldn't.
Cat Enway says, NC Doug Walker is one of the pioneers who made online video reviews popular. Nowadays, he is known for bad breakaway skits, being cringe, his bad PF Wall review, and the channel awesome controversy. The problem is that these chats are so far back, I'm not sure what they're in response to anymore. Snoopy says, lost some respect for Bronco right there, asking who the guy is and trying to attack his means of living. Really? I understand, but come on now. That was in reference to Chronic earlier.
Oh.
All these cowards hiding behind anonymous accounts. They're such brave men.
Do you think showing your face makes you more brave?
Yes.
Why?
You pussy. You're a pussy. You're a coward pussy. How's that make you feel?
I just think that you don't
Everybody
know who
else.
I am.
Everybody else here is showing their face except for you. You pussy coward.
Well, I'm outside, smoking a cigar, man.
Oh,
I
of
just wanted
course
to
you
call
are.
in and
Yeah.
congratulate
Is that what you call it?
Drex.
Is that what you call it? A cigar? It's not a dick. You're not just smoking a dick out there outside.
Guys, come on. Come on.
And also, that's not true because me nor Anna are also really showing our faces.
Yes, I meant men. The men here are showing their faces.
I
men?
definitely don't need to look at all the men in this chat.
Right. Well,
I mean, it's not Grindr.
The real Hydro
giggling just like a woman. Just like the women, you're hiding your face. The women don't show their faces. You don't show your face. Just like the women.
Bro, everyone knows what I look like.
I don't know what you look like. Show me. Show me what you look like, tough guy. Show me.
No,
I'm here.
You can beat off without knowing what I look like.
Yeah,
or you can Google me later.
Right, of course. You chinless gay bastard.
What do you think I look like? Describe your fantasy.
You could show me. Show me.
No, tell us. Tell everyone
you look
what
like
you think I look like.
you look a very effeminate young man. That's what you look like.
What? What does that look like? Describe it.
Like a woman. You look like a woman, except you're a
no.
man.
Describe it.
No. You could easily solve this equation by simply showing your face, but you won't do that because you're.
And then you'll blow your load. What do you? Why do you want to see my face?
I will say though, Dick does have very beautiful hair.
Yes, thank you, darling.
He does have great hair.
Everything about me is beautiful. That's why I'm so silly. What you're saying.
Right.
Looks don't matter.
No, you sound very masculine for sure.
No, but your hair is just magnificent.
Yeah,
Thank you.
like a young girl.
I'm not young.
Look, you can't buy. Well, I guess you can buy great hair, but he doesn't have to.
I'm gonna start having to. I think I need to do plugs.
No,
I think I'm gonna start setting aside some money so I can get plugs in 10 years, like Elon.
Look, I hear it's a good investment.
Yeah, I think so.
The Real Hydro PX says, Bronca, amazing job putting liberal Chronic in his place. Frederick Little says, hey, Drex, I hope you and Tim have gaming live streams again soon.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, definitely, though.
Hey, Drex, can we do a gaming stream of us playing Crash?
You and your Crash.
Can we do Mario Party? No one wants to play Mario Party with me.
Wait, what? Anna, you know that we have a whole Mario Party crew, right?
What?
Yes, you need to get involved in it. I would love to be the female there.
No one wants to play Mario Party with me.
I would love to play with you.
Yeah. Dibs on Peach.
Hang on, guys.
I got
Who's
Rosalina.
echoing?
You're good. You might have to fight Drexel, but
it sounds weird. It sounds
Hang
all
on.
kinds of weird.
Yeah, hang on a second, because that echoes real bad.
It's not me. I'm muting my mic.
Maybe it's Grandpa not cheating on his wife over here.
I think it might be Dick. Maybe.
Is it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was.
No, I've been muted the whole time.
Were you?
Well,
now it's back to normal.
It's gone now.
Okay, yeah, we're gone. We're just having a
Anna,
feedback.
I'll DM you because we play Mario Party Superstars in our Discord chat, and we have everybody.
Yeah, Scuba keeps kicking Drex's ass.
Yeah,
I'm supposed to be playing with someone else tomorrow, but the more the merrier.
Of course.
Because I'm excited now because I literally bought Mario Party thinking my brother would want to play with me, and he just kind of went, oh, no.
Okay, hold on, Anna. I need to get your Switch information from Drex.
All right, I'll text Drex my Switch information after the stream.
Because I will add you, and
yes,
we can have our own little Mario Party.
She's a Mario Kart girl also now.
Oh yeah,
I haven't played Mario Kart in forever though. Mario Party is where it's at for me right now.
Trust me, I'm not an expert at either, but
I used to love Double Dash a lot though.
I am down though.
Oh, yeah.
So yes.
Who's your guy? Who's your Double Dash character?
Who it was? It was Princess Daisy and Princess Peach.
Of course.
All right.
Of course, that's who it is.
Drex is traumatized me.
Triggered.
So Anna, I have to deal with Koopa, our Goblin resident, who plays Daisy, and the emotional torment of him mysteriously winning mini games.
And who does he play, Drex?
No, I said he plays Daisy. I can't stand Daisy.
Yeah.
I hate Daisy because
I love Daisy. I hope she shows up in the movie.
All right. Cat Enway says, saw one male who got court graped by his ex-girlfriend of his property, speech, and pet, then ranted about the ex's Me Too allegations, winning the narrative. Defend Amaranth by saying you are a bad person if you don't believe her.
Damn.
Man. Way to flip.
Oh man, everyone wants.
I would love your take on the Amaranth situation, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry, Dick.
Everyone wants to like enjoy Twitch cam horrors, but nobody wants to see how the cam horror gets made. You know, everybody wants a sausage, but nobody wants to see how the sausage gets made. That's how pimps got to keep their hoes in line.
Oh yeah, I think because
Cam
Bronca
Ham
was
strong,
muted,
man.
so we couldn't hear him say bye. But yeah, peace to Bronca. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Yeah. Or you got this. Yeah. Anyways, 25-year-old Grandpa Incel says, old dude probably believes equality, low T. 25-year-old Grandpa Incel also says, law cuck old beta can't understand inflation.
You talk about the houses thing? Yeah, that was...
Yeah. Whoever appeals to the law against his fellow man is either a fool or a coward. Whoever cannot take care of himself without that law is both. I think that's a quote, and I don't know where it's from. Azrael Bain says, Drex, I'm in San Francisco. It's bad, man. Out here, you got to slap the thigh and ride the wave in.
It's rough, Dick. I mean, I told you when I met you, man. Some of these places, man, it's rough. Like hell, at least Ybor City had character. You know what I mean? Yeah, character. Fucking California has no. It's just ugly. You just like, fuck, man. This place is miserable.
Yeah, dude, it's like the misery index is swinging so
like
violently that we can't define ourselves by it.
Yeah,
like, I don't know, how bad is it? Like, how street are we today?
So California, I'll tell you what it is, Dick. It's devoid of identity now. Like,
yeah.
Here's the thing. Okay, having like leftist weirdos and like, you know, zombies walking around, right? That's not an identity. That's just like sad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Having train robberies, but it's like Amazon trains, and there's like the homeless are like building plywood cities under freeways. I'm like, well, I kind of like the plywood city that they're building, but I hate that they're also like stealing purses that they're coming by.
Damn.
It's a weird identity that we're building out here. It's like a weird cyberpunk dystopia that we're building.
Speedy, the Unsilent, says, fellow gym rat here. I've been working out for 10 years. Started at 125 at 6'3".
Damn.
And now, I imagine 203, not 2003 pounds clean weight. You can start low and get bigger. I rack pulled 866 pounds last week. It's chest day.
Damn.
Wow.
Well, first of all,
Good for
I'm
him.
shocked this guy was 125 pounds at 6'3" is like literal
Beanpole.
skin and bone. Literally.
But you know how it is, Drex. You know, you get out of high school and you haven't quite grown into your body yet. Like hockey players have that problem. You haven't quite filled out your body
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, they just haven't filled that yet because I had the Snoop Dogg body. I entered high school. We started high school in 10th grade, not 9th. I entered high school at 150, left high school at 210. You know, so I mean, you just, like I said, I was lifting, 2 to 3 times a day. Yeah, crazy. Fuck. Yeah, congrats for him, though.
PUJ Hut says, Base Bronca, 34, wife is divorcing me, lost 60 pounds at 6'8", down to 200, now trying to bulk up to look like Drex. Slow and steady gains.
Good for you, PUJ.
Nice,
Hut
yeah.
50.
Dave Bowser says, when he calls his grandmother Mom and his mother Pam, he's going to jail.
Damn.
Amazing Wireless says, Bronco, call an Uber when you're ready to leave. Dave Bowser also says, whether we agree or not, we really need different perspectives from different generations.
I've always said
older
that.
and younger.
I've always said that.
Bright Eye says, congrats, 100.
Thank you.
Dave Bowser says, Farron used to be a dancer for the Chicago Bulls.
Yep.
I hope that's his real name.
She did.
That's really him.
David Bowser, awesome.
She looked hot as fuck when she was on the Bulls too, right? You guys saw that?
I've never seen her. Like I've never seen like old pictures or nothing. Dick, did you see the pictures of the University of Wisconsin volleyball girls?
Oh man, somebody sent that to me, and I feel too bad. I don't like to look at that stuff anymore.
I do.
Like
I got
leaked
the unedited
pictures.
version. I got the unedited pics. Shout out to David Bowser for sending me the unedited pics.
This is not a healthy relationship, Drex and Kat.
Yeah. Look, if you're gonna give me the opportunity to look at some 20-year-old volleyball titties, yeah, of course I'm gonna look. They all look great.
You appreciate art, and this
Yeah,
is
they
God's
do.
finest.
They look great. Like, well, here's the thing though. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something that's wrong with society, Dick. If a woman gets on and she says she went to go see the new Magic Mike movie to go look at, half naked men, everyone's just like, that's acceptable, right? But if a guy is like, oh yeah, man, the hot chicks, with titties out, so, oh my God, you're you're sick. It's like, wait a minute, it's
yeah.
There's a very specific reason I'm comfortable with this, and it's because of the amount of trips and the ones we have planned in the future.
All right, you.
I
Stu.
feel very confident. So,
Aw.
That's so sweet. I strive to have that sort of relationship when I'm older.
You'll get there someday, Anna. You will.
Hopefully soon.
Sakud says, hey, Drex, congratulations on the milestone. Farron, would you be open to talking to someone who watches Nick, and how do I get in contact with you? She shilled her channel. You can hit her up. I'm sure her email's under the About tab on her YouTube. If not, get her on Twitter. That's where everyone is. I don't know why, but that's where everyone is.
Yep.
Leximus says, congrats on 100 videos.
Lex, thank you, sir.
Cat Anyway says, Andrew, what advice do you have for a 20-year-old female virgin who is in college in New York and know where to start dating? Well, he fucked off, so I don't know.
Although he's gone, here's the thing: every guy is going to give you the same advice, which is what Andrew said. You go to where the high value men are, and you let them know. You set the terms of no sex before marriage. That's simple. Like
yeah.
Now, Dick.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's what I said earlier to Anna today. I said, but Anna, the problem is the hoes made that nearly impossible. You see what I'm saying? Because now if a guy goes like this, well, how do I know if you're going to be, quality? If I put a ring on it, invest in it, and it's trash, I want to leave. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like I said, okay, the thought culture is what ruined this. Thought culture, social media, and dating apps. So it's like, you do your best. You really do the best you can and get with a man who's a good dude, and you go from there.
all
you
I'm
gotta
gonna
hold
say is,
out.
why do you
Like, you
think
gotta
Drex
hold
put a
out.
ring on it?
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta hold out. Like everything that you want, you have to hold out for it as much
Yep.
as possible, and you will fuck up. You gotta know, like, well, I'm gonna fuck up this plan, and that's okay.
Oh, no.
But you have to hold out.
Yeah, because I mean, Dick, you know this. If you just meet a chick and she's like, "Yeah, smash," if the same chick that you just smashed after meeting 5 minutes ago, and then she's like, "Relationship," you're like, no. You see what I'm saying? No.
Yeah, but what if she's awesome? I mean, that's.
But here's the thing, though. She's gonna be awesome at sex.
Yeah, that's pretty good though.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's not bad, but I'm just saying, Dick, the amount of chicks out here who are pushing for relationships, and this is what I tell guys: these chicks who push for relationships the hardest, ask what they're gonna do when they're in one. Right? They usually can't answer that question.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna do shit once they're in it. I mean, go ask all the miserable married guys you know. They're fucking miserable. It's like, well, that's on you, bro.
Yeah, it's like whatever you do, you have to separate your intentions from their intentions. Like, well, you're there, you mean whatever. Like, you have good intentions. They could have totally opposite intentions. Like, you have no idea who they are until they're dead. Honestly, so it's like the crapshoot lowers by a little bit the longer you know them, but it's always still a crapshoot. I think.
Was it? And I had no idea Drex's intention was just getting my feet under his butt.
Is that true, Drex?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that is 100% true, Dick. Cat's feet were under Drex's butt.
Multiple times.
That's how all this started.
They have to warm their feet. They have to.
They always do. Dick.
Yeah, see, Dick understands. Dick understands, Drex.
Have you ever known a girl who didn't have cold feet, Dick?
No.
They always have. At some point, they're like, "Oh, I need to warm my feet up," and you're like, "Well,
why is it that way?" I literally was gonna put on my slippers today, but I couldn't find them, and my feet were cold.
Always.
Their heart is in their feet. Their feet are as cold as their heart.
Mesopotamian Anon says, listening to this conversation is really enlightening. I'm in a similar position as Hannah and Farron. So thank you, gents, for your perspective.
Yeah, it's rough.
Michael Krumrein says, she will end up alone with a box of wine and cats.
Yeah, I told Farron to her face she's delusional. She's thinking she's getting married when you're talking, I'm 35 doing my Hey Dick, I'm 35 in DC doing my career thing and it's like, and you plan on having kids and getting married, that's not happening. Like in this market, no.
Nah.
Dick, somehow you are the nicest person to women.
Are you kidding me?
Here.
What's
I'm
that?
the nicest person here?
Yeah, you're the
What do you
nicest
mean?
to women here. Somehow. Compared to Drex and Bronca and Phil.
No, Bronco was nice to me.
He was.
He went pretty hard at Farron, though.
Yes, but and also Drex was extra nice to me.
Aw.
You know what I was talking about.
Okay, you two, get a room.
I like Farron.
The Real Hydro... Oh, sorry, Dick. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Go ahead with the Super Chat.
The Real Hydro PX says, this happens too much. Women want to play with the boys, and then when things get rough, another woman has to come and protect her.
Oh, saying yeah. When they we added Anna. Yeah.
Pirate Tomsky says, young men who want older women for relationships tend to have issues with their mothers.
Yeah. Dick, you know this. You're out in California. You see it, right? When older women start talking about how like they got these young guys and stuff, I'm like, or they know friends, I'm like, yeah, the guy is smashing or he's broke. It's one or the other, right? Like when you see when you see a chick who's like 42, even if she takes really good care of herself, if she's with a guy who's like 28, yeah, he's just there to smash. It's not a relationship. Stop.
Well, or he's like he's got problems.
But I'm saying he's broke. He's got a drug problem. He's fresh out of rehab, fresh out of jail. It is what it is. Yeah. She's gonna be the breadwinner. She's gonna be angry and bitter, and she's gonna start looking down at him like this guy ain't doing shit. Yeah.
She's always looking for like an older guy to come.
Always looking for an older guy, and they don't want him because they go for the young chick. They go for Anna's age.
And it's not like fair because she's got like so many years of manipulating like that he doesn't have experience for.
Mm-hmm.
The Real Hydro PX says, Farron is why no man should ever feel bad about any DA. Women are too handsy and they need a man to give them a hands back. I think that was in reference to the video that we showed.
Oh yeah. Dick, did you
That was a
see
great-
that video?
No,
of
what
this?
was it?
It's a Russian and a German chick. Dick, you'd appreciate this, man.
Okay.
Laid the fuck out. Just like, no, here's what happened, Dick. She got slapped with consequences.
Oh,
for her
no,
actions.
Tim, just show it to Dick because he'll be able to see it. Because you can just like fast forward like the first little part where she's just kind of yapping.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck! I'm gonna have to find
Dick,
where
this
that
this
link
is beautiful. It's in your Discord.
You sent it to me, right?
Yeah, I sent it to you in Discord. Dick, it's a work of art. I know, Dick. I've met you. I know that you love art. This is a work of art right here.
I do love art.
Wait till you see this chick run her. You know what's really crazy? This is a side note. This is Kat knows when I first met her, we actually did a tackle drill together, simulating tackles.
Oh my god!
And Dick, this is funny. She literally was like,
watching.
"Yeah, I would stand no chance." She's like, "Yeah, I would stand no chance against a man. None, zero."
All right.
Well,
They should
I'll
all
play
know
this first.
that.
Let me play this first, Cat, and then I'll
Here we go.
Lachen nur. Irgendwann
Flipping off.
Irgendwann fick dich auf Karma, du Hure. Bei Gott sogar. Irgendwann fick dich auf Karma. Gottverdammter Hurensohn. Deine Mutter ist eine Hure.
Ich fick dich halt.
Ja, komm doch.
Олег,
Komm,
Олег.
fick mich, komm.
Oh no.
Олег.
No.
Я говорил, Олег, блядь. Damn. Не провоцируй.
I gotta give her props though. She didn't just end up crying like right away.
Every girl cries except her. But I gotta be fair though.
I wonder if it's the
Anna,
German blood because they're a lot
I think
stronger
she
than
was-
Americans.
Well, you know though, Anna, I think she was just so stunned. I think she was too stunned to cry.
Yeah.
Like you saw, she just kind of was like, "What just happened?" Like have you ever seen a kid get hit and they don't cry? They just, Dick, you remember those days? Like in the 80s, a kid would get hit, they didn't even cry. They were like stunned.
It's like when you trip and you look around for like what tripped you. Like, no way, I just tripped.
Yeah, no,
What
what
was
the
that?
fuck?
Some
What?
kind of thing sticking out? Was that like an act of God? What just happened to me?
Was it when me and Drex did the tackle drill? I knew I was probably going to lose. I was doing it in fairness to show him the tactic that my dad taught his defensive players. And I was like, you do the, there had been a holding call, and I was like, it's not hard. You just do this. That's all it is. And anyways, we did a tackle drill though afterwards, and like I think I literally had to like fight not being like basically pushed onto my coffee table and probably having more injuries.
Ooh.
Because it wasn't that he was being super aggressive or anything like that. It was just like
Stunning, the power. Like,
Yeah.
The
wow.
power difference is so.
The
Dick,
power. Like I've never encountered that.
Well, Dick, you know what I told her though? I was like, because I think this was so. I met Kat after we had talked about like the Sarah Fuller situation, right?
Oh my God,
the little
Yeah.
female player that thought she could play with men. I was like, if women lived in a true equality world, right, real feminism, women would be terrified every day of their life if they lived in true equality, because that means everything is now
we
fair game.
are. Yeah.
They'd be terrified
Like,
because
well, I gotta eat tomorrow, so I hope all this doesn't get fucked up.
Yep. Because I mean, Dick, Kat even said it. She goes because Kat says, she goes, not only would I not stand a chance, she was like, yeah, if a dude out there, just a random dude, wanted to like truly take advantage, they could. No chance. None.
That's because I'm
Unfortunate
tiny
truth.
as mess. Also.
She is.
Well,
All right, guys,
I mean,
my headphones are running out of battery.
Oh, hey,
and I gotta
Dick.
go inside and piss.
Hey, go ahead and take off,
Congratulations,
brother.
Drex.
Thanks for the well wishes. Dick, congratulations on your own show. And also, happy birthday, man. We share
Bro,
it. So
happy
now
birthday
I know.
to you.
I always know it's your birthday. You know, I'm like, it's fucking Dick Masson's birthday. And
I
Big
love
Bat.
that.
Happy birthday to both of you.
I
Yes,
hope I
happy
see
birthday, and also
Thank you.
congratulations on just having great hair.
Thank you, darling.
She's in love with
Let's
that
do
hair.
another live show.
Now
Indeed,
I know what his
Dick
hair
and
looks
you.
like.
It looks amazing.
I look like Aquaman, basically. Everything
just-
above the neck. I look exactly like Aquaman.
It just
And-
looks
and
amazing.
you can look
is
him up.
all you need, and you'll be jealous of it no matter what.
Oh, you do have really good hair.
There you go. Dick, plug your show really quick before you head out.
Do you use a hair mask?
Show. Patreon.com/The Dick Show.
There you go. Thanks, Dick, for showing up. I appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me. Have a good one, guys.
Always. Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Survive LA or escape. That place is
All right.
so fucked.
Then there was 4.
I am quite proud of myself for staying up as long as I have right now.
I know, and I'm proud of you.
I've been trying to build up my staying up later abilities so I can stream longer when I do.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like kind of like what do they call it? Muscles? Like just kind of building muscle to stay up late.
Yeah. You're just getting the muscle
You're just
memory.
building endurance.
Yes, I'm building. I'm usually in bed by like 10. I am. I feel powerful.
You're doing great, though. I will say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Cloud9 Ninja says rent in Mobile, Alabama is between $900 and $1,500 a month for a decent house. Just checked Zillow. That's actually a pretty big range. That number does not help me one bit, Drex.
Well, I mean that actually is pretty reasonable because I mean think about it. That's like low end and then like
a whole house.
Like decent. Yeah, that sounds about right.
You're telling me I can
not
get a whole
around
house
my
for
area.
$900?
Not around my
Yeah,
area.
but Alabama's different.
Alabama's different for multiple reasons.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, you guys have like the incest capital of the world.
No, it's not like that. We have people that try to kidnap you from grocery.
Yeah. Oh, Anna, you may not know this. Alabama, I guess, is like are you guys like number 1, like top 3 or 5 for human trafficking in the country.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's no joke.
That's scary.
If you're in the
but is the rent cheap
area? Yes. Because you have several interstates to get you to a different location very quickly.
I mean, if I can convince my brother to come with me, who knows?
All right. Blue says Drex hosting Bronca Fight Club was very entertaining. Yeah, Bronca was. He went at a few people tonight.
It's the booze.
He was in a mood. He was in a mood.
It's Friday.
Yeah. But even before the booze kicked in, like him going at Chronic was unexpected and fun to watch.
Of course. I always just kick back. I've never been the guy that tells people to chill out. I just let things play out because like it's just who I am. I was like, I have nothing. Yeah, fuck, go ahead. Like,
yeah. I hesitated a little bit on that one. Like I did it once, and then Drex, I just realized that no, you don't mind it. So
it's content. You just let people just do it.
Yeah,
Shout out to Law Nerd Clips. I mean,
of course, and this is how men do it, right, Drex? We get our energy out, and then we go back and have a beer.
Yeah, and then it's like after that, it's just kind of like you know we laugh about fat chicks and we keep moving.
Yeah, there's no bad blood, right? It's not like those two are never going to talk to each other again. It's like, no, I'm not going on stream because Bronca's there.
Yeah, that's chicks will do that.
That's
no, it's not
energy.
that. All they need is just some feet under their butt, and then they'll be completely fine.
Yeah, they haven't felt.
Yeah, that's it.
God
All
damn
they
it,
need, they
Drex.
just need to exchange feet under butt, and they will be completely calm and fine.
Matt from Tinder. Shout out to Jack Murphy.
Oh God, that was bad.
Both Megan Fox and Farron are overrated in the Nicker sphere. Okay.
Ricada Land. Oh, there's Nick.
100 for 100. Congrats, brother. Keep rolling. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Hammerhand says, this panel made me feel as great. Yeah, he was not a fan. He was not a fan.
Oh, God.
The back and forth between Farron and Bronca.
Yeah, the silliness. But we love it.
Well, and Hammer sent me an email, too, because I had sent him a link to call in, and he's like, man, I'm not going to be able to hold my mouth shut, and I don't want to do that to Drex. But he does say happy 100. The Real Hydro PX says, what a surprise. Migtown ran by Drex has a bunch of
It must be a bunch.
Yeah, a bunch of women. Drex needs to cut this Migtown BS out and just get married already.
He already is married. Easy answer.
Like that. Yeah.
The ring is just not where you expect it to be.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Thank you, Anna. Oh my gosh. I'm
The
so
savagery.
It's in the butt. Where's the ring? It's in the butt. Don't
No,
ask questions.
no,
Don't
it's
question.
on the toe. I got it from the butt, but where it ended up.
T. Louie, too, says, Drex, sent you a meme on Twitter to enjoy with Bronca. Maybe discuss German Shepherds with him if you haven't before.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely. Well, I mean, I may have to. I'm gonna definitely talk to Bronca when the purge law comes into effect, because there's gonna be all kinds of videos.
Oh yeah.
Of all manner of savagery.
Well, and he's going to be getting a ton of work. I don't know if he's going to have time.
Oh man. Oh, the amount of fucking bodies. Just Tim, I don't think people know how much crime goes on, man. Like
Drex, it's let the bodies hit the floor. They're just going to play that on a blimp going through downtown.
Go look at New Orleans back in like the 80s and 90s. I mean, I think New Orleans was the murder capital of the world. I mean, it was an obscene amount of bodies. It was like, damn.
Brian Fury says Bronca needs to hit the mute button. Not a
great
fan
name
of this.
though, Brian Fury from Tekken.
The Real Hydra PX says, "Here comes King Simp, Ricada Law. MG Town is a joke, and so are all the members. Drex and Ricada Law are King Simps." I mean, have you seen King Manjeet?
Oh God.
Have you seen King Manjeet?
Hey man, he got the W there. 1 week before that visa expired.
Eva Torres says
he found true
Bronca
love,
pissed.
Drex. I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
was true love that Manjeet found.
Love.
No, and I gotta ask you,
King
what did you think about Manjeet's face? That smug, just
That was the face of a man who was desperately not wanting to go home and was happy he didn't get to go home.
oh god, King Manjeet is god tier, man. I hope that brother's doing good, because you know I talked to this I talked about this with Kat earlier today. A lot of people, you know, when it comes like the family court system, women have perfected it. And like, Janet Jackson waited 5 years and 1 day to divorce the Arab dude, right? When she secured the bag. Giselle, it's very rare that people are doing that. So when you see a dude do it, like, oh man, let me go ahead and secure the bag by getting with this fat chick. And then, I'm gonna, my visa's about to expire. I'm gonna go ahead and get citizenship. You see this in the islands, right? Dominican Republic. They call them Sankey Pankies. Shout out to my Dominican dudes, aka Blacks in Denial. You see all this shit, right? And it kind of makes you realize people don't have a soul. They'll do anything for survival, right? Or to thrive. They'll do anything. I mean, they'll marry someone they don't want to marry just to get citizenship, just to not get. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's fucked up.
Listen, I would make the argument that they do those things. It's not so like it's just like to basically meet their end goal, and whatever that end goal is, of course.
That would be epic.
Hammerhand versus Bronca.
That would be epic. I don't know if I'll let them speak for themselves, but
internet explodes.
Happy to host, right, Drex?
Right.
I did that one. Ricada Law, expose yourself to women, Bronca. Yeah, I'm sure someone clipped that. Lago says Bronca getting revenge on all his failed marriages.
God damn. He's only had one failed marriage, damn.
Yeah, I know people were a little salty in the chat. Jeez, the Real Hydra PX says Ricada Law ruined the party. Ricada Law, go away. We were having fun, and Bronca was cool until you came around. Hey, you super chat, I'm gonna read it. I don't care. Magician Sapphire says, quick, Farron, shout grounds every time someone disagrees with you. Oh, fucking Daryl Brooks. Farmhand says, maybe a good time to break this up with some Farmhand Tom videos. Just posted a Drex Farron one. Will lighten the mood. Search YouTube, Farmhand Tom. I did the jump one. I don't think we needed to lighten the mood. I think the mood was just fine.
Right.
Greg Bilota says, Nick was having a cultural experience. Duh. Wrestler Town says, we need to limit the Face app to things that are actually funny. This trend is getting close to being dumb. Late night talk show slop.
All the ones I have seen have been funny, though. I'll give it that.
Soft like 12-ply, Charmin slathered in baby oil. That was your soft eyes.
Oh, my God. Sullivan.
They did you real dirty. Winning Reality says, you can't remember if you said 28th or 29th. If it's 29th, we share the same day, but happy birthday.
Nice.
So many birthdays.
I know,
yeah,
right?
God, what a day. Look, mine's not very far away either.
It must have been a really, really fun day, like 9 months ago at some particular year.
late January. People were getting it in.
Well, Drex, it's cold outside.
Yeah. I mean, it's cuffing season. You're stuck inside in January, and all you got to do is smash.
Yeah, because I'm a week. I'm another week past you.
I'm a July baby, so I don't know.
Oh damn!
Bronca beat Farron so badly she looks like a different person, a better person, I would say. Julian Delficki says, "I caught people under the stairs on USA as a kid, and it messed me up."
Yeah, that was a good. Yeah, when you're a kid, I mean, and there's not really a feeling quite like that. Like, so one of the things I've noticed, straight up scary movies affect you as a kid, but it's the psychological horror movies that get you when you get older. You know what I mean?
Nope. Matthew Self says, "Y'all ever seen Frozen? Not the Disney one. The trapped on the ski lift one. 5 out of 10 on story. 10 out of 10 on bad, good
I've
thriller
never
movie."
even heard of this. Hold on. There's a movie called Frozen that's not the Disney one? I'm going to type in Frozen horror movie.
Okay, no, don't you dare. 100PX says, "Drex, you are, and you, what? You need to go hang with Robin Williams." I don't know what he tried saying there. You are sad, you need to, okay, whatever. Learn how to type, man. 200 Watt Studio says, "Where the white woman at?" It says, "Hey Nick, I'm trying to purchase the liquor store that I manage and run on my own from the widow of the store's owner who died unexpectedly. I'm 26 and having trouble getting investors. How does one fake being 35?
Damn.
You can't. Men don't get that luxury, Drex. I mean, it's what look. We don't get to fake it.
Yeah.
Don't shave, and if you do, you look younger. It's amazing how that effect works. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's weird.
The facial hair means everything.
I'll never understand it.
200 Watt Studio says, "My video store still calls me yelling at me because I haven't returned my rental copy of King Kong Lives." 100PX says, "I'm so glad this female is here to show us that Drex is the biggest simp. You are weak, Drex." Max Simon says, "Drexel Barbosa."
Barbarossa.
Barbarossa plugged Mayor of Migtown back in the day. Was that you? Also,
No,
South
it
Korean
was
and
not.
Jap movies have no chill. No, we just came up with that.
Huh.
Fuck, we came up with that maybe 3 months into our show.
Yeah, crazy. I didn't know there was any relation. It's kind of crazy how those kind of things happen where you're like, oh,
Yeah.
really? Some things aren't trademarked, I guess.
Well, it just doesn't make sense, right? Towns have mayors, and that's how it was born. It was literally that simple. Yellow Flash 2 says, "So glad to see you and your wife spending time together, Drexel." Why you got to do him dirty like that, Flash?
Oh, goodness.
It's a beautiful time, though. It's not doing him dirty.
It is, I guess. But Greg Belota says, "I'm glad I bought Andrew's book because he is great tied and untied. I will drink to that soon." Yeah, no tie Bronca is real. X Coomer says, "Still waiting on Baldo review, or is it out yet?" No, it's not
Oh, God,
out
look
yet.
at that face.
The Baldo's not out yet. It's still stuck on Nick's nose. There's Hydro PX says, "What a surprise. Farron is not married. How many eggs are left?"
Man, that career path shit for a woman is not good. That's all
But
I'm
I
gonna
also
say.
think I don't agree with her career path, but that's just me thinking it. Like she mentioned, every woman's different. But I think I understand where she was coming from.
I do.
Again, two different environments that we both grew up in. I grew up in a more
Agreed.
stable home. From what little information I got from her, it seems like her dad tended to be away more often than not. And while she didn't, she probably said, "Oh, my mom was fine throughout that time." But there's probably some, like you mentioned, psychological thing that she just hasn't really tapped into yet, that she knows her mother wasn't happy. Therefore, she believes if she was in a similar situation, she wouldn't be happy. And she doesn't want to follow that same path. That's what I got out of it. She disagreed which again, it's not my life. I don't know her well at all, but that's just the kind of the observation I made.
Well, Anna, let me tell you what the main thing is that I told Farron. Women have to understand this. Sexual attraction and options is not the same as relationship attraction and options, right? So when a woman says, "Oh, I got guys in my DMs right now, I get all kinds of men." Hold on. What quality of men, and do they want relationships with you? I didn't say they just want to smash you, right?
Oh yeah, that app I signed up for over almost 200.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so let me ask you this though, Anna. Can you understand how women think they have more options when they break up with their boyfriend? Like, oh, I got all kinds of options, right? Like,
because they're getting the attention.
Because all these guys in their DMs, they think, oh yeah, this guy's hot. He looks better than my boyfriend. This guy makes more money than my boyfriend. This guy's dick is bigger than my boyfriend. And then they end up breaking up. And then what happens? That guy is just like, oh no, I just want to smash. And then he's like, yeah, I'm out. Uh-oh. Now you're without a relationship and you're just out there.
Yep.
All right. Matthew Self says Bronco said he wasn't going to simp 3 apologies ago. And I mean, the chat was divided as he was going. That was insane to watch.
Goodness.
Frederick Little says, "Oh, we can't answered this one, but horror. Oh no, we didn't. Horror movie characters. Drex, your favorite horror movie character?
Oh, always gonna be Michael Myers. Always,
Anna?
bar none. Best horror mask in history, I would say. What do you think about that, Anna, and then Kat, in terms of horror movie masks? I say Michael Myers in the original Halloween is the best mask in horror history. What do you think?
Scary wise, like I don't look at a mask and go, "Wow, that's so cool." I just think that is horrifying, and I think the one would be Scream.
Oh, Ghostface. Ghostface is
Ghostface.
A good one.
That's terrifying.
But you know what though? I'm gonna be honest with you, Anna. I think that if you lived the life, like you're living. Let's just say, in terms of like living in a movie, like you're at home alone. I think the Michael Myers mask just has a level of like terror that no other mask can match.
I think it's more so the stature of Michael Myers. Right? It works with the mask. If Michael Myers had the body of what's his name, the claw guy.
Oh, Freddy
Krueger, and he wore that, it wouldn't have the same effect.
I agree with that.
So it's probably the stature and his quiet, his very being on top of the mask gives him the character.
Agreed.
So if you take any other aspect of that away, the mask wouldn't necessarily have an effect. Like if he had lines throughout the movie, even one, it probably wouldn't be as effective.
I agree.
His character is perfectly put together, and that's why people think it's iconic and great.
Mm-hmm.
Kat, your favorite horror character?
Oh, the llama from Llamageddon.
Of course.
I thought you were going to say the llama from Emperor's New Groove.
Oh my god.
Moving on.
I was like, what?
No. I mean, but honestly, I really will agree with you on the Michael Myers stuff. I mean, like, because me and Drex watched the What Makes the Movies or whatever it was.
Yeah, movies that made us.
Yeah, and one of them was horror movies, and they went back behind, and like the Michael Myers mask is a William Shatner mask that they painted white and added extra hair to and all this stuff. It's like that's why it is terrifying. Like, and I will say,
I don't know how I'd feel about that if I were William Shatner.
Oh yeah, no, it's not a great look for him. But
that's a fun fact. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I mean, but anyways, on Netflix, if you want to watch it, there is the movies that made us, and there's a horror movie section, and they're really great. But they go into how that mask was made, and it is a terrifying mask for sure. I mean,
no, I completely agree. The mask is horrifying, but I personally,
hold on, Anna. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but have you watched Drex? Hold on, what is that show that we watched with the neighbors? What is it called?
Oh, Worst Roommate Ever?
Yes, Worst Roommate Ever. Have you watched that?
I have not.
Oh my!
I've never been a movie person, probably because I wasn't really allowed to watch movies.
It's not a movie. It's a show. Yeah, just honestly,
true crime.
all you really
real
have
life.
to do is watch the first episode.
The Worst Roommate Ever. Okay.
And just what all you really have. I mean, you can watch the other ones. They are also all great. But
Makes me
really, all
prepare
you
for
have to
spooky
do
season.
watch the first one because that's the
Okay.
best one.
First one. Got it.
No, anyway, it's just really great. But yeah, no, I mean, I really do like the Llamageddon thing. I'm not gonna lie, like it's just funny, like the fake legs, beating down. It's just a funny movie, but it is horrific in some ways. It's graphic, but like, it's not like, I don't know. It's just good.
It's cartoonish violence.
Yeah, but like it's also like it's just generally like it's just funny. Like you know what it's meant for, and like when like what is it like the chick and the guy explode, and the people are like comically covered in blood. That makes no sense.
Is it like the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
No, it's more like twisted, I guess, than that. But it's just one of those like cheesy like D-grade horror movies where it's like the cheesy effects and everything. And
Well, it's the same thing that even Drex mentioned earlier, where the guy like changes his shirt like every scene change. Like he's wearing before the final scene, he's wearing a Star Trek shirt that he's never worn the entire movie. He's changing out of tank tops or t-shirts and all that stuff in between like the regular stuff. Basically, if there's a scene change, he's changing his shirt.
That sounds funny.
It is funny. No, it genuinely is. Like it's amazing. I mean, and it's one of those like terribly horrible movies, but it's great because it just fits all the bills.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Now I got a bunch of movies to watch before Halloween ends.
Anna, you do have a movie to watch tonight.
Oh, I have to hit the hay as soon as this is over.
It's the movie I told you to watch, which is it Hush? Yeah.
No, it was
oh my gosh,
on Netflix.
That movie.
Hush. Okay.
7 hours.
Hush and The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah, Hush is quick. It's 72 minutes.
Okay, I'll probably watch that tomorrow then.
The worst ever is only like 36.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay. Thank you.
God, I love horror. October is my month, man. Horror movies, there's something about it.
We should. Swalloween was what we did last year.
Oh, that's right.
I'm sorry. What?
Swalloween. Because Drex, what also happens in October when all the college chicks go to these Halloween parties?
Oh yeah, it's nothing but a thought-a-thon.
But Facts Not Feeling says, Bronca, how did Nat lawyer chick buy that for you?
Oh, it must have been like the watch or the car or something. He said.
I believe he was threatening a defamation suit. I guess. Did she pay him off, or what was it? Did he raise money through super chats? Because I know he made a video like clapping back at her real hard.
Ooh.
Or maybe he went on to Nick's stream and clapped back at her. And
I have no clue who
if
these people
I honestly had to guess, and this is purely a guess, it's the fact that he just got support through Ricada's stream, wherever like people saw and they're like, "Oh, we'll support you," and that's how. You know what I mean? Like it was just general support, and then people were made aware of it.
Yeah.
Because.
Oh no! I know what it was. I remember now.
Okay, sorry.
I do remember what happened. Because Andrew Bronco sells on his website a subscription service for his law of self-defense, and because Nat said he was not a real expert, right? Basically attacking his credentials, and that he's not barred in all 50 states, and therefore how can he speak on self-defense law in all 50 states? Some really bad take like that. So he went on Nick's show and promoted he was doing this 50% off his platinum lifetime membership, which is like a couple $100, whatever. And apparently he had a lot of signups from Nick's audience. That was the one guy who super chatted, said he became a platinum member of Bronco. Yeah, that's what it was. I remember now. He got, I don't know how many thousands of dollars he made that night, but it was a lot.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, no, it's great for him.
That was speaking of making money on your own website, Mephisto sent in a super chat through our website, Drex, which is donations.migtown.show. There was no message attached to it, so I assume he's just going to wish you happy birthday and happy 100. But
Nice.
Mephisto sends that to us. Get rid of this one. And also, if you had noticed, my headset just died, so I had to switch out to the corded one.
Oh, yeah.
But it doesn't have noise cancellation, so I hear myself, and it's weird. Alabaster Scarf says, congratulations on 100 episodes of dropping truth bombs.
Thank you.
Finishay's helicopter tours. Now that's awesome. That is fucking awesome. I love that name. Anna, I'm in Worcester. I hope I said that right. But I'm old enough to be your dad and trying to escape to Texas myself. If Mora becomes governor, Min will be further emasculated.
Who the hell's Mara?
Democrat running for governor.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I think I've heard of her, but yeah.
Mara. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I'll ask Ty Beard.
I mean, give him credit, Drex. The left knows how to win elections.
Of course they do.
Well,
all you got to do is just make women scared.
Yeah, the conservatives, the common saying they say is the left can't meme? No, they're too busy winning the actual election.
Yeah, Drex made a point. You made a point not too long ago. I forgot where. Maybe one of your podcast streams. You said the left, while sometimes the far left, usually as insane as they can be sometimes, they know how to get everything done. They strongly believe what they believe in, and they actually put action into it. The more conservative side, they just kind of say what they want to say and just kind of sit on it.
Yeah,
and I've never thought of it like that.
Think about it. When it comes time, they shut up, right? They don't put up.
Yeah.
Also, hold on. I'm going to counter that, and it's not because I disagree with Anna. I think you are making a very good point, but you're not considering the fact that the Conservative Party was doing the exact same thing in the very early 90s.
Huh. Yeah, you're right.
You're not wrong in at all. So I'm not calling you out. It's just, but the Conservatives did the exact same thing.
Yeah, times changed, right, Drex? The censorship, right?
Yeah, line of MGTOW. Shout out to my man LOM. He talked about concern because this is what you got to understand. Okay, both sides, left and right, believe in the same thing, which is male disposability. When you start there, you see that the only difference between them is that one left pushes for what? Social welfare. The right pushes for what? Corporate welfare. That's the only difference between the two. Neither one sees men as anything more than fucking disposable.
Well, and hold on, the thing that you didn't say though, the main thing that they both agree on is censorship.
Yeah, yes. Both of them are, here's the thing, the political trichotomy, right? Authoritarian left is just going to look different from authoritarian right.
Yeah.
Both of them are equally terrible.
Exactly. So, but they're both censoring. Like, it's just
everything.
The way that they censor.
Correct.
Because it's power. They want power.
It's power. Yeah, it's you get to the same. This is what people don't understand. You're going to get to the same end game, regardless if you're left or right. That's what people don't. They won't acknowledge it. They won't see it. I'm just like I said. That's why I just kind of get to the point where dude, you guys this is what people want. They want Drag Queen Story Hour, or they want to sit there and start screaming about their right-leaning politics and that Ronald Reagan is Jesus.
I will never understand the drag queen and with kids thing ever.
I don't think you're
ever.
I think it was the ultimate shit test for conservatives, and they're failing.
Was it? I will never understand the drag queen story hour, things like that. But the main thing is, it was they're both playing the same game though.
Mm-hmm.
They're just getting different results.
Yeah.
And that's what I think has been lost.
Well, it's easy to correct the problem. A lot of people don't understand. You can literally correct the problem overnight. The moment men are valued and they are propped up, all the problems go away. The reason why they won't do that is because women control the vote. So all they have to do is keep appeasing women and keep you guys as stupid as possible to make themselves bigger. The more women that vote, the stronger the government gets. Women don't make smaller government; they make bigger government. So,
I would even make the argument to say it's not even make the women bigger; it's also these beta males that are
they're going to enable
them that's, I mean, they're essentially women, of course, but I mean, but it's these beta males supporting it as well. That they're trying
Absolutely.
to,
I love
encourage and
women.
engage.
Well, and you also see this in they also wanted you guys in the workforce so that they can tax. And then do you know what women are known to do? Consume. Buy 5,000 outfits, buy 400 pairs of shoes, buy the newest thing. Dudes don't.
Drex,
why are you calling us out like that?
And Drex, like you and I both know of a situation that was set up where I was working a contract and I was finding multiple versions of the exact same purse or multiple versions of the exact same clothing. And I'm just like, dear Lord, like how many of this stuff did you buy, woman? I mean,
it's sad. I mean, it's
but
just,
you don't
it's
understand.
needless.
It's just a different color.
Yeah, I know. It's here's the thing, though.
they
So-
were the same color, honey. It was that's what blew my mind. And that's why I'm like,
weird.
I know this wasn't like it is a different color. These were the same.
Anna,
And
if
also
women knew,
perfectly
they'd be.
preserved in their bags.
Of course they were. Anna, like here's the thing: if women knew, this is how you know women are what they are. You just go like this: tell me exactly what you want, and they will just give you a blank stare. They don't know what they want. It's like, why would you give all of this authority to someone who literally can't answer basic questions?
What do you want for dinner?
They don't have an answer for anything. Or how about this? Or if they do say they want something, they'll say it, and when you give it to them, Tim, what happens? I don't want this. Oh, wait, hold on. Anna, I wanted trans athletes are real athletes. They're real women. And then when they face the backlash of all the consequences, I don't want this. Like, this is literally exactly what you said.
Isn't that kind of humanity in a nutshell, though?
Yeah.
Well, it's women because men are always going to be held accountable. Always.
All right.
And once Drex has a point here, but I want to point out a very specific thing. Whenever he is here, we don't always eat at the same place. We will go from one restaurant to another, and we will both get our separate foods. Once again, we still want to eat together, but we don't have to have this. We don't have to get it from the same place because we want different foods. That's it.
Yeah. No need to argue about it. You just chill.
No,
most people
never
don't.
argued about food.
Of course not.
You're not the typical case either. Like, Kat, you know that you're not typical compared to the average woman, and that proves the rule.
We're not like other girls.
Yeah, we're not like.
Yeah, no, I said every girl ever. Yeah, right.
That's like the trap you fall in, I guess. Like,
By
it's
the
like
way-
sure, maybe, but like really though, it's just something me and Drex have agreed upon that like if we're gonna fight, that's not it. We can just go to 2 different places to get our food. It's not that big of a deal.
By the way, Drex, I have to tell you, if you ever want to find a place where attractive women congregate, it's
Alabama,
fucking law school.
specifically.
Yeah.
It's law school. Drex, I recommend every man. You don't even need to practice law. I recommend every man go. They don't check ID at the door. Just go
No.
sit in the law lecture, and have a look around. Drex, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to go where the guys with money are going to be. Yeah, I know. Even though most of those lawyers are going to be broke.
I mean, yeah, like Andrew said, a lot of them.
Yeah. I mean, Nick said
They have
this,
no
and it is what it is. But I will say this though, you can't be mad at women for being women. No. The only issue I have is when they try to like basically fake the funk. Yeah. I'm strong, independent, don't need no man, but I'm looking for a guy to take care of me. What?
Or actually,
me and my 3 kids.
And my 3 kids. Oh, God.
No, but there are easily 40 women in my class, Drex, in my first year law class, that are 6 and higher.
Mm-hmm. Of course they are.
Man, if I'm looking for a wife, that's some good pickings right there.
Don't ever touch a female fucking lawyer.
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. Not a female lawyer, but a female law student.
I wouldn't even do that. It's that like they're literally that bad. Like, ask Ty Beard, ask Nick, ask any. Do you ever notice that lawyers are never married to other lawyers?
Not. I know a couple.
You ever notice that? Like
If they do, they're divorced.
And they're divorced. Like, go look up lawyer divorce rates. Go Google it.
I think that's more a function of the profession than meeting your wife in law school.
Well, of course.
Yeah, that's a profession that demands long hours, tons of traveling, and hanging out with.
Whatever you do, guys, don't do it.
Yeah. Anyways, John Gordon, thank you for the donation. Appreciate it.
What about the guys in law school? Thoughts?
It just depends on the guy. Okay, Anna, would you agree that certain guys, just based on even like LawTube space, certain guys seem to be like better just marriage material, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, even though they're a lawyer, they seem like very marriage and family minded. Well, that guy's going to reveal himself. If you get the sense that a guy's out here for the streets, then he's for the streets. He just happens to be an attorney.
And that's most of the majority of the guys on campus that get the vibe from.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I've had the exact same experience from doctors, like doctor students. I mean, where it's like, oh, well, they're a doctor. Like, yeah, I'll give it a shot, and then you get
that vibe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you they basically are. It's just a bad experience all around, and so it's your status itself doesn't necessarily matter, because if you're kind of a piece of crap, I'm sorry to tell you, you're a piece of crap.
Yeah, but here's the thing: getting into med school and getting into law school are two of the hardest things to accomplish in this world.
Unless you have the money.
No. I mean, maybe you can get into like a low community college, but if you're applying to law schools in the country,
yeah, it's tough. It's pretty tough.
Oh no, this isn't a slight on those who get in at all.
It's not a on those who get in, but like it's not that hard, guys. Like you can do it. It's just
no. He's saying from a statistical standpoint. Well,
I get.
Yeah. From a statistical standpoint, yes, it is very difficult.
And so the people who do get in they're going to tend, right? Statistically speaking, they're going to be more ambitious, more determined. They're going to have qualities that women seek in men.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I disagree.
I mean,
I don't know. Ambition's kind of hot.
Well, no, it's not the ambitions part. It's like, just because I can basically be the biggest dickhead on the planet, and if I just get into law school, medical school, well then I'm set. It's like, no, like there's more to it than that, but like, yeah, that doesn't hurt you, obviously, but like there is more to it.
No, he's just saying the okay, from a statistical standpoint, it is that tough. Well, just in that regard, yeah.
Well, it's hard to get in athletics too. People still find a way.
It's a natural gate, right? We talk about gatekeeping, and it's a natural gate that will
hard for all
the
that.
Yeah, each level, right? So watch this. Okay, there's it's easier to get into a D3 school than a D2 school. Easier to get into a D2 school than a D1 school. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And there's Division 1A. So and then even when you get to
D1,
D1,
it's 1AA and then 1A.
Yeah, 1AA. So here's my issue though. If you are a guy who says, "Hey man, I was a D1 athlete," and someone's like, "Where'd you play football?" and they say something like Kentucky, who has never been good, right?
Well, I mean, look at him this year, but yes.
Yeah. We're saying historically, right? So if one guy says, "I'm the starting quarterback for Kentucky," that's not as impressive as the guy who says, "Yo, man, I started at Alabama. I started at Georgia." You see what I'm saying? Like, based on what you do. So yeah, each one is harder. So like, there's all kinds of schools out there with all kinds of scholarships.
Cat's favorite school.
Cat's favorite school, Ole Miss with Lane.
I see Chronic jumped back in.
Oh dear God! Don't you dare put that on me.
You love him.
Yeah, Undead Chronic jumped in. Let's.
You know how much I hate Lane.
Man, y'all doing a marathon stream, huh? Talking about D1.
We're still fucking going through super chats from an hour, over a couple hours.
Oh, amen. Stay blessed.
No, but it also, Drex, seriously, I love you, but never put on me that I love Lane. You know I can't stand that man.
She takes that shit seriously.
Between her and
I am
Lane,
very serious about sports.
She loves LeBron.
No.
Do you follow hockey at all, Kat?
I know a little bit about hockey, not a lot, but
okay.
My
Brittany Griner.
stepfather's a French Canadian actually, so I know a fair amount, but not enough to comment on it.
I mean, there is college level hockey too. I think.
There's
time.
Goldie Hawn and what's his face son he's an actor now. Kurt Russell, their son actually played hockey in Alabama at Huntsville for the university team. So yeah, no, I'm fully aware of it.
Alabama
I just don't follow it strategically. I know enough to get me by, but that's about it.
Yeah. Anyways, let me burn through some more super chats here. We're really close. We're almost close, and we can say our goodnights. Farmhand says, how many years younger is Bronca's wife, as a reminder? Yeah, he did say that a couple of times. Just a couple, Drex? Miss Lex says, congrats on 100 videos.
Thanks, Miss Lex.
Braden Grimaldi says, hey, Drex, why is it only black dudes and Kid Rock look good in hats like that?
But Kid Rock is just in whiteface. That's a brother on there, man.
Yeah. Ah! He's got that vitiligo.
Yeah, he's got that vitiligo.
Oh
Bucket bastard.
He's on Michael Jackson himself.
Oh
Damn.
my God, man. Uncle Ruckus. Lucky bastard.
Bad Dragonite says, congrats on 100 episodes and Merry Birthmas, bro.
Much love.
Leximus says, Miss Lex is and always be the best unicorn.
Aww. Leximus.
That's
They
really
got a
sweet
cute
for
little relationship
of him.
over there. Frederick Little says, it's midnight where I live. Happy birthday, Drex.
Much love. Thank you.
Koa Naguyan says, thank you for the great show.
Thank you, sir.
Top 10, I think, so far, Drex. In length. God damn. Nimitz says, for Bronca, I love this man. Why won't you cheat on your wife? Reasons and F you, plushie. Yeah, he got real, he got real.
Well, people get testy.
Spicy.
I like I said, personally, I don't care. Like I said, you people know me. I don't care enough.
Duke it out and then hug it out when you're done.
Yeah, duke it out, fist bump. All right, yeah, whatever, man, move on.
And then back to
It's
back to the
YouTube.
table.
Who gives
It's
a
YouTube.
fuck?
Yeah, that's the
Who
thing.
gives
It's
a
like
fuck?
Literally
YouTube.
nothing. Oh, what happened to Anna? Dropped out. I'll get her back in a second. Castile says, "Ayo Drex, happy early birthday, dude."
Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's midnight where you are, Drex. So yeah, happy birthday.
Oh yeah. I'm legitimately 40.
Yeah, look for your birthday card.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It might be under her feet. A bowl of stew says, "It's been great to be part of the server and the show. Thanks for putting it all on. Can't wait to see what's next."
Thank you, Stu. God,
But
I love
actually,
Stu.
I mean, it's not. Oh, there she is. Welcome back, Anna.
Sorry about that.
It happens. But yeah, no, the Drex. Actually, it's not really big things coming up next. It's just evolving, right?
Yeah, I just like I said, there's so many different things to do and ways to do it. When it comes to cooking, when it comes to fitness, being out in the world, which I think the world needs more of. Chronic, you talk about lifting a lot. I like to lift, not as much as I would like to, the way I used to. Because when you don't have a kid, when you don't got to do all that stuff, you have so much more free time to lift, right?
Oh,
but
yeah.
Too many dudes are out here basically just being either unwilling or unable to lift. And it's no, look, dude, guys got to start, and I think Dr. Jordan Peterson talks about that too, just lifting shit. You just got to, like I said, lift. Start having a body that looks like a man's body. Chronic, let me ask you something, man. How many times have you just been out and about? You're at the mall or something, right? And you just see dudes with that Dr. Robotnik body, right? These weird
Jack
little
Murphy
dangly
body.
legs and just wobbling and they always they look like they stink. You know what I'm talking about? Like a dude that peeled himself off the couch, right? Or off a gamer chair. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That look, right? You're bruh, they're wearing a Naruto shirt. You're dude,
Oh, it's always
you need to just do something.
Well, it's Western food, the Western diet's a drug. And so
It
we
is.
got to realize that the majority of Americans are addicts because the majority of Americans are obese to Western drugs, which is fast food industry.
Yep.
And so The saddest time I see it is, when was the last time I was at a fast food place? I think my brother wanted an ice cream cone from Chick-fil-A. I think it's Chick-fil-A.
Yep.
And I see this Bertha of a woman, like a blimp from World War I. And she got 2 5-year-old kids, looks like, just older than toddlers. I smelt the diabetes on these kids. So fat you couldn't tell where their wrists were. And that's child abuse, and that starts early. It's like, imagine giving your kid crack at 3.
Yep.
It's sad. I feel bad for the kids.
We can always come together laughing at fat chicks.
That's
Never
right.
Fuck ups. That's what brings us all together, Drex. Never lose sight of the goal. It's laughing at fat chicks.
But no, I know what you're talking about, but have you seen malls in the 2020s, Drex?
Yeah.
It's like Call of Duty. They're like Call of Duty maps now, bro. That's where people go to get shot.
Bro.
I'm not going to malls.
Well, here's the thing. Mall, here I am in Minnesota, right? Other than the Mall of America, which is obviously the mall, right? Tourist attraction. I go in a mall, when I say empty, it is empty. Scary, man.
Didn't
It's sad. It's sad to
some
see.
dude throw a kid off the 3rd story of the Mall of America?
Yeah, he was a beta simp. He was
He was like, I got no attention from women. Just yeet this kid.
Oh yeah. Did you know that that's the reason why he threw the kid?
Yeah, he's like,
So
I've
Anna,
been to this mall for 2 years every day, got no pussy.
Yeah, Anna, that dude, and you heard about that latest one in St. Louis, right? Because you don't.
That's the reason he threw the kid.
Yeah, so the reason the beta simp threw this number raised by a German Shepherd single mom, he was mad that girls didn't give him attention, right? He tried to do this to some other woman, I think once or twice. He was banned from the mall, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just happened to slip back in, right? Because you can get blacklisted from Mall of America. He slips back in. This woman is distracted because let's face it. If you have a kid, there's nothing wrong with like going like this. You're like grabbing in a bag, reaching in a bag. You don't think someone's gonna grab your kid and throw him over a damn balcony? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I think he pretty much got life sentence. The guy insane.
What's gonna happen? He couldn't have been mentally stable.
Oh no! He's like, these guys know what they're doing. Like, yes, they are. These are byproducts of feminism because they have their mindset is feminine, right? So here's how you know a mindset is feminine. Hey, Chronic, if you and I are sitting there and we're fat dudes, right?
Yes.
We don't sit around as fat dudes and go, the world owes me something, right? Like I deserve a model chick and a job that pays me $1 million a year. See, guys don't think this way. They go like this, dude, I need to get better. So there's accountability. Women go like this. Body positivity, Anna. You need to respect me because hold on. Have any of you seen David Hasselhoff's daughter? Hold up.
I have not.
Well, I have
go ahead and get to the next super chat. I'm gonna send it to you.
I think the guys are sitting on the couch being fat pieces of shit, thinking the exact same thing you were talking about.
Sorry about my typo in saying my weight in the previous message. LOL. Was at the gym and typed fast without looking. Looking forward to the next pimp cast. Thank you, Stevie.
Why are you reading my super chats?
That's a cute name.
I just got to read it. It's just there.
It's
Tim,
habit, right? It's
Hey
habit.
Tim, I got you something. This is for everybody left here and for Undead Chronic in particular. This next picture.
Oh,
no.
Now, Chronic, I know it's late where you are. You need fat material, right? No nut. Look, Chronic, we're not at No Nut November, right?
Got it. Yes.
All right. So all right. I'm gonna need you to fap to this, man.
Got it. Okay.
It's gonna be between me and you. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Me, you, and hundreds of people watching. Got it.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Ew, it's the boulder from Indiana Jones, bro.
Oh, look at hey. Do you see? Okay, that's David Hasselhoff in the bottom left, right? This is his daughter, fam.
Yeah, I know guys that would just see the tits and be like, "I'm down."
They're all
but
black.
she thick.
They're all
She
black.
thick, Drex.
No, she thick though, dude.
What
Black dudes, man.
happened?
Raise your standards, man.
What happened?
And that's how you break your pelvis.
He ate too many hamburgers. That's what.
Yeah.
How did
You can't.
How would not,
You can't make this up. Look, here's the thing. Though. That's not even that bad. This may sound crazy. When I say that's not even that bad,
Really
Chronic,
not. It's not bad at
true
all.
or false? She was smaller than the girl you saw in Chick-fil-A. True or false?
She be considered anorexic in Atlanta. Yeah.
No, honestly, look. Hey, Tim, is that not what Koopa said?
Atlanta's
Dude,
so
you go out there, you're like, holy shit. Like, Anna, it's so bad. It's like, as a dude, here's the thing. As a dude, if you start eliminating women, right? Not ran through, not fat, not a crazy feminist. You remember, these are things that they have total autonomy over, right? So this is not like where women say a guy has to be 6'5". It's like, well, he has no say over that, right? You know, he has no say over his.
Just go break your femur in like a $80,000.
Oh yeah, and try to lengthen them. So that's stupid shit there.
Well, that and all women saying that, you know, they have a hypothyroidism problem. So
Yeah, every woman's thyroid is bad.
Thyroid
bad. My thyroid.
Okay, apparently we have been streaming so long that one of our guests managed to leave our stream, do their own stream, and then come back.
That's right.
Amen. That's crazy. We live in a fucking crazy time.
What the hell are you still doing up? We just ended our stream.
Wait, Farron? How are you back?
We just ended our stream.
So long.
That's what she said.
Hi,
Wait,
lady.
what time
Hi.
did you leave?
Hi, Farron.
10.
The fuck?
Hey,
Who
Tim,
does
I
2.5
just finished
hour
my
stream?
stream too. I just finished my stream too, Tim.
We all finished our stream.
Oh, and
We're getting that grift.
TFM on, didn't he? Oh, by the way, in regards to that picture that Drex forced us to watch, in the words of Hammerhand.
Speaking of which, I was on Hammer stream the other day, Drex, and he made me watch a video of a pickup artist getting it on with a transformer.
Wait, whoa, hold up.
That's right.
Look, these dudes out here smashing Autobots and Decepticons is not okay, fam.
Do you know what my catchphrase is for the Transformers? Here we go. Transformers, XY in disguise.
You know, though, hold on, Chronic. Hold on. I gotta be fair to the trannies. I gotta be fair.
Oh God.
Farron's not ready for this.
There are more Transformers out here, especially in the black community, that look better than the real women.
Oh God, yeah.
I saw that. Okay,
I'm being honest.
No. I was doing a stream myself a few days ago, and I forgot how this happened, but I was watching the Dylan, the trans TikToker, speak with Joe Biden, and she mentioned like, oh, the suicide rate of African American women, trans women, is extraordinary. It's extraordinary. We need to stop it. And I was like, that can't be it. So I typed in the numbers on Google, and they had a list of African American trans women. They looked like women.
Yep.
It literally surprised me. It was weird. It was almost surreal.
Well, there was that article that came out. Chronic, I think you covered it too,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Where
me.
Miss Nevada is a transformer, right?
Amazing.
Miss Nevada is like, on looks alone. If you didn't know, I would argue Miss Nevada on just looks. You didn't know that was a transformer. Would beat out. I would argue, and just blind. Just you turn around and see it. 90% at least. 90% of women.
I think the real thing is, when do they decide to transition? Because if they're taking estrogen before they hit puberty, they're gonna have female bone structures.
Correct.
Like it's getting hard.
Thought of that.
Chronic's got to take out the karyotyping kit to the bar and like get an actual genetic analysis. These transformers are doing. It's scary.
But here's the thing, though. Now, Farron, you know what the beauty of this is? It doesn't work the other way around, right? If a female tries to transition to a man, she can't be a man. You see what I'm saying?
No, have you seen Buck Angel?
Ugh, Nick made me. So Nick, because Nick is a fucking troll. I'm doing a show with Nick, and this is how dirty Nick did me. He goes, "All right, Drex. So I'm gonna show you somebody. You gotta say you have to smash one of them." Nick puts up Buck Angel in Blair White. So you have a dude that looks like a feminine woman, and then a woman that looks like a masculine dude. I'm like, fuck out of here, dude. Right? He's like, you gotta smash one, and then so I can't. He goes, I think I said something. I was like, why, Blair White? He goes, man, you gay, man. It's like, Buck Angel, come on. Like,
you know how much testosterone he probably had to pump into him or herself to even.
And that's my point too. Buck Angel's been trans for oh my gosh, decades.
Let's be quite frank. Above the belly button, sure. You get down to the hips, I could tell that was a bitch.
See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I'm looking
yeah,
at it
yeah.
right
You
now.
can.
I'm looking at a lewd, unfortunately.
What was it, Buck Angel?
Farron, you're gonna hurt
Buck
your
Angel's
eyes.
Buck Angel is like he's a trans male, female turns to male. But he's a strong advocate for the fact that transitioning shouldn't be that easy and how people should be able to jump through hoops, because once you start, you can't go back necessarily. Like they're advocating you can.
Cress says the same thing, Drex. We had Cress on our last stream.
Yeah.
Says the exact same thing. There should be barriers because, look, if you know, you know.
They're
right?
children making these mistakes.
Go do what makes you happy.
Blows my mind. I really feel like people should be over 18 to start this stuff, and when they're 18, they should go through real. I don't know. It's literally heartbreaking. I looked up also on my stream the real suicide rates to transformers, as you call them, and there's no word to describe how appalling it was.
But Drex,
let's all agree that Buck here is the most masculine trans man in existence, right?
Probably. Oh yeah.
He would be maybe in the 60th percentile at my gym when I go in like 30 minutes.
He's more masculine than the most biological men we see today.
I'll tell you, the gym I'm going to go to in 30 minutes, he looks stronger than maybe less than half of the dudes there.
Mm-hmm.
Like he get mogged on pretty fucking hard at my gym.
But
I would love to.
That cuts it. That cuts it nowadays because look at who you're comparing against.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
look, Chronic, go to San Francisco, man. Dude, go to some of these cities.
No, I'm not going there, Drex. You can't.
Bro, I've been.
To go
wait,
there.
Chronic, did I ever send you that picture of that little cucklet I saw in Seattle when we had to go gangbang the French chick?
Bro, you send me the most. I'm like just having a good day. I got a good lift on. I'm like, maybe I can go take my dog on a walk and smoke a blunt. And I go, Discord message from Drex. I'll probably sell the bait. Let's see what it is.
Oh man, it's some bullshit.
He's like, we just had a gangbang on this dude. I'm like, I brush my teeth when I check my messages.
Oh man, it's some foul shit going on out here, man. It's crazy because look, there was a time when in Anna, I really do feel bad for the young bucks. They have to legitimately find out whatever way if the chick they're talking to is indeed a biological woman. Think about it. If you start having kids getting HRT.
You're looking at Buck Angel pictures?
Yeah.
He looks like a dude.
The uncensored. It looks like a penis coming out of a vagina.
That's just...
Oh, Buck Angel did the whole thing. Like I didn't know they did it all. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat.
Did not need that, Farron.
Well,
You know what? Next
now
week,
that I had to see it.
Just go
I
on
know
next
if you suffer, we all suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm putting it in the private chat.
Thick Anime Thighs says, I highly recommend the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. I thought the new one on Netflix was awesome.
Oh, kick Thick Anime Thighs. The new one was God tier, man.
I disagree. In the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, if you just watch like the carnage count or the kill count, it's a bunch of insufferable millennials getting decapitated with a chainsaw.
It's great.
That's great. Yeah, no,
it's great. Okay, hey, so Chronic, when you watched it, weren't you kind of like okay, in the first like let's say 15 minutes, you were kind of like because you thought it was gonna be like a woke cringe, right?
No, it was.
And then it flipped.
It was woke cringe.
It
But
was
it's
woke
almost like someone wrote it. It's like, okay, we're gonna make people who hate wokesters just like motherfucker, and then we kill them all. Like,
Yeah. It's like, oh god, it was cathartic. That's what the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The new Texas Chainsaw Massacre is cathartic.
Oh, the ending. Spoilers. Who cares? This like the one of the super lefty free the earth whatever chicks is like running at like she gets caught and gets decapitated in front of her sister and the Texas Chainsaw Man holds up her bloody head. I'm like, yes, fuck yeah,
satisfying deaths. Let's see here.
Did you see the Buck Angel picture I just sent in the private chat?
I'm glad I did.
I did, and I am horrified.
Oh,
but if he's happy, he's happy.
Looks like a baby dick.
Oh, I can't show that. No, I can't show that.
No. I'm just saying you look at it.
Yeah.
It's like a little baby penis coming out of a vagina.
No, you know what, Drex? There are some
It's
things.
just called a mega clit.
There are some things in the world that I'm just okay not knowing. This is one of them.
Oh, sorry, man.
I hate when things ask me if I'm like all this other stuff. Damn it.
I already
It's
had
not-
to
it's
learn
not-
what a baldo was today. Now I gotta.
Anna, you're a better person for it.
Drex, why are you not on their marketing staff? You need to be getting paid for this.
I know. Look, it's coming. It's coming soon. I'm gonna have to go ahead. I got pictures where I am holding up the baldo.
Pay him for what? He hasn't done the review yet. We've
Yeah, no,
all
the
been
review's
waiting.
coming. Well, I left it. Nick stole my damn baldo.
Yeah, put it on his nose.
Don't judge us.
But
oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, Drex, you've blue balled everyone on this Baldo review longer than the Thad story.
This is true.
Wait, I hope
100%
you.
true.
Wait, you didn't have to listen to the Thad story, did you, Farron?
What story?
Yes.
The fat story.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, next super chat.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Well,
here,
you mean before when I came on?
Don't worry about it. I'm sure someone will tell you. Max
Oh,
Simon.
were you talking about me?
No, I was talking about you. There's a certain place in California that like things happen that caused me to have erectile dysfunction for 11 months.
Farron.
Are you okay?
I lost my ability to fuck.
Tim, you're just laughing at his pain.
How long?
Chronic, it was no joke, dude. I want you to imagine, hey, Chronic, imagine looking at your dick and it literally stops working because you were psychologically traumatized.
Losing power, backup
Yeah.
generators.
It was done. Literally
Oh,
stopped
man.
working. I was like, damn.
You got to think. Okay, so Drexel has looked at a lot of weird and awful stuff, and you must be thinking to yourself, what has he seen that would possibly do that to him? And I'll just let you sleep on that question.
Can I give her a hint?
It wasn't Lizzo, was it?
No. I don't
We can
fuck
just look
with
at pictures
whales.
of Lizzo and laugh at her.
I want to know. What was it?
I can give you a big hint.
Give it.
Kinda.
Give it. Let's see.
Don't tease us, Anna. Come on.
Buck Angel.
Oh,
You saw it in the flesh.
Oh.
Kinda.
Sorta. Yeah, sorta. It was.
You pulled a
Buck
Dave
Angel,
Chappelle.
but Blair White.
Botched
Yeah,
transition surgery.
You see things in life, and you hear things.
You pulled
in
a
life.
Dave Chappelle where you thought it was a woman, and then you found out it actually was a man.
And you kind of you go through a cerebral thing, and it's transcendent. And you kind of like lose
Very
your.
trans.
Let me tell you something.
You lose your mojo.
This is the one thing that I tell people where I'm like, with these trans issues, I completely understand, and whatever you want to be, I don't care. It's just, that's fine. But I have covered so many stories, especially down in El Paso, Texas, where there's a big military post there, Fort Bliss, second biggest in the country. At least 2 to 3 times a year, it was a transgender woman who was killed because some army guy would pick them up, and lo and behold, and the guys would get so angry and they would wind up missing or wind up dead.
Yep.
And I understand the whole, transgender women are more susceptible to murder and all this other stuff.
They do to themselves.
It's like they should not be subjected to murder and stuff like that. But you just, when you're dealing with men and you're doing stuff like that, that is just, it's not okay to not say it. I'm just
Especially
sorry.
military men.
So fair.
Yeah.
I have the best metaphor for all of that, right? And here's how it goes. Because I've had women try to defend this trans shit, right? Where they're like, "Oh no, they shouldn't have to tell you because they've been through so much trauma." I said, "Hold on," because remember they said like, basically it doesn't matter to them, right? And I said, "Hold on, check this out."
Yeah.
So I'm gonna hook up with Farron and Anna and Kat tonight, right? And I have AIDS, but you know what? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter
exactly
to me, but it would matter to you, right? Right, Farron? You, Anna, and Kat, right? See, it would matter to you, but see, it doesn't matter to me, Farron. I don't care that I got AIDS. Who cares, right? But see, if I have something that could be life-altering to you and I don't tell you, see, that's not fair to you. So when people say that this transformer shit's okay, it's like, no, you can't, how it would affect the other person. So I don't want to hear any of this like, well, I mean, they picked me up at the bar, they liked me, so no. If that is something that like after you get past like the initial like, hello, shake a hand, what's good, after that point, if you think things are getting ready to proceed, because you don't walk up to somebody like this, I'm trans. You would just be like this. Just like, you know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't just say, because I mean, that just isn't realistic, right? Like no one walks around like a bar and goes, I'm trans, I'm trans, I'm trans. No, once you start communicating and it feels like it's going to even go one step further, like, hold on, just so you know, this is the deal. And then the person, now you put the ball in their court. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Fuck that shit. I mean, it's no different than on dating apps. It'll say like, I have HSV 2. Nah, bitch, I'm not smashing a chick with herpes. Nah, fam,
but you see on the dating apps though, trans women are identified as women. They don't have to sign up as trans.
Yep.
And
don't be shocked if something happens though. You see what I'm saying, Farron? Don't be shocked.
Happens.
Yeah, I like that metaphor. I got another one before I bounce out of here. I have a milkshake franchise, right? So a huge milkshake business. It's Murphy's Milkshakes, Jack Murphy's Milkshakes. And did you know our milkshake vendors are murdered at 10,000 times the rate of Dairy Queen's milkshake vendors? It's injustice. Also, we put man juice in our milkshakes.
Yeah, you're right. Because if someone gives you half the story and everyone's like, this is a crime, this is a travesty, and then someone's like, we got a secret video. Is that Chronic and Ribby busting it inside of a fucking shake and then selling it? See, now the person's gonna react to you. They're gonna react. Like if Ribby is sitting there with a drink in one hand and stroking his dick in another, it's like, another vanilla.
I wanted strawberry.
Yeah, I want. Yeah.
Well, if it's strawberry, we'll get John Anthony Lifestyle because he always has syphilis. So there's probably some blood in it. It's strawberry.
Yeah, you're done, right? And all of a sudden the person goes, it doesn't matter to me. It's like, really, bro? Like, I mean, I don't care.
Moving on to the next chat.
Shit.
Max Simon says, Drexel, I will find you that Barbarossa video for you plugging Mayor of Migtown. It's 8 years old plus. Also, are you married? Today was confusing. Haha. Cat?
Oh, goodness.
Answer that.
All right.
Oh, yeah, no.
I gotta bounce.
All right, Anna. Hey, have a good night. Anna, don't forget to send Kat your friend code.
Yeah. Your Nintendo stuff.
Yes, I will do that.
Oh, actually, you should send it to me technically, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to Drex. I'm gonna get dressed. I have to get ready for tomorrow. I'm going shooting, so that's gonna be fun.
Nice.
Well, yeah.
I gotta wake up at the crack of dawn for it though.
I also really look forward to playing like Nintendo.
Yes.
It's going to be so much fun. I'm really excited.
Okay. I don't have probably a weekend though, because I'm literally on campus all day.
I get it, of course. But I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be so much fun because also the next time Drex come visits, like you can already be in my stuff. And you can just like hop on and we'll all play like Mario Party together.
That'd be so much fun. Oh my gosh. I love Mario. I love Mario Party. I miss Mario Party. I'm so happy it came out on the Switch.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it's gonna be great.
I know it's gonna be fun. I gotta go.
Before you go, Anna.
Sure.
Before you go.
Good to meet you.
If you want the full story of the Thads, it was 12 Days of Thoughtmas, episode 12, released on Christmas Day 2 years ago. That will give you the full story.
I will enjoy that story.
Let
me plug a bit.
Go ahead.
Of course.
Because that's what. So you can find me on Twitch at Just Peachy, literally spelt the same way as it sounds, JustPeeAchie. I'm also on Instagram with the same handle, same username. So yeah, and I'm on YouTube as well. I plan on getting more active on there at some point, just not while I'm in school, because school's terrible. But yeah.
If you ever need help on sports stuff, you know who to call.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right. Thanks
for. All right, guys.
Your voice is so great.
Thank you for having me on, guys. It was nice meeting you both, Kat and Farron. I'm so sorry if I butchered your name. Baron.
Nice
it was
to
very
meet
nice
you,
meeting
Anna.
both of you. You too, Unchronic, Undead Unchronic. I thought that was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle for a minute, though. Look like the new Leonardo.
Oh,
but anyway.
That is great.
Anyways, bye, guys. Have a great
have
night.
A good night.
Bye.
Great night.
Night.
So.
And then there were 5.
And then there were 5.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Tim, you hear this? That's the 3-plate decline calling me. Gotta go.
Oh, peace out, Chronic.
Time to get fucking big. Peace, brothers.
See you, Chronic. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Bye.
The 3-plate decline.
Yeah.
Chronic
You got to
knows
get
how-
it.
Hey.
Chronic lifts, man.
Yeah, so
Chronic
you're
lifts.
doing that's the 315, so 315 pound lift, which is rough. That decline, man. That and actually you can put the you can actually take some of that weight off and put resistance bands on it, and it really helps.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're so close.
Get through your freaking super chats. That's why I'm
Damn,
here.
Sarah, don't die on me.
Samurai Knight says malls are for young homeless hippers.
Pretty much.
Nowadays.
Wait, Farron, didn't I send you the you know about the eye drops though, don't you?
What eye drops?
And the push-ups?
The story, the push-ups, the naked
dear
push-ups and
Lord.
eye drops.
No.
Oh, I didn't. Oh shit. Okay. Well, check your DMs. check your DMs.
It's a great story, I will say.
Clip that one out of context.
Oh, Farron.
All right, Brad Dragonite says Elliot Page versus Drexel boxing match when?
Oh God, Elliot. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. So I was looking at a reaction video for X-Men: Days of Future Past, and here's the thing: so people say what they want about when Elliot Page / Ellen Page.
Mm-hmm.
Ellen was at least cute. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's a cute girl, and it's like sad to see someone like because Days of Future Past came out like 9 years ago, and you just see how what she's done to herself. It Farron, you know the stats, man. When these people start, doing these transition surgeries, and it ain't pretty, especially as they get older. It's really rough.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
We will see.
CQ Chaos has it right. Longer to read than Flash does. Yeah, I don't know how Yellow Flash and Ricada do it with the hundreds of chats they get every live stream. I'm certainly not used to it. Okay, that's it for the YouTube chats. Now we're going to head over to all the other platforms. Alpha Male Lifestyle says, damn straight, the girls who want the relationship the most are the worst. Please don't ask me how I know that.
Oh, I already know better.
Here's the crazy thing
I
is
know
that
better.
the girls can't want a relationship, but they should want a relationship. But they're too young to be in a relationship, but then too old to start a relationship. What is it? Will you fucking tell me exactly what you mean?
I think you're going to get us copyright.
What the hell? What is that music? What is that?
I have to mute you.
It's my Drex music.
Oh, do I have my own? Do I have my own like little? Was that Shaft?
I think so, maybe.
Oh,
All right. The real bread Pit says, "Hey Drex, The Town is a dope movie. Ben Affleck wears so many good windbreakers in that movie, as he always does."
The Town was great.
E Morsk says, "Hit the like button and subscribe." This is on Rumble. I just heard a cat.
Sorry.
I was like, that was like,
was that your pussy, girl?
Jack, you know that scar. Sorry.
Oh my God, we're getting pretty silly here. Sin Digital Art 9 says, "Hey and happy birthday, Drex and everyone. Here to shamelessly shill my Instagram and Twitter account at sin_digitalart9, number 9. I am trying to get 5K followers on them by the end of the year, so come follow me."
Nice.
What else we got on Rumble here? Prep Boy Rick says, "Congrats to producer Tim on growing the stash out so he doesn't look like Kiwi Chris. Keep doing all the stuff you do. You all do. Shout out to Drex and Bronca for being the real ones. Shout out to the guests."
Much love.
E. Morse also says, "They are confusing sexual attraction for relationship attraction. Men
Yeah,
will
exactly
go
what I
lower
said.
on the scale for sex, but rather marry the 20 to 25-year-old.
Yeah, I just want here's the thing. All I've ever wanted from women was to be realistic. And so Farron, you've seen those experiments, right? Where like a woman goes on a dating app, right? It's a social experiment. As a woman, she goes, "Oh my God, look at all these matches I have. Look at all the these guys in my DMs, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And then they have the same woman create a fake man's profile, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens? They're like, "Oh shit, what happened? Where's all the attention? And then it finally hits them. Oh, when you see from the other side. So the guys who are in these women's DMs, they're not looking for a relationship because you know men.
Mm-hmm.
You know how guys are. If you offer now this is what I'm going to say though, right? Because I had this conversation with Kat earlier. Offering a man sexual access without a relationship is no different than if you reverse the table and you go like this. Hey, Farron, a dude wants to buy you a drink. We've known women have just taken advantage of guys, simps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, who do you blame for that? The man or the woman? A girl is using a guy for a foodie call, for free drinks. Do you blame the man or the woman?
Oh, I blame the woman. I think that's actually...
It's the man's fault. Because he's the one giving access, right? She's not putting a gun to his head. You see what I'm saying?
No, but he's doing it out of faith of like, hey, I'm going to take her out and either I'm going to get some
He should know better. No, hold on. No, fair. No, watch this.
Okay.
Reverse it.
I like this conversation.
Men.
Because you know why? You let me talk.
So Farron.
Jesus.
A chick is sitting there with a dude, right? Sitting across the table.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, hell yeah, you can smash. Your boys can smash. That guy can smash. Everybody, right? Well, you can't then turn around and go like this. You guys are dogs. You see what I'm saying? You can't blame the dude. You offered him sex without any commitment, right? So he was like, yeah, sure. See? In the same way that the guy was offering resources and the woman didn't give him sex. Guess what? The guy is an idiot. That woman in that scenario is an idiot. You see what I'm saying?
So can I tell you something that I do this Steve Harvey, and this is going to sound crazy, but it's worked for me every single time. Because I don't personally, I feel like there's the girls that want relationships. Like there's the relationship type girls, and there's ones where it's just like, I just kind of want to, do my thing. And then there's the girls that want to have relationships, but they don't know how to do it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the book, Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man from Steve Harvey.
I hate that book, but go ahead. I hate that book. You don't know how much red pill guys hate Steve Harvey because he's a Super Saiyan simp.
But here's the thing, though, is he says, is you want to distinguish yourself different from most women. He's like, you don't sleep with a guy until it's been like a good 3 months. You do the 90-day rule. I can't even tell you when I've done the 90-day rule with every single guy, and I'm not like sitting there like 90 days, but I mean, when it's been over 2 months and a guy knows that he's had to work for it, and a guy's like, okay, immediately I'm in a relationship, and they look at me differently versus like, oh, I was able to bang her in 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. And girls don't understand it. And I'm like, you don't give it up. That is the one. That's like saying like, you have this card, like hang on to it. You really like this guy. Don't give it to him until you know that he's like in it. And usually it takes about a guy 3 months to figure out whether he wants it or not. It takes a guy 90 seconds, whether he knows he wants to bone you or not. Are we, or probably even 5 seconds.
Women, it takes probably 5 seconds max.
Well, women, we can see the physical aspect, but it can take us also then like about 30 minutes, whether we think that maybe we want a relationship with you or not.
Well, so Farron, do you know what that really boils down to, though? So this is how this works. Women look for any reason to disqualify. Men look for any reason to qualify. Yeah, man, she's a little annoying. Yeah, she's that. Damn, she didn't do this. Damn, but I'm horny though, man. Look at them titties though, man. Look at that ass though.
Yeah.
Right?
Women go
That's
up.
how dudes
Women
think.
move up the scale as the night goes on.
Yep.
Men come
Men
down.
move down. Yeah.
That's interesting. Mm-hmm.
Drex, you know that I'm only lasted 9 hours. Or not even 9, 6, sorry. 6 hours before I was like ready to leave a situation.
Yeah, there was a dude that was around that was a thirst bucket.
Yeah.
Well, this is the reason why that's important though, Farron, is that if I were to go and have a class where I taught girls, you know what I would tell them? I would say, ladies, I want you to think about everything that you like, right? All the things that you like in a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like that in you. So everything you write down, just go like this. He doesn't want that, right? Do you know what modern women are doing, Farron? They're walking up to dudes trying to be dudes, right?
And see, I'm so against that. Mm-hmm.
And the guys are looking at him like, I don't fucking care. Now, Farron, we tell women 1,000,000 times. And think about it. Now, I'm sure you've seen Kevin Samuels' videos, right? He was telling these women, men don't want to date a dude. You see what I'm saying? A dude with female sex organs. But do you know what women do? Rather than adapt, you know what they do? they just start like trying to like bludgeon the guy. Like, you're gonna like me because I'm big. You're gonna like me because I'm a single mom. You're gonna like me because I make $150,000 a year. And the guy's like, I don't want that. I don't.
And that's the thing is that whenever you tell a guy what he needs or what he wants, he immediately wants the exact opposite.
Yeah, he's done. Like when you start 100%. Saying this, whereas
that's why I don't even tell men. I don't even tell men that I have a condo, that I have a job, that I make this much money.
Yeah, don't
I don't even get into any of that. And that's where
never do
that's
that.
where I was sitting. And no offense, I love you, Bronca, but this is where you weren't letting me get a word in. Is that while yes, I might be older and I might have a career, you know, at the same time coming into like the single world when I did. You know, I'm 35. You know, it was this whole time when it was, we are that feminism movement now. You are the ones that we have groomed to have a career, to have this, to have that. I always knew that I still wanted a boyfriend and a husband and family and whatnot. But I also knew too, like, this is the one thing that I'll say with Bronca. He doesn't understand how both parents work today, how there's a lot of financial differences that are around when he was dating. You know, back then, like my mom was a home. She was a mom that was home. She was around. My dad wasn't around that much because he was always working. Not that I hold it against him. It would have been nice if he was around more. But again, it doesn't give me daddy issues, but it just would have been nice. However, my mom had the luxury to have to have her husband work and her be at home. Now, kids don't have that luxury unless you want them to go to shitty schools and to start a shitty ass cycle, not go to college, all this other stuff. You need dual income parents today.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
Nick's the only person. Nick's the one person I know. I know hundreds of people across cities of Canada and U.S., right? Thousands of people even. Nick's the only person I know who gets away with the one person income.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not feasible for most people. And this is the thing, though. This is the world that not you, Farron, but women wanted. You see what I'm saying? And they never thought about the consequences. Okay, do you know what? There's a show, right? There's an anime that my daughter was watching called Full Metal Alchemist, right? And it talks about in alchemy, everything works on a scale, right? What you pull out of this one has to get taken out of that one, right?
Yep.
There's no such thing as like, I get to get everything and there's no downside, right? So what women did is they went like this: I'm going to make my own money, and I'm going to be able to be sexually liberated, and I'm going to do this. And they had all these things that they were and. Oh, but also, I want 4 kids. I want this and that. I want this handsome guy that's going to, wife me up. And it's like, you do know that it doesn't work that way, right? And then, you know what women said? Rather than listening to us, you know what they did? Shut up. You don't tell me what to do. Stop mansplaining. And then, do you know what happened, Farron? Years passed. And that same Candace Bushnell, Miss Sex and the
also
City.
it was okay. You know everything. You go live your life.
Because here's the thing, Farron. Men don't like that energy. When men love femininity, and guess what happens? Here's what's sad. Women talk about how smart they are. I'm so intelligent. I got this degree. Okay, let me ask you a simple question. If you walk around saying, "I don't need no man," why should you be shocked when dudes are like, "Oh, that's cool"? Why don't guys want relationships? They just want to have sex, Drex. Farron, what if you try to talk to a guy, right? And he just started like belittling you, right? Farron, you ain't shit. I don't need no woman. I don't want a woman. You know, wouldn't you be like, so, and he was like, hey, so we're gonna smash though, right? You see what I'm saying? Like you would look at him like how can you try to sit there and say these things and then expect something out of the person, right? That's where everything started failing. So then once again, 2 parents basically for most people needed to work, right? So then what happened is, well, damn, now you're sending them off to a Rockefeller-funded school, right? Where they're going to learn how to stroke fucking dragon dildos now in Drag Queen Story Hour, right?
Yep.
And learn nothing. They come out of school
totally
just... They don't know anything, right? So you're thinking, well, what happened?
That's why China's beating us in school.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Farron,
I've got a story about that.
It's over.
Drex, they just introduced financial literacy into the curriculum for Alberta high school students, and the left threw a fucking fit about it. Because that doesn't make a good,
drone. Productive drone.
Yeah,
I just need you to be a beat down, productive drone.
Take the credit card debt, run up to thousands of dollars of credit card debt, pay your interest, pay your late fees, your over limit fees, your processing fees.
Yeah,
right?
Debt-based economy. Now, Farron, here we are all this time later, right? And when guys like Kevin Samuels was, this is no lie, this is just, you know, for especially black women, Kevin Samuels was black women's last hope. You know when they talk about, you know, the last trains leaving the station?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what has come now that Kevin Samuels has passed? Do you want me to tell you what's here now? Passport Bros. Do you?
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
90 Day Fiance. It's my guilty pleasure.
It's Farron. It's over. And do you know what you're starting to hear? That's why, like, all these, like, you know, these red pill channels, Migtown channels, whatever, right? Do you know what you're starting to hear them say? They're showing all these TikTok videos of women smacking into the wall. Where are all the good men? How come it? See, they didn't realize all that fuckery that women have been doing for 60 plus years, right? Do you know what you hear women complain about the most? All these mama's boys and these weirdos. Who created them, though? Who creates mama's boys? Women.
You know, I read a book. It was it's called Getting to I Do. And it sounds like it's trying to convince a girl how to get married or how to, like, get a guy to get married, but it's more about embracing your femininity, because that's what's been lost in today's culture with the feminism movement. And one of the things that it says in there that I was just like, wow, it says that women, when you have a son, the time he turns 5 years old, you need to stop doing things for him. You need to stop making his bed. You need to stop picking up his clothes. You need to stop, you know, getting him breakfast. Like, you need to teach your son from the age of 5 to be a man. Now, that might be too young for some. I don't have kids, but I thought about that and I was like, yeah, because you know what? A lot of these mama's boys have been created by the mothers, because the dads usually have been out at work, and the moms are at home. And I even see it, like, sometimes with my own brother, where I'm like, let's go, buddy. And I see sometimes, like, with my own mother, I'm like, well, you can't baby him. I see it, but I think a lot of it, though, too, is that when you're talking about the feminism movement, and this is where, again, if Bronco would have let me talk, I would have told him, I agree with you. Like, there are women out there who use and abuse guys, and it's awful. But I don't think that every girl that's been an athlete in college has blown the entire football team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he was like, oh, well, respect is earned, not given. So shut up. And it's like, wait a minute. So then why don't I tell you shut up then? Because you clearly haven't earned my respect whatsoever either, because you don't let me talk. And you clearly have this, like, hating woman complex. You know, like, it's one of these things where not every woman is the same. And what I was seeing a lot of was putting women in a box, and I have to fit into this box of where I'm a man hater, I hate men, I want to be this, I want to be that. And that's not where I am at all. I have a job, I have a career that I'm proud of. I also like a man to open my door. And my brothers taught me, right, a man, if he doesn't open your car door, you sit in the car and wait for him to open that car door for you. You stand there until he opens the door for you. You can teach him how to be a man. If he's not, then on to the next one. You know, and it's like, men, I think, sometimes are go ahead. I
gotta say this. Okay, I'll make this clear. I actually agree with your brothers, right? Do you know where my problem is? I would be 100% agreeing with your brothers if the opposite were true. Because women don't do shit for dudes on the flip side. We're saying in general, right?
Well, there's also the thing of that when the man lets you get in the car, you have to reach over and unlock the door for him and open the door for him.
Yeah. There's things you're supposed to do for him, right? But let's be honest, Farron. What are girls and women, what are they taught how to treat men, right?
Can the average woman cook?
Yeah, I ain't cooking for him. I ain't folding his clothes. They talk about what they're not going to do for the man, right? That's why. Do you notice?
Right.
When you ask women,
which I think is weird.
They can burn a bowl
it's
of
horrible.
oatmeal.
There's a so Farron. There's a push and pull, right? You can't ask. You can't say, "Well, I need to know if he's a real man, so he better do all these things for me." And someone goes, "Okay, that's fair, but what are you doing for him?" You can't then turn around and say, "I'm not going to do anything for him other than I exist and sex." And the guy's thinking, "Well, I can get that anywhere." And that is the fundamental thing. It's like when you ask women, what do you bring to the table, right? Most women can't answer. Now, hold on. Now, I got to say this though.
Well, and I hate those women.
Wants?
And I hate.
I am the table.
Exactly. But I am the fucking.
I am the fucking table.
And it's like.
I'm gonna push back a little bit on Farron because you said that we generalize with broad strokes, but there are 7 billion people in the world, and you're never going to get to know every single one of them. You need to make snap judgments with imperfect information. and that's why we generalize.
But see, here's the thing, though, is that the men in the West, they are looking at women in the West and how we behave. You look at women in the East, like Eastern Europe. Why do you think American men all of a sudden love Eastern European women all of a sudden?
But
even more so.
Because it's going to be different. Because what's happening in Ukraine right now, when Russia walked in, shot their husband, what'd they do?
What are you talking about?
In Ukraine, what did the Eastern women do when the Russians came in and shot
Western...
their husband and laid down for them?
He's saying in wartime they basically become war brides. What he's saying.
So it's the same. What I'm saying is it's the same.
I'm not even talking. No, it's
you're
not.
You're talking about a femininity thing. You're
talking
referring
about femininity. When you
yes.
go to Russia and you go to like Moldova and all those other countries in the East, because I have family there, the women are very, very submissive. It's just a very, very different culture. Ukraine is totally different because they're trying to be infiltrated by the West. Ukraine is a completely different story.
They had the same divorce rate as the United States.
Exactly. And Ukraine is super freaking corrupt. But it's when you look at those Eastern European countries, like where my grandmother and stuff, where it was known, like, what do you mean, bitch? You can't sew and you're 12? Are you serious? You know, like it was one of these things where it was completely different. And men you see here like that. For example, Andrew Tate, he's like, I love Romania. Eastern European women, they love, you know, exactly. But it's one of these things where I don't know where the screw went loose, where it was bad to take care of your kids, where it was bad to know how to do laundry. I mean, men can do laundry too, but it's like, you know, and that's how it was with my mom. Like, and that's where I was looking at Branka and I was like, oh my God, you know, your mother did you wrong. I was like, do you know what? Do you even fucking know my mother? My mother was the stay-at-home mom who did the laundry, who did the cooking, who did the cleaning, who did the sewing, who did all of this shit that you're telling me that I should do. You know, it's just that she did it later in life because she had a nursing degree and was like, we're short on nurses. I'm going to work as a nurse for a while. You know, it's just very weird to me when I see somebody that aggressive.
One issue that I do have that you know, because I've helped too many people cheat in my lifetime, right? That's how I got a daughter, because, you know, karma. But something that I learned, women oversell, right? They overpromise and then underdeliver. And what I mean by that is, I've never heard, we're saying in general, you don't hear guys saying, yeah, man, Drex, I got married and the sex is the same. She's treating me well. No, over time, this is the value that the guy is getting from her, right? On the flip side, when women get married, yes, the guy's body is going to usually go, because let's be honest, a lot of these guys aren't working out. They should be, right? But look,
drinking too much of this.
His value is doing this, Farron, right? As if a woman gets married to a guy, he gains more as he gets older, right? More resources. They moved out of that small house or apartment. They got a bigger place. Hey, now they have a vacation home. You see what I'm saying? His value goes up as he gets older, right? Tom Brady is worth more today than he was when he was a rookie, right? You see what I'm saying? So the reason why that's important is because you got to understand, if you want a man to say I do, and all the laws are against him, right? Horrible laws. And you're saying, okay, so you want me to sign this, and this is all the risk I incur, right? But then you can't guarantee me anything that you're going to do. You know what I mean? You can promise, right? You can say, no, babe, I'm going to cook for you every day. I'm going to clean. I'm going to sew. I'm going to be the perfect wife. And then the guy can go like this, though, Farron. But what if you don't? What if and one day you just choose meh, right? He has no protection. On the flip side, right? If the man goes like this, all right, Farron, you and I are now married. You know, Farron, I just don't really feel like paying these bills anymore. I don't feel like, is he allowed to do that? No, because by law, he has to provide, right?
But bills and laundry are totally different things.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is what he brings to the table.
Yes.
Yeah, what he brings to the table, he's required by law to do, right? Wait, watch this. If you say, oh, I'm not going to go on girls' nights out, right? Girls' trip. Oh, okay, yeah, I got a good one. I got an Eastern European woman. And all of a sudden, she's like, I want girls' nights out. I want to start an OnlyFans. He goes, whoa, that's not what we agreed to, right? We agreed to this kind of a marriage. You can't tell me what to do.
Why are you controlling me?
Why are you controlling me? See? But if it's the other way around, if the guy says, yeah, I'm not going to pay these bills. I'm not going to. Oh, Farron, if a burglar comes in, I'm going to give you the same excuses that women give men when they don't want to fuck them, right? Babe, I'm sick. I got a stomach ache. The kids kept me tired all day. You see what I'm saying? If a guy said that to you, you would say no mas. You see what I'm saying? A guy is not allowed to say, I'm too tired to take on the burglar. I'm too whatever to not provide or protect. He's
So you know
required
what
by
this
law.
you know what this sounds like though?
Tell me.
This sounds like a problem with more of the world turning narcissistic than having an actual relationship. And that's one of the biggest things that I think is the problem. And that is where I will agree with you 100%. It's very hard to find people who, and here's the bottom line with all of it, I think, is that, you know, will I find a guy that probably makes the same amount as me? Yeah, I could. Could I possibly find a guy that makes less than me? Possibly too. And then the thing is like when they were like, oh, you know, like Bronco was saying, oh, you're going to look at him less. No, I wouldn't. Actually, I wouldn't. Because I don't look at people as far as money, because I actually busted my ass so I could marry for love, not for money, one. But two, as long as he was in a field that he liked, like if he was an electrician or a plumber and he loved everything that he did, it's like, good for you. Even if I make a little bit more, I don't look at you less. And they can tell me that I'm not going to. I look at my job and it's one of these, like, I love my job. The money comes along with it. So it's really more of a career, not a job, one. But two, I think that there are going to be times where there's going to be give and take. Like, hey, you know, it's been a really fucking long ass day. You kind of had an easier day. Can you just do the laundry today for me? Perfect. No problem. There's no give and take anymore with people. Everything is what are you going to give me? And if you're not giving it to me, well, then who can I go get it from instead? And you don't see partnerships anymore. And that's the part that I get so aggravated with, because I did see an old school partnership with my parents, with my grandparents, all of that. And it drives me crazy because, again, I don't care about the money thing. I don't care about whether you're type A, your beta, alpha, whatever, because it's just a partnership.
Now,
it's supposed to be a partner.
Do you think that's typical? Do you think that you, who says you don't care about how much money he makes, do you think that's typical?
Oh no, not in today's day and age.
Does the exception prove the rule?
No.
If you're the exception, does that prove the rule of
Absolutely
the advice
not.
that we're giving young men?
And I'll tell you, I stood corrected on that because I used to see Andrew Tate and I was like, why is this guy so mean about women and yada, yada, yada? And then I see like my brother's younger generation, even though he's 5 years younger than me, he's like, I see all these Instagram girls where they're going after this guy and that guy. And I was just like, wow. And I thought it was bad when I was coming up.
It's so bad.
It's worse. And it's even more narcissistic.
Well, fair. It's the damage at this point now, I've told people, is irreparable. It cannot be fixed.
Yeah,
I keep hearing people saying, "Oh no, we just got to do what?" Because remember, watch this.
Vote Republican, Drex. That'll fix it.
No, but then you have these people that are like, I just want a relationship. I want somebody to love me. And it's like, oh, you want somebody to love you. Do you not see how everything is wrong in that?
Me.
Yeah, exactly.
But Farron, ask them what they're going to bring to the table. Like, what are they going to do for someone else?
I am the table.
But
what are you
they don't even
me?
want to do something for anyone else, right? Like, let's be fair. A lot of guys are saying, this is what I can do for a family, for a woman and for a family. It's a giving thing, right?
Right.
Hey, I'm providing things for
no simping. No simp stream here.
Yeah, no
simp
stream.
So therein lies the problem, right? Without an exchange, like I try to explain this to someone. I said, what ends up happening, I'm telling you where we're at now. If we come from the sports world, imagine someone shows up and they go like this. All right, let's get into formation. And someone says, no, I'm the quarterback. That person's going, fuck, like, that's my job. If everyone's trying to be the same thing, you'll end up losing to a team that's far less.
I'll even take it one step further. It's you show up and it's like, okay, everybody get in position. I'm the quarterback. I've been training for this my entire life. And it's like, well, I want to be the quarterback.
Okay? I want to be
well,
the quarterback.
Well, it's like, how many trainings have you done? None. But I just want to be the quarterback. And it's like,
they get the guts
and
they get the glory, right? They get the glory in the big contract. So that should be me.
School.
Equity.
Drex, they do that in high school now. Everyone gets to be the quarterback.
No, I would never allow that.
Go ask Miss J Love. Go ask her kids.
I would never, ever allow that.
Everyone gets to be the quarterback once because we want everyone to try it out.
You also have like the actual sports person right here. You can reference at any time.
Kat, Kat, have you seen that in like high school and young minor leagues?
No, the only thing I've seen is that they've done disabled people really dirty in sports, where not everyone on the opposing team got the memo that
I saw that. Oh, that was a great video.
Yeah, so where they,
the Make-A-Wish. It was kind of like a Make-A-Wish situation, Drex.
no,
where
it
someone
wasn't
gets
that. I genuinely think there was a lot of positivity wanting, from it, but like, I mean, the guy got bodied.
Yeah. So yeah, they let someone in who's disabled, and he gets to play running back, quarterback. What was he
I
doing?
think it was running back because he was.
Are you talking about the
because
blind one, the blind kid?
They threw the flag, so he lost like 6 yards, and then he ran 60 yards in the next play, and so his stats are like epic. I mean.
But yeah, what happened was they were supposed to, like, the other team was supposed to stand down and let the kid go.
No, they
right?
were, but then one player forgot.
One forgot and just bodied him to the ground.
Oh,
yes,
God.
just tackled him straight to the ground.
That reminds me of not another teen movie where the kid gets split in half, and they have some like retarded kid who gets split in half.
Yeah,
and it was so horrible.
Was it like this was basically like it was essentially like I think the other team was bodying their team, but they're gonna do this like inspirational thing where the disabled kid gets the touchdown and all that stuff, and that's great. Whatever, who cares?
Yeah.
They weren't gonna win the game, but it's this big thing.
Kat, this is true, right? The Beelzebub comment.
The what?
They don't keep score anymore.
I haven't heard that.
Well, I mean, down south they definitely do, but
yeah, I haven't heard this one. I
don't know what you're
that's
talking
news
about.
to me.
This is definitely up in the Northeast.
Well, actually, no, Tim. It might be based on the age, right? Like,
yep. No,
yeah,
we're
maybe
talking
like
younger
kids.
But Drex,
okay, yeah.
Oh yeah,
okay.
no, I don't think they don't keep score. I have a younger sister, and she, for God knows what reason, plays flag football. They don't keep score in that game. I know that much. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't keep score at the minor age. And this year too, my son wanted to be a quarterback, told him to pick a different position. He couldn't throw better than my off arm. He was upset at first, and he said, "Thanks, Dad." No, if you went to a man, we should get Manic back in here. But if you went to a high school now, they'd let you try it.
My dad wanted to recruit me to be his quarterback at one point because he had nobody, and he was like, "At the very least, I know you can take a criticism."
Mm-hmm.
That's
it's
terrible.
And see, that's where I look at it, and I look at like a lot of women who can't take criticism. And see, I started at a very young age, in theater on Broadway, and then I went into modeling, and then dancing professionally, and then I danced for the Chicago Bulls. And every single practice, I had to get weighed in. Our coach would go around. We had to show up in tights, booty shorts, and a sports bra. That's all we could wear. And she would go around. We'd have to stand in a line, and she would have to pinch us, or she would poke at us and be like, that's jiggling. And when I think about girls who can't take ridicule nowadays, or girls that are like, he called me fat, I'm like, really? Well, at least you don't have a woman coming around pinching you and telling you need to lose 5 to 10 pounds by next practice, which is tomorrow. And, but that's so bad. And I look at a lot of it, like my mom was not easy with me. She was like, you want to be in the entertainment industry, you're going to have to deal with it. If it's too tough, deal with it. And that's why when I look at a lot of women these days where they can't even take criticism, like, hey, maybe if you were a little bit more feminine, or hey, maybe if you didn't put all of your problems and dump them on a guy, or hey, maybe if you let him open the door for you and try to stop being something that you're not, or hey, maybe if you were just like nice to the guy, maybe you'd have a boyfriend, maybe you'd keep him. But no, women can't hear anything. And I'm not speaking for all women, but I'm just saying women that I see.
You are.
But I've even seen like my girlfriends where they'll be so mean to their boyfriends. And I'm like, you do know that he just went out and picked up a bunch of shit for you for your party, and you're bitching because he forgot the fucking lemons. Yeah. And she's just like, well, it's not that fucking hard. And it's like, well, then why don't you do it? And this is I grew up with brothers. So again, I'm kind of a wild card in all this, where I see things from a man's perspective, and from a woman like my mother that was like, I got to fucking roll up your sleeves and do it. I don't get it.
So Farron, the man, that there are men out there who will wife up Amaranth in a heartbeat, right?
Yeah, but they'll be going crazy every day.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
After it.
Absolutely. It's a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there are more men willing to wife up Amaranth, or more men like Drex and I who actually know the facts?
I think the ones that would wife her up are the young 12 to 18-year-old boys. And then when they get to your age, they're like, hell no.
Oh no, Drex,
Oh, no,
there's
no,
plenty
no,
of
no,
people
no,
your age
no.
who simp so bad.
Farron.
People my age,
Most
35,
guys
right?
up to age 30 now, 1/3 of men up to age 30 are still virgins.
Well, I was gonna say
A lot of
the incels,
Coomers,
right?
anime dudes,
Mhm.
and incels and stuff, because the 80-20 rule would not be the end of the world if it wasn't for dating apps and social media. People have to understand why this is all interconnected. Women's hypergamy is interconnected. So Farron, there was a time, and this is where single motherhood is such a big deal. Because when you
Mhm.
have boys raised by single moms, they think the way women do, which is the world should conform to me, the solipsism and narcissism.
100%.
Whereas when you're raised by men, they go like this: get to it. You need to do better. See, strong people elevate themselves and everyone else up. Weak people want to bring everyone down. That's why
To their level, yeah.
To their level. That's why, if you notice, when the pandemic happened, who was out there wanting, remember the same people who said my body, my choice, wanted to demand that you didn't have a choice, you had to get jabbed? Women
Mhm.
and weak
Oh, yeah.
old people, right?
Mhm.
I didn't get jabbed because I was like, yeah, you're not doing shit to me. I'm me. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Strong people want to make everyone better. So and someone goes, well, Drex, what if someone's not good enough? There's a scene that I think everyone should watch to understand the difference between masculine excellence and which is basically everything else, i.e. feminine bullshit, right? And do you know what that scene is, Farron?
I think it's the
popular movie.
scene. I think it's the scene where Legal Bites wanted everybody to come down to her level, whereas Nick Rekieta wanted everybody to do well, because
Yeah.
every excellence in everybody breeds even more excellence in yourself.
And then
That's how
and then
men
more
are.
people.
Men raise each other up, right?
They always
Women
do.
punch each other down.
Men, not males. Men raise each other.
Like actual
males, listen, beta males. No one ever calls beta males beta men. They say beta male.
Well, I was
right?
gonna make a joke about Antonio Brown, but
Well, yeah, trolling
I mean,
Tom Brady, but
yeah, I mean, you're
But
right.
it's funny.
It was just, I was more so going on the joke of Antonio Brown.
well, no. So, Farron, here's the issue: if you go and watch the movie 300, right?
Yes.
Leonidas is talking to our mutated, deformed dude, right? Remember that?
Xerxes? No.
No.
No, the
he's
hunchback,
going to the hunchback.
Oh,
remember
yeah,
that?
okay, yeah. Mhm.
And remember, he wants to be part of Leonidas's phalanx, right? And Leonidas says, "Look, you have all the heart, you have the spirit, you have everything you need." But he's like, "Yo, God just didn't bless you, right? You're not good enough."
Mhm.
And then remember what he says though? He says that, and then he says, "But this is what you can do, right?
Mhm.
Supply weapons, collect the dead, blah blah." You see what I'm saying? He thought like a female, like you said earlier, right? I want to be the quarterback when they've never thrown a football. That's how he was thinking.
Well, also, isn't there even a way that you can make the argument that Leonidas' wife, or I think it was his wife, made the stand and statement in the beginning when she stood her ground and was like, "You are not going to do all this. Like, you will basically have to kill me because I'm, Isn't that part of that movie?
Yeah, she did. Because he Leonidas took it as disrespect because the Persian did come and say some things like, okay, was that the smartest thing to do? No, because you can wind up getting yourself in a war. So what should have happened is only Leonidas speaks. And that's the reason why. Because when you have a woman speak.
I was under the impression that she was cornered.
Yeah.
No, that was after they left, and it was by the
left.
Senate. It was by the Senate.
That's the scene I'm thinking of, though. Is like where she said, like, you will have to kill me. Like, where she's like, I'm not going to submit. Like, you will have to kill me.
Yeah, I think this goes back to something that I'm sure Farron has covered at some point. Is the chick who goes in the bar and goes like this? My boyfriend will kick your ass. Farron.
Sounds like Mr. Y.
You've heard those scenarios, right? Like the chick gets involved.
I
right?
had a brother who dated one, and I was like, done.
Done. Like immediately. Like if a woman ever tries to put you in harm's way, in danger, on the spot, done. Never speak again.
When you watch 300, I used to tell this to my guy friends. I was like, find you a girl like Leonidas's wife, where she does her thing. She's got her life. He's got his thing. He's got his life. When they come together, they're a good pair. The night before he goes, she bangs the shit out of him. And then he goes off to war. And when he's gone, she's taking over and making sure that everything is running smoothly for when he gets back. You know, like I feel like it's like, what's wrong with that partnership? What's so bad about that? Well, when did that become so bad for women to do that? You know,
they listen to feminists. Well, and the thing about that guy though, the hunchback, the reason why that was so important is that, Farron, did you notice when he didn't get his way, he thought he reacted the way a female does, which is, well, I'm going to destroy the 300. I'm going to sell them out. See, a dude, Farron, if I walked in and I tried out for the Chicago Bulls and I'm not good enough, I'm not going to go poison the water or the Gatorade. You see what I'm
You
saying?
might drop a
I'm
cheerleader though, Drex.
Yeah, right. Well, I would just say I'm not good enough, right? I'd be like, hey, man, I'm not good. Okay, everyone knows the legend of Michael Jordan, right? He didn't make the high school team, right? He didn't say it was racist, it was sexist, it was no. He goes like this: I wasn't good enough. From that day forward, he became the Michael that we know today, right? He wasn't coddled, and of course, he ended up growing. I think it was 8 inches in one summer, right? So he ended up, and that's how because from what I heard, they say Jordan's brother was just as skilled as Michael. He just didn't have the height, right? His brother topped out at 5'10". Michael was 6'6". That's the difference. So when Michael shows up, skill is skill. Yeah, but this is by all accounts. By all accounts, Jordan's brother was just as good.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but I was saying more of the ego. But
Michael's insane.
I'm not countering him for it. It's
Yeah. In terms of just sheer talent, and I mean, Farron, do you remember the movie Rudy? Same thing, right? Remember, you have a little
I live
dude,
by Rudy.
Right? Like he's
my whole family is Notre Dame too, so it's
That's right. You're South Bend. That's a staple, right? Rudy didn't have the physical tools, right? But now, would you agree that if you put Rudy's motor in someone who did have the tools, that's the best player of all time, right? Because now it's an unfair advantage. It's like by the way that the competition would look at it, like this guy's just, I mean, he's a machine, right? He has a motor that won't quit.
In Chicago, we call that a Walter Payton.
Oh yeah, of course, right? Sweetness. Well, you have guys like that, like the Lawrence Taylors of the world, who are insane, right? Insane competitors. That's the thing. They don't try to bring everyone else down. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Where we're at society now, they go like this. All right, so if you're too smart, that's too white, right? Math is racist. This is sexist. So eventually you go like this. No. We're gonna have female police officers who can't even bench press 50 pounds, and they're gonna get paid the same.
How about the new female Marines? They don't even have to go through the whole training.
Don't even have to, just equity. So Farron, what happens when you're on a battlefield and your opponent doesn't have those woke policies, right? You're going against actual killers now.
You look at the Army recruiting videos of me and my two moms.
Oh yeah, the
and
Russian
you look at Russia. I mean, and here's the one thing that I will say it's a hot take. Because when I was in El Paso, I used to do a lot of stuff with veterans and a lot of foundations and stuff with them. Every one of them that I talked to, they said women do not belong on a battlefield. And I was like, okay, give me your reason. Because I used to be that, no, women should be in too. And they were like, no. And that was the young me, where you're bright eyed and think that everything's equal. And they were like, no. They were like, I can't keep looking around to see if you're okay. And second of all, what if some kid comes up to you, oh, come here, little kid. Pfft, there's the whole team. He's like, these people are using kids and they're trying to appeal to women. And it's not going to work. He's like, it sounds shitty, but women need to be on the administrative side to stuff. There's a reason where it's men in battle, and it's been that way throughout history.
However, Farron, I'm a proud feminist ally who wants these women blown up on battlefields.
The majority of battlefield casualties should be
99% of war deaths are men, right? And women have voting rights. So it would only be fair that only women should get sent to the battlefield, right?
Oh, Farron, did you see how the mood changed when they thought about bringing in the draft for women?
I was going to say, yeah. Let's have them sign up for the draft if they're so for it.
Well, Farron, I know someone who stepped on a landmine in Afghanistan. Took out his whole leg. The only way he survived was that his combat buddy carried him almost half a kilometer to a helicopter under live fire from the Taliban. Drex, would you trust your life to a woman?
They're
to
useless.
Carry you to the helicopter under live fire?
Not. They can't do anything. In fact, this is actually scientifically proven because it's biology. So,
what if it was that boozy angel or whatever?
Oh, also no.
Oh,
Jake
Buck
came out
Angel.
too.
Buck Angel.
Again, not a man.
Boozy.
Not a man.
Bussy Angel.
Drex, can we get through the super chats, man? We're 9.5 hours.
I don't know how this happens. Go ahead, super chats.
Oh my god, we're so. Bronca is spicy tonight. Someone pissed in his cereal, more or less, says Darrow Mount.
They diarrheaed on his cereal. He was pissed.
I mean, he had the tie off. We should have known this would happen because there was no tie when he came in.
Oh boy.
Says Price says, okay, simple question. You have money for a vacation, first class trip to an island of your choosing. Would you A, the real world first class plane trip to the island of your choosing, or B, implant a memory of going on a trip using a VR, aka two-dimensional world metaverse?
I don't think anybody wants to do anything in Metaverse. Man.
Definitely not.
I mean, honestly. Farron, have you heard how much money that's lost, by the way?
Oh, so much. Yeah. Who
it
the
was
hell
something
wants to...
stupid. Like,
did you ever see Alex Stein where he went in front of the city council and he said he got molested in the metaverse?
No.
Oh, Drex, I have to introduce you to Alex Stein. He is beauty.
Oh my God, Alex Stein is my
great,
hero.
He trolls. He goes in because town halls have these like public comment sessions. So he'll go in and he trolls the fuck out of them. He went into one wearing a dress, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So Drex, you know
he
where
went
I'm
in
going
one wearing the swimsuit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's let me see if I can find it.
He said that we weren't he said something about the Uvalde cops, that we weren't like respecting them enough for the hard work they go through, like way over the top. So it's an obvious troll, but they have to sit there and listen to him because that's the rules.
It's
of the
public
forum.
comment.
Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, I mean it's so good, so good.
We're not gonna watch the video though, Farron. I really need to get through these super chats. But yeah, I'll introduce Drex Alex Stein sometime. He's a treat, and he'll go. You know, he just has fun. Drex, there's not enough people in this world who do things just to have fun anymore. Everyone is so serious all the time.
Well, Nick and I talk about it. These humorless fucking lames. So, Farron, when the whole snake bite situation happened, I had people DMing me saying like, you know, Nick and I are friendship goals and stuff, and they were talking about like just shows that we've done throughout the years, right? And they were like, you guys just look like two people that just have fun, because they said everyone on you know, especially even on YouTube, everything has to either it's super serious or it's like overly like satirical. So it's like too silly. You know what I'm saying? And it's like people miss just guys shooting the shit, right? Just shooting the shit. They're like, hey Farron, what do you think about this? Let's talk about horror movies. Hey Farron, what do you remember about going down the video aisles at at Blockbuster and stuff? Just memories, like experiences. Nowadays, everybody's like trying to figure out like, I gotta find a way to I was offended. Farron wore a color I didn't like. Cat, her cat meowed during the thing. I take it as disrespect. And it's like everyone's just doing this whole thing where they're looking to be victimized, right? I can't do it. I've never YouTube struck anybody. I've never been to an HR department because it's not who I am. I'm like, dude, I don't care.
No, the only people get censored on this channel are the fucking porn robots. That's it.
Yeah,
that's how it is on my channel too.
Yeah, that's it. We've anytime there's a comment that's censored by YouTube, and it asks me, do you want to allow it? Yes, automatic. I don't even read it. I don't care. Good, bad, evil, whatever. Put it up.
And that's the thing that I think that, one, being on the internet, it's tough because sometimes you're going to have people that come at you like earlier where it's going to be like, whoa, okay. But you just have to kind of learn how to take it, But if I was a full blown, like snake bites kind of female, I would demand Bronca to apologize to me. I'd be pissed at him for weeks, do a video on it, call him a bully, all this other shit. I don't care. You move on. That's, and again, I think it's just being raised by brothers where it was just, okay, so you got made fun of. Life goes on, bitch. Keep fucking walking.
That was always her problem. She could have fixed this immediately by just saying, I fucked up, and Nick, I hope you get your channel back.
Yeah. But if you don't want to, you don't have to, and it was just these underpinning things and
passive aggressive.
And then you see what happened with Legal Mindset, where I was playing earlier on my locals. where, and I know somebody was like, she got a bit triggered. I think I just kind of came in and it came in really hot. And I was just kind of like, I don't know where the hell this conversation's going.
Yeah, you didn't expect it.
But like that was the thing is like, I look at Nick as like an older brother of mine. I've talked to him so many times just as far as like a mentor in this YouTube space. Drex, I've talked with you on the side, like Legal Vices, and I have a show even with Andrew. Like those are like, they feel like my brothers. And it's one of these things where you don't have to always agree with everything that they say. And you can disagree behind the scenes, but I'll be damned. It's like how we were raised as Italian kids. I'll be damned. You go outside of the family and you start talking shit about the family, you're done. You're done. And that's where I even looked at it like earlier on my stream. I was laughing because I was like, wait a minute. Before her wedding, I was like, is this like fucking Godfather? Her and her husband, like, Andrew, you come to my house the day before my marriage and you need to pledge your loyalty. And I want that Nick Ricotta fucking dead. I mean, it was just like, was this a scene from The Godfather? What is this?
What makes it so laughable is that like, based on, like, I always tell people this, personality types. It's why I want bullying to come back. I want bullying to go into hyperdrive so that people can't be these little pussified snowflakes. Because I'll tell you what, Farron, people do that kind of shit to people that they know they can get away with it, right? Because everybody that you remember in school that got bullied, it's because it happened more than once, right? Like, someone did something and they tested them.
Hang on a second. Cat's got to jump out.
Oh,
now.
Cat.
So say goodbye, Cat.
Nice to meet you finally, Cat.
No, it was great to meet you as well. And it is just really late. And
you are fading.
Yes, I am very much so.
Who fades at 142?
Drex. I love you,
still
but
doing this, Drex. Why? Anyways, good night, Cat. Thanks for
thank you guys.
Good night, Cat.
I'm gonna get out of here, and you
start-
guys enjoy. It was really great, and congrats to Drex for 100 episodes.
Woohoo!
Start a YouTube channel, Cat.
Yeah, I guess maybe I need to now.
You should.
I told her for quite some time.
He
I actually got
has,
on
in
her.
fairness, he has told me
All
that.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I will talk to all of you, I'm sure, at some point later. Anyways, Farron, it was really great to meet you.
Great to meet you too. Have a good night.
Thank you. You as well. Goodbye, guys.
Bye.
I have 5 chats left. Let me hit them, and then we can say our goodbyes. Donnie Art
Farron's
says
got a video to watch now.
I know.
She had it coming too when she went swinging first, referring to the clip we showed twice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that bitch got hit hard.
Says Price says, Jay Cutler threw a party after his divorce settlement.
He did.
Yep.
Donnie Arts.
Farron, okay, I want to be honest with you. Can we ever get to a point where women can just start acknowledging how terrible I will give you credit. You just acknowledged it with women that you know, how awful they treat the men. These guys most dudes who are in these marriages are miserable. They're not Nick Ricotta. I'm telling you, Farron, take it from a guy who just turned 40, an hour and 44 minutes ago, who was seen.
Happy birthday.
Oh, yeah, it's my birthday. Dick Maston's birthday and Fig Bat. Shout out to them too. And my old basketball teammate, H.E. So, but Farron, I want people to just start, like society, men, women, people like this. Women treat men more often than not terribly in relationships, like horribly. Because, look, domestic violence, it's women who instigate it. You see what I'm saying? Women get up in dudes' faces. You've been around the block. You know, dudes aren't walking around just beating women down. You and I both know that. Women are getting up in dudes, talking crazy, and the guy's like, man, you better back up off me.
And I don't know if you listen to Bill Burr. I fucking love Bill Burr.
I do.
Bill Burr is my spirit animal, as I always say. And I hate that term, but I was listening to him last week when I was driving from Detroit to Chicago. And he's like, I fucking hate when the NFL has these stupid fucking domestic violence videos come up. And he's like, oh yeah, that's right. I beat my wife, but then this domestic violence commercial came on and I was like, I'm not going to do it anymore. It's like, give me a fucking break. The no more, and it's like, it's the same joke that he had with Rihanna. Like, he shouldn't have hit her, but don't tell me there wasn't a reason.
She
That's like
hit
the
him
end
first,
racism that
allegedly.
end zone.
It's like, but
Same
Farron,
energy.
I just want people to just start acknowledging how bad, because look, let's face it.
I have
Jay Cutler
girlfriends
throws
that are like,
party.
I treat my boyfriend like shit, but if that's the only way to keep him in check, I'm like,
She's
you
projecting.
treat somebody like shit to keep him in check. Like what?
She's projecting.
Just-
That's how you keep women in check. Although here's the thing, you don't treat women like shit. This is a common misconception, right? The whole like be a jerk. No, you just be stern. You don't have to be an asshole. You just be stern. And she has to also know at any moment you can walk. Because that's what competition anxiety keeps women in check.
Mm-hmm.
The moment a woman thinks like I'm his only option, she's gonna get repulsed by you. Like, oh God, look at you. You can't get other women
I wouldn't
aren't
say
attracted
repulsed. I would say she gets comfortable.
Well, yeah, when women get comfortable, they get fat.
But
and
I don't
lazy.
think she looks at a guy like he's repulsive. I think it's just like, okay, now I can get comfortable. But no, I even think though, here's the other thing that women need to do is you're dating a guy and his job is to protect, provide, like that's like the natural instinct in him. And if you go to him for advice and he gives it to you and you don't like the advice, then don't go to him for advice. That is one thing I will say with Steve Harvey. If you want to go to just bitch about your shitty day and your girlfriends or whatever, go to your girlfriends and bitch. If you want if you want something solved, go to a man, and he's going to tell you how to best solve it, because that's a men's biological makeup is to solve something.
Mhm.
And I see these girls time and time again. I'm like, well, did you ask your boyfriend? Well, yeah, and he told me I should do this. Well, then why did you even go to him for advice?
Yeah,
If you
he didn't want advice.
if you already know what you want to do, yeah, exactly. And that's where it's demasculating to a man when you're like, well, why would you do this and why would you do that? It's like, well, then why did you even fucking ask him?
Now-
And it's like women don't understand doing these little kinds of things, pick at a guy bit by bit by bit until one day they're like, I fucking hate you. I'm fucking done. And they're like,
I'm
look,
done.
I don't understand. Why are you so angry now? It's like, gee, you've been picking at him the whole fucking 5 years you've been with him. And you don't think one day he's going to snap?
Now, Farron, I gotta say this though. I don't blame that on her. I blame it on the dude. He didn't set that standard.
Well, that's true.
Because look, that whole like mentality right there, I won't tolerate. Watch this. The simp dude who becomes a cuck because she cheats on him or she asks for an open. If a woman ever walks up to you as a man and talks about an open relationship, end it right there. Done on site.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You can't be a guy going, yeah,
Same
well, I
goes
know I
in
should
reverse.
have.
Same in reverse. If a guy
Same
comes up
reverse.
to you. Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing though. When a guy does it, look, first of all, let's be honest. Sex is different for men and women, and men have harems, right? You don't see too many female harems, do you? Where a woman sits there and has a bunch of beefcake guys all up in it. You see what I'm saying? But throughout history, what have you seen? The opposite, right?
Mhm.
Because the reason women are with men is the opposite of the reason why men are with women. So a man goes like this. Yeah, I'm Leo DiCaprio. I'm George Clooney. Yeah, I just want to smash. I'm King Xerxes. See, I'm here to just smash. You and I both know, Farron, a man can literally just smash hoes, but love his woman. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And women know this. That's why women know that a man's body count doesn't matter. Oh,
So then what would you say?
And
to-
women, just to point out, Drex, women say they believe the opposite when it comes to themselves. Well, it's not cheating because I wasn't invested in him.
Well,
Right.
sometimes women will just say anything to get out of anything. I've
They
done
don't want
it.
any accountability. They don't want any
I've never
accountability.
cheated
Has a lie
though.
detector on it.
But
They
here's
believe
the question that I think we should close out with, just for any woman that's watching, or just even myself too, because I'm interested to see what your answer is. So then, how is it that you get that guy to look at you differently from every other female? Like, to not be part of the harem, like where you're the main bitch, like where you are the one that he loves, for example.
Mhm.
How is it? What is it that gets a guy to look at you differently?
You want me to tell you the answer to that?
Sure.
It's really simple. When he envisions you, he envisions forever. See the difference?
Mm-hmm.
I can vision one night easily, right? Hey, Drex, would you smash that? Yeah, sure. Why not? Hey, Drex, what about that chick? Yeah, I'll see how long she can last. We'll see, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to imagine this, Farron. A guy's in South Beach, right? He's over, there's the Fountain Blue, all that, right? He's a high value man. He's got mansions.
Great hotel, by the way, in South Beach. I love that
Right?
Fountain Blue. Mm-hmm.
Now, hold on now. He's out here just smashing hoes. That's just what he does, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes to eat with his billionaire boys club, right? And some girl comes to serve him. the hell? Just, wow, she's quietly beautiful, right? 18, 19 years old, serves him. He's like, yeah, whatever. But she's not responding to the normal things. She doesn't care that he's got the crazy watches. She's not. You see what I'm saying? Like there's normal status symbols that the hoes respond to, right? When she's not responding to those things, it makes him go, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? And then that's when he starts doing the whole like, let me get to know this person. So why does she work here? Oh, this is her family restaurant. She works here. That's when a guy starts going like this. Hey, this is the girl I want to talk to. The one thing about 50 Shades of Grey that was real, I've always told people, for all the BS that 50 Shades of Grey were, do you notice what separated Anastasia Steele from all the hoes? Remember what it was?
I don't know. I've never
Purity.
read the book.
She's pure, right?
Oh, the
Anastasia Steele she's a virgin. She's quirky. She's awkward. But guess what? She is herself, right? Christian can't just do whatever he wants, right? All other women in Christian Grey's life, he gets to do whatever he wants, right? But you notice with her, she didn't just go along with anything he wanted, right? She would push back on certain things, right? And do you remember, even when he's trying to offer her all of these resources, she's like, no, Christian, you mistreated me. Take your keys back. He got rejected.
No one's ever told him no in his life.
No one's told him no, Farron. Imagine being the man, right? Do you know what that does to a man's psyche? That every woman he's ever been around is like, you're Leo DiCaprio, you're Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And then one woman is like, I don't care.
Take the money that Elon Musk has, but give it to Brad Pitt.
Yep.
What are his options, Drex?
Oh, limitless.
Every woman.
Yeah,
minus a minuscule exception.
Right? But until he comes across what, Tim? He comes across the woman that makes him work for it.
Yeah, and then he's going to be like, what?
Whoa, what?
Or no, he's going to come across the woman that makes him work for it,
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
That's what you said?
Yeah.
I thought I heard it wrong. Sorry.
He's going to work for it, right? He's like, wait a minute, what do you mean I can't just smash? That's what I've been doing. See, the things that normally work
that's where I was
work.
saying with the 30 to 90 day rule. That's when I've seen men where they're like, oh shit, she doesn't give it up in the first couple of weeks or whatever. And that's where, for me, that's always worked. And that was a Steve Harvey thing that he said. And you're like, oh, I hate Steve Harvey. But but I think when it's like you have something in between your little legs here that men want. And this is what my brothers always told me. They said, you don't give it up right away.
He'll respect you.
Exactly.
Well, but the fair, I got to say this, though. This is a pro tip to all women. Don't overvalue what every other woman on earth has, whether it's been beat to shit or not, which is the vag, right?
I mean, more respect yourself.
Well, yeah, no, fair. But let me explain why. Modern women can't cook, right? Would you agree in general? They can't cook anything, right?
Right.
Okay, so watch this. A woman that can cook has more value than a woman who can't. A woman that can clean has more value. A woman that's feminine has more value, right? You're talking about Eastern Europeans. When you have all the traditional qualities, you've already... So now, this is what will happen. A woman who's, let's say she's a 6 or 7, right? But she's very low maintenance. And she does all the things a man wants. You have to understand how men's brains think. She becomes a 10 in his mind. See how that works? So, because remember, a sweet, good girl... Like I said, I use 50 Shades because it's something that women love fantasy stories, right? Anastasia Steele is not a perfect 10 by any stretch, right? But because of all of the other traits, now when she's in lingerie, because she's pure, right? And he belongs to her, she becomes a 10. And that's what Bronco was saying. When he looks at his wife is always 25, right?
Wait, is that
that's
the
what
real
he's talking
baked
about.
Alaska? I don't know if that's real baked Alaska or not.
Women will either like figure this out or literally die alone, which is what Kevin's saying. He's like, buy a dog and die alone. Like there is no in between. There is no like.
If a woman hits all of the other points, are you willing to compromise on looks? If you're looking for
all guys
material,
will. Oh, yeah, guys have to.
Farron, that's the myth.
Yes,
Men will compromise.
They
looks.
will compromise on looks. Yes,
women project because here's the thing.
Why do
Farron,
you think? Why do? And this is what I always love when I see these women. They're like, he's like super hot, and she's like not even that cute. It's like, but she's nice, and she's not high maintenance.
Yep.
She doesn't treat him like shit.
Because here's the thing. Farron, the way that men's brains think, this is like there was that woman, Cassie J, made that movie The Red Pill, right? And she said that she had to now realize that she was projecting things onto men, right? Like she truly believed that men only wanted like a supermodel. Farron, have you ever heard this adage? It goes as follows: show me a bad bitch, and I'll show you a man that's tired of fucking her. You ever heard that?
No, but I like it.
So what that means is, remember when Angelina Jolie was at her peak? Remember her prime? Mr. and Mrs. Smith level, right? Brad Pitt doesn't want nothing to do with her now, right? Amber Heard was hot, right? Nobody wants, you don't want to deal with her now. Giselle was hot, right? Leo didn't want her. Remember that? So as you start going through think about it, all these women, they're not Drex, they're so hot. Blah, blah. Yeah, but why? Look, Halle Berry is single, right? Are you starting to notice these hot chicks?
Charlize Theron does.
Charlize Theron. Oh my God, who could? Remember her thing? I'm shockingly single. Remember that? Google Charlize Theron, shockingly single, and she didn't figure out what it is. It's like, look, you don't bring men peace. Sean Penn tried to reason with your crazy ass. You want to turn boys into girls that you adopted. She's over here plucking little black and brown babies, wanting to turn them into some woke accessory that doesn't resonate with men. A man can look at you, Farron, and go like this. Okay, I think Farron is a insert number here, right? Not let's say a non-10, right? Doesn't matter what number you are. If you provide the things that he's looking for, you become the 10. What women do is that, and you know this is true, Farron. I have a type. I won't budge, right? He has to be 6 foot tall, Farron. We're saying women in general. We're saying women in general.
Okay.
Have you ever heard women who will say like, I don't date black guys.
Pack,
I don't date white guys. I don't date. You see what I'm saying? He has to be men have preferences. Women have absolutes. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Farron, there are women out there right now that will pass on a guy he's a good looking guy. He would be a great husband, great father. He'd be all these great things, but he's 5'9". Nope. And you go like this. So how tall is she? Oh, I'm 5'2". He has to be 6 foot, Farron. You're like,
Drex, get them to show you how big a foot is.
right?
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Well, not even that. I look at it as somebody who is 5'8", and when I put on heels, I'm like 5'10", 5'11", and so I'm like, and you bitches at 5'2" are bitching that he's got to be 6 feet. Are you fucking kidding me? Those are for me. I need those guys.
Well, have you ever seen the actual the female delusion calculator? I'm sure you've seen that, right?
No.
Oh, we
Farron.
gotta show her that. Okay,
Farron.
Drex, can I finish super chats? Because now
Oh, yeah,
we're
go ahead.
starting to pile up again. We're back up to 12.
We had 5 1 minute ago.
Yes.
By the way, we should do more of these dating streams. I think
Absolutely.
they're
You let me know, girl.
I think they're very
They're inside.
informational.
Farron, here's the thing. I think that you would agree, right? From a woman's perspective, you don't want to see guys lose, right?
No.
From the man's perspective,
I love
guys,
men.
guys don't want to see women. Like, there's dudes out here that, here's the thing, they get this stigma, like, they hate women. It's like, no, it's not like that. As a Ninja Turtle avatar, I can't help it. But Farron, here's the thing though. When in the female delusion calculator, right? What makes it so scary is that everyone knows it's real, because here's what ends up happening. When you tell men something, it makes logical sense. They go like this. Okay, yeah. So men, watch this. This is how a man thinks. The most attractive woman in the world can't also be the best cook in the world, who also can't have the best body in the world, who also can't be the smartest. See, men understand that, right? And they go like this. They go like this. Okay, she's going to have to blend. I'm going to have to compromise. Women go like this. And you know this is true, Tim. No, he has to be
character in a video game, right? And you have to choose the attributes, and it's like you could stack all to one side, and it looks weird like that, or you can balance it out, right? And it's become a well-balanced character.
Yeah, this character is super fast and limber, but guess what, Tim? They die quick, right? Because they don't have the durability. They can't take a hit. So men understand this. Farron, women literally believe he has to be the funny. He better have a sense of humor, but you know what? He also has to be. I had my man TP send me a text that says it all. Women want a 7-figure man with 4-figure time, right? Why are you always working? Why? It's like the reason why the guy has all these resources is because he's working. But then when you get with him, you never have time for me. They never can. They don't have that ability. When you ask women, hey, Farron, how many men on planet Earth are 6 foot or taller? How many? You know what percent?
I don't know.
15% on Earth on the entire planet. 8 billion people.
5%.
So 15%. Now watch this, Farron. This is how the female dating calculator works, right? 15%. Hey, Farron, he can't just be 6 foot tall, right? He has to also make X amount. Let's say 100,000, right? 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
You're now down to like 4%
Yeah, the
of
pool
men on
yeah.
Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Farron, then he has to also be, he has to have a
have
great
no
body.
kids. He has to have no kids.
No kids.
Mhm.
Not married.
Great body. And he's not married. And
and a sense of humor.
Farron, they're down to like a Tim
5
can actually
people.
pull it up. This is no lie. Farron, we've done the research. Most women score what, Tim? Like 1,000th of percent?
0.4
Like crazy percents.
The best, Drex, I'll take you through. So a friend of mine, she understands this stuff. She knows this stuff. She's actually kind of similar to Miss J Love in a way. Like she took herself out of the dating market. She's not getting married again. It is what it is. Anyways, let me finish these chats and then we'll head over to the calculator. Donnie Art says happy early birthday to Drex. Well, that was 8 hours ago, so it is now birthday.
Damn, man, it is not an early birthday anymore.
Jack Crow says ka. Says Price says Drex, this clip for you, you'll enjoy it. It's the it's the trans volleyball that like spikes.
Oh no, I never
the
saw
ball.
the spike. I've only heard. I read about it.
Oh,
I heard this chick. I heard it hit her face so hard it went through the net. I heard she got blasted.
Oh yeah,
I'll have to send you this other thing too, not to watch it tonight, but to watch it at one point where it's why women shouldn't compete as men and men shouldn't compete as women as far as trans. And they show it's an actual Olympic event where it's male and female, and they show where it's there's 2 male and 2 female, and they show how a woman starts out and a man, it's like 4 women and a guy running, and he totally beats them.
Yeah.
And then it's a woman running against 3 men, and they freaking smoke her.
Of course they do.
And it's unbelievable when
Women
you watch
stand no chance competing against men in anything.
No.
The women's world soccer team, right?
Oh,
the women's
God,
national
yeah.
soccer team lost to a 14-year-old boys.
Yeah. Did you ever see that story, Farron? Just
No.
type in US, what was it, USWNT, Women's National Soccer Team or whatever, and then just type in Dallas FC, and the story will pop up on your computer.
All right, watch this video, Drex.
Okay. Whoa.
Out cold.
Wait, play it one more time. Sorry, I missed it.
That's beautiful. That should just gave me a heart on. I love seeing these
girl
hoes
here is
lose.
the one who's gonna get
Okay.
smacked. Out. Totally out.
You know the best part about that is she couldn't even react.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the video of Serena Williams going up against the number 180th dude?
Mm-hmm.
She couldn't even
lost.
return the serve. She
Mhm.
literally, he's like this, and she literally couldn't even. I was like, people are insane.
Mm-hmm.
The best woman that's ever done insert whatever activity. She doesn't even stand a prayer against a man.
Yeah,
Like,
FC
it's-
Dallas beats the U.S. women's
Yep.
national team in a scrimmage.
Yep, 5-2. And then they beat them again, 7-2. You can look this up for any country. The Brazilians, it's not even close.
Oh, and then there's
Okay.
that one freaking lesbian chick that's all like, "Oh my god, we
Yeah,
don't get paid a
Megan
lot."
Rapinoe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't stand
almost
that bitch.
almost done. I'm now down to 9.
All right, here, go do it.
I'm back to YouTube. We took so long to get the Rumble, Odysee, and Migtown TV chats done that there's new YouTube chats. So Michael Crumrine says, but Farron, too many allow bad boys to hit it right away in relationship men 3 months. It may not be you, but most women are like that today.
Mm-hmm. And that's why they're not married.
Speedy the Unsilent, Farron looking stunning tonight. No simp, lol.
Oh, thanks.
Dave Bowser says, you had Rudy, but what about Cuba doing full
Oh, yeah. Hey, man. The Wokies ended comedy. We don't get to
They
have
did.
the fun jokes and Tropic Thunder and Blackface.
Tropic Thunder truly was like
That was it. That was like the bookend.
Yep.
Well, not even that. They called out everything that was going to happen.
Everything.
Everything.
Mike Hunt says, there's a woman out there for you, Drex. Happy 100th. Joel Reese says, oh, yeah, it's the 29th. Happy birthday, Drex.
Scorpio.
Last Rights Zero says,
I'm a
Drex is
Scorpio
all-
too.
Oh, are you? Look at that.
I am. November 19th.
nice.
Well, I'm not going to dox my birthday, but me too. I'm in
people already know
between these two. Last Ride Zero. Hopefully, I'll get that famous someday. Last Ride Zero says Drex is all sleeper. Best cast on the Nick streams. Happy birthday, Drex.
Much appreciated.
Drex, I have legit hurt a rib laughing at you and Nick.
Oh yeah, dude. We've some of the things that we've said and done. People have time stamped. Even I kind of look at them. I almost like looked at like that's why when Nick's mom texted me and said that she knew that we were on. I just like lowered my head in shame, Mama Vic. Like I'm always like, oh, because when you're your unhinged version of yourself, right? Because you're around your boys, it's one thing. But the moment your mom or someone, you're like, oh.
Someone said this. I forget who, but they say, oh no, Dick said this on his podcast once. When you hang around with the people you've known the longest, you revert to the youngest version of yourself.
Agreed.
So when you're around your parents, you get childlike. When you're with Nick, you revert to your 20s, your teens.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing that people don't understand. Like, so Farron, I've taken a lot of flack for, being vulgar and being this and being that, right? And yet people have noticed that, like, Nick says and does a lot of the same things. Like, they never see the parallel. Like, I don't know how Drex and Nick can be so like best friends and so close. I'm like, you guys don't see the obvious?
Yeah, you guys don't see how they talk the same?
Yeah, they don't see the obvious shit. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Meph, what's up? He's fishing, relaxing fishing right now.
Good deal.
Oh man, I wish I was fishing. Watch Secretary, says Mike Hunt. It's like 50 Shades, only good. Speedy the Unsilent says 29 traditional men looking for a good woman. It's hard out there. It's hard out in the world today. Oh god,
if you're a dude looking for a chick, women have a lot of. Here's the thing: if women had realistic standards, they'd be married. If you're a woman, you want to be married, you're married. It's the guys who have it rough. Damn, is this bitch gonna take me to Cleaners and Family Court? Is she a ran through hoe? Does she have a secret OnlyFans?
Is she a man?
Is she a man? Are her friends? Here's a big one, Farron.
I have 3
Are
brothers.
her friends crazy?
I feel terrible.
Are her friends crazy?
No, the other new one too that I'm seeing with my younger brother is, are they big into coke?
The drugs,
alcohol. Does she have an ex that's I have to worry about?
Yeah, drugs, alcohol. Oh, hold on, Farron.
That's where I'm saying,
mental
like,
health.
That's where I was saying with Bronca. I was like, you're bitching at the wrong girl. I am pro male. I am pro men on a lot of this stuff. I see the struggle through my own brothers, and I have one that's 44, 41, no 44, 40, and then one that's 31. Okay, I see the whole trajectory of all of it. And it sucks. I feel bad for men.
Would you agree that it's bleak all the way around? Like hell, you could have a brother who's 20 right now. You would be seeing you're like, oh, this is bleak. You see what I'm saying?
I understand why. At first I really judged Andrew Tate, and I can come out and say it too, because a lot of women can come out and say when they were wrong too, just like men sometimes. But at first I was really hard on Andrew Tate because I was like, what the hell is wrong with this dude? And then I saw my nephews and how they like him, and they're like, yeah, like, we don't have to worry about this and we don't have to worry about that. We can do it ourselves. And I was like, oh my God, like, why is my cousin not teaching her sons this? Like, what the hell is going on? He's being the dad of the family.
Yep.
I mean, they have a dad, but it's just one of these things where it's just different.
Now,
I understand.
I have a fun thought experiment for you sometime. Whenever you're talking to a woman and they tell you about a failed relationship, ask her what went wrong.
Oh, it's always the guy. I already know what you're going to say. It's always the guy.
Yeah.
And that's where whenever I say with a relationship, the relationships that I've had, a little bit of me, a little bit of him, and it didn't end well.
By the way, when I said thought experiment, I meant THOT.
Oh, but yeah, that's the other thing too. Is like, oh.
This is the last chat, guys. Speedy the Unsilent says, "Put myself in the delusion calculator as a man and got 0.12%." Let's go show Farron the.
Farron, you need to see this.
Delusion.
So now, Farron, you can't be you. You have to think like other women, because that's what women do. They're like, oh, if it was me, and then they start.
Can we do one where I think like most women and then I think like me?
We can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, Drex, so my friend went through the female delusion calculator, and she has what I would consider to be fairly reasonable standards, but she is a single mother. So what she brings to the table is she's got to cook. She's got to bring something to the table, right? So she had pretty modest standards.
If you're a
still
single
get-
mom, the only thing you're getting is a beta male. We need to just be honest.
Oh no,
you will.
yes.
You will
Oh, yeah.
not get
No.
that guy as a single mom.
That's why she doesn't want to
ruined your shot.
remarry because she knows
See,
she's gonna get a beta and
I
she's not gonna respect him.
I have a friend of mine who he's a total alpha. And I mean this when I say this, he's a total alpha. But all of the women that flock to him are all of these single moms, or like,
Of course they are.
like women in like their 40s, like they're all like 10 years older than him.
Mhm.
And he's like, why not? I don't have any games that I have to deal with them. I don't have any bullshit.
Oh no,
They're pretty
no.
independent.
You can smash
I'm
them,
like,
but here's the thing: don't like take them seriously for like long-term dating, because you know what's gonna happen. Okay, let's say he's 30 and they're, let's say, 40, right?
Mhm.
When he's 40, they're 50. Are you starting to see how
That's
this is
what I
going to end up
tell him.
looking?
That's what I
And
tell
when he's
him.
50, they're 60. It ain't going to go the way he thinks it does. There are 40-year-old women out there that do look really good for their age, right? They look really good. But man, for like each decade is a huge deal for women. Not so much for men, because remember, our looks get better. You ever go back and look at like an old picture of Brad Pitt when he was like really young, like Thelma and Louise? He looked like a boy to you, right?
Yeah.
Young Leo looked like a boy.
Mhm.
But by the time you saw him later on in other movies, like I remember when Brad Pitt first debuted in Fight Club, right? Snatch. And women were swooning because they saw the body. But that's a much older Brad Pitt. You see what I'm saying? Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They're like, oh, damn, look at Brad. But this is
even him
20
now in
years-
Bullet Train. Bullet Train, he's
Yeah.
freaking hot, and he's
Here-
like 60.
Yep.
Here we are.
All right, Farron.
Farron,
You're going to
here's
be...
a survey.
Okay, how old am I? If I'm the
So you
average
get
female.
to choose. So now you represent women in general.
Okay, I'll be
This is what
20.
you're looking for as a man.
Okay, I'll be
What's the
26.
age range of a man?
So I'm looking at 26. If I'm a 26-year-old female, I'm going to say from 33
Mhm.
to 50.
Okay. And can he be married?
Absolutely.
So you exclude the married guys, right?
No, most women wouldn't care as long as
And now you got... You
No,
get
keep
to,
Keep
you don't have to exclude. Yeah, you keep it unchecked.
Oh yeah. You represent most women. Like they'll
Yeah.
be side chicks and shit. Okay.
Yeah.
So now it comes to race, right? They can be any color shade, white, black, Asian.
White.
Okay, so white. We got a white guy. Yep. All right. Now minimum height. Notice that it's already at 6.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
and then
minimum.
exclude obese. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Minimum,
now minimum income.
income, 200K.
Yep. Great number. Now watch this. Now before we click it, what do you think, Farron?
What percent?
What percent?
I think
of the US
that's
will meet
that's
your
every
criteria?
girl.
Okay. What percent?
Oh God, probably like 0.08. Like
All
a
right, let's find
DUI.
out. This is beautiful.
Oh, okay.
146. That's actually like decent.
Yeah.
That's decent. Oh wait,
Yeah, because
I
you
know
now
why.
let's
It
exclude
was the
married.
married thing. Wait.
Yeah, let's exclude.
It was the married
Because
thing,
remember,
right?
if you were a man like that, what's the chances that you're not?
So
married?
Farron.
Yeah.
So Farron, this is where women get delusional. So I want you to think about this for a second. If a man is that rare, how many options do you think he has?
0.069 Drex.
Point. Yeah.
Oh wait, what is the
9999.
0.06? Wait, what is this one for?
We excluded married.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. But Farron, are you starting to see how
0.069.
insane this is?
Mm-hmm.
This is what guys like when Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels. This is what he was referring to because he's like, you women are all chasing the same men. Why do you think they're just passing women around, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's do me. Let's do me.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
right,
so
reset.
okay, so I am 35. So let's do 31 to 45. You don't have to exclude married. No, you don't have to. Married,
Ooh, my.
married means like they're divorced, right?
No. So
Nope,
okay.
currently
So
married.
yeah, currently, as in like so yeah. When you're clicking
Divorced
this
is
button,
single.
that means they're single.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So then exclude
So,
married.
yeah, you're excluding them. Yeah. So it's single man. All right. What color?
Probably white.
Okay. So we got a white guy.
Minimum height, do 5'10".
You're so lenient.
Exclude obese, yeah.
Yep. Damn.
Minimum income, do 100.
I almost hit it perfectly. Drex, you know that moment when you just almost hit the thing perfectly?
Right. All right. Let's see what you're looking at. What percent, Farron? Oh, not even
Couldn't
1%.
even get one.
Damn.
Let that sink in. Remember, this is global.
I think it's US.
Damn.
U.S. male.
Okay, U.S.
Oh,
male.
thank God.
Okay, U.S. So think about
But
that.
still, now,
Okay,
Farron,
hang on.
how
Let's
many-
go back.
how many
Let's go back and
men-
do all races. Let's do all races. Let's see.
How many men in the world will outdo a U.S. man for income?
Yeah.
Very
And Farron, that's a big one. Very few, right? Now, Farron, someone shout out to my man Mao. He said something very interesting in the chat.
1%.
That's all that changed. Very minimum. Do you know what Mao said? Here's the big thing: is this 1% guy attracted to you? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's easy to go like this. That'd be like a fat dude sitting on this couch going, "I want Margot Robbie in The Wolf of Wall Street." Well, of course you do. Everyone does. But does she want you? Right?
Mm-hmm.
The kind of guy that gets Margot Robbie is not the fat guy sitting on his couch. Everyone in the world who has a swinging dick wanted Megan Fox when she bent over the hood of the Camaro, right?
Mm-hmm.
But does she want you? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You could be you're a plumber, you're a lawyer, you're this. She's making millions. She wants someone more than her.
Mm-hmm.
Now you see the problem with hypergamy.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to like on a global scale to have families, it's done. Oh yeah.
Now, Drex,
They have a
male.
man's one.
Oh,
Yeah, they have
Male
man.
delusion. Now, Drex,
Yep.
you're never going to get married again. Never. Not a chance.
I was never married.
You are married.
Or
Shut
sorry,
up.
you're not gonna date. Right?
Never
You're-
again.
You're
No.
not gonna cohabitate.
Never have, never will.
Okay. So I'll field this one if you'll let me, because I still think I'm still deluded into thinking there's a chance.
All right, you still have hope. Let's get
I
your
still
hope
have
crushed. Let's get this shit crushed tonight.
But and I'm 30 now, so a 30-year-old dating an 18-year-old is a little weird to me. So I'll pull that up to 20, and then of course 28. Because hey Drex, what do you hit at 28?
The wall.
The wall.
Yeah. Well, and white chicks are starting to hit the wall like 24 though, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
These
'cause
white
it's-
chicks
it's
between
like the years of dick.
the years of so here's what ends up happening: years of dick, years of taking nut to the face, years of drinking, years of drugs, years of head meds. I'm trying to think, what else are these women doing? Oh yeah, not sleeping, caking on makeup and sleeping in the makeup. A lot of white women have terrible skin. Okay.
See, that's the thing is, it's like, this is so weird when you're saying all this. None of that is me.
But Farron, remember, I need you to stop being a woman.
Now, hang on, not even taking shots to the face, folks. Never have I never done that. Ever.
But Farron,
hope my
here's the
wife
thing
does.
though. You're
For me,
actually proving that you're a woman. Because you know what every woman says? But not me. But you see what I'm saying? Like
You're muted. You muted yourself. On StreamYard, you muted yourself. Yeah, you must have hit the button that said mute down on the bottom.
No, sorry.
There you go.
It was
There you go.
things unplugged. No, I'm not even trying to pretend like I'm being like, no, everything but me. No, like when you said all of that stuff about the drinking, the pain, the med heads, the sleeping in your makeup. Never have I slept in my makeup ever.
yeah, Farron, you got good genes. You got a good face, right?
No,
but
I just
guess what?
hear myself.
But guess what, Farron? This shit gets real when you start looking
It does.
at
It sounds
statisticals.
like it.
Because when you look at statistics, here's the thing. If none of the, because this is what separates men from women, right? Here's a key one. Hey Tim, how come men don't care about ethnic group? As a general rule of thumb, we're just saying across the board, right? Why do men flip on ethnicity?
Well, and you saw, Farron, I just checked the any box. I don't care.
Men don't care at all.
Mm-hmm.
They have
I
a
do
preference,
not
not an absolute, right? Now look, now Farron, when it comes to height, do you know why this is such a big deal? This is how broad of a scope it's going to be for women, right? Because men will take a tall guy will take a short woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
A short guy takes a short woman.
I'm
A
5'8".
medium guy takes a short. Do you see how this is starting to get wider and wider?
Mm-hmm.
I am 5'8", so I am exactly the average height of a male in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally on the dot. She can be taller than me. She can be shorter than me. I don't want to smash Maple, unlike Drex, so 4'10" is probably the lower limit.
She's thick,
But then
though.
again, like if you're 4'9" and you meet everything else, yeah, okay, get in here. Maybe wear some higher shoes, but and of course, these matter. And hey, Farron, that's going to stay exactly right there. And do you know why? Because I
you're
don't
the
care.
Mm-hmm.
I
See how
don't.
this-
I'm going
see
to
how that
law
works?
school. I'm going to be providing the income.
Exactly.
Farron, women won't listen. No matter how many times we tell them that. Now watch this. Now watch how good his odds are. That's not bad. 16%.
And even with all that, 16%, yeah, that's still pretty low.
It's still being picky, right?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. He didn't say like any age, right? So, and remember, and if he said, here's the irony. If he said 18, Tim, that number now goes up probably to like 20%. Because you're widening. See, do you notice how our pool as men keeps going
These slides
this?
are wide, right? Look at that. Look at the options I've given myself. And I know Chronic preaches no hymen, no diamond. Drex, she can't have been run through.
Yeah.
But if she hits every other button, she can cook, she can clean.
If she, okay, I think most guys, if most guys said if she had 1 or 2 sexual partners and she was like 20 years old and she hits all the other things, I think a lot of guys are like this. Yeah. I can handle 1 to 2.
Yeah, I can.
These chicks who have been ran through and they start getting, because what ends up happening is that they show up with all this. Farron, you have brothers. They tell you. They're tatted up.
That's why I don't think people understand, and they believe me when I say my body count is very low. My brothers taught me. They even tell me. My brothers were very blunt. They were like, "No guy's going to marry you if your number's over 5," and I was like,
Agreed.
"What?" And
Agreed.
that's why my number is not above 5.
Farron, what results in good women is a strong man checking them when they grow up. That is what raises good women.
And again, though, here's the thing. I'm 35, but I also had 4 serious boyfriends. 4 serious boyfriends that were longer than 3 to 5 years. So, yeah. I mean, and people don't believe me, and that's fine. But
it's okay if they believe you or don't believe you, but this is the thing, though. None of this changes. Probably remember earlier when I said the odds of you marrying were slim, right? It wasn't a knock. It's just about probability. You see what I'm saying? Farron, it's terrible. Look, it says cat enthusiast. If women knew the statistical breakdown, they wouldn't be saying this insane shit they're saying about. He has to make 150,000. He has to also be 6 foot tall. He has to be. It's like they're coming up with all these things. I'm like, do you know how many men fit that description who have all those together? Because Farron, if you just took any one of these things, right? Like, he just has to be tall or just has to be whatever, right? White, black, Asian, whatever. If he just had to be like one thing, look, Farron, he could be overweight. Farron, the women look at this. I don't care how much money he makes. Well, if you just make the bare minimum man, then you have to ask them the obvious question. Then why aren't you married then, right? If you're saying that, hey, I'll just take a man, I don't care how much money he makes. I don't care if he's tall. I don't care if he's blah, blah. If you start saying that you don't care about any of these things, isn't the obvious question, then why aren't you married?
Now, Drex,
that's obvious.
Oh, sorry. Wrong. Hang on. I got to change screens. I excluded overweight women. And perhaps that was a little rash on my part because what did we just get finished saying? If you check every other box and remember, medically overweight is really not that heavy.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that too because let's be honest, overweight, I think can be like I said, and this is the problem. That is a deceptive term because let's be honest.
Look at this,
Farron. He just all he did was just said she can be overweight. That he didn't say obese, so no obese chicks, right?
Yeah,
overweight can be 10 pounds.
But see, I was only given the option of obese.
You exclude obese.
Yes, because
I wasn't given the option of overweight.
Yeah,
I only was given obese.
That is true, but also BMI for men is a little different.
Our BMI is different, right? Because our body types are different, right?
Yeah. So obese for a man, I think, is 40 pounds overweight.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
Yeah. And I would be just at the very limit of that, right? So my normal weight's supposed to be 180, and I'm just under 220. Like,
well,
219.
you know what makes
219 on a bad day.
you know what makes being a guy funny though, Farron? Do you know how easy it is for guys to get in shape? You got brothers, you've seen it, right?
Oh yeah.
Like a guy can be literally a fat fucker. He could be like this, man, Farron, I'm tired of being a fat fucker. I'm about to go and get in the gym. Do you know what guys don't do? They don't do what you fucking broads do, which is go to the doctor and start going to work, right?
Drex, if I stopped drinking this, I'd
That's
shed
20.
30 pounds in like 3 months.
Yeah, processed sugar. That alone takes off 20.
And I drink a lot of this stuff.
Men keep it off, Farron. They keep the weight off. Women struggle. The older women get, women really struggle. Dudes, they don't really struggle that much.
So, Farron, if women lowered their standards just a tiny bit, let's see how these. You saw that 0.069, right? Now let's see if women changed their attitudes, changed their standards just a tiny bit. We're not talking big.
Let's go back to mine.
Well, let me just input what should be reasonable to women. All right, Drex, if you've been out of college for 3 years, which most men are at 25, there's a pretty good chance you have a stable job. You're not making a lot of money because you got student debt and whatever, but you have a stable job. You've got a future, right? Or if you're a tradesman, you likely already have a house at 25.
Yep.
Okay. 45, you can still father children without serious statistical medical issues.
Yep.
If race didn't matter, because again, it's not about something you can't control. It's not the skin color you were born with. It's about who you are as a person. So race shouldn't matter.
Minimum height go to 5'8".
Let's just go down to 1 inch below average.
Okay, yeah.
The average height in US is
5'7".
So 1 inch below. We're still going to exclude obese.
Do minimum income like 80,000?
No.
Which is still doing really well. That's like statistically that's doing really well. Farron, I looked this up. Do you know what puts you in the top 1% of earners on a global scale? Global.
It's like
$38,000 US.
Yeah.
True story. That's
Now,
you're in the top because remember, there's 8 billion people, right? Most places in the world, Farron, if you make like literally, imagine showing up with 60 grand a year. Farron, I need to send you some pictures from the DR, right? A property. Farron, I'm going to show you the pictures, and I'm going to say, hey, Farron, tell me how much per month, right? Basically, you're basically like beachfront property, right? And you're going to give me a number, and I'm going to say, and now I'm going to show you the actual cost. It doesn't matter what number you say, it's going to be way overvalued. You see what I'm saying? If an American, that's why, you're starting to hear more and more expats, right? They're moving to Panama, they're moving to Europe, they're moving to places where they get more bang for their buck because of the high taxes and the cost of living here, right? Well, the same is true. That's basically what passport bros are doing. If I can get a woman who's younger, more feminine, right? Submissive. If I can get a woman with all the, let's call it Eastern European qualities, right? Or South American, whatever, right? Asian.
Submissive qualities.
Submissive qualities. Feminine qualities. If he can get that, and now he gets that woman without having to earn, in America, he may have to make $1 million a year to get that, right? Because the competition is so stiff. He goes somewhere else. To those men that woman is used to, this guy is a god. You see what I'm saying?
Do 70. I think
70 grand.
65 is the starting salary of the computer. The STEM jobs, right? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. 65 is usually your starting salary. Remember, because we're 25, Drex.
Yeah. It's young. So 25.
Yeah. So
quick find
65 is
out.
not unreasonable. If you're 25 making 65 a year, you're
actually doing really well.
Really good. I should put it at 45, but I'm going to make a point here. Because you can live comfortably on 45. You have to make a lot of compromises. You'll never have a new car, right?
Nope.
But
you'll lease a car.
Who cares?
Yeah, you may lease or get a not a beater, but something right above a beater.
Yeah,
you got a deal
like a early 2000s Corolla.
Yep.
Right. All right. Look how much that number jumped.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Farron.
Now let me pull
that's
it back
5
down to 45.
times. It went from 1% to 5, right? Like as you start looking at this, look
at that.
But it's going to show you how grim the stats are for women. That's what Andrew Tate was talking about. He's like, look, go watch a Fresh and Fit podcast. Farron, these women aren't wife material, right? You've seen look, men don't want hoes, right? They'll smash hoes. Guess what? Women don't want simps. You'll use a simp, but you won't ever, let's be honest, give sex or damn sure commitment to a simp, right? That's how it works with guys. Guys don't want hoes. They don't want women with emotional baggage, right? They don't want. She's coming with high body count. She's a single mom. She's overweight. They don't want that. So it's to show up with that and be like, you need to like this anyway. It's not going to happen. Look at these. These are
Farron,
abysmal
mine
numbers, Farron. Those are abysmal.
33%. What do you think I'd have to manipulate this calculator to get to 33?
Oh yeah, for
But
women.
here's the thing, though, is while you have it where it's much easier to have you have one advantage that you have is that you are seen as the breadwinner.
Yep.
Whereas I am not the breadwinner. So that's why that gap keeps closing. Let's go back to mine for a second. Let's go back to the female one. And let's say I'm the breadwinner. And let's see how my options go.
Wait, so female seeking male calculator.
Let's see.
Let's
we
put
did the
So
we did the 31 to 45. I'm not dating no 19-year-old. Or 31. Perfect. Okay. Exclude married, any color or shade. Minimum height, do 5'9". Don't exclude obese. Because how much, or we'll do one with obese and one without obese. Okay. Minimum income. Let's do 50,000.
all right. And that's going to get you 4.3 with
The fuck?
Look at that. And
But the obese
hold on, Farron.
only
Let me
just
say-
8.3.
8.3. Now, Farron, let me actually make a point that hasn't been made yet, right? So think about this for a second. What men seek from women is the opposite, right? Than what women seek from men. Do you know why that's such a big deal? The best options that you can get are in the West, more than likely, right? What men are looking for in a woman, because they don't care about their income, because, you see what I'm saying? Like, because a man can do that, he goes like this. Damn, wait, what did you just do, Tim?
No income.
Oh, okay, no income. Okay.
No income, and then I
57.6.
did the 18 to 45 age.
Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah, nobody. But are you starting to see how the scale flips for the genders? Like, if a guy says, I'm the breadwinner, she can make $0. Well, damn, you said it yourself, right? Every day there's a new crop of 18-year-olds, right? 18, 19, 20. Yeah. So he can go anywhere. He's like, well, shit, yeah, I got tons of them. So the higher up a man rises, right? Socioeconomically, this is what his pool does, Farron. It gets wider. The higher the woman rises up, so I'm a corporate exec. Her pool just does this until it shuts. Because she's not going to marry down. You know this. Women say that, oh, yeah, I would, Drex. No, you won't. Stop.
Yeah.
We're saying in general, Farron, women aren't going to marry down, right? If a woman makes $200,000 a year, she's not marrying a guy making $30,000. Do you know who will do that, Farron? A man. Yeah, I'm a pilot, right? I'm a pilot, but I'm going to go ahead and marry a woman who works at Macy's as a clerk. You see what I'm saying? Because he doesn't care.
Or it doesn't work.
Or it doesn't work.
He has a little Etsy store making $100 a month. Don't care. Don't care. Now, Farron, flip it around. And you make all the money. And you're going to get with a guy that makes no money. Would you agree that the usual attitude is going to be, well, I ain't his mama. I'm paying for him. I'm babying him.
The average female.
Average woman is not going to be sitting there paying for no damn dude to live off her. Let's be real.
But it doesn't work the opposite.
Men have no problem taking care of women. None. Zero.
So the key stat on this scale here, Farron, this was the key. This is what changed everything.
It's income.
Right?
Hypergamy.
Did you see the study from OkCupid? Drex, I showed you these graphs, right? TFM showed these graphs. How men rate women and how women rate men.
Yeah, Farron. They don't talk about that.
So how do, Farron, take the average man on OkCupid, looking at all the women, and how do you think the spread rating from 1 to 10, rating the women's attractiveness, how do you think the spread worked out? Which number between 1 and 10 do you think was the most common assigned to a woman?
8.
It was 5.
Oh, because they don't know everything else.
You're such a woman.
And the second most common, 4 and 6. And the third most common, 3 and 7. because men rating women, most are average, and the most attractive and the least attractive are outliers.
They're bell curves. So what this is telling you,
So the
Farron,
most
is that
was in the middle.
oh no, Tim, you should
and
show her the
then
graphic.
I
Farron,
don't have it handy. I'll have to find it.
Women view men.
That's interesting.
Women view men as hell yeah, super hot, fuckable, or you don't even exist. You're invisible. There is no in between.
Yeah. The most commonly assigned number from women rating men was 1. The second most common was 2. The third most common was 3. Every man was ugly, and it was a slope down to 0 for the super hot, attractive men.
And see, it's so weird because I would have totally scored probably like a man, like 5 for like average, and then 6, 7, 8. You know, if they were better, and then worse if they weren't. But see, again, this is my problem. Is I've been when you've been raised by brothers, and like I think like
it's going to tilt
sometimes,
things. It's going to tilt things.
Yeah, because I've only heard my brother's inner monologue spoken to me.
We're totally not in sync with each other.
No.
Right? Like the expectations men have for women are not the same that women have for men. We're just completely Drex, one is trying to talk Mandarin and the other's talking English.
Yeah. Well, now this could have all been prevented if one key thing happened. You know what that key thing is, Farron?
Women removed head from sphincter.
True.
Expectations.
Take women out of the workforce because now they need a man.
It's true.
See? So now a man who is a 5 and he's just an average guy, well, hey, she's good. See? The moment you put women in the workforce, they go like this. I'm not dealing with a guy who makes less than me. You're competing for the same job. That's how you get this, Farron. The top guy goes, well, I'm not going to commit. I got all this pussy. It's what Bronca talked about, right?
What do you think is going to happen when I put the scale all the way at this end? How low do you think that number can go? And of course, if he's got to be demanding, if a woman's demanding $500,000 a year.
Oh, don't forget, Tim, you can't be obese.
Can't be obese. Can't be less than 6 feet.
Has to be white.
Yeah, we got a white guy.
And you're never going to find an 18-year-old in that.
Do a 30. Do 30 to 60.
Yeah, so you can be an old guy.
Or to 65. 65.
That's when most guys actually get their money.
Yeah.
65.
Okay.
So literally retirement age. And watch this.
20 in 100,000.
Farron.
Mm-hmm.
Women need to wake up. This is the problem.
Look, there's not even a dot in the fucking grid.
It's not even a dot. Like,
there's no chance. This is telling you there's no chance.
Farron, there's a video that Better Bachelor did. It is scientifically proven the man that women are looking for actually doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Did you ever? Okay, you talk about Steve Harvey. Did you ever see that one where the woman had like 58 things on the list?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't exist. He has to be a gym body. He has to be he has a great body, but his body can't be better than me. He has to have a sense of humor, but he can't be too funny. Like all these like
you know what I tell my girlfriends? What I tell my girlfriends, because I see, was it Vincent in the chat? He's like, Farron's trying to make the "but I'm not like other women" argument. She's exactly like all women. No, Vincent, and I'm gonna prove your ass wrong right the fuck now. I actually am the one who always has who was always had a boyfriend outside of my girlfriends. And the reason why they've lasted that long is because A, I believe in treating a guy nice, and B, you can't get everything that you want. You know what else I blame is that whole idea of your Prince Charming, that he's everything that everything you want. That's not how this works. I tell my girlfriends when you're looking for a guy, give me 3 things you're looking for. And they'll be like, well, he has to be tall. And I'm like, doesn't count. And I'm like, it has to be 3 qualities that have nothing to do with the physical. And half the time my girlfriends can't even name me 2.
You can't name anything.
They can't even name me 2.
No, of course not.
And when I say, I'm like, okay, do you want a guy who's protective? Well, I mean, but I don't want him where he's gonna have to control me. Okay, that's not protective, but okay.
Oh, that's facts. Rom-coms. Rom-coms help ruin relationships. Rom-coms and hey, Farron, I can actually prove this point to you. When you ask women about their relationship expectations, do you ever
Vincent,
hang
on really quick, Vincent, the fact that I'm not married doesn't make me like every woman, by the way. I actually was in a relationship where we were going to get married and we realized that we weren't compatible. So Like, just because I'm not married doesn't mean that I'm like every woman. I mean,
No. But here's the thing, though.
It's a shitty argument.
It's always going to be about the end result, right? Just like if someone says, "Hey, man, I was married, Farron. I was married," and someone goes, "Well, what are you now?" "Oh, yeah, I got divorced after X." So any marriage that ends in divorce is a failure. So
but just because you're not married doesn't mean that you're like every woman, or just because you're not married doesn't mean you're like every man.
Well, first of all, your first mistake is that assuming that the chat knows what they're talking about. Come on.
Well, that's true.
The chat trolls, number one, but two, they're just some positions they're not going to agree with you on, and you have to live with that.
Well, no, and trust me, I'm aware. But what I'm saying though is that this is the other problem too, is that I think that while stereotypes are good to see for certain things, not everybody fits the stereotype too.
Yeah, Drex,
you know,
we have officially become the longest running episode ever of Migtown Podcast. 10 hours, 30 minutes, and 37 seconds.
God damn. Farron, you made it through with this. Well, yeah,
We're going to say goodnight, everyone.
That's good night to everybody. Episode 100 is for the books. Farron, thanks for coming. Everybody else who came, thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting us. Stay tuned.
Congratulations.
Hey, one second,
again.
Drex. 1 second. Because I got to say something to you. It's been an honor, my friend. From starting this from 2 years ago. It's been an honor.
Crazy.
It's been a pleasure. This has been a lot of fun. Happy birthday, Drex. Go get some sleep.
Thanks indeed.
Happy birthday. Bye, guys.